Doctor, could you repeat that? Lin Anren sat in the consultation room staring blankly at the middle-aged doctor with a receding hairline and an unusually calm expression. Mr. Lin, please stay calm. According to our comprehensive examinations and expert consultations, you are suffering from an extremely rare condition. We have tentatively named it gender conversion syndrome. The doctor pushed up his glasses, his tone quite flat. Please say something I can understand. Lin Anren felt his temples throbbing. Simply put, a certain gene sequence in your body will become dominantly expressed under specific conditions. According to the test, the trigger time is tonight. After tonight, your physiological characteristics will completely transform into female. Lin Anren opened his mouth, but no sound came out for a long time. He felt he was not in a top-tier hospital, but on the set of some prank show. Become a woman. He barely squeezed out these words. Yes, the doctor nodded, then dropped another bombshell. Moreover, according to our research on similar cases, after transformation your body will be in a very special state of high susceptibility to pregnancy. Simply put, a kiss would cause you to become pregnant. After hearing this, Lin Anren felt as if his cerebral cortex had been smoothed flat. What the hell? Become a woman, and a kiss would make you pregnant. This is more absurd than any B-movie he had ever seen. He was a 24-year-old, 178 centimeters tall, ordinary office worker whose life goal was to be a slacker until retirement. How could this happen to him? He wanted to roar, to flip the table, to grab the doctor by the collar and ask if he was joking. But the doctor opposite just looked at him calmly with an expression that said, "I've seen it all, don't get excited." "Doctor, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Lin Anren's voice trembled. "Mr. Lin, our hospital is the most top-notch in the country. The diagnosis report is not wrong," the doctor said, taking a medicine bottle and a medical record sheet from the drawer, handing them over. "These are some hormone-balancing drugs I've prescribed for you to alleviate the discomfort during the transformation. Also, this is your medical certificate. You may need to take a long leave from your company to adapt." Lin Anren took the medicine and the medical record sheet woodenly. He looked at the doctor's calm face and ranted inwardly. "Why can you be so calm? Your patient is about to turn from a man into a woman who gets pregnant from a kiss. And you just give him a bottle of pills. Not even psychological counseling. Is your hospital's emotional stability stat maxed out?" Doctor, can this disease be cured?" Lin Anren asked with a glimmer of hope. "Currently worldwide, including you, only 3 cases have been recorded. We are actively researching, but it will be difficult in the short term," the doctor answered factually. Lin Anren was completely despairing. He didn't know how he walked out of the hospital. The sunlight outside was dazzling, traffic was bustling, and the whole world felt unreal. He clutched the medicine bottle in his hand, feeling like a madman. Back in his rented 80-square-meter apartment for 200 RMB a month, Lin Anren threw himself heavily onto the sofa. He stared at the ceiling, his mind a mess. Become a woman. He looked down at his body. Although he was a bit weak from long-term overtime, he was still a man. Are there going to be 2 lumps here in the future? And the bottom is going to change. Just thinking about it made Lin Anren get goosebumps. And the whole kiss leads to pregnancy thing. What third-rate novelist came up with this? From now on, forget finding a girlfriend. He'd have to keep a 3-meter safety distance when talking to anyone. What if he accidentally fell and his lips touched someone else's skin? Would that count? The more he thought, the more absurd and scared he became. He picked up his phone, instinctively wanting to confide in someone. The first name that popped up on the screen was Lu Yan. His good brother, also his childhood friend. Lu Yan was a good guy, very handsome, and most importantly, always willing to help. Bad light bulb. Call Lu Yan. Stuck in a game. Call Lu Yan. Don't know what to eat. Call Lu Yan. But how could he say this? Hey Lu Yan, I have something to tell you. I'm going to become a woman tomorrow, and kissing will make me pregnant. Lu Yan would definitely think he's crazy and rush him to a mental hospital. No, he couldn't say it. This was too surreal. Anyone he told would think he was crazy. Lin Anren felt an unprecedented loneliness and helplessness. He sighed, resigned himself to fate, opened the medicine box, and as per the instructions, swallowed 2 pills with cold boiled water. The pills were tasteless, but after swallowing, his heart felt even emptier. Whatever, let it be. Life was already bad enough, a little worse wouldn't matter. With a give-up attitude, Lin Anren threw himself onto the bed in the bedroom, pulled the covers over his head, and forced himself to sleep. Maybe when he woke up it would all be just a nightmare. But reality was crueler than any nightmare. The next morning, Lin Anren was woken up by a strange, suffocating sensation. She opened her eyes groggily, feeling a heavy weight on her chest like 2 lead balls. She subconsciously reached out and touched them, soft with a lot of bounce. Lin Anren's sleepiness vanished instantly. She sat up abruptly in bed and looked down at her chest. The pajamas were stretched into 2 obvious bulges. She tremblingly put her hand on them again. To touch the shape. Holy shit. A sharp yet soft cry rang out in the room. Lin Anren covered her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. Is this my voice? She cleared her throat and tried to speak again. Hello? Hello? Sweet, crisp, with a hint of morning hoarseness, like a soft anime girl voice. She rushed out of bed like crazy, stumbled to the bathroom mirror. The person in the mirror was utterly unfamiliar to her. Her height seemed to have shrunk from 178 centimeters to under 170 centimeters, her entire skeleton smaller. Her originally dull skin from staying up late was now fair and translucent. A pair of clear, bright, almond-shaped eyes with a natural innocence and confusion. Her features had become softer and more delicate, combining into a face that could make countless hearts flutter, a first love face. And her hair, which had been a messy mid-length, had now grown to shoulder length, falling softly on both sides of her face. Who the hell is this? Lynn Anren trembled, raised her hand to touch her face. The person in the mirror did the same. She had really become a woman. A complete, stunningly beautiful woman. The massive shock made her legs weak, and she directly collapsed onto the cold floor tiles. It's over. Everything is over. Lynn Anren sat on the cold floor for a full half hour before slowly coming to terms with the three existential questions echoing in her mind. Who am I? Where am I? How did I become a woman? She braced herself against the wall and stood up unsteadily, examining her reflection in the mirror once more. Honestly, this face was quite beautiful. More beautiful than any campus beauty or internet celebrity she had ever seen. But the problem was, this face belonged to her now. She took a few tentative steps. Her body felt weightless, her center of gravity entirely different from before, making every movement feel awkward. Most unsettling of all was the movement at her chest, swaying with each step with an overwhelming sense of presence. Lynn Anren irritably ran her fingers through her hair. The black strands now reaching her shoulders felt silky smooth, completely unlike the tangled mess she used to have. No, I need to calm down. She took a deep breath, remembering the medical certificate the doctor had given her. Yes, ask for leave. There was absolutely no way she could go to work looking like this. She returned to the bedroom, pulled out her phone, and found the contact information for the company's HR manager. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to send a message instead of calling. She took a photo of the medical certificate, composed a carefully worded leave request, and hit send. She had expected the HR manager to call and ask about her condition. After all, the term on the medical certificate, gender conversion syndrome, sounded terrifyingly serious. Instead, 5 minutes later, her phone chimed. The HR manager replied with a brutally simple message: received, approved, 1 month of paid sick leave. Rest well. Lynn Anren stared at the phone screen, falling silent once more. Why is everyone around me so emotionally stable? A doctor who, faced with a patient undergoing a sex change, calmly prescribed a bottle of medicine without blinking. An HR manager who, learning an employee had contracted an unprecedented bizarre disease, approved a month of leave without a second thought. Does this world have some hidden setting I don't know about? Or has everyone long since become accustomed to such things? Lynn Anren's inner voice screamed with complaints, but her body honestly let out a breath of relief. 1 month, at least she had a 1 month buffer. In the days that followed, Lynn Anren lived a completely reclusive life at home. She didn't dare step outside, not a single step. Are you kidding? Going out with this face? What if someone she knew ran into her? She couldn't exactly walk up to someone and say, "Hey, I'm Lynn Anren, and I've changed sex." All meals came via delivery. Every time the delivery person knocked on the door, she was terrified, wearing her cap and mask pulled tight, opening the door just enough to grab the food before slamming it shut, not daring to say a single word. She tried putting on her old clothes, but the t-shirt and casual pants looked loose and oversized on her now slim figure, like a child wearing adult clothes. She had no choice but to anonymously order the simplest women's loungewear set online. When the package arrived, she tore it open and saw the lace trim and cute patterns. The soul of a former straight man suffered an immense cultural shock. The most devastating part was using the bathroom. During the first 2 days, she almost instinctively went to relieve herself, standing up several times, catching herself at the last second each time, and awkwardly sitting down with a wave of discomfort. And afterward, she had to wipe. A foreign and confusing task. With something this huge happening to her, she was terrified, yet couldn't tell anyone. She spent entire days holed up at home, unable to even enjoy her favorite movies. The joys and sorrows on the screen all seemed bland compared to her own absurd reality. Most of the time, she buried herself under the blankets, staring at the ceiling and contemplating life. Several days passed in this hazy state. By evening, the crushing boredom nearly drowned her. Just then, her phone screen lit up. A message from Lu Yen. Lu Yen, what are you up to? There's a new MMORPG called Fleeting Dreams. The graphics are amazing. Want to play together? Lynn Anren looked at the message, her heart a tangle of emotions. Play games. She didn't have the spirit for it now. She sighed and replied, feeling a bit under the weather lately, no energy. You go ahead and play. Lu Yen, feeling unwell. What happened? Is it serious? Do you need me to come over and check on you? Seeing Lu Yan's reply, Lynn Anren's heart tightened. Lynn Anren, nothing, just a common cold. Already took leave and resting at home. Don't come over. I'd hate to pass it on to you. She really couldn't let Lu Yen come over. Lu Yen, all right then, rest well and drink plenty of hot water. Call me if you need anything. Ending the chat with Lu Yen, Lynn Anren tossed her phone aside. Silence reclaimed the room. She was truly bored to the point of going moldy. Restlessly, she rolled around on the bed, but finally couldn't resist reaching to the nightstand for her gaming laptop. Since she had no energy for big games, she'd play a few rounds of fast-paced MOBA to pass the time. She skillfully logged into the account she'd played for years and entered the matchmaking queue. Soon the game began. Everything was as usual, picking heroes, landing, team fighting. until a key team fight in the mid-game. The situation was extremely tense. She instinctively pressed the voice key and called out commands. Support shield me. AD fall back. I'll go in and tank. The moment her words fell, team chat went silent for 2 seconds. Then a gruff male voice rang out, "Whoa. What? We got a girl on our team." Another teammate chimed in immediately. "For real? Hey girl, say a few more words." Only then did Lin Anren realize what she had done. Her current voice. "Wow, your voice sounds amazing. Are you playing mid, girl? Don't worry, I'll protect you." The top laner, who had been cursing moments ago, did a complete 180. "Yeah, you don't rushing, girl. Just stay behind us. We'll feed you every kill." The jungler chimed in. From then on, the entire game shifted tone. Lin Anren was practically being worshipped like a goddess by 4 teammates. The blue buff was always hers, the minion waves always hers. The moment she took damage, all 4 teammates would pounce like mad dogs to tear the enemy apart. She barely needed to operate. Just following behind teammates and casting skills, kills came flying to her one after another. Girls 666. That play was sick, girl. What gear do you need? I'll farm for you. Lin Anren sat before the computer, expression blank. She had played this game for almost 8 years and never received such treatment. No matter how well she played before, the most she got was mid is godlike. And when she messed up, teammates would flame her nonstop. But now, just because she was a girl with a nice voice, even her casual moves drew praise, and when she made mistakes, teammates only said, "It's fine, it's not your fault." Being worshipped unconditionally, being held in the palm of everyone's hand. Honestly, it felt strange, but kind of nice. A strange, unprecedented thrill rose from deep within her heart. The game soon ended in victory under her teammates' escort. The moment the results screen appeared, friend requests from all 4 teammates immediately popped up. Player Kill Lovers requests to add you as a friend. Player Jungle Prince requests to add you as a friend. Lin Anren was startled by this scene as an inexplicable social anxiety welled up inside her. She panicked, hurriedly closed the game client, went offline at lightning speed, and played dead. The computer screen went dark, reflecting her pure and slightly panicked face. She leaned back in her chair, heart still pounding. That feeling had been incredible. But with no more games to play, boredom set in again. Out of nowhere, the MMORPG Lu Yin mentioned, Fleeting Dreams, popped into her mind again. Should she give it a try? After all, she was bored. And a bold, thrilling thought crossed her mind. What if she used a female character? Once the thought took root, it spread like wild grass across her mind. The fleeting experience of being the center of attention in the game had left an indelible mark upon her soul, a soul that had spent 24 years living as an ordinary man. To be protected, to be praised, to have advantages handed to her on a silver platter without so much as lifting a finger. Such sensations were a fatal temptation to a slacker who lived by the philosophy of doing just enough to get by. Just a little secret play I won't tell Lu Yen. Lin Anren murmured softly, constructing excuses for her own behavior. She opened her browser search for the official website of Floating Life Dream Guide and downloaded the game client. During the tedious minutes of waiting for the download to complete, she waged a war within herself. Reason told her that a grown man playing as a female character and reveling in the adoration of other men was nothing short of perverse. Yet emotionally, that intoxicating rush of novelty and thrill tugged at her stirring, restless desire. With a soft chime, the game finished installing. Lin Anren bit her lip and reasoned with herself, no one here knows who I am. In the online world, letting loose a little should be fine, shouldn't it? She double-clicked to launch the game. A graceful classical melody filled her ears as an exquisitely crafted login screen appeared. She had to admit, Lu Yen had impeccable taste. The graphics in this game were truly top tier. She registered an account and entered the character creation screen. On the server selection interface, she deliberately avoided the realms Lu Yen had mentioned before and chose one that seemed relatively empty. Then came the most critical step, choosing gender. On the screen, a dashing male character model stood on the left, while a graceful female character model waited on the right. Lin Anren's cursor hovered between the two options, indecisive. Choosing a male character would align with her self-perception and spare her any psychological burden. But that would also mean reverting to her old hardcore gaming mode, where everything depended solely on her own efforts. Choosing a female character. Images of the previous match flashed through her mind, teammates calling her little sister and yielding every advantage to her. That delightful sense of being cherished once again tickled her heart. Damn it, I'm going for it. With a decisive click, Lin Anren steeled herself and selected the female character on the right. Next came the choice of race and class. She wasn't particularly well-versed in MMORPGs, but she wasn't entirely unfamiliar either. She quickly scrolled through the introductions. Among the races, there was a spirit fox clan, described as possessing fox ears and a fluffy tail with an adorable and endearing appearance. Lin Anren barely hesitated before selecting it. If she was going to do this, she might as well do it right. Cuteness was all that mattered. When it came to class selection, she spotted names like Sword Venerable and Dharma God, which sounded impressively powerful but apparently demanded high skill. As a self-proclaimed lazy gamer, she had no intention of investing such effort. Her gaze soon fell upon a class called Soundmaster. Soundmaster, a support class that provides buffs and healing to teammates through musical performance. Low attack power, simple mechanics, and gorgeous skill effects. Low attack power meant no need to engage in close combat. Simple mechanics meant she could coast effortlessly. Gorgeous skill effects meant visual pleasure. Perfect. This class was tailor-made for a slacker player like her. Done. Finally came face customization and naming. The face customization system was impressive, but Lynn Anrin couldn't be bothered to fine-tune it. She simply selected a pure and adorable preset template recommended by the system, changed the hair color to a soft chestnut shade, and adjusted the eye color to a warm apricot tone matching her own. Staring at the cute character on screen, a pair of fluffy fox ears atop its head and wide, innocent eyes gazing back, Lynn Anrin fell silent. Wasn't this just a chibi version of herself? The naming stage left her stumped. What should she call herself? She certainly couldn't use Lynn Anrin. That was far too obvious. After some thought, she decided to split characters from her own name. Anrin. Ranin. She typed Ran into the input box. Ran. The doubled syllable cutesy to the point of saccharine name made her crack a laugh at herself. The sound was so soft and sweet. How humiliating. But then she reasoned that since no one knew her, the more embarrassing the name, the safer it was. She clicked Create Character. A burst of shimmering light flashed across the screen, and her character, Ran, appeared at the capital city's spawn point. The in-game visuals exceeded her expectations. Ancient-styled architecture lined the bustling streets, and players clad in gorgeous attire moved about in every direction. Everything radiated a sense of freshness and wonder. Lynn Anrin awkwardly fumbled with the WASD keys, spinning her little fox character in circles to familiarize herself with the controls. Around her, many other new players like herself bobbed about, sporting green new labels above their heads. At that moment, a private chat window suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of her screen. Private Sword Sweeps 8 Realms Little Sister. Lynn Anrin's heart skipped a beat. So fast. She stared at those two characters on the screen, and her heart began to race uninvited. She recalled the scene from her afternoon gaming session, being called Little Sister, and then showered with attention by a group of people. And now that same term was being directed at her once more. She felt her cheeks growing warm, her fingers hovering over the keyboard in indecision. The other party seemed patiently waiting, offering no pressure. After several deep breaths, Lynn Anrin finally typed a trembling response. Private Ran, yes. The instant she sent it, she regretted it. Why had she replied? She should have just stayed silent. Before she could dwell on her mistake, another message arrived. Private Sword Sweeps 8 Realms. You just started playing, right? Are you solo? Want to join our guild? Guild? Lynn Anrin paused, taken aback. Private Sword Sweeps 8 Realms. It's a newly formed guild, not many members yet. Just a group of bros who hang out together. The atmosphere is great. To join or not to join? A new guild with few members. Lynn Anrin felt a spark of interest. Fewer people meant fewer complications. Besides, playing this kind of game alone was practically impossible. She hesitated for a few seconds. Before she could decide, another message followed immediately. Private Sword Sweeps 8 Realms Moonlit Evening Drink. That was the guild's name. Almost simultaneously, a guild invitation appeared in the center of her screen. Player Sword Sweeps 8 Realms has invited you to join the guild Moonlit Evening Drink. Do you accept? Lynn Anrin stared at the invitation box and, as if possessed by some inexplicable impulse, clicked Accept. At nearly the same moment, a green guild tag appeared in her chat channel. She opened it and found the guild channel eerily quiet. Indeed, not many members. Just as she was thinking this, the player named Sword Sweeps 8 Realms sent a message in the guild channel, shattering the silence instantly. Guild Sword Sweeps 8 Realms. Hey. Brothers. I pulled in a little sister. Lynn Anrin. She could feel a vein pulsing at her temple. As expected, all men were the same. The guild channel immediately erupted into commotion. Guild wind blows cool beneath my pants. Holy crap. Old Sword, you're impressive. It's only been a few days since launch, and you already recruited a little sister. Guild, this monk loves eating meat. Where's the little sister? Come out so big brothers can take a look. Guild, riding a pig on the expressway. Welcome, little sister. Do you need gear? Big brother will take you on dungeons. Reading through these messages, Lynn Anrin's toes curled so hard she imagined having carved out a 3-bedroom apartment inside her shoes. Was it still too late to leave the guild? Just as she was about to make a run for it, Sword Sweeps 8 Realms, the one who had pulled her in, posted another message that left her completely stunned. Guild Sword Sweeps 8 Realms. Everyone act normal. What if you scare off my apprentice? Apprentice? Who is your apprentice? Lynn Anrin was about to type a rebuttal when another private message from Sword Sweeps 8 Realms appeared. Private Sword Sweeps 8 Realms. Ran, I see you're a newcomer. Want to become my disciple? I'll guide you. It'll be much more convenient. Lynn Anrin found the message even more speechless. How could this person be so uncomfortably familiar so quickly? Still, having a mentor didn't sound entirely bad. At least someone could help her with quests instead of figuring everything out alone. Before she could type her agreement, someone in the guild channel asked, Guild wind blows cool beneath my pants. Wait, Old Sword, you're a girl yourself. Why are you taking a female disciple? Lynn Anrin's eyes widened in shock. What? A girl? The person who had pulled her into the guild and enthusiastically announced, "I brought in a little sister, Sword Sweeps 8 Realms," was actually a woman. She hadn't even processed the revelation when Sword Sweeps 8 Realms replied confidently in the guild channel. "Guild Sword Sweeps 8 Realms, so what if I'm a girl? Can't a girl take a female apprentice? I wanna. Ran is so cute. She's perfect as my disciple." Then her private message popped up once more. "Private Sword Sweeps 8 Realms. Ignore them, a bunch of noisy guys. So what do you say, cutie? Wanna become my disciple? Big sister will carry you." Lin Anren stared blankly at the screen, utterly bewildered. Wasn't this plot development heading in the completely wrong direction? Lin Anren was completely flustered. She had imagined many possible scenarios. Being hit on by some greasy middle-aged man invited to form a party by an enthusiastic young fellow, or even pursued by some wealthy player lavishing her with gifts. But she never could have guessed that the first person to approach her in the game was a woman. Moreover, this person not only pulled her into a guild, but was now asking to take her as an apprentice. What kind of situation was this? Gazing at the message, "Big sister will carry you through the game," in the private channel, she felt her worldview being gently shaken once again. "Guild riding a pig on the highway, ha ha ha, come off it, old sword. You haven't even figured out your own quests yet, and you want to take an apprentice. Guild, this monk loves meat, exactly. Don't worry, little sister, come apprentice under me. I'm the professional here." The guild channel was still buzzing with their teasing. The girl called Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations had a domineering ID, and from the sounds of it, she seemed to have a fiery temper as well. "Guild Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations, shut it all of you. Why can't I take apprentices? I've been playing longer than Ran. Teaching a newbie is well within my capability. Ran, don't listen to them. They're all bad people just trying to take advantage of you." Watching the exchange, Lin Anren felt her earlier awkwardness and reluctance ease considerably. If her master turned out to be this person, maybe it wouldn't be so bad after all. At least she didn't need to worry about being hunted down out of spite after someone discovered she wasn't an online fake female. Dealing with another woman would surely be safer. And although Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations came across as quite boisterous, she did seem genuinely protective of her. After a moment's hesitation, a master apprentice request popped up on her screen. "Player Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations wishes to take you as an apprentice. Do you agree?" Lin Anren stared at the agree button, weighing her isolated predicament and her complete ignorance of the game. In the end, she clicked it. "System, congratulations. You have officially become the apprentice of Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations. May you and your master explore the world together." Almost simultaneously, a message arrived from her new master in the private channel. "Master Apprentice Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations, wonderful disciple. Obedient and sweet. From now on you belong to me. If anyone bullies you, tell your master, and I'll teach them a lesson. Lin Anren." She typed her reply awkwardly. "Master Apprentice Ran, hello master. Master Apprentice Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations, ah, such an adorable reply. Stay put in the main city. I'll be there soon." Almost immediately after sending the message, Lin Anren saw a flash of white light beside her character. A female figure appeared clad in beginner cloth armor, yet wielding a gleaming greatsword. The character ID was indeed Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations. She was a towering, valiant human race female character, a striking contrast to Lin Anren's petite, cute Spirit Fox clan avatar. Nearby Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations, Ran, it's me. The girl even bounced up and down a couple of times right in front of her. Lin Anren controlled her little fox character to bounce, as well offering a silent greeting. Nearby Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations, oh my goodness, your Spirit Fox character is so cute. Those fluffy ears and tail. I should have played this race too. Her suddenly warm master circled around her, twice her tone dripping with envy. What should we do next?" Lin Anren, unaccustomed to such enthusiasm, typed to break the awkward silence. Right. Quests. Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations slapped her forehead. "Have you picked up any quests yet? Just follow the tutorial." "Not yet." "That's fine, I'll lead the way. Hand me party leadership, and I'll show you the ropes." Lin Anren handed over party leader privileges as instructed. "Come on, disciple. Your master will show you just how treacherous this world can be." Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations charged ahead with great gusto, only to run straight into a city pillar after 2 steps. Lin Anren. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind about her master's reliability. Embarrassed, Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations backed away, sidestepped the pillar, and typed in the party channel to cover her embarrassment. Party Sword Sweeping the 8 Desolations ahem lagged. The game's optimization really needs work. Lin Anren wanted to retort, but held back, simply following silently behind. The girl's real name was Suyue, and she had a refreshingly straightforward personality. She led Lin Anren to the quest NPC and accepted their first beginner quest, to kill 10 wild boars outside the city. "This quest is dead simple. Let's head outside," Suyu said brightly, leading Lin Anren toward the city gate. As soon as they stepped out, the scenery opened up beautifully. Lush green grass stretched endlessly with rolling mountains and dense forests in the distance. The scenery was truly breathtaking. Round little wild boars wandered across the meadows, their red names marking them as aggressive monsters. "See that thing over there?" Suyu pointed at a boar. "What class are you again?" Sound master right. Stay back and just buff me with healing and status effects. Watch me carry this. With that she charged forward, greatsword raised. Lin Anren quickly opened her skill menu and located a melody that boosted attack power, clumsily beginning to play. A melodious tune rang out, and a golden aura enveloped Suyu's character. "Oh, I feel pumped with power," Suyu shouted and swung her sword at the boar. A -87 damage number floated into the air. The boar let out a cry, its health bar dropping slightly, then charged fiercely at Suyu. Suyu was knocked back a step, taking a small hit to her own health. Ouch, this pig is tougher than it looks. And so the duel between one girl and one boar descended into raw primal brawling. Standing behind, Lin Anren watched her master trade blows with what should have been an easy beginner mob and fell into deep thought. Was this what carrying meant? Nearly a minute later, the little boar finally collapsed with an unwilling grunt. Suyu caught her breath and typed boastfully in party chat. "Party sword sweeping the 8 desolations. How was that, disciple? Your master is awesome, right?" Lin Anren, noticing her health was still at half, silently played another healing melody. Green musical notes drifted toward Suyu, slowly restoring her health to full. She reluctantly typed 2 words. "Party ran impressive." Naturally, Suyu, pleased with the praise, grew even more enthusiastic. 9 more to go. Let's keep moving. And so for the next half hour, Lin Anren watched her new master laboriously slay the remaining 9 boars, using what could only be described as a painstakingly slow method. Meanwhile, she simply stood in the back playing buff and healing melodies, comfortably idle. With the quest completed, they returned to the city to turn it in, earning some experience and a few pieces of white-tier equipment. Few leveled up. Suyu said happily, "Let's go get the next quest." Lin Anren, watching her master's inexperienced yet enthusiastic demeanor, suddenly thought that having a master like this wasn't so bad after all. Although not particularly reliable, she was at least fun. Just then someone in the guild channel suddenly DM'd her. "Guild, wind blowing cold through my pants. Ran little sister, did your master really take you outside to chop boars?" Lin Anren paused and replied, "Yes, why? Guild, riding a pig on the highway, ha 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 ha, I knew it. Guild, this monk loves meat, little sister, don't listen to her." Next to the beginner quest NPC, there's a quest bulletin board. You can pick up 10 quests at once, then clear them all outside before turning them in. That's far more efficient. Lin Anren finally noticed a wooden board she had completely overlooked standing right beside the quest NPC. She clicked on it, and indeed found a list of beginner quests posted there. Meanwhile, her dear master Suyu had also seen the guild chat and fell silent. A few seconds later, "Party sword sweeping the 8 desolations. Party sword sweeping the 8 desolations, disciple, I think we made a pointless trip." Lin Anren looked at her screen and finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Ahem, well, it was an accident, all accidents. Suyu attempted to salvage her dignity as a master, mainly because the game's tutorial is terribly designed. Exactly, that's exactly it. Lin Anren graciously chose not to puncture her excuse, merely accepting every quest posted on the bulletin board in silence. "Party Ranran master, are we fighting these now?" "Fight them. Of course we fight them." Suyu rallied her spirits. "This time I'll definitely show you my true strength." Thus the two set out from the city once more. With clear objectives in mind, their efficiency genuinely improved. Gathering herbs, delivering messages, dispatching various small creatures. Lin Anren followed closely behind, Suyu merely needing to strum her harp and replenish health whenever Suyu engaged in her passionate close-quarters combat with monsters. The feeling was rather wondrous. She had nothing to worry about, she only needed to be a qualified companion. Though Suyu's mechanics were poor, her enthusiasm was high, taking on all the errands and fighting. Lin Anren, a late-stage case of laziness, actually found this setup damn comfortable. Disciple, look. I dropped a blue-grade garment. It's for Sound Masters, take it." Suyu sent a trade request excitedly. Lin Anren accepted, and an outfit with significantly better stats than her basic white gear slipped into her bag. "Party Ranran, thank you, master." "Party Jindang Ba Huang, don't mention it. You're my disciple, so the good stuff naturally goes to you first. Put it on and see how it looks." Lin Anren swapped into the new attire, and her character's appearance instantly improved considerably. "Party Jindang Ba Huang, wow. So pretty. My disciple is absolutely adorable." Reading the messages from her master, Lin Anren felt an indescribable emotion well up within her. It was warm yet slightly awkward. It felt utterly different from the praise she used to receive from a crowd of men in MOBA games. Those compliments carried a distinct hormonal undertone, whereas Suyu's adoration was purely unadulterated appreciation between girls. This sensation made her feel far more relaxed and at ease. After clearing a round of quests, the two reached level 10. "We're level 10. We can run the first dungeon now." Suyu was even more thrilled than Lin Anren. "Let's go give it a try." "A dungeon? Just the two of us?" Lin Anren felt a pang of anxiety. Though she didn't play games often, she knew dungeons typically required a full party. "What's there to fear? I'm here." Suyu puffed out her chest. "I'm at least a sword venerable, oh I can tank and deal damage. You're just a sound master, so stay back and keep me healed." Lin Anren thought that with her earlier scratch-like damage against the little wild boars, how could she claim to tank and DPS? But she didn't have the heart to say it aloud, and simply gritted her teeth following Suyu to the dungeon entrance. The dungeon was named Secluded Bamboo Forest, a 5-player instance. Already many players near the entrance were shouting for party members. Need a healer for Secluded Bamboo Forest 4-weight 1 speed run group. Need strong DPS, anyone's fine, let's clear this fast. Suyu completely ignored those calls and dragged Lin Anren straight into the dungeon. System, you have entered the dungeon, Secluded Bamboo Forest, normal mode. Recommended level 10 to 15. Recommended party size 5. Gazing at the system prompt, Lin Anren's heart pounded. Party Ranran Master, is this really going to work? Party Jiandang Ba Huang, relax, it's only normal mode, piece of cake. Watch my skills. The environment inside the dungeon was exceedingly serene, a dense bamboo grove with mini-mobs consisting of bamboo pit vipers and corrupted pandas. Suyu charged forward with her sword raised, hacking away relentlessly at the first wave of 3 little snakes. Lin Anren hurriedly followed behind, strumming her harp and casting healing spells. Then she could only watch helplessly as Suyu's health bar spiked and plummeted like a roller coaster. The pace of her healing could barely keep up with the rate at which Suyu was losing health. 1 fighter and 1 healer against 3 mobs proved to be a thrilling, peril-filled battle. It took a full 5 minutes to clear the first wave. Suyu was left panting heavily on the spot. Party Jiandang Ba Huang, phew. These dungeon mobs are pretty tough, huh? Lin Anren gazed at her nearly depleted mana bar and fell into deep silence. Just this. Still want to fight the boss. She felt they might just be doomed right here today. Party Ranran Master, how about we go out and recruit some people? Party Jiandang Ba Huang, absolutely not. As a master, how could she admit defeat in front of her disciple? Just wait a moment, I'll take a potion. Suyu pulled a red vial from her bag and downed at her health bar, instantly refilling. Let's go, keep moving. Lin Anren could only follow with a sigh. And so the two advanced incrementally into the depths of the dungeon in an exceedingly slow and dangerous manner. Lin Anren's focus was razor-sharp, her fingers never leaving the shortcut keys for her healing skills, terrified that a single lapse in attention would cause her valiant master to perish on the spot. Half an hour later, they finally stood before the first boss, battered and bruised from head to toe. It was a colossal panda with blood-red eyes, looking decidedly formidable. Disciple, watch closely. This realm is what your master has forged for you. Suyu cried out heroically, then charged forward. The ensuing spectacle was almost too painful for Lin Anren to watch. Suyu was swatted away by the boss's massive paw, her health bar dropping by a third in an instant. She scrambled back up and charged again, only to be swatted away once more. Lin Anren frantically played her harp, behind her the glow of her healing spells never ceasing. She could already feel her wrists growing sore. Party Jiandang Ba Huang, disciple. Heal. Heal me. I'm dying. Party Ranran, I'm healing. I'm healing. Stop tanking it, raw. Dodge the abilities. The two wailed and howled through the party channel. The boss began charging a skill, and a massive red circle materialized beneath its feet. Dodge it quickly, Lin Anren hastily typed to warn her. Suyu saw it too and frantically tried to run outside the circle, but in her panic her controls fumbled, and she accidentally stepped 2 paces toward the center instead. Boom. Enormous damage numbers floated above her head. Suyu's character let out a shriek, dissolved into a beam of white light, and collapsed on the ground. The world fell silent. Deprived of a target, the boss let out a bewildered roar, redirecting its enmity toward the sole survivor, Lin Anren. Watching the colossal panda charge straight for her, she quietly released the keyboard. A few seconds later, she too dissolved into a beam of white light, lying defeated beside her master. System, your party has been wiped out in the dungeon. They were both teleported back to the dungeon entrance. The atmosphere grew painfully awkward for a moment. Suyu lay on the ground pretending to be dead, saying nothing. Lin Anren didn't know what to say either. After a long while, Suyu finally sent a message through the party channel in a mournful tone. Party Jiandang Ba Huang, disciple, I feel we might still need to recruit some people. Reading that message, Lin Anren could finally hold back, no longer burying her face in her hands as she laughed until her whole body shook. This master of hers was such a complete laughstock. Though her skills were absolutely terrible, she was truly having such a great time. For the first time, Lin Anren realized that playing games could be this joyful. Without hesitation, Suyu stood tall and confident at the entrance of the dungeon, beginning to call out like the others. Nearby, Jiandang Ba Huang, someone come to the tranquil bamboo forest, looking for strong teammates. As soon as she sent the message, several team leaders nearby turned to look at them. Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat, harboring a glimmer of hope. However, those players merely glanced up and down at their characters. One a level 10 sword master clad in novice blue gear, the other a level 10 tone master in basic starter equipment. Without a word, the others turned away and resumed their own calls. It was clear they were being ignored. Suyu shouted until her voice grew hoarse, yet no one paid them any mind. This is outrageous. These people are so snobbish. Suyu stamped her foot in anger. What's wrong with being a lower level and having inferior gear? Who do they think they're looking down on? Lin Anren remained composed, having anticipated this outcome. In games, everyone wants to team up with strong players. Nobody wants to carry beginners who clearly dragged the group down. Master, how about we just give up and do some more quests to level up first? Lin Anren suggested. No way. I'm going to clear this dungeon today. Suyu's face hardened with determination. Just as they were at a loss, Lin Anren's guild channel suddenly lit up, scrolling at an incredible pace. Guild Chi Zhu Shang Gao Su. Holy crap. Who did I just see? Guild Pin Sung Ai Chi Ro alive. It's the living guild leader. Guild Feng Chue Ku Dang Liang. Hello guild leader. What brings you online today? Guild Chi Zhu Shang Gao Su Yin Shun. Big Thigh, please protect us. The entire guild channel erupted with excitement at the leader's presence. Lin Anren curiously opened the member list and found the name everyone was talking about. Yin Shun class, sword venerable, level 35. Level 35. Lin Anren blinked in surprise. The game had only been out for a few days, and the top player was only at level 36. This person was merely one level below the leader of the rankings. Plus his name displayed a glowing golden leader insignia. So Yin Shun was the guild leader of Moonlit Evening Drink. Yin Shun. Suyu noticed the commotion in the guild chat, and her eyes lit up with predatory excitement. Disciple, do you know who Yin Shun is? Suyu typed excitedly in the party channel. Party ran guild leader. She seemed impressive. Party Jiandang Ba Huang, not just impressive. He's the top powerhouse on this server's combat power rankings. He also founded our guild, but he's so elusive you rarely catch him online. Who would have guessed he'd log in today? Suyu grew increasingly animated. Party Jiandang Ba Huang, disciple, we're saved. Before Lin Anren could process what her master meant, she watched Suyu send a message to the guild channel with the desperation of someone facing death. Guild Jiandang Ba Huang Yin Shun guild leader. Oh guild lord. Help. Your pitiful, weak, helpless new guild member is being rejected by everyone at the dungeon entrance. Please take me along. Her message caused the bustling guild channel to fall silent for 3 seconds. Then came an even more furious flood of replies. Guild Chi Zhu Shang Gao Su ha. Old Jin, you're bold. Daring to the guild leader directly. Guild Pin Sing Ai Chi Ro, admirable courage waiting to be ignored. Guild Feng Chue Ku Dang Liang, old Jian's lost his mind, case closed. Lin Anren was speechless watching Suyu's antics. Wasn't that too straightforward? Would someone as elusive as Yin Shun really respond to a low-level guild member's plea? Though she wanted to latch on as such a powerful player, she suspected it was futile. Yet, just as everyone assumed Yin Shun wouldn't respond, that golden ID appeared in the guild channel with 2 characters. Guild Yin Shun where? The guild channel fell deathly quiet once more. After a few seconds, Guild Chi Zhu Shang Gao Su, no way. Was she seeing things? The guild leader replied. Guild Pin Sung Ai Chi Ro. The guild leader actually replied. Suyu was equally stunned. She'd only thrown out a desperate attempt, never expecting it to work. Her hands trembled with excitement as she quickly responded. Guild Jiandang Ba Huang here. Here. At the entrance of the tranquil bamboo forest dungeon. Guild leader, we're waiting for you. After sending the message, Suyu immediately dragged Lin Anren to the most visible spot at the dungeon entrance, standing at attention like eager subordinates awaiting inspection. Stand straight, disciple. Let's show our best spirits. Suyu said in the party channel. Lin Anren. She thought her master might genuinely be a bit unhinged. Shortly after, a beam of teleportation light materialized before them. As the glow faded, a tall male character stood revealed. Lin Anren's attention was instantly captured. He was a heavenly human race sword master, tall and imposing, armored in dark gold that shimmered with golden light, a massive greatsword strapped to his back, crackling with lightning. Clearly an item of extraordinary quality. The character ID read Yin Shun. Merely standing there, he radiated an overwhelming aura that compelled the noisy surrounding players to fall silent. Holy crap. Is this what a whale looks like? Suyu muttered to herself. Lin Anren couldn't agree more. His presence and gear were on an entirely different plane from novices like them, fresh from the starting village. Getting carried by this big shot would be an absolute windfall. Yin Shun approached them wordlessly and sent a party invitation. Both eagerly accepted. Party Jiandang Ba Huang, hello guild leader. Party Ran, hello guild leader. Party Yin Shun. Such was the aloofness of a top player. Suyu's eyes darted as she recalled their earlier defeat and quickly grasped for an excuse to save face. Party Jiandang Ba Huang, guild leader, could we open voice chat? Typing commands is too cumbersome and it's affecting my performance. I couldn't dodge the boss's skill last time because I was too busy typing. Watching her master spin such blatant lies with a straight face, Lin Anren quietly lowered her head, unable to bear witnessing the spectacle. She expected the cold master to refuse, but unexpectedly, Party Yin Shun, sure. He actually agreed. Suyu immediately set up a party voice channel and invited both of them. Lin Anren hesitated, feeling reluctant given her current voice situation. But then she reasoned that it was all online anyway. Nobody knew anyone, and voice chat was genuinely much more convenient. She ultimately clicked accept. Hey, can you hear me? Guild Master. Apprentice. The moment the voice channel connected, Suyu's cheerful and energetic voice immediately rang out, perfectly matching her boisterous personality. Lin Anren's ears rang from her loud voice, and he instinctively turned down the volume on his headphones. I can't hear you. A deep and highly magnetic male voice responded, crisp and clean like a stream of clear spring water on a summer day, instantly balancing out Su Yu's boisterousness. It was that Yin Shun. Lin Anren silently praised this voice in his heart. If the voice was any indication, he was definitely handsome. Ran, how about you, apprentice? Can you hear me? Su Yu was still calling out to her. Lin Anren cleared his throat and responded with a soft into the microphone, somewhat self-conscious. I hear you. She deliberately lowered her voice, attempting to sound less soft-spoken, but it was futile. Those two words, when they left her mouth, were soft and sweet with a barely perceptible huskiness, like a kitten's claws gently scratching at someone's heart. Wow! Su Yu immediately exclaimed. Apprentice, your voice is so nice. It's so soft, so cute. Lin Anren's face flushed red instantly. Here it comes again. That feeling of embarrassment when someone compliments your voice to your face. He'd been a man for over 20 years, and being called cute only made things feel incredibly strange. Yet against his will, a trace of inexplicable delight stirred in his heart. He cleared his throat twice, at a loss for words. Just then that deep male voice spoke up again, coming to his rescue. Let's enter the instance. All right, let's go. Su Yu responded immediately, as the team leader Yin Shun directly brought them into the dungeon. Familiar scenery, familiar bamboo forest. But Lin Anren's heart could not calm down at all. For some reason, that phrase Yin Shun had just said, that voice, that intonation, it gave her an extremely strong sense of déjà vu. Too similar. Really too similar. Similar to whom? A name suddenly leapt from the depths of her mind. Lu Yen. Her good brother, her childhood friend. Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat. Impossible. She immediately dismissed this absurd notion in her heart. How could it possibly be Lu Yen? First, she had specifically chosen a different server from Lu Yen precisely to avoid him. If Lu Yen were going to play, he would naturally choose the server he himself had selected. Secondly, although Lu Yen also played games, he was at most a skilled player. But the Yin Shun before her eyes, whether in equipment or skill, was clearly at the peak of the server. Lu Yen had money, but would he spend so recklessly on a game? Lin Anren didn't think, so Lu Yen was a very practical person. Finally, and most importantly, could that emotional blockhead Lu Yen ever be so proactive as to take two unknown girls into a dungeon? Would he even agree to turn on voice chat? Absolutely not. The more Lin Anren thought about it, the more she felt she was overthinking. There were plenty of people in the world with similar voices. She was being paranoid. Right, it was because she had just transformed, and her nerves were too tense, causing auditory hallucinations. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and shook off this unrealistic thought from her mind. Apprentice, what are you zoning out for? Hurry and give me an attack buff. Su Yu's voice came through the voice channel. Oh, coming. Lin Anren snapped back to reality, and quickly fumbled to play the zither. Golden notes floated toward Yin Shun, and Su Yue applying buff effects to them. Meanwhile, Yin Shun was already charging toward the first wave of mobs, those three bamboo pit vipers that had once taken the master and apprentice 5 grueling minutes to defeat. Lin Anren instinctively gripped her healing skill, ready to restore Yin Shun's health at any moment. However, what happened next rendered all her preparations moot. Yin Shun's figure moved like lightning, weaving between the 3 small snakes, as his greatsword carved 3 fierce arcs through the air. Minus 18,754. Minus 19,023. Minus 18,999. 3 massive crimson critical damage numbers rose simultaneously from above the heads of the 3 snakes. Then, without even a chance to hiss, the 3 snakes dissolved into green smoke and vanished on the spot. One-shot kill. Clean and efficient. A kill in less than 3 seconds. In the voice channel, Su Yu's breathing froze. Lin Anren also stared blankly at the empty space before her mind completely blank. Is this the power of the server's number 1? After several seconds, Su Yu finally erupted with an earth-shattering scream in the voice channel. Holy shit. Guildmaster. What kind of damage is that? Are you hacking? Yin Shun did not respond, only silently moving toward the next wave of monsters. Lin Anren watched his tall, reliable figure, and the last traces of doubt in his heart completely dissipated. What nonsense. How could that guy Lu Yen possibly be this incredible? This absolutely couldn't be him. With Yin Shun as such an overwhelmingly powerful carry, the subsequent dungeon run could no longer be called an adventure for Lin Anren and Su Yu. It was simply a one-sided massacre. The bamboo forest path that had once been fraught with peril for the master and disciple now felt like a broad, open highway. Yin Shun always led the way, silent yet remarkably efficient. His method of pulling enemies was entirely unlike that of ordinary players. While others cleared them one by one, or in small waves, he simply charged forward, sword in hand. Wherever he passed, all the bamboo pit vipers and demonized pandas surged toward him like a rabid tide from every direction. Behind him formed a long dragon-like tail of monsters. Guild leader. Too many. They'll pull aggro. Su Yu watched from behind, trembling with fear, unable to help but shout over the voice chat. Lin Anren's palms grew slick with sweat as well. She hadn't played many games, but she knew that pulling monsters this recklessly could easily lead to a total party wipe. Yet, Yin Shun merely replied with 2 calm words. It's fine. Once the monsters had gathered sufficiently, he abruptly turned around and drove his great sword into the ground. Sword formation, thunder prison. With a low cry, a colossal lightning magic array erupted from his center, and countless thick strands of purple electricity rained down from the heavens, forming a ferocious realm of thunderous purgatory around him. The clustered mini-bosses were like meat thrust into a grinder, their health bars plummeting at a visible rate. Minus 5,234, minus 5,541, minus 5,198. A relentless cascade of damage numbers swept across the monsters' heads like a waterfall, leaving Lin Anren dazzled and speechless. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of mini-bosses were cleared by a single skill. Suyu was completely at a loss on the voice channel, repeatedly shouting, "Holy crap," and "Awesome." Lin Anren's initial tension gradually faded into numbness and finally complete relaxation. She finally understood. Whether she the healer was present or not made absolutely no difference in this dungeon. Throughout the entire encounter, Yenshin's health bar never dropped below 95. Her healing output wasn't even close to matching his natural regeneration rate. Her role had effectively been demoted to cheerleader. Actually, not even that. She simply needed to follow behind and act as a qualified ornament. This feeling, this sensation of doing absolutely nothing, worrying about nothing, and simply lying back to win. Damn, how incredibly comfortable is this? The salted fish, string deep within Lin Anren's heart, was plucked with great force. She began to leisurely slack off, even finding the spare attention to appreciate the scenery within the dungeon as she followed along. It had to be admitted that the game's visuals were indeed impressive. The bamboo forest was tranquil, dappled with shifting light and shadow, and fireflies occasionally drifted past. It was genuinely beautiful. Soon they arrived once again before the final boss, the enormous, demonized panda. Apprentice, look. It was this bastard. It was the one that backhanded me to death just now. The moment Suyu spotted the boss, she erupted with excitement, as if eager to settle old scores. Yenshin glanced back at them, and said over voice chat, "Stand back." Before the two could react, he had already charged forward alone, sword in hand. What followed gave Lin Anren another taste of what dimensionality reduction meant. The ferocious boss that had once tossed Suyu around like a ball was in front of Yenshin, nothing more than a clumsy toy. Every swipe and pounce of the boss was effortlessly evaded by Yenshin with extraordinary grace. His movement was both fluid and precise, as if dancing on the edge of a blade, always avoiding all damage at the narrowest possible margin. And every counterattack he landed drew a long cascade of health bar depletion from the boss. The boss activated the same charged ultimate move that had one-shot Suyu earlier, a massive red circle appearing beneath its feet. Yenshin didn't even attempt to step out of the circle. At the instant before it detonated, golden light flared across his character. A skill barrier absorbed all the damage, and a stream of immune text floated above his head. Suyu stood dumbfounded in the voice channel. This can be blocked too. Doesn't that skill only block single target attacks? Yenshin offered no explanation, his actions never faltering. In less than a minute, that formerly invincible giant panda emitted an unwilling mournful cry and crashed to the ground. System, congratulations. Your team has successfully cleared the dungeon. Tranquil Bamboo Forest, normal mode. System, you have obtained 35000 experience points and 500 copper coins. System, you have obtained Bamboo Leaf Bracer. As a series of system notifications scrolled past, golden light flashed around Lin Anren's character, and she leveled up directly to level 12. Suyu also gained a level and was jumping up and down excitedly in place. We won. We won. Huh. We cleared it. Lin Anren looked at the boss's corpse on the ground, then at the calm and collected master in the party who had never once broken composure. Her heart was filled with countless reflections. As expected, the quality of a gaming experience has nothing to do with what game you play, but entirely with whom you play it with. Playing with a noob master meant a thrilling comedic adventure. Playing with an invincible god meant a relaxing, leisurely scenic film. Though the journey differed, the outcome was equally joyful. Having cleared the dungeon, Suyu's excited mood took a long time to settle. She kept peppering Yenshin with questions. Captain, how did you pull off that blocking skill just now? How could you block the full screen AoE? Captain, where did you get all that gear? It's so cool. Captain, are you taking on apprentices? Faced with Suyu's rapid-fire questions, Yenshin simply responded with silence. Lin Anren, watching from the side, felt second-hand embarrassment on his behalf. Her master's level of familiarity was truly off the charts. Perhaps Suyu was simply too noisy for Yenshin. Finally spoke through the voice channel, cutting her off. There's a place with a nice view. Would you like to go take a look? His voice retained that same cold, detached tone, yet for some reason Lin Anren couldn't shake the feeling that the question had been posed somewhat deliberately. Let's go. Of course. Suyu immediately tossed her earlier questions to the winds and eagerly agreed. Lin Anren naturally had no objections. Why turn down a free sightseeing ride? Yenshin let out a whistle, and a massive beast entirely white in color with magnificent wings materialized from thin air and landed before them. The beast bore a resemblance to the legendary Qilin, yet was even more majestic, its form wreathed in a faint starlight. It was clearly an extremely rare mount. Wow, what an amazing mount. So cool. Suyu circled the creature, twice her eyes sparkling with delight. Yenshin offered no explanation, simply sending a riding invitation. Suyu accepted without hesitation and immediately hopped onto the mount's back. Shortly after, Lin Anren received her own invitation. She accepted, and her character gracefully sprang forward, settling in front of Yenshin. This position. Lin Anren's character was a petite spirit fox, while Yenshin's Tianren character was quite tall. With her seated there, it was almost as if she were being held entirely within his embrace. Even through the screen, Lin Anren felt a hint of discomfort. She silently guided her character backward, doing her best to maintain some distance from the person ahead. The mount let out a low growl, unfurled its enormous wings, and shot straight into the sky. The scenery rushed past in a blur, and the howling wind filled her earphones. Soon they had flown past the tranquil bamboo forest, piercing through the clouds, to reach a floating island suspended in midair. The sky here was a deep purple dotted with countless twinkling stars, as though an inverted sea of galaxies lay above them. Several enormous luminous whales trailed their long tail fins, slowly gliding through the river of stars. Not far away, a spectacular waterfall cascaded from the edge of the floating island, plunging into an endless sea of clouds. The water itself seemed to be composed of countless points of starlight. Oh my god, this place is too beautiful. Suyu was utterly captivated by the scene before her, constantly pressing the screenshot button. Lin Anren was equally stunned by the dreamlike scenery. She didn't play games often, but she could tell that creating a scene of this caliber meant the game's art was absolutely top tier. Yenshin brought the mount to a halt at the edge of the floating island, and the three of them disembarked. Suyu had already run toward the waterfall to take frenzied photos. Lin Anren walked to the cliffside, sat down, and dangled her legs over the edge, quietly gazing at the distant galaxy. Yenshin made no move to disturb them, simply standing quietly to the side. For a moment, the voice channel held only Suyu's excited exclamations and the soft whisper of the wind. Lin Anren felt incredibly relaxed. The panic and unease brought on by the daytime transformation seemed to have been soothed away beneath this tranquil starlit sky. She even temporarily forgot about Yenshin's presence and dismissed her own tangled conjectures, simply immersing herself in the beauty of the moment. After an indeterminate amount of time, Suyu glanced at the clock and began loudly exclaiming in the voice channel. "Oh no, it's so late. No way. My mom's coming to check on me. I have to log off. Captain Apprentice, I'm heading out now. Let's play together again tomorrow. Bye." With that, Suyu's character dissolved into a streak of white light and went offline. The floating island, which had been somewhat lively just moments before, instantly became empty except for Lin Anren and Yenshin. The atmosphere grew subtly awkward. Lin Anren moved her finger, preparing to log off as well. She stood up and typed in the party channel. "Party Ranran Captain, thank you for today. I need to log off too." Just as she was about to press the exit button, a friend request popped up on her screen. "Player, Yenshin, requests to add you as a friend." Lin Anren paused in surprise. Immediately after, a private message also appeared. "Private Yenshin, can we play together tomorrow?" Lin Anren's eyes widened slightly as she read the message. What was going on? The server's top player was proactively adding her as a friend and asking if they could play together the next day. What could a level 12 newbie with poor mechanics and nothing but cuteness to offer possibly be worth such attention from someone of his stature? Unless... A bold thought, uncontrollable and sudden, rose from the depths of Lin Anren's mind. She recalled the male teammates who used to fawn over her during her MOBA sessions. Could this top player actually be trying to woo her? The moment the thought appeared, Lin Anren's heartbeat quickened inexplicably. A strange sensation, part thrill, part amusement, and a touch of vanity, welled up within her. Being pursued by the #1 player in the entire server. This storyline actually sounded rather exciting. However, she thought of Lu Yan once more. No, it was impossible. She immediately shook her head, banishing Lu Yan's handsome but stoic face from her thoughts. Lu Yan, that ice tree who had never shown a spark of interest in anyone. How could he possibly do something like this? Actively asking a girl out in a game. Did he even have that function? This Yenshin in front of her was most likely just a wealthy, leisurely player looking for some fun in the game. Seeing a newbie with a pleasant voice and a cute character, he simply wanted to experience the thrill of carrying a girl through the game. Yes, it must be that. Once she settled on this reasoning, Lin Anren found herself no longer nervous. After all, it was just the online world. Neither knew the other. Accompanying a top player for a bit didn't seem like much of a loss. Besides, the feeling of being carried by such an elite player was genuinely enjoyable. Her innate laziness reared its head at that moment and claimed victory. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Anren's mouth as her fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard. "Private Ranran, sure." She appended a smiling emoji after her reply. Having sent the message, she immediately clicked offline, and her character dissolved into white light. Sitting before her computer, Lin Anren leaned back in her chair, a warm sense of satisfaction spreading through her. The experience of pretending to be a girl and getting approached by a top player was even more entertaining than she had imagined. She was already beginning to look forward to tomorrow's gaming session. With a mischievous satisfaction, Lin Anren shut down her computer and climbed into bed. Lying in the soft covers, she was still savoring the events from the game. That so-called boss Yan Shin absolutely could not be Lu Yan. She was 100% certain. To convince herself, she even listed several pieces of evidence in her mind. First, the server was wrong. Although she had not asked, she firmly believed she had avoided the very server Lu Yan had mentioned. Second, their personalities were worlds apart. Yan Shun might have appeared aloof, but his initiative was remarkable. He organized teams, sent friend requests, and extended invitations proactively. Throughout this entire process, his intentions were unmistakably clear. And Lu Yan, she had known him for over 20 years since they were both toddlers in those split-crotch pants. He was as dense as a block of wood. Back in school, countless girls had slipped him love letters and chocolate, yet he never even bothered to glance up, always muttering the same excuse, "Sorry, I need to study." Expect this person completely immune to the opposite sex to go online and flirt with girls. Third, their spending habits were incompatible. Yan Shin's full set of equipment, and that mount alone would have required hundreds of thousands of real money to acquire. It was simply impossible otherwise. Lu Yan did earn a decent salary, but he invested all his money in financial management. She had never seen him this obsessed with any game. In summary, Yan Shun did not equal Lu Yan. Case closed. Lin Anren let out a long sigh, feeling as though the boulder in her chest had finally been set down. As long as it wasn't Lu Yan, there was nothing to fear. This was merely a fun anonymous online game. She could enjoy the thrill of being carried by a top player and experience what it felt like to be the female protagonist in a virtual world, all with a clear conscience. How thrilling. She rolled onto her side, hugged her pillow, and felt the corners of her mouth rise involuntarily. With beautiful fantasies about the next day's gaming session, she gradually drifted into dreams. However, before she had fallen into deep sleep, her phone on the nightstand buzzed. Half asleep, Lin Anren groggily reached over and squinted to unlock the screen. It was a message from Lu Yan. Lu Yan asleep. Lin Anren yawned and tapped out a reply with one hand. Lin Anren, almost, what's up? She had barely finished sending when a reply came through almost instantly. Lu Yan, yeah. Anren, I need to tell you something. Seeing those words, Lin Anren's sleepiness dissipated somewhat. Lu Yan's tone sounded rather serious. Lin Anren, what is it? Why so serious? Did your boss fire you? Lu Yan, no. I think I've developed feelings for someone. Thump. Lin Anren's hand slipped, and the phone fell straight from her grip, smashing into her face. Ouch. She hissed through the pain, but completely disregarded the sting on her face. Frantically, she picked up her phone and stared fixedly at the words on the screen. I think I've developed feelings for someone. She read this line back and forth 3 times, suspecting she might be dreaming. What the? Lu Yan. That Lu Yan who had remained pure and detached for 24 years, completely uninterested in romance, whom she jokingly called the contemporary Tang Sanzang, was saying he had someone he liked. This shocked her far more than if she had turned into a woman herself. Her mind raced, her gossip spirit burning fiercely. Lin Anren, who? Which fairy has finally tamed your ancient iron tree? Is she from your company? Do I know her? When did this happen? Tell me everything. A barrage of questions fired off like a machine gun. The phone on the other end fell silent for a moment, as if he were organizing his thoughts. Lu Yan, not from my company. I met her in the game today. Lin Anren's eyelid twitched violently. Met her in the game today. Today. A deeply ominous premonition like dark clouds instantly descended upon her heart. She felt her fingers turning cold. Lin Anren in the game. Online dating, huh? Buddy, you better be careful. There are so many scammers online these days. Don't let some catfishing trickster steal your feelings and your money. She was making one final struggle, attempting to use common sense to dissuade Lu Yan and to talk down that absurd suspicion forming in her own heart. Lu Yan, I know, but it feels different. I can't quite explain it. It's just this extraordinary feeling. Her voice sounds really nice. Her voice sounds really nice. Those words struck Lin Anren like a bolt of thunder. She remembered Suyu praising her voice as cute. She remembered Yan Shun proactively adding her as a friend and inviting her to continue playing the next day. A terrifying logical loop was slowly taking shape in her mind. No, it can't be. Lin Anren felt her breathing become labored. Her trembling fingers typed out the single line that would seal her fate. Lin Anren, oh really? Then what's her name? What class is she? She needed final confirmation. This time Lu Yan's reply came quickly. So quickly that she had no time to prepare herself mentally. Lu Yan, her game name is Ranran. She's a spirit fox voice caster. Her character is small and particularly cute. We cleared Silent Bamboo Forest together today. Oh, by the way, I switched servers. If you want to play too, don't join the previous server. Server switched. Guild name Evening Drink Under the Moon. Game ID Ranran. Race and class Spirit Fox voice caster. Dungeon cleared together today, Silent Bamboo Forest. All clues, all details perfectly connected in that very moment. She stared blankly at her phone screen as black spots danced before her eyes. The world fell silent. All she could hear was her own heartbeat pounding like war drums. It was over. Completely over. Slowly, oh so slowly, she lifted her hand and covered her face. An indescribable wave of absurdity and shame crashed over her like a tsunami, engulfing her instantly. Yan Shun was Lu Yan. It was truly him. Her good brother Lu Yan, who she had known for over 20 years, closer than a blood brother, had just told her. He seemed to have fallen for her. No, more precisely, he had fallen for the version of her in the game. The one playing under a female avatar, using a female voice whom he treated like a little sister. Lin Anren felt as though she could barely breathe. Help! Those ironclad evidences she had previously listed in her mind now seemed like a colossal joke. Different personalities. Nonsense. Who knew what Lu Yin was really like online? For all she knew, he could be a proactive wolf at his core, having played the part of a meek sheep in front of her for over 20 years. Conflicting spending habits. Bullshit. Lu Yin made such a high salary and rarely spent money. It was entirely possible he was saving up to splurge somewhere like this. For the sake of courting a girl what was a few $100,000. Lin Anren's thoughts grew increasingly unsettling the more she pondered them, and the more she considered it the more inscrutable her good friend Lu Yin seemed. She had known him for over 20 years, and yet failed to truly see through him. What had she even done? She had been pretending to be a girl in the game using such an affectionate name as Ran, and actually enjoyed the thrill of being carried by a top player while role-playing as a female character. And this big shot turned out to be her best friend of over 20 years. She had been speaking to him in that soft, sugary voice on voice chat, letting Suyu call her cute, all while Lu Yin was listening. He had heard it all. He had heard her using that voice. Lin Anren let out a wail and buried her face in the pillow, wishing she could just die right then and there. This was more humiliating than running naked in public. What would Lu Yan's reaction be if he discovered the truth? Countless horrifying scenarios flashed through Lin Anren's mind in an instant. Lu Yan might feel betrayed and come after her in person, or simply think she was a pervert. Lin Anren felt her life was already over. Her phone screen was still glowing, displaying her chat with Lu Yan. How should she respond? Reply with something casual like, "Oh really? Congrats bro." That would be so fake. Her heart was racing with panic, and she couldn't possibly feign genuine congratulations. Maybe she should just come clean. Bro, actually I'm Ran. No, that would be like confessing outright. Lin Anren felt her mind had turned to complete mush, utterly incapable of clear thought. She stared at her phone screen, fingers hovering over the keyboard, but unable to type a single character. Seconds ticked by. On the other end, Lu Yin, noticing her prolonged silence, sent another message. Lu Yin, what's wrong? Fell asleep. Lin Anren's hand trembled as she read the message. In the midst of her overwhelming panic, her mind suddenly sparked with a quick-witted solution. Right? Fell asleep. It was the perfect excuse. She typed frantically on her screen, but her trembling fingers kept making mistakes. She had to delete and redo several times before finally sending it. Lin Anren, I got a bit sleepy just now, and almost nodded off. Online dating sounds great, good luck to you. I'm going to sleep now, good night. After sending that painfully obvious response, she didn't dare wait for Lu Yan's reply. She immediately silenced her phone and shoved it deep under her pillow, as if it were some terrifying beast. Then she collapsed onto the bed like a salted fish. The world had finally gone quiet. But inside her head it was louder than ever. Yin Shun is Lu Yin. He has feelings for me. What should I do? These thoughts echoed repeatedly in her mind like a broken record, driving her to the brink of a splitting headache. She deeply regretted playing this damn game in the first place. Why had she chosen a female character? Why had she named herself Ran? Why had she turned on voice chat? One wrong step led to another, and now she had trapped herself in an inescapable situation. Lin Anren tossed and turned in bed, unable to find a comfortable position, flipping over and over like a pancake. As soon as she closed her eyes, she was flooded with images of Lu Yan's handsome face and the towering figure of Yin Shun from the game. The two images kept merging together until they transformed into one enormous Dhamaka message flashing across her vision. You're completely screwed. She felt herself on the verge of madness. On the brink of total breakdown, her brain finally activated its defense mechanism, a skill she knew all too well and had mastered long ago. Procrastination. Yes, put it off. Let someone taller handle the sky falling down. If the sky's already collapsed, just let it stay that way. Tonight there was absolutely no way she'd figure out a solution. Rather than driving herself crazy right here, she might as well get some sleep. Whatever problems arose could be handed off to tomorrow's version of herself. Yes, that was it. The mere thought somehow calmed Lin Anren's restless emotions. She exhaled slowly and wrapped herself completely in the blanket from head to toe, resembling a giant spring roll. Sleep, sleep. Once I'm asleep, I won't have to think about anything, she whispered to herself, trying to hypnotize into slumber. Then she closed her eyes and began counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. By the nth sheep, Lu Yan's face appeared on it. Lin Anren. Help. The next day, Lin Anren woke to sunlight streaming through the window. She blinked groggily, staring at the ceiling with her mind completely blank, zoning out for a full 5 minutes. Memories from the previous night replayed frame by frame in her mind. Yin Shun. Lu Yin. The person she liked. Ran. Fuck. Lin Anren muttered under her breath and sat up in bed. It hadn't been a dream. She ran her fingers through her shoulder-length hair and felt somewhat steadier than the explosive state she'd been in the night before. Perhaps sleeping had given her brain a proper restart. The problems remained, but at least she could think more calmly now. Her conclusion was still that she had no idea what to do. But there was one thing she had figured out. No matter how she faced Lu Yin in the future, she first needed to face herself. It had been several days since she became a woman. She had been living in constant fear and avoidance, afraid to go out, afraid to meet people, and even afraid to properly look at her new body. This couldn't continue. She couldn't live inside a shell forever. Lin Anren took a deep breath as if making a decision and pushed the covers aside to get out of bed. She needed to do something important, something she had been deliberately avoiding these past few days. She was going to take a proper shower, and then she would properly look at herself. This decision made her heart race slightly. She walked to her wardrobe, opened a drawer, and took out several pairs of men's underwear. There was no choice. She hadn't bought any women's underwear yet, and didn't know what kind to get. With her supplies in hand, she entered the bathroom and closed the door. Steam quickly filled the room, fogging up the mirror. Lin Anren removed her sleepwear. For the first time, she stood uncovered before the mirror in bright light. The figure in the mirror possessed skin so pale it seemed to glow luminous as the finest mutton fat jade beneath the warm bathroom light. Her body's lines were slender and soft, no longer carrying the slight muscular definition of her boyhood, but brimming with feminine curves. A flat stomach, a delicate waist, and those long straight legs. Her gaze ultimately settled on her chest. Not large but firm and beautifully shaped. Lin Anren's face flushed crimson all at once. What on earth was she doing? She was openly appraising a woman's body. But the problem was, this was her own body. The sensation was utterly bizarre. It was as though your soul had been thrust into someone else entirely. You felt estranged from it, yet compelled to accept that this was you. She reached out, tentatively touching herself. The touch at her fingertips was warm and soft. She felt her body was somehow sensual. The moment that thought surfaced, shame washed over her even more intensely. Was she even aroused by herself? What kind of state was this? Narcissism. She quickly averted her gaze, turned around, and switched on the shower. Warm water cascaded from above, washing over her body. She closed her eyes, savoring the sensation of water flowing across her skin. It felt entirely different from before. Bathing used to be nothing more than a routine process. Wet down, lather with body wash, rinse clean, and done. It never took more than 10 minutes. Now every inch of her skin seemed to have grown more sensitive. The water traced her collarbones, swept across her chest, glided along her waist. Each path carried a faint tingling sensation. She picked up the body wash, worked it into foam, and began applying it to her skin. As her palm drifted over those unfamiliar curves, a deeper, more profound melancholy slowly rose from the depths of her heart. She could truly never go back. That Lin Anren who could lounge around the house, shirtless, throw an arm around Lu Yin, and relieve herself standing up, was gone forever. She had lost her male body, lost everything she had known for 24 years. The bathroom echoed only with the sound of running water. Lin Anren stood beneath the spray, allowing that complex tide of novelty, shame, and profound loss to completely overwhelm her. After an indefinite span of time, she finally turned off the water, grabbed a bath towel, and roughly dried herself. When she reached for a pair of clean men's boxers to put on, she froze. The underwear that had once fit perfectly now hung loosely around her hips, far too wide at the waist. More importantly, the front was completely empty. That hollow emptiness surged over her once more. Lin Anren silently stripped off the boxers and tossed them aside. It seemed purchasing women's underwear had to be added to her to-do list. When Lin Anren stepped out of the bathroom, her entire figure was still wreathed in humid steam. She wore an oversized t-shirt that hung nearly to her thighs, almost passable as a dress. Her damp hair clung to her cheeks and neck, droplets tracing paths from her tips across her collarbones and disappearing into her neckline. A faint rosy flush colored her cheeks from the warmth, and her eyes still held a trace of bewilderment. The experience in the bathroom had been overwhelmingly impactful. Who would have imagined that her first intimate exploration of a woman's body would be her own? The whole experience was hard to put into words. Carrying this tangled cocktail of emotions, she walked to the bedside, sat down, and retrieved a hair dryer from her nightstand. Gazing at the familiar hair dryer in her hand, Lin Anren felt that sense of unfamiliarity wash over her once again. In the past, she had short hair. After washing, she'd roughly towel dry it, blast the dryer on maximum heat for just over a minute, and be done. Now, she looked at her shoulder-length hair and sighed. Plugging it in, she flipped the switch and hot air roared forth. Mimicking the technique she'd seen on television, she gathered a section of hair with her hand and blew from roots to ends. After a while, deeming that section dry enough, she moved to the next. 5 minutes passed. Her arms ached from holding them aloft, yet her hair still felt damp when she touched it. What the hell? Lin Anren complained irritably. She shifted her position, bent her head forward, swept all her hair to the front, and blasted the back of her head. Her scalp grew hot, and her neck became sore. Another 10 minutes passed. She turned off the dryer, straightened up, and ran her fingers through her hair. The outer layers seemed dry, but the inside remained damp. Lin Anren's patience finally snapped. She tossed the hair dryer onto the bed and collapsed backward, lying flat as a salted fish. Being a woman was far too troublesome. Just drying hair alone took over 10 minutes. Wouldn't that time be better spent playing a round of games or watching a short film? And this was merely hair care. What about makeup? She watched her female colleagues at the company spend over half an hour each morning sitting before the mirror applying products. It was simply unfathomable. Irritably tousling her half-dry hair, a thought popped into her head. What if she just cut it? Cut it short like before into a buzz cut, wash, wipe, and dry instantly. How convenient. The idea captivated her. She immediately sat up from the bed and rushed to the full-length mirror. In the mirror, the girl's black hair fell smoothly over her shoulders, the tips slightly curled. Still not completely dry, a few damp strands clung to her delicate cheeks, making those almond-shaped eyes appear even more lustrous and innocent. High maintenance, as it was, she had to admit it. She looked quite pretty, but if she cut it into a buzz cut? Lin Anren imagined herself with that face, sporting a crew cut. It looked somehow strange, perhaps like a pretty little Buddhist novice. She hesitated. Never mind, she'd leave it as is for now. The haircut could wait for another day. She picked up a comb, attempting to smooth her hair, but the moment the comb touched down, it caught at the ends. Tangled. She gave it a firm tug. Hiss. Her scalp stung painfully. A 24-year-old man through and through, he had never known that combing could hurt. She had no choice but to be patient, gradually working out the knots bit by bit. By the time she finally tamed this length of hair, she felt as though half her life had been drained away. Body and mind utterly exhausted. She collapsed back onto the bed and grabbed her phone from beneath the pillow. Unlocking the screen, the time showed it was nearly noon. The screen was clean, no new WeChat messages, no missed calls. Lu Yin hadn't reached out to her again. Lin Anren couldn't quite articulate what she felt inside. Relieved? Certainly. Right now what she feared most was interacting with Lu Yin, but there also seemed to be an indescribable trace of loss. She had actually expected him to send another message asking something like, "Still gaming today?" But there was nothing. Lin Anren opened WeChat, found the chat box with Lu Yin, and stared blankly at the previous evening's conversation records. Just then her stomach gave an ill-timed rumble. She was hungry. Fine, dwelling on this was useless. Filling her stomach was the real priority. She deftly opened her food delivery app, casually selected a home-style restaurant, and ordered a rice bowl. After placing the order, she tossed her phone aside and continued lying there, contemplating life. Contemplating whether she should really cut her hair. Contemplating whether this lunch would be delivered too slowly. As for Lu Yin, she stopped thinking about it. It gave her a headache. The delivery app showed the rider would arrive in 10 minutes. Lin Anren climbed out of bed, shuffled into the living room, and poured herself a glass of water. Waiting always seemed to stretch on interminably. She sat on the sofa, aimlessly flipping channels with the remote, her mind entirely absent from the television. 10 minutes later, her phone rang. It was the delivery rider calling. She answered instantly. Hello. She deliberately lowered her voice, attempting to make it sound rougher, more androgynous. Hello? Hi, is this Mr. Lin? Your delivery. A young male voice came from the other end, tinged with urgency. Yes, that's me. Sorry about this, I'm new here and not familiar with this compound. I've lost my way. Could you possibly come down and pick it up? Come down. Lin Anren froze. Aye. She was about to suggest he find his way or simply cancel the order. But the words caught in her throat. Go or stay. Going meant stepping outside, confronting a stranger. It was precisely the kind of encounter she had gone to great lengths to avoid since her transformation. Yet she was incredibly hungry, and judging by the rider's anxious, almost wounded tone, canceling might get him fined by the platform. An internal battle erupted within Lin Anren. Fear and sloth warred fiercely against her dwindling compassion and the gnawing emptiness of her stomach. Mr. Lin, are you still there? The voice from the phone snapped her back to reality. Lin Anren gritted her teeth and steeled her resolve. Fine, she'd go. It was inevitable sooner or later. She couldn't lock herself away forever. Besides, he was just a stranger, a delivery rider who would drop off the food and leave. Neither would remember the other. It was an opportunity, however small, a chance to test this new identity against the outside world. Far preferable to running into someone she actually knew on her maiden outing. Right. Consider it a tutorial quest. After a round of psychological preparation, Lin Anren finally spoke. But in her nervousness, she forgot to disguise her voice, and her naturally soft, delicate tone slipped out. Oh, all right. Just wait for me at the north gate. I'll be right there. Before the rider could ask another question, she hung up. Only after hanging up did she realize her mistake. Oh no, she'd forgotten to modulate her voice. What if the delivery guy thought she was some kind of pervert, a man speaking in such a feminine tone? Lin Anren felt her face flushing hot again. But regret was useless now. She darted into her bedroom and yanked open the wardrobe. What to wear? Her old clothes were far too loose, hanging limply on her frame and making her look even stranger. The women's loungewear she'd ordered online 2 days ago felt far too casual for stepping outside. It made her deeply uncomfortable. She rummaged through the closet for ages before finally unearthing a few items she'd bought when they still fitted. A black long-sleeve t-shirt and a pair of gray sweatpants. She changed quickly. The t-shirt was snug, accentuating the curves of her chest rather undesirably. No too obvious. She dug out an oversized men's hooded jacket from the wardrobe and threw it on, zipping it up and pulling the hood over her head. There, that concealed her figure completely. She rushed to the mirror. The reflection showed someone swallowed by an ill-fitting oversized jacket, hood up brim, pulled low to shadow half their face, leaving only a delicate chin exposed. She looked like a tomboy stealing her brother's clothes to feel cool. Strange perhaps, but at least less conspicuous. She considered adding a mask for double insurance, but searched everywhere without success. Forget it. Resigned, Lin Anren decided to just make do without one. She pressed her hat brim lower, buried her face deeper, took a steadying breath, grabbed her keys and phone, and opened the door. I'm heading out. She said it instinctively to the empty apartment. Only then did it strike her. She was alone. Lin Anren offered herself a wry smile and stepped into the elevator. The elevator doors closed slowly, enclosing her alone in the narrow space. The polished walls reflected her image, a petite figure wrapped in an oversized jacket. Lin Anren's heart hammered wildly, her palms slick with sweat. With a ding, the elevator reached the first floor. The doors opened to reveal several neighbors returning from outside, chatting and laughing as they stepped in. Lin Anren instinctively ducked her head lower, wishing she could render herself invisible. The neighbors seemed oblivious to her presence, absorbed in their conversation. Vegetable prices at the market went up again today. Tell me about it. This life is becoming unbearable. Lin Anren listened to these slices of everyday chatter, her nerves easing just slightly. Thankfully, no one was looking at her. She hurried out of the building. Afternoon sunlight struck her face, blinding and bright. She raised a hand to shield her eyes, blinking as she adjusted to the light. The compound was quiet save for the chirping of cicadas and the distant sounds of children playing. Everything appeared unchanged. Yet to Lin Anren, everything felt profoundly different. Her senses felt amplified 1,000-fold. The floral fragrance drifting from roadside flower beds was sharper, clearer than ever before. The caress of the wind against her skin registered with extraordinary intensity. Most pressing of all, she felt the gaze of everyone around her resting upon her. Faint, elusive, yet impossible to ignore. She knew it was likely her own paranoia, but she could not suppress the creeping tension and discomfort. She quickened her pace, nearly breaking into a jog toward the north gate. Those few minutes felt like an eternity. Daring not to lift her head, her vision remained locked on the ground 3 meters ahead. All she could hear was her own heartbeat. Boom, 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 like war drums. At last she spotted the compound's north gate. A delivery rider in a yellow uniform stood there anxiously, repeatedly glancing at his phone. Precisely the person she had been speaking with moments before. Lin Anren slowed her steps, drew a deep breath, and approached. The closer she drew, the more tense she became. She stopped, standing before the delivery rider. Overwhelmed by nerves, she forgot what to say, and simply stood there. The rider seemed to sense someone approaching. He looked up and saw this figure completely shrouded in clothing. Hello? Are you Mr. Lin? He asked uncertainly. Lin Anren nodded, her face burning crimson beneath the brim of her hat. She caught a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Who could blame him? Someone claiming to be Mr. Lin sounded and looked nothing like a man. Your delivery. Realizing his mistake, the rider quickly retrieved her ordered rice bowl from his delivery box and handed it over. Lin Anren reached out and snatched the bag hastily. Thank you, she whispered in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum, then turned and bolted. She ran like the wind. Covering dozens of meters in one breath, she didn't stop until she'd rounded a corner and the north gate was completely out of sight. Leaning against a wall, she gasped for air in great heaving drafts. Her heart threatened to burst from her throat. Why did this feel like some humiliating public parade? Looking down at the still warm takeaway bag in her hands, a surge of accomplishment welled up within her. She had done it. She had gone outside, encountered a stranger, and successfully retrieved her lunch. The process had been wretched, but the outcome was victorious. Lin Anren exhaled deeply, feeling as though the boulder crushing her heart had shifted ever so slightly. Then in a burst of energy, she sprinted all the way home. Bang! The door shut behind her. She was safe, at least temporarily. After a long while, her racing heart gradually slowed to a calm rhythm. Back in this small sanctuary that belonged solely to her, she finally felt alive again. She set the takeaway on the coffee table, shed the oversized jacket, and collapsed onto the sofa. Recalling the earlier ordeal, her cheeks grew warm once more. She must have looked utterly ridiculous, guilty and flustered from head to toe. And that delivery rider, his confused gaze had been unmistakable. Never mind. They would never cross paths again. Lin Anren shook her head, tossing those tangled thoughts aside, and opened the takeaway. The aroma of the food wafted up, making her stomach rumble louder than before. Perhaps because she had taken that monumental step forward, as significant in its own way as humanity's great leaps, today's rice bowl tasted exceptionally delicious. Devouring the meal in record time, she cleared the container and tossed it into the bin, feeling as though her stamina had been fully restored. Full and fed, the mind began to wander. Though tense, the outing had made her realize she could not remain isolated forever. She needed to gradually adapt to this new identity, slowly finding her way back in a normal life. Meanwhile, across the compound, the delivery rider she had treated like a lurking beast still stood near the north gate, thoroughly bewildered. His name was Li Ming, a college student who had recently come to the city to make his fortune working part-time as a food delivery rider. The person who had collected his delivery had left an indelible impression. The order clearly stated Mr. Lin, and over the phone the voice had indeed sounded male. Wait, something didn't add up. Li Ming thought back. During the first call, Mr. Lin's voice had been deliberately lowered, sounding somewhat masculine. But during the second call, when the person said, "I'll be there soon," that voice, soft, sweet, unmistakably feminine. And what a lovely voice it was. At the time, he had nearly convinced himself he'd dialed the wrong number. Yet the person who arrived was wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Though he couldn't see the face, clearly the height and figure absolutely belonged to a woman. Moreover, when he had handed over the delivery, the brim of the hat had lifted slightly, just enough for him to catch a fleeting glimpse of the lower half of their face. Porcelain pale skin, pale pink lips, a jawline of exquisite contours. Absolutely stunning, a breathtaking beauty. Yet here she was ordering takeaway under a man's account and speaking into the phone with such peculiar voices. Li Ming scratched his head, utterly baffled. Was she afraid of harassment? He'd heard stories about single women who deliberately listed male names on delivery and package orders for safety reasons. Yes, that had to be it. Having solved the mystery, Li Ming felt a smug sense of having uncovered the truth, coupled with a touch of admiration. Not only was this beauty stunning, she was clever too. In high spirits, he mounted his electric scooter and set off to deliver his next order. After a satisfying meal, Lin Anren slumped on the sofa for a while. Human flaws were surfacing again. She couldn't focus on the movie, and scrolling through short videos left her feeling nauseous. She picked up her phone and instinctively opened WeChat. Lu Yan's avatar sat quietly in her contacts list with no new messages. Lin Anren pursed her lips. That guy was probably at the office pounding away at his computer right now, no time to pay attention to her anyway. Last night's online confession incident had been so mortifying she'd wanted to disappear on the spot. But as her embarrassment faded and she reflected on what had happened in the game, she found herself feeling rather invigorated afterward. Perhaps she should log in and play for a bit. After all, Lu Yan was at work and definitely wouldn't be online. She could sneak and solo, get a feel for the game, and run some quests by herself. That way she could enjoy the game without having to face Lu Yan. It was simply perfect. The moment the thought struck, Lin Anren practically bounced off the sofa and rushed to her desk, throwing open her laptop. The familiar boot-up melody played, and with eager hands she logged into Floating Life Dream Guide. Elegant, ancient-style music flowed through her headphones. Watching the adorable little character with fluffy fox ears on screen, Lin Anren's mood inexplicably brightened. Ran. She gazed at her own game ID and still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yesterday, the moment she'd come online, Master Su Yu had conscripted her into service, leaving her no time to properly experience the game at all. Now was her chance. She opened the quest list and stared at the long parade of main and side quests. Far from feeling annoyed, a strange excitement welled up within her. She guided her little fox character, bouncing cheerfully toward the quest NPCs. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Anren became completely absorbed in this dreamlike world. She had to admit Lu Yan had excellent taste. The game's quality far exceeded her expectations. The visuals were breathtakingly beautiful. Any screenshot could serve as a wallpaper. Whether it was the bustling main city or the secluded valley, everything was rendered with stunning realism. The music was top tier as well, with each scene score perfectly complementing its atmosphere, pulling even someone like her, who rarely played MMORPGs, completely into the experience. Most importantly, the story was written quite well. Following the main quest line, she peeled back the layers of this world's mysteries, and watching the NPCs experience joy and sorrow moved her several times. She explored maps alone, fought monsters alone, and admired the scenery alone. Yet she felt no loneliness at all. Instead, there was a rare sense of comfort and freedom. In the span of just one afternoon, she buried herself in quests, and her level rocketed upward like a fired cannon, reaching level 15 in no time. She had also swapped into a set of green tier quest reward gear that made her look considerably less like a rookie. Just as she completed a milestone main quest and was about to wander around the main city, she accidentally clicked open the auction house. It was meant to be a casual browse, but her eyes were immediately drawn to a certain weapon. It was an ancient zither, its body crafted from millennium-old cold jade, crystal clear and luminous. A faint blue aura swirled around it, and as its strings resonated, starlight seemed to flow freely. Frostlight Resonance Ancient Zither. Quality rare, equip, level 20 attributes. Just by its appearance alone, it struck straight at Lin Anren's heart. How gorgeous! She clicked into the attributes and was instantly mesmerized. Not only did this zither provide far superior stats compared to the beginner weapon she was currently using, it also had a special effect. Healing skills had a 15% chance to produce double the effect. Double healing. For a sound master like her, this was practically a divine artifact. Lin Anren's heart pounded in her chest. She immediately checked the price, and then that long string of zeros instantly cooled her enthusiasm. 200,000 gold coins. She glanced at the pitiful few thousand copper pieces she'd scraped together from running quests. Hardly even a fraction of the price. She couldn't afford it. Absolutely not. Lin Anren had one defining trait in games: she was incredibly stingy. If she could get something for free, she would never spend a single coin. If she could grind it out, she would never pay real money. Making her spend money on a virtual game item would feel worse than killing her. But this zither, it was genuinely stunning, and the stats were so impressive. She waged an inner battle, her mouse cursor hovering back and forth over the purchase button, but unable to commit. Alright, fine. What you cannot have is always the best. She would simply admire it as a piece of art. Lin Anren forcibly suppressed her longing and closed the auction house interface. She looked up at the window and noticed the sky had grown gradually dim. Without realizing it, she had been playing for the entire afternoon. Just then a grayed-out avatar on her friends list suddenly lit up. It was her affordable master Suyue coming online. Almost simultaneously, a private message from Suyu popped up. Master Disciple Suyue Disciple. Master Disciple Suyue, you're online so early today. Master Disciple Suyue, what are you up to? Playing alone is no fun. Come on, let Master take you to do some activities. Lin Anren read the messages and smiled. She had grown somewhat weary of tackling the main quest solo anyway, so having someone to play with sounded nice. Master Disciple Ranran, sure Master. What activity? Master Disciple Suyue, escort missions. They give tons of experience and lots of gold. Let's go make a fortune. Escort missions. That sounded rather interesting. Lin Anren immediately agreed. Main city, in front of the escort agency. Lin Anren and Suyu stood together in their character models, one petite and adorable, the other poised and heroic, drawing the attention of many passing players. Apprentice, are you ready? Let's pull off something big today. Suyu typed spiritedly in the party channel. I'm ready, Master. Lin Anren replied. Suyu skillfully accepted the escort mission, and an unremarkable wooden escort card appeared before them. System, you have accepted a normal escort mission. Please protect the escort card and deliver it to Qingfeng Town. Mission reward 5000 experience points and 5000 game coins. 50,000 experience points. 5,000 game coins. Lin Anren's eyes lit up at the reward. This was far more than what she could earn by grinding quests all afternoon. See, this is how we make our fortune. Suyu said proudly. Let's go move out. The two led the escort cart one after another, slowly making their way out of the main city. The escort route was not short, requiring them to traverse a vast plain and a dense forest. At first things went smoothly. The scenery along the way was pleasant, and the two chatted in the party channel as they walked. Party Suyue, apprentice, have you been playing all afternoon? You've leveled up several times. Party Ranran, yeah, the main quest line was quite interesting, so I just kept going. Party Suyue, hee of course. But some of the later quests are hard to tackle alone. I'll carry you through them. Party Ranran, thank you, Master. Lin Anren felt warm inside. Although Suyu was sometimes unreliable as a master, she genuinely cared for her. The escort cart slowly made its way into the forest. The light in the forest grew dimmer, and the surroundings fell quiet. Only the sound of rolling wheels and occasional bird calls could be heard. The atmosphere suddenly grew eerie. Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat. Having played this game for so many years, she instinctively sensed danger. Just then several figures suddenly emerged from the road ahead. Those few had bright red names above their heads. They were players who had enabled PK mode, specializing in highway robbery. Leading them was a sword venerable named Jian Shilai, carrying a massive greatsword that blocked the escort cart's path. Nearby Jian Shilai, I planted this tree, I opened this road. If you wish to pass, leave your toll. Lin Anren nearly burst out laughing at those cliché lines. Who still uses such cheesy lines for robbery in this day and age? Suyu clearly had a hot temper and exploded on the spot. Nearby Suyu, my foot. In broad daylight in this fair world, you dare to be bandits. Where's justice? Nearby Jian Shilai, oh, a little fiery one. Brothers, looks like today we get not only money, but also some fun. The red-named players behind him erupted in laughter. Nearby Shueshi, you and boss, stop wasting words with them. Just kill them and take the money. Seeing this message, Lin Anren frowned. Suyu was even more furious and started shouting in the party channel. Party Suyue, apprentice, don't be afraid. Fight them. I want to see how strong they really are. Without waiting for Lin Anren's response, Suyu raised her greatsword and charged forward with a battle cry. Lin Anren groaned inwardly. Master, can't you see their levels? Those red-named players were at least level 20, and their leader Jian Shilai was as high as level 25. Meanwhile, they were only level 15 and 17, wearing nothing but quest rewards. How were they supposed to fight? This was practically throwing their lives away. But Suyu had already charged ahead, and Lin Anren couldn't just watch her master die alone. Sighing, she forced herself to follow frantically, playing her instrument to heal back her companion. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Though Suyu's courage was commendable against the overwhelming level and equipment gap, her attacks were like scratching paint. The one called Jian Shilai took only 2 or 3 swings to lay Suyu low. Master! Lin Anren cried out. Nearby Jian Shilai, next up is you, little fox. Watching the red-named sword venerable approach with a sinister grin, Lin Anren's scalp tingled with dread. She backed away while casting healing spells on herself, but it was futile. A single sword swing from her opponent, and the screen went black. Her character dissolved into a stream of white light, joining Suyu on the ground. System, your escort cart has been destroyed. The escort mission has failed. The cold system notification marked the utter collapse of their get-rich-quick plan. Seconds later, the two respawned at the main city's resurrection point. Suyu was trembling with rage, her character constantly jumping up and down to vent her frustration. Party Suyue, I'm so furious. absolutely furious. Those bastards. Party Suyue, so what if they're higher leveled and better equipped? What's so great about that? They've gone too far. Lin Anren was also feeling down. Being killed without warning and having your escort robbed. It wasn't a pleasant experience for anyone. Suyu ranted in the party channel for quite a while, yet still seemed unsatisfied. Party Suyue, no, I must take revenge for this. Lin Anren watched her words with a touch of helplessness. Party Ranran Master, we can't defeat them. Party Suyue, I know. But I can't just let this slide. Suyu paced back and forth, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Party Suyue apprentice, I just remembered someone. Before Lin Anren could react, the guild channel suddenly flashed. Guild Chi Zhu Shang Gao Su. Holy crap. The guild master is online again. Guild Pinsing AI Chi Ro caught a wild guild master alive. Lin Anren's heart tightened. Before she could think it through, she saw Suyu unleash a long string of crying emotes in the guild channel with lightning speed. Guild Suyue Yin Shun Guild Master. Great Guild Master. Help. Your poor weak and helpless guild member is being bullied. Our escort cart was ambushed, and we got killed. Boo-hoo-hoo. Suyu's dramatic performance left Lin Anren utterly dumbfounded. Master, your acting is way too over the top. Suyu's tearful accusation silenced the bustling guild channel in an instant. Everyone was caught off guard by her sudden outburst. Seconds later, the guild channel was flooded again. Guild riding a pig on the highway, ha ha. Old Jin, you're at it again. Last time you begged to be carried through dungeons, now you're seeking revenge, huh? Guild wind blowing through my crotch, old Jin, trying this hard just to climb the social ladder. Guild poor monk, who loves meet the guild master, must be busy. He probably won't bother with this. Watching the guild chat, Lin Anren also thought Suyu's hopes were slim. After all, a top player ranked first on the server would surely be occupied with quests and the main storyline to maintain his level. How could he possibly have free time every day? Yet to everyone's astonishment, that dazzling golden ID actually replied. Guild Yin Shinum. Upon seeing this reply, Suyu was instantly energized as if pumped full of adrenaline. Guild Suyue Guild Master. You have no idea how outrageous they were. They bullied us simply because of their higher level. They completely disregarded our Yuxia Shaozhui guild. Suyu was slapping on such a grand accusation that Lin Anren felt a sweat break out for her. This had escalated beyond personal vendetta. It was now a matter of guild honor. Guild Yin Shenhu. Just one brief character. Guild Suyue, a sword venerable, named Yi Jian Shi Lai led the squad. There were several of them. Suyu quickly reported their IDs. Guild Yin Shun understood. After sending those 3 characters, Yin Shun's avatar went completely still. Guild riding a pig on the highway. Is that it? Guild poor monk, who loves meat, I told you so. How could the guild master possibly care about something this trivial? Suyu was somewhat disappointed too, sighing in the party channel. Party suit USI, it seems we'll have to rely on ourselves after all. Just when Lin Anren thought the matter would simply fade away, a private message from Yin Shin suddenly popped up. It was addressed to Suyu. Suyu directly sent a screenshot of the chat history to Lin Anren. Private Yin Shun was Ranran killed too. Upon seeing this message, Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat. Suyu clearly sensed something was off, and her next message followed immediately. Party Suyue disciple, why do I get the feeling the guild master has a thing for you? Lin Anren stared at the screen, palms growing sweaty. More than just interested. He had already confessed to her in person. This was going to be a disaster. Party Ranran Master, don't talk nonsense. There's no way. The guild master is so powerful, why would he notice someone like me, a mere newbie? She was still making her last stand. Party Suyue TCH, you wouldn't know about that. Men, they all prefer girls like you. Those with lovely voices and cute avatars. Look at him. I talked for ages, and he didn't react, but the moment your name came up, he perked right up. Suyu spoke with the air of someone who thought she had seen through everything. Party Suyue, don't believe me. Just look. Saying that, Suyu added fuel to the fire in her private reply to Yin Shun. Private Suyue, exactly. My disciples suffered terribly. They camped her corpse and killed her several times. Her equipment was all red from degradation. Watching Suyu earnestly spout nonsense, Lin Anren's eye twitched. They had clearly been instantly killed and respawned back in the main city. Where was there any corpse camping? Master, you're really going all out. However, what shocked her even more was yet to come. Almost the instant Suyu sent her message, Yin Shun's reply arrived. Private Yin Shun coordinates. The speed of it made Suyu think she had misread it. It took her quite a while before she finally spammed a string of exclamation marks in the party channel. Party Suyue. WTF. Disciple. It's confirmed. The guild master definitely has a thing for you. Lin Anren stared at the screen at a loss for words. Her mind was in complete disarray. Party Suyue disciple, stop staring. Hurry, let's go complain to the guild master too and give him a chance to be our hero. Internally, Lin Anren was resistant. All she wanted was to find a crack in the ground and hide as far away from Lu Yin as possible. But recalling the arrogant red name players who had bullied them earlier, a spark of defiance rose within her. Why should they be able to bully others at will? Besides, Lu Yin was her best bro. Asking a brother to stand up for you didn't seem like such a bad thing, right? Exactly. That was it. This had nothing to do with romantic feelings. This was pure brotherhood. After psyching herself up, Lin Anren gritted her teeth, and mimicking Suyu's approach, sent Yin Shin a private message. Private Ranran Guild Master. Sniffle. They're so mean they destroyed my escort caravan. She had deliberately appended a crying emoji at the end. The moment the message was sent, she immediately regretted it. Good heavens, what had she done? She, a grown man, was acting pitiful and cute to his best bro. Lin Anren was so embarrassed she wanted to bash her head against the wall. Yet on the other end, Lu Yan's lips curled upward almost imperceptibly upon reading the message. He could almost picture the soft-voiced girl looking at the screen with such a wronged expression. Without warning, his heart softened. Private Yin Shin, don't be afraid. Go accept another escort mission. I'll accompany you. Reading this reply, Lin Anren felt a pang of guilt for deceiving his brother. With the promise from the server's top players, Suyu instantly revived, dragging Lin Anren toward the escort agency once more. Apprentice, hurry, hurry. The script for a hero rescuing a beauty has already been arranged. As the female lead, you cannot be late. Suyu exclaimed excitedly in the party channel. Lin Anren. The two accepted another escort mission, and the familiar wooden cart appeared before them once more. Let's move out. This time Suyu walked with newfound confidence, strutting ahead of the cart with an air of borrowed authority. Lin Anren trailed behind, her heart pounding with anxiety. She couldn't resist asking Yin Shan in the party channel. Party Ranran leader, where are you? She feared Lu Yin might only be talking big, and if they got robbed again, it would be disastrous. Party Yin Shan, do not fear. Seeing these words, Lin Anren's anxious heart actually eased somewhat. The escort cart lumbered out of the main city, once more entering the perilous forest that brimmed with danger. When they reached the three-way intersection where they had been ambushed last time, as expected, those familiar red name players leaped out from the trees again. Leading them, Yi Jian Shilai saw them, and a mocking smile spread across his face. Nearby, Yi Jian Shilai, well. If it isn't the two foolish souls from earlier. One head donation wasn't enough. You want to come deliver a second one? Nearby, Shue Shiyu Air Yuan, haha boss, they're here to pay us. The same nauseating faces as before. But this time Suyu did not charge forward recklessly like last time. Standing before the escort cart with her hands on her hips, she looked utterly fearless. Nearby, Suyu, I suggest you kneel and apologize right now, or else you'll regret it. Hearing this, Yi Jian Shilai looked as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Nearby, Yi Jian Shilai, haha. Am I hearing this correctly? She wants us to kneel and apologize. Has she been killed, stupid? Nearby, Shue Shiyu Air Yuan, I think she has. Boss, stop wasting words with them. Let's finish this quickly. I still need to go to the battleground. Yi Jian Shilai nodded and raised his great sword. Since you all want to die so badly, I will grant your wish. With that, he charged straight towards Suyu. Suyu had learned her lesson this time and did not dare to tank the hit. Instead, she clumsily scrambled backward. But her controls were terrible, and it seemed she was about to be struck by his blade. At that critical moment, a golden figure descended like a divine warrior, appearing instantaneously before Suyu. It was a sword venerable of the Tianren clan, clad in dark gold and flowing armor and wielding a thunderlight greatsword. His ID was none other than Yin Shan. Clang! A deafening crash rang out as Yin Shan's greatsword precisely blocked Yi Jian Shilai's attack. Yi Jian Shilai was forced back 2 steps, and a counter damage number floated above his head, -5,000. Staring at the suddenly appeared Yin Shan, he froze. Yin Shan. He uttered the name uncertainly. Not just him, but the several companions behind him were equally stunned. Yin Shan. That name was known to everyone and no one in their server. Number 1 on the combat power leaderboard, number 1 on the level leaderboard, number 1 on the PvP leaderboard. How could a legendary powerhouse, a god among players, suddenly appear here? Yin Shan ignored their shock and simply sent a comm message in the party channel to Lin Anren and Suyu. Step back. Lin Anren and Suyu instinctively pulled the cart backward a few steps, clearing the battlefield entirely. Elder Yin Shan, this is all a misunderstanding. Yi Jian Shilai's tone had completely changed, laced with flattery. However arrogant he might be, he would never dare act recklessly before the server's number 1 player. Yin Shan remained silent and responded with action instead. His figure instantly vanished from where he stood, and the next moment he appeared behind Yi Jian Shilai. Sword formation, thunder prison. A fierce cry echoed as a massive thunder array erupted from Yin Shan's position, countless purple lightning bolts descending from the heavens. Yi Jian Shilai and his several companions were instantly engulfed in this violent realm of thunder and fire. -38,754. 40,123. -39,888. A series of absurdly massive damage numbers burst from the red name players' heads. They couldn't even release a single skill before their health bars were emptied in an instant. In less than 5 seconds, those arrogant red name players who moments ago had seemed invincible turned into streaks of white light and collapsed to the ground. The world fell silent. Suyu sucked in a breath through the voice channel. Lin Anren was equally amazed. Is this really Lu Yan's strength? This was simply too outrageous. After instantly killing those several people, Yin Shan did not stop there. He opened the chat box and switched to the global channel. A golden announcement adorned with system special effects instantly flooded the screens of all online players. World Yin Shin from today onward, anyone who dares to touch Yu Xiao's escort card will be hunted down by me, Yin Shin across 1,000 miles, until death do us part. This announcement exploded across the entire server like a thunderclap. World Melon-eating crowd, a holy crap. It's Elder Yin Shin. The boss has spoken. World Melon-eating crowd, be Yu Xiao's. No way. They actually got Elder Yin Shin to personally issue a protection order. World Melon-eating crowd, see, I heard just now that Jian Shilai's team ambushed Yu Xiao's escort. Could this be because of that? World Insider, absolutely. I was there. Elder Yin Shin descended from the sky, and one skill wiped out Jian Shilai and his entire group. So cool. World Jian Shilai. The global channel boiled over completely. And at the center of all this, Lin Anren gazed at the domineering, server-wide announcement. A peculiar sense of being protected wrapped around her. Her heart, betraying her composure, began beating a little too fast. The world channel erupted into a frenzy over Yin Shin's overwhelmingly domineering announcement. As the ones directly involved, Lin Anren and Suyu, were still rooted to the spot, not yet able to react. Yin Shin put his weapon away and walked over to them. Party Yin Shin, let's go. Suyu was the first to react. Party Suyu. Oh, great. Party Suyu guild leader. That move of yours was way too cool. You're practically our god. Lin Anren also snapped out of it and looked at Yin Shin's tall, reliable back, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. In the past, when she gamed with Lu Yin, she was always the one with the slicker moves, carrying Lu Yin to victory. She had never imagined that one day she would be shielded behind Lu Yin in such an imposing, protective way. This feeling, damn it actually felt pretty good. Naturally, the rest of the journey went without a hitch. Forget bandits. Not even an aggressive wandering monster could get close to them. Yin Shin just stayed near the escort carriage, keeping a deliberate distance like a guardian deity. The atmosphere turned somewhat delicate. Suyu, that chatterbox, was so thrilled that she occasionally let out fangirlish praises in the channel. Lin Anren, meanwhile, didn't know what to say. She kept feeling that Lu Yin was listening at the other end of the voice chat, and if she talked too much, she'd expose her true identity. The three of them walked on until the escort carriage safely arrived at Qingfeng Town. System, congratulations on successfully completing the escort quest. Obtain 5000 EXP and 5000 game coins. The quest completion chime broke the silence. Party Suyu, we did it. Party Suyu guild leader, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, those bastards would have made us so angry we'd be dead. Party Yin Shin Party Suyu guild leader, what are you doing next? Want to do quests together? Suyu enthusiastically invited him. Lin Anren's heart tightened. No, please don't agree. She wasn't ready to continue spending long periods of time with Lu Yin in the game. But the more she feared something, the more it came right at her. Party Yin Shin, fine. You two are too low level, it's not safe. When Suyu heard this, she was absolutely ecstatic. Party Suyu, awesome. With the guild leader leading us, we're definitely hitting level 20 today. Lin Anren's heart, however, sank. She was done for. There was no running away. She could even imagine Lu Yin when he said not safe, thinking of Ran the whole time. A wave of shame surged over her. A wave of shame washed over her. Party Suyu, let's form a party then. Turning on voice chat makes it easier. The moment Lin Anren heard voice chat, her scalp went numb. Party Ran. We don't need to turn on voice chat, right? She tried to struggle one last time. Party Suyu, Why, apprentice? Your voice is so nice it'd be a waste not to use it. And typing is inconvenient. Party Yin Shin, turn it on. It's easier to coordinate. Once Lu Yin spoke, he directly blocked every way out for Lin Anren. What could she do? She was desperate too. She couldn't possibly say, I'm afraid you'll find out I'm your bro, Lin Anren, could she? In the end, under pressure from both Suyu and Yin Shin, Lin Anren braced herself and agreed to turn on voice chat. The familiar party voice channel was established once more. Hey, guild leader. Apprentice, can you hear me? Suyu's spirited voice rang out first. I can hear you. Yin Shin's low magnetic voice followed right after. Lin Anren pinched her throat and let out an as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Apprentice, what's wrong? Your voice is so quiet. Are you shy? Suyu immediately noticed something off. And no. Nothing. Okay, let's go. Quests. Yin Shin spoke up, saving her from the interrogation. The rest of the gaming session took on an utterly peculiar tone. Lu Yin pulled and cleared monsters at the front, handling all the dirty, thankless work. Lin Anren and Suyu simply followed behind. After Yin Shin finished a fight, all they needed to do was step forward and collect the quest items. Suyu completely cut loose, chattering with Lin Anren on voice chat as she trotted along. Apprentice, look at the guild leader's moves. Smooth as flowing water, absolutely art. Apprentice, don't you think the guild leader's gear looks awesome? I tell you, it's one of a kind on the whole server. Apprentice, don't you feel like the guild leader treats you especially well? Every time Suyu said something like that, Lin Anren's heart gave a jolt. She could only fumble through vague responses. Lu Yin, for his part, barely said a word the entire time, like a tight-lipped bodyguard, silently clearing all obstacles for them. Lin Anren watched the screen where he dominated the battlefield and listened to Suyu's endless flattery in her earphones. A strangely proud feeling suddenly welled up inside her. This was the brother she had grown up with since childhood. Now he was this awesome, this powerful, and so admired by girls. Why did she have the illusion that her son had finally made something of himself? Right? That was exactly it. At this thought, Lin Anren's gaze toward Lu Yin even carried a hint of a proud old father's fondness. The guilt she felt about deceiving him was instantly diluted by that pride. They were bros. If a good brother had made it big and took his poor, down-and-out brother under his wing, wasn't that only natural? With that thought, she felt completely at ease. Just as she was lost in her wild thoughts, she unconsciously told them about the weapon she had seen that afternoon on the voice chat. This afternoon, I saw a zither at the auction house called Frostbloom Resonance. It was so beautiful but way too expensive. I couldn't afford it. She only made that remark in passing. Yet the speaker's words were spoken idly, while the listener's heart caught their meaning. Suyu immediately became interested. Frostflower sound. Is that the blue glowing guqin I saw? It looks absolutely stunning. But that price is absolutely outrageous. Suyu exclaimed over voice chat. How much was it again? 200,000 gold coins. Lin Anren responded listlessly. 200,000 gold coins. Damn, even if I sold myself, I wouldn't be worth that much. Suyu remarked with a sigh. Lin Anren managed a dry chuckle, but said nothing. She had simply found the guqin visually appealing and its attributes excellent. She thought the topic would naturally fade away. But she had forgotten there was one more listener on the voice channel. Lu Yin had been silently observing the two girls' conversation. When he heard the keywords Frostflower sound and 200,000 gold coins, without any hesitation, he switched to another window. The auction house. He typed in Frostflower sound and searched. Soon an ancient guqin appeared on the screen. He directly clicked purchase paid, all in one smooth motion. The entire process took no more than 30 seconds. After finishing all this, he switched back to the game, acting as if nothing had happened, continuing to clear quest monsters ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Anren and Suyu in the game had no idea about what was happening. They were still discussing where to go for the next quest. Just then a golden email notification suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of Lin Anren's screen. She paused for a moment, thinking it was a system email. Having played all afternoon, all she had received were some dull system emails. This was the first time she had seen one with special effects. Curious, she opened it. Player, Yin Shun, has sent you a gift via email. Please check. Lu Yen, he's sending me a gift. Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Her hands trembling, she opened the email attachment. In the email attachment field, two items lay quietly. The first was precisely the guqin she had been coveting moments ago, the Frostflower sound, but had turned away from due to its prohibitive price. And the second was a weapon she had never seen before, named Starfall Dream Guide. It was an ethereal guqin composed entirely of starlight, with countless tiny stars slowly swirling around its body. Its appearance surpassed that of the Frostflower sound by several tiers. However, its attributes did not match those of the Frostflower sound. Lin Anren stared blankly at the screen. How could he have purchased this? And gifted her an extra one? How much must this have cost? In the voice channel, Suyu was still shouting excitedly. Apprentice! Apprentice, why aren't you speaking? How about we go fight that spider demon in the cave? Lin Anren opened her mouth, but could not utter a single word. Her finger hovered over the accept attachment button, unable to press down. This was no longer just casually mentoring a new player. This was completely something only a suitor would do, thrusting wealth at her, and in such a direct, straightforward manner. Lin Anren's heart was filled with mixed emotions. If this were Lu Yin giving it to her as a good brother, she would certainly scold him for being wasteful, while happily accepting it. But now Lu Yin was giving this as someone harboring secret feelings to a player he believed to be a sweet girl. The weight of this gift instantly shifted. She felt her cheeks growing hot. Accept or not? Accepting it would mean acknowledging his pursuit, making it even harder to confess the truth to him later. Not accepting it would seem too dismissive, and her gaze fell once more upon the attributes of the Frostflower sound. Double healing. It was truly too tempting. Her inner balance swung frantically between brotherly loyalty and top-tier equipment. Apprentice, what's wrong? Did you disconnect? Suyu's voice pulled her back to reality. No. Lin Anren's voice trembled slightly. I received an email. Email? Who sent it? Suyu asked curiously. Before Lin Anren could answer, she heard Suyu let out an earth-shattering scream over the voice channel. What the hell? Guild leader, what did you do? The world channel says you instantly purchased that Frostflower sound from the auction house. It turned out that high-value transactions triggered world announcements. With that, the entire server knew. World spectator, a Lord Yin Shin struck again. That 200 gold coin guqin bought in an instant. World spectator B, we cannot fathom the world of the wealthy. World spectator C, I'll bet 5 cents this guqin is definitely for a girl. Suyu was already so excited over the voice channel that she could barely form coherent words. Apprentice, did the guild leader send this to you? Tell me, did he? Lin Anren felt as though she were suffocating. Now it was all over. The entire world knew she was being catered to by a tycoon. She gritted her teeth and steeled her resolve. Accept it. Why wouldn't she accept it? Everyone had already seen it. Might as well take it since it's free. Besides, this was Lu Yen, her best friend. What was wrong with spending a bit of her brother's money? Consider it in advance on child support. Yes, child support. Lynn Anren had found the perfect excuse for her shamelessness. She took a deep breath and clicked the Accept Attachment button. System, you have obtained Frostflower Sound. System, you have obtained Starfall Dream Guide. Looking at those two sparkling items in her backpack, Lynn Anren felt an unreal sense of unreality. She felt as though she had embarked upon a most dubious path. Though somewhat sinful, one had to admit this feeling was truly exhilarating. As Lynn Anren accepted these two precious gifts, Suyu in the voice channel was already green with envy. Ah! Apprentice, you're so lucky. Suyu's piercing scream nearly burst Lynn Anren's eardrums. Your guild leader is too kind. Guild leader, do you need an accessory who can shout awesome? Upon hearing Suyu's lamentations, Lu Yin simply replied indifferently, no need. This ruthless rejection left Suyu's heart in shambles. Boohoo, guild leader is biased. Listening to Suyu's playful complaints, Lynn Anren's earlier nervousness and awkwardness about receiving such lavish gifts began to dissipate. She gazed at the two brand-new Gucci instruments resting in her backpack, feeling delightfully satisfied, though she still offered a polite objection. Guild leader, this is far too valuable. She wanted to say she couldn't accept it, but the words caught in her throat. They were already stored in her inventory. Saying such things now would make her appear hypocritical. Lu Yin seemed to understand her thoughts and spoke calmly over the voice channel. It's nothing, just some game data. Just data? Hearing this, Lynn Anren nearly coughed up blood. 200,000 gold coins, and to him, it was merely data. Converted to real currency, that would be over 2,000 yuan. Was this the world of the wealthy? She silently swallowed her thanks, feeling that any words would ring hollow. Meanwhile, Suyu was still back there, consumed by envy. Hearing this, Lynn Anren felt somewhat guilty. After all, Suyu was her proper master, yet all the benefits fell to her as the disciple. After a moment's thought, she said bravely to Suyu over the voice channel, Master, don't be upset. Once I have money, I'll buy one for you too. Suyu's tears instantly turned to laughter. Ha ha ha, what a good apprentice. I haven't spoiled you in vain. Master is waiting for you to become successful and support me. The two bantered and laughed for a while before Suyu suddenly remembered something. Oh right, apprentice, quickly equip your new gear and take a look. It must be absolutely gorgeous. Lynn Anren opened her backpack. The two Gucci instruments lay quietly in their slots, radiating alluring brilliance. Frost Bloom Melody, carved entirely from 10,000-year-old ice, its deep blue body shimmered with faint mist, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Starfall Dream Guide. Its beauty transcended mortal conception, its translucent body resembling the deep night sky, with countless shimmering stars drifting gracefully within it, stunningly exquisite. Who could refuse a legendary weapon? Though she was now female, that did not diminish her passion for top-tier equipment. Lynn Anren's heart raced with excitement as she eagerly anticipated seeing the effect. She selected Frost Bloom Melody first and clicked to equip it. With a soft hum, the beginner's worn wooden Gucci on her back vanished, instantly replaced by a blue instrument radiating a chilling aura. As her character cradled Frost Bloom Melody before her, a pale blue halo radiated outward from her center, and translucent snowflake phantoms drifted slowly around her form, eventually dissolving into the air. Her little fox spirit character was already adorable, but paired with this cool and magnificent Gucci, she instantly gained an ethereal fairy-like presence. Wow, so beautiful. Suyu was the first to exclaim over the voice channel. Apprentice, you look like an ice and snow fairy now. This effect is incredible. Lynn Anren was equally delighted and controlled her character to walk a few steps. The snowflake effects danced along with her movements, as if blooming with each step like lotus flowers. And that one. The star one too. Quick switch and see. Suyu was even more eager. Lynn Anren nodded and swapped in Starfall Dream Guide. If Frost Bloom Melody was a serene immortal fairy, then Starfall Dream Guide was a dreamlike goddess. The moment this starlight-crafted Gucci appeared in her character's hands, the surrounding light seemed to dim. Countless stardust spilled from the instrument's body, forming a magnificent galaxy that spiraled gently around her. Her little fox spirit character was enveloped by this river of stars, with even her fluffy ears and tail dusted with tiny points of starlight. This wasn't merely beautiful, it was unfair. Ah! Suyu's scream pierced the heavens once more. Apprentice, this one, use this one. It's too gorgeous. You're no longer a fairy, you're a goddess. A princess of the Milky Way. Suyu was completely at a loss for words. The voice channel echoed with her gasps and fervent exclamations. Lynn Anren was equally stunned by the magnificent effects. What player could withstand such visual bombardment? She felt as though she were the most dazzling presence in the entire server. Yet despite her awe as a seasoned gamer, she instinctively opened the attribute panels for both weapons to compare them. Frost Bloom Melody's stats were perfectly tailored to her Sound Master class, boasting exceptionally high healing bonuses and several enchantments that amplified healing critical hits and effectiveness. The truly extraordinary trait was its special property: healing skills have a 15 chance to produce double effects. And Starfall Dream Guide. Its attributes were scattered and unfocused with modest amounts of strength and agility, but nothing remarkable. Its healing bonus was less than half that of Frostbloom Melody. It was essentially a decorative vase weapon commonly known as a street display artifact, beautiful to behold, but useless in practice. After comparing the stats, Lin Anren made her decision instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, she switched the weapon back to the blue Frostbloom Melody. In the voice channel, Suyu's praises fell silent. Apprentice. Suyu's voice was filled with confusion. Why did you switch back? Wouldn't the star one look better? Don't change it. Keep using that one. Faced with Suyu's question, Lin Anren answered almost instinctively. Beauty doesn't fill your stomach. This blue one has better stats. Her tone was matter-of-fact, carrying the straightforward simplicity typical of a male gamer. To her, this was hardly a question that required deliberation. One was a genuine endgame artifact, the other was merely a decorative trinket. Which one to choose was self-evident, wasn't it? Yet the moment her words left her mouth, an eerie silence fell over the voice channel. Suyu let out a puzzled huh, as if she hadn't quite processed what she'd heard. Lin Anren assumed she hadn't heard clearly or failed to grasp the importance of stats, so she earnestly elaborated with another dose of her signature gamer logic. Hesitating even a second would be a disrespect to the numbers. This was a joke she used to casually drop while gaming with Liu Yin back in the day. It meant that facing top-tier gear, any hesitation was an affront to sheer statistical power. But she had forgotten one crucial detail. Her current persona was not Liu Yan's bro Lin Anren. She was supposed to be Ran, a soft-voiced, adorable newbie girl who made the guild master splash out freely. The moment those words came out, the silence on the voice channel deepened further. Lin Anren could almost picture the expressions on Suyu and Liu Yan's faces on the other end of the line. Oh no, what did I just say? What the hell was I talking about? What kind of soft girl says something like hesitating a second is disrespectful to the numbers? Shouldn't a soft girl be hesitating and fumbling her words with that indecisive tone? Oh, but the star one is really so pretty, stats don't matter at all, beauty is all that counts. Right? What she had just said was like a rugged brawler suddenly crawling out from behind an adorable costume and picking his teeth right in front of everyone. Her persona had collapsed, shattered into pieces. Would Liu Yan notice something was off? A cold sweat broke out across Lin Anren's back in an instant. She wished she could transport herself back 30 seconds and sew her own mouth shut. Just as her brain was on the verge of shutting down, Suyu's laughter broke the silence. Oh my, who would have guessed? Suyu's voice brimmed with amazement. I always thought Ran was just a beauty-obsessed girl, but deep down she's actually a hardcore stats enthusiast. I thought only female players with rough bro-style approaches would value stats more. Hardcore. Hearing that word, Lin Anren felt herself one step closer to having her true identity exposed. No, I have to fix this. Her mind began racing, desperately searching for any tactic that might salvage the situation. Got it. She hit upon a brilliant excuse. One that could explain her choice of high-stat gear while perfectly aligning with her carefully crafted persona. Lin Anren cleared her throat, preparing to begin her performance. Ahem. She gave 2 light coughs, first gathering her composure. Then in a voice far softer and more innocent than before, she spoke quietly. Well, master, it's not that. Her tone carried a hint of grievance and embarrassment, so different from her earlier bluntness. I like pretty things too, you know. That star pattern zither really is the most beautiful weapon I've ever seen. Truly incredibly lovely. She started by affirming Suyu's taste, signaling that she was still a perfectly normal aesthetic appreciating girl. Suyu, caught off guard by the sudden sugary tone, instinctively replied, huh. Lin Anren continued her performance, her tone shifting to something noticeably sweeter. But this blue zither has significantly better stats, doesn't it? I was thinking, if my healing output is higher and more reliable, then when you're charging ahead you'll be able to take more hits for me. She delivered the line with such sweetness and sincerity that it sounded like she truly had her master's safety at heart. Yet no matter how you listened to it, the content was somehow deeply problematic. What did take more hits even imply? On the voice channel, Suyu fell silent once again. After several long seconds, she finally asked in a highly uncertain tone, Ran, why does what you just said sound so weird? Just then Liu Yan, who had been silently listening, let out an extremely faint chuckle from his throat. The laugh was so brief it was nearly inaudible, yet it struck Lin Anren like a bolt of electricity. He heard. He's still laughing. Lin Anren's face flushed crimson in an instant. Deploying such green tea manipulation tactics in front of her best friend amounted to a public execution. Fortunately, he still hadn't recognized her true identity. Suyu, however, had also heard Liu Yan's laugh and immediately caught on. Oh, you little sneak. Suyu exclaimed on the voice channel. I get it now. I strongly suspect you're throwing shade at me. Pretending to be cute on the surface while secretly mocking how fast I die, aren't you? Realizing her scheme was exposed, Lin Anren immediately deployed her ultimate trump card, acting cute, to wiggle her way out. No way, master. Her voice sounded on the verge of tears, brimming with the grievance of being misunderstood. I'm really thinking about you. She began earnestly spouting complete nonsense. Think about it. Every time we fight monsters and bosses, don't you always charge to the front with your greatsword, protecting your weak, pitiful, and helpless little healer? If you went down, what would I do alone? The boss would definitely swat me dead with one slap. Then we'd both end up lying on the ground, unable to clear the dungeon. How tragic would that be? So, I chose this high-stat zither. Ultimately, it's to ensure your safety and keep you standing longer. This is all for the greater good of our entire party. How could you misunderstand me, master? Her speech was delivered with genuine emotion, flawless logic, and an air of noble righteousness. Suyu was instantly swept off her feet. Crisis averted. Lin Anren exhaled deeply in relief within her heart. She stole a quick glance at Lu Yan's avatar in the party list and felt her cheeks still burning. She had barely talked her way out of it. Composing herself, she suddenly remembered that in her frantic banter with her master, she hadn't even thanked the person who had gifted her the items. After joking around with Suyu for a while, the earlier tension about receiving such a lavish gift had faded considerably. Lin Anren's mood settled, and now as she gazed at the two exquisite gyukins sitting in her inventory, all that remained was pure joy. Still, joy aside, proper etiquette could not be ignored. After all, Lu Yan had spent real money on these gifts, and she certainly couldn't just accept them without offering a proper thank you. She guided her fox avatar to turn around facing Lu Yan's character. How should she thank him? Lin Anren's mind was tangled again. Should she simply say, "Thanks bro," over the voice chat? No. She wasn't Lin Anren anymore, as she was Ran now. Then what about, "Thank you, Guildmaster"? That felt too ordinary, lacking sincerity, far from matching the generosity of a gift worth 200,000 gold coins. She needed something more special, something that fit her soft, delicate persona. After a moment's thought, she opened the game's emote system. A dazzling array of actions appeared before her. Wave, bow, applause, cheer. All far too mundane. Her gaze scrolled downward, and soon one emote caught her. I make a big heart. The icon showed a chibi character forming a large heart shape above their head with both hands. This was perfect. Her eyes lit up. Making heart gestures was trendy, graceful, cute, and utterly fitting her persona. She pictured the simplest version, crossing index fingers and thumbs to form a heart, or raising both arms overhead in an arc. Decided, she began her performance. Controlling her character, she took 2 steps closer to Lu Yan's avatar and struck a pose she deemed adorable. She took a deep breath, leaned into the microphone, and said with her sweetest, softest voice, "Guild Master, thank you for your gift." To heighten the effect, she stretched out the final syllable, letting her voice trail upward with a teasing lilt. She'd never spoken with such a pinched voice in her life. Goosebumps rose on her arms as she pressed the make a big heart emote key. But her character's animation was nothing like she'd expected. On screen, Ran winked playfully, then puffed out her cheeks. She blew a kiss straight toward Lu Yan with an audible moi. Then with an impossibly coquettish posture, she leaned affectionately toward Durun, framing a delicate little heart against her chest with both hands. But that wasn't all. A massive heart emblem erupted from her head, pulsing pink and trailing animated particles, while a cute sound effect echoed across the screen. The camera zoomed in for a close-up of her face, amplifying the sentiment. The entire scene radiated an overwhelmingly sweet, almost cloying pink energy. Dead silence fell over the voice channel. Lin Anren froze completely. Fingers locked on the keyboard, eyes wide with shock. What the hell was this move? This wasn't make a big heart. This was blow a kiss of love. She'd just performed the most mortifying gesture directly at Lu Yan while making that squeaky voice. Her soul practically left her body. Just as Lin Anren felt she might ascend to another plane, Suyu's earth-shattering scream erupted through the voice channel. "Ah, disciple, you're too much." Suyu's voice cracked with excitement, completely lost in shipping mode. "This move is so cute. So sweet. Guildmaster, did you see that? My disciple is confessing to you." "Confessing your ass." Lin Anren raged internally. She wanted to vanish into a crack in the floor and seal Suyu's mouth shut. "Master, stop talking nonsense." I never." Her voice cracked with panic, losing all its practiced sweetness. But Suyu had fully embraced her role as the shipping squad leader, ignoring her disciple's struggles entirely. "Oh, why so shy? If you like someone, you should say it out loud." Suyu laughed, nearly falling off her chair over the voice chat. "Guildmaster, look how adorable our Ran is. Beautiful, sweet-voiced, knows how to act coquettish. She's a top-tier treasure practically handed to you on a platter. Really, won't you consider it?" Lin Anren's heart bled. "Master, dear master, are you trying to roast me alive?" Lin Anren dove straight into the nearest quest map. She just wanted to hide somewhere far away from Lu Yan. "Oh Ranran, why are you running so fast?" Suyu's cheerful teasing voice came through the channel. "Is a ghost chasing you?" "Oh, I get it. You're just shy, embarrassed, right?" "No, I just want to level up faster." Lin Anren pushed back stubbornly. "Hey disciple, I'm serious. Don't you think the guild master actually has feelings for you?" Suyu's tone suddenly turned more earnest. Lin Anren's heart sank. He's so elusive. Most guild members have played for months and never seen him online. But today he logged on just to lead us, and without hesitation bought you such an expensive weapon. There's definitely something going on. Suyu's analysis sounded convincing. "There's no way, master, you're overthinking it. The guild master is just taking care of newbies." She was making her final stand, but her voice lacked conviction. Even she didn't believe it. Would someone really spend over 2,000 yuan on gear just to take care of newbies? Would someone post protection messages on the World Channel just for you? This wasn't taking care. This was pursuit. And she knew more than Suyu did. Luyan had genuinely developed feelings for Ran in the game. The realization made Lin Anren feel like a terrible person. Alright, no more gossiping. Spiders ahead, let's kill some monsters. Thankfully, they'd reached the quest location, a dark, damp cave. The moment Suyu spotted the monsters, her attention shifted entirely, charging forward with her greatsword. Lin Anren breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, the topic was over. She focused and began healing Suyu while applying buff effects. Elegant zither music echoed through the cave. The powerful attributes of Frostlight Melody immediately showed their worth. A double heal effect triggered. A massive green number popped above Suyu's head, instantly restoring the health the spiders had drained. Whoa, disciple, this instrument is insane. Suyu exclaimed in delight. I feel like I could tank 10 spiders. The satisfaction of powerful equipment began to soothe Lin Anren's flustered mind. Watching her character's gorgeous gear and listening to Suyu's praise, that tiny sliver of guilt began to waver again. Forget it, she decided. Luyan already thought she was a girl. She'd accepted the gifts, done all these humiliating things. Might as well treat it as practice for my dense best bro on how to date. Right, she was helping him. Lin Anren found another flawless excuse for her actions. After playing with Suyu and Lu Yin for quite some time, Lin Anren ordered takeout for dinner. This time she had messaged the delivery rider in advance, asking him to simply leave the food at the door. Half listening to the team voice chat, she tilted her ear toward the entrance. When she heard a soft click from the door, she knew the food had arrived. Master Guild Leader, my takeout's here. I'll go eat now. Let's call it a day for today, Lin Anren said over the voice channel, her tone striking the perfect balance of apology and reluctant attachment. Logging off already so soon. Suyu sounded somewhat reluctant to let her go. Alright, then you need to eat. Go on, don't starve yourself. See you tomorrow. Having said that, Lin Anren was about to exit the game when Suyu suddenly called out to her over the voice channel. Hey, wait. What is it, master? Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition rising within her. Apprentice, how about we add each other on WeChat? That way we can stay in touch more easily, and you can reach out to me directly if you need anything. Add each other on WeChat. Lin Anren instinctively wanted to agree. It was just adding WeChat after all, nothing big. But the words died on her lips, swallowed back forcefully. Her WeChat profile picture and nickname were anything but something a girl would use. Her Moments feed, aside from reposting company-mandated promotional articles, consisted entirely of scathing reviews of obscure films she had watched. This was hardly feminine. No way. Absolutely not. Lin Anren's mind raced. Suddenly she remembered. She had an alt account. Lin Anren immediately switched the game to the background. At the speed of a lifetime, she opened her alt WeChat account. Next came the disguise. What should she name it? She thought for a moment, then typed in Njiruo Ran. That was quite nice. Gentle and poetic, perfectly fitting a soft-spoken girl's persona. Done. Next step, the profile picture. Lin Anren opened her photo album, which contained nothing but screenshots from various films. None of these would work. An idea struck her. She opened her browser and searched several keywords: female avatar, fresh aesthetic, faceless. In an instant, countless images flooded the screen. She scrolled through them rapidly before finally settling on one. The image showed a girl in a white dress standing in a field of daisies, holding a book, her long hair gently stirred by the breeze. The scene was clean and tender. Perfect. Finally, the Moments. An empty Moments feed would definitely raise suspicion. Lin Anren opened her browser once more and searched for copies suitable for girls to post on their Moments. She copied and paired them with a few decent landscape and food photos she had taken previously, and quickly posted 3 Moments entries. The sunshine is just right, the breeze is gentle. I'm savoring a cozy moment alone. The little kitten downstairs is too adorable. Successfully got to pet it again today. May the stars in your eyes and the mountains and seas in your heart both come rushing toward you. After posting, she gave herself chills just looking at them. But it should fool them, right? Having completed everything, Lin Anren surveyed her handiwork and nodded in satisfaction. She switched back to the game and shared her alt WeChat account with Suyu. All of this, however, had been witnessed by another person in the party. Luyan had been standing quietly to the side the entire time, saying nothing. He listened as the two girls chattered back and forth in the voice channel, exchanging contact information. Of course, he also wanted Ran's contact details. From the very first time he had heard her voice, an unfamiliar feeling had quietly taken root in his heart. Her voice was lovely, soft and sweet, like a feather constantly brushing against his heart without him realizing it. Playing games with her felt comfortable, deeply relaxing. The feeling was unfamiliar, yet it had already grown somewhat addictive. He wanted to know more about her, what she was like in real life, to hear her voice even more. But he did not know how to go about it. Should he just ask for her contact information directly? Would that be too abrupt? Would he scare her off? Luyan had always been the golden child in everyone's eyes, brilliant in his studies, outstanding in his abilities. Yet in matters of romance, he was a complete blank. He had no idea how to pursue a girl. The only person he could think of to consult was Lin Anren. Although Lin Anren was also single, he frequently watched romance films, and presumably had a firm grasp on all sorts of romantic strategies. Perhaps he might pick up some useful advice from him. With this thought, Lu Yan already had a plan forming in his mind. And indeed, he did find that Lin Anren had been acting strangely lately. In the past, he could hardly stop messaging him throughout the day, constantly asking to grab meals and play games. But these past few days, having taken sick leave at home, he had been unusually quiet. Was he sick that badly? Lu Yan frowned. Before they entered university, Lin Anren's mother had specifically asked him to keep an eye on the boy. She had told him to watch over Lin Anren more closely. That kid was incredibly lazy, and without someone keeping him in check, he would rot away in his rental apartment. At this thought, Lu Yan smiled. He had made up his mind. He would ask Lin Anren to meet up this weekend and see what was wrong with him. Meanwhile, Lin Anren, who had just added Suyu on WeChat, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master Guild Leader, I'm really logging off now. Bye-bye. With that, she powered off at lightning speed. Then she walked to the dining table, opened her takeout, and picked up her phone while eating. On her phone, Suyu had already sent several messages. Suyue Ranran, your moments are so literary. Suyue, do you like reading? Suyue, me too. Suyue, you also like little animals. Oh my god, we're practically destined to be besties. Looking at Suyu's enthusiastic messages, Lin Anren felt as though a door to a brand new world had just opened in her life. So this was what it felt like to be close friends with a girl. It was quite novel. She ate her meal while casually chatting with Suyue, sharing their respective interests and hobbies. Halfway through, she rose to grab a drink, but bumped her chest squarely into the corner of the table. Hiss. The fabric of her t-shirt brushed against the most sensitive spot on her chest, sending a tingling warmth that made her cheeks flush. The unfamiliar sensation made her let out a muffled groan. Lin Anren froze in place. She looked down at her chest. A serious problem immediately surfaced in her mind. She needed to buy some bras. Otherwise, when she started working in the future, going without one would mean her nipples would show through. She would be labeled a pervert. As someone with mild social anxiety, Lin Anren absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. But she knew absolutely nothing about girls' undergarments. What brand? What style? What size? Her mind went completely blank. Just then she thought of her newly made bestie Suyu. That's right. She could simply ask Suyu about it. She immediately concocted an excuse. She would say she had just moved, her luggage hadn't arrived yet, and her undergarments were running low, asking Suyu to recommend some good brands. Perfect. Without hesitation, she picked up her phone and decided to send a voice message. That way it would seem more sincere. She cleared her throat, composed herself, and pressed the voice key. Sister Suyu. She deliberately used the more respectful term and dragged out her ending notes in a soft, sugary tone. I've run into a little trouble. Can you help me out? After Lin Anren sent the voice message, goosebumps rose along her arms. The tone was far too saccharine. A grown man of over 20 years, and yet he could produce such a sultry voice. He had truly unlocked a new skill. Yet the effect was remarkable. Suyu replied almost instantly with another voice message, her tone brimming with the warmth and straightforwardness of an older sister. What's wrong, Ranran? Did something trouble you? Tell your sister. Don't be shy. I'll help you sort it out. It was clear Suyu had fallen completely for it, her heart soaring at being called Sister Suyu. Lin Anren concealed a secret thrill. Plan successful. She immediately pressed her advantage and sent another voice message. Well, I just moved and so many of my things haven't arrived yet. Then I realized I can't seem to find any of my undershirts. So I was wondering if you could recommend any comfortable brands. I know nothing about these things. After sending it, she deliberately added a soft sigh at the end, crafting an image of a naive, helpless girl whose domestic skills left much to be desired. Vivid and convincing. Sure enough, Suyu bit right away. Oh, that's nothing. I thought something serious had happened. No problem. Leave this to your sister. Immediately after, Lin Anren's WeChat was bombarded with a string of shopping links. Various brands of underwear, comfortable cotton styles, sexy lace designs, and even professional sports bras. Beyond underwear, Suyu thoughtfully sent pajamas, loungewear, and even links to different types of sanitary products, each accompanied by detailed explanations. Suyu, this brand's underwear is wire-free, particularly comfortable, as if you're wearing nothing at all, perfect for everyday homeware. Suyu, this one is a sports bra with excellent support. If you ever go to the gym, you must wear this. Suyu, and this one. Ranran, let me tell you, the sleepwear from this brand is made of real silk, so silky smooth. Girls must treat themselves well. Suyu, right, there's also this. Daytime pads, nighttime pads, extra long, overnight ones. Make sure to stock up on all of them, better to have and not need. Lin Anren gazed at the dazzling array of products on her screen and felt her eyes blur. Being a woman is far too complicated. Just undergarments alone came with so many considerations. She was utterly overwhelmed, her indecisiveness nearly reaching a crisis point. Just as she was struggling to choose, Suyu sent another crucial message. Suyu Anren, what size do you usually wear? Don't buy the wrong one. With underwear, even a slight difference in size can make wearing it uncomfortable. Size. Lin Anren's mind stalled once again. How could she possibly know? She had only ever known clothes came in S, M, L, and XL. Just how were underwear sizes calculated? She certainly couldn't say she didn't know. Would it be reasonable for a woman in her 20s to be ignorant of her own underwear size? It simply wouldn't be. Her mind raced once more. She needed another flawless excuse. Got it. She picked up her phone. Sister Suyu, I've gained a little weight recently, so my old size might not be quite right anymore. She gave herself a mental thumbs up. That excuse perfectly concealed her ignorance while sounding authentic. After all, every girl cared about changes in her figure. Oh, gaining a little is a good thing. More flesh to hold on to after all. Suyu comforted her in her usual boisterous manner, raising not a single suspicion. Then it's easy. Why don't you just measure yourself? Measure? How? Before Lin Anren could ask, big sister Suyu's overbearing nature flared up once more. Do you have a soft measuring tape at home? The kind tailors use. I don't think so, Lin Anren answered honestly. No worries. Delivery is super convenient these days. Just search for measuring tape on your medication app, and it'll arrive within half an hour. Remember to get one in new packaging for hygiene. You could do that. Lin Anren felt she had learned yet another useless piece of knowledge. She immediately opened her delivery app and, following Suyu's instructions, ordered a measuring tape. As expected, within less than 20 minutes the delivery rider's call came through. Lin Anren rushed downstairs as fast as she could and retrieved the small package from the rider's hands. Back home, she unwrapped the package and held the brand new supple measuring tape in her hand. Taking a deep breath, she walked into the bathroom. She began measuring her 3 figures. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at the unfamiliar body, fair-skinned and beautifully curvaceous, and her cheeks grew hot once more, completely beyond her control. Following the written tutorial you had sent, she got to work. First step, measure your under bust. Stand straight, breathe normally, and wrap the tape measure around just below your breasts. Lin Anren awkwardly pulled the measuring tape around her back, encircling just beneath her breasts. The cold tape against her skin sent a shiver racing down her spine. She looked down at the markings on the tape. 70 centimeters. She committed the number to memory. Second step, measure your over bust. Tilt your body forward at a 45-degree angle, then wrap the tape around the fullest part of your breasts, just enough to stay in place, neither too tight nor too loose. Lin Anren obeyed, leaning forward slightly. In the mirror, the soft weight of her breasts, pulled gently downward by gravity, formed an arc that made her blush and her heart race. She quickly averted her eyes and guided the tape around. She could feel her hands trembling. The sensation was so bizarre, as though she were desecrating a body that did not belong to her. She closed her eyes, daring not look at the mirror, and adjusted the tape by feel alone. Only then did she open her eyes and glance at the measurement. 85 centimeters. She sent both numbers, 70 and 85, to Suyu. Ranran's sister Suyu, I've measured. These are the numbers. What do they mean? After sending the message, Lin Anren clutched her phone and waited nervously for judgment. She felt like a primary school student awaiting the announcement of test scores. A few seconds later, Suyu's reply arrived. A voice message 10 seconds long. Lin Anren tapped to play it. There was a silence of nearly 3 seconds inside the recording, followed by the sound of Suyu sharply drawing in her breath, and then a jaw-dropping scream. Holy shit. Ranran. 70C. You're actually a 70C. Oh my god. What kind of divine figure is that? Suyu's voice trembled with astonishment and envy. That's practically the golden ratio. Full bust, slim waist. And you're telling me you gained weight. You're showing off. That's sheer Versailles behavior. Admit it, you should be a model. Lin Anren 0. Listening to Suyu's incoherent praise, Lin Anren was completely bewildered. 70C. What did that even mean? It sounded impressive, surely, but as someone who had lived as a rough and tumble guy his entire life, he had absolutely no frame of reference for it. He only knew it seemed like a rather large size. So his current body was not only handsome, but also possessed an excellent figure. This realization filled Lin Anren with an extraordinary complexity of emotions. A feeling akin to winning 100 million in the lottery only to discover the prize was in Zimbabwean dollars. Just as she stood lost and thought, her phone screen lit up once more. A new message. It was not from Suyu. It was from Lu Yen. Lin Anren's heart gave a sudden leap. She opened the message. On the screen appeared only a few brief words. Lu Yen, are you free this weekend? Let's get together. Lin Anren's heart clenched suddenly upon reading Lu Yen's message. Meet up. What kind of joke is this? How could she possibly face anyone she knew in her current state? Forget about seeing Lu Yen. For starters, she would dodge the elderly doorman downstairs. Panic alarms blared in her mind. She was terrified, utterly terrified. Setting aside whether Lu Yen could accept her as a girl, now even if he could, she risked exposure. Though phone and computer voices sound somewhat distorted, speaking face-to-face would definitely let Lu Yen notice how similar her voice was to Ranran's. At that point, how would she explain it? Hey Lu Yen, long time no see. By the way, I'm that sweet girl you spent thousands of yuan pursuing online recently. Surprise. Shocked. Just imagining that scene made Lin Anren feel like she could die of sheer embarrassment on the spot. No way. She absolutely could not meet up. She wouldn't see him even if it cost her life. Her fingers trembled on the screen like a Parkinson's patient, her mind racing desperately for an excuse to refuse. Got it. Sick leave. Wasn't she still on medical leave? This was a godsend. Lin Anren, no thanks, I haven't fully recovered yet. I'm weak all over and just want to lie at home this weekend. However, the person on the other end was Lu Yen, the one who knew her better than her own mother. As expected, his reply came quickly. Lu. Yin week. Perfect. I'll come over and check on you and make you something to eat. You're probably surviving on takeout again. Coming to her house. Impossible. Her mind gripped by panic sparkled with another survival instinct. Lin Anren, no. Don't come. The doctor says my cold is pretty severe and highly contagious. You have to go to work. If I infect you and delay your job, what then? Lin Anren, really I'm fine. I just don't feel like moving. A couple more days of lying in bed and I'll be good. To bolster credibility, she added, Lin Anren, once I recover I'll treat you to a meal and we can properly catch up. Deal. After firing off the long string of messages, she tossed her phone aside and stared nervously at the ceiling, silently praying Lu Yin wouldn't insist further. About a minute or two passed when the phone vibrated. Trembling, she picked it up. Lu Yin, all right. Take care of yourself, then drink plenty of hot water and call me anytime if you need anything. Phew. Seeing the reply, Lin Anren exhaled deeply. She had finally gotten away with it. However, on the other side of the city, Lu Yin sat at his desk reading Lin Anren's response on his phone screen, his brows slightly furrowed. Something was off. Far too off. The old Lin Anren, though lazy, grew exceptionally clingy whenever she was sick. She practically begged him to stay by her side 24 hours a day, fetching tea, peeling fruit, and feeding her. Because left alone, that girl could literally starve herself to death. Without him checking in, Lin Anren could survive a full week on takeout and instant noodles, living like a lonely hermit. So every time she was unwell, he would drop by whenever free, take over her kitchen, and make sure she at least had a warm meal. But this time Lin Anren had repeatedly refused his visits, even using the flimsy excuse of contagion. The two of them had grown up inseparable since childhood. Who was afraid of infecting whom? Abnormal behavior always signals something hidden. Lu Yan's intuition told him Lin Anren was definitely hiding something. Was she seriously ill and didn't want him to worry? Or had she run into some other trouble? Lu Yan tapped his finger lightly against the phone screen. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to properly observe what his good buddy was really up to. Having barely persuaded Lu Yan to back off, Lin Anren hadn't even caught her breath when her phone buzzed again. On her alt WeChat, Suyu's enthusiastic messages continued flooding the screen. Suyue, Ranran. Ranran, are you there? Suyue, let me tell you. For a 70C size, you must choose bras with better support when shopping, otherwise they'll sag over time. Suyue, also absolutely avoid buying heavily push-up styles just to look sexy. They're extremely uncomfortable and compress the chest, which is bad for your health. Suyue, oh, and the link I sent is seamless. No visible lines under summer t-shirts. Super practical. Reading Suyu's long-breasted knowledge lecture, Lin Anren felt her worldview getting refreshed again. So there were actually so many subtleties to this. She had always assumed bras were just two pieces of fabric and two straps. She never expected such intricate considerations. Just as she was zoning out at her screen, Suyu's voice message popped up again. Hey Ranran, I've been telling you all this. Have you even been listening? Suyu's voice carried a touch of amused exasperation. Lin Anren snapped back and quickly replied. Ranran, I'm listening. Sister Suyue, you know so much, you're amazing. She genuinely expressed her admiration. Flattery never fails. Sure enough, Suyu immediately grew proud. Of course, back in the day this sister was also a clueless beginner who learned through trial and error. I took so many detours and wasted so much money. It's normal not to understand at first. If you have any questions later, ask me anytime. Don't be shy. Suyu said with a reassuring pat. Lin Anren felt warm inside. This foster sister, though sometimes loud and boisterous, truly had a kind heart. Just as she was about to say a few more nice words to cement their sisterhood, Suyu suddenly changed the subject, asking in a puzzled tone. But seriously, Ranran, I'm a bit curious. Curious about what? Lin Anren's heart sank. Are you really a girl? Suyu's question struck Lin Anren like a bolt from the blue. Had she been discovered? Already. Lin Anren's palms instantly broke into a cold sweat as she held her phone. Her mind went completely blank, unable to formulate any response. How can you possibly not know such basic common sense? Suyu continued in that probing tone. Even if your mom usually buys these things for you, you should at least know your size. And you can't even tell the difference between day and nighttime sanitary pads. That's going too far. Does Ranran have some brutish guy on the other end of the phone? Suyu's tone carried a playful hint by the end. But Lin Anren couldn't laugh. What should she do? Admit it outright. No, impossible. If she admitted it, Suyu would definitely tell Lu Yan. She'd be completely doomed. Lin Anren decided to play dumb and deflect. She spoke in a soft, sweet tone to Suyu. Ranran, how could I possibly be a boy, Sister Suyu? Look, does any male speak like me? Suyu, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Someone as adorable as Ranran couldn't possibly be some brutish guy. Ranran, ow. Suyu, cough, no more beating around the bush, let's continue teaching you how to shop. Under Suyu's remote guidance, Lin Anren embarked on her first ever purchase of feminine products in her life. This brand of lingerie is specifically designed to make larger busts appear smaller. If you prefer not to accentuate your figure too much, you can try this one. This is lace. Change it up occasionally for different moods, hee you know what I mean. And sleepwear. How can a girl's sleepwear be an afterthought? This spaghetti strap one is silky smooth. Wearing it to sleep makes you feel like a little fairy. Lin Anren looked at the images on the screen, various women's lingerie, and sleepwear, some pure and innocent, others sexy or cute. Her cheeks never stopped burning with that flushed heat. She, a straight man for over 20 years, was now actually researching these things. It felt utterly surreal. Trembling slightly, she added item after item to her cart, following the sizes and styles Suyu recommended. 2 cotton casual styles. 2 seamless versatile ones. And that silk sleepwear Suyu had strongly recommended, supposedly boosting happiness. Well, maybe just one of those 2. After finishing with underwear, there was something even more nerve-wracking. Sanitary pads. Day-use nighttime extra-long nighttime security pants tampons. Suyu sent her a mind map detailing the differences between various products, their usage scenarios, and recommended brands. Staring at that chart, Lin Anren felt her brain completely overload. This is way too complicated. She had previously thought it was as simple as buying a pack of Band-Aids. Just grab one pack and be done with it, right? Unexpectedly, there are so many categories. She cursed internally but obediently followed Suyu's instructions to buy a bit of each type. Better safe than sorry, you never know when a girl might need them, Suyu said solemnly over voice chat. What else could Lin Anren say? She could only nod silently and proceed to payment. Aside from these, Suyu also recommended all sorts of other things. Detergent specifically for washing lingerie, hair care, essential oils, body lotion, shower gels, in various scents. Lin Anren's shopping cart, which had previously only contained movie tickets and game top-up cards, was now never filled with anything else. Today, however, it was stuffed to the brim with these pink and girly feminine products. Looking at the final payment amount, her heart literally bled. Being a girl costs way too much money. The rougher she lived before, the more refined she was now. Formerly, a single bar of soap would do from head to toe. Now just taking a bath required multiple steps: shampoo, conditioner, body wash, body lotion. Alright, let's stop here for today. This should last you a while. Suyu seemed to have worked herself hoarse talking as well. Thank you so much, Sister Suyu. You've really helped me out, Lin Anren said sincerely. Without Suyu, she would have probably spent 3 days and nights studying those products online alone, likely ending up buying everything wrong. No need for formalities. Just call me anytime if you need anything, Suyu said generously. I'm gonna go play games, then get some rest early. Bye-bye. After finishing chatting with Suyu, Lin Anren tossed her phone aside and collapsed onto the bed in a starfish position. Physically and mentally exhausted. Staring at the ceiling, her mind was in complete disarray. The information overload shopping session had given her a much deeper understanding of what it meant to be female. So being a girl involved so many details and troubles she had never imagined before. Just the monthly period alone was enough to give her a headache. She looked down at her body. That pretty face, this golden proportioned figure. Now in her eyes, they were not only a heavy burden. They also came with a whole host of unfamiliar instruction manuals and regular maintenance requirements she had no idea about. She sighed. Looks like this 1-month medical leave from the company would keep her plenty busy. She picked up her phone, opened her notes app, and started drafting an adaptation plan for the coming days. First, get accustomed to the female body and lifestyle as soon as possible, including but not limited to peeing while sitting, wearing underwear daily, learning how to use sanitary pads, and that damn hairdrying business. Second, go to the police station to change the gender and photo on her ID card. This was the most important and also the most troublesome step. She would need to present the hospital's diagnosis certificate while facing the strange looks from the staff. Third, properly handle the relationship with Lu Yen. Thinking of Lu Yen, Lin Anren's head started throbbing again. This was the most thorny issue of all. She had deceived him again tonight. Not only did she reject his invitation to meet in person, but she also lied. Although she managed to get away with it, the guilt in her heart only grew heavier. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, she simply couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was full of everything that had happened in the game today. Lu Yen spending a fortune to buy her that expensive ancient zither. Lu Yen making a bold declaration in the World Channel to protect her. And herself making that shamelessly exaggerated flying kiss gesture toward Lu Yen in that overly cloying voice. Lin Anren let out an AO sound and buried her face in the pillow. What on earth had she done? Lin Anren tossed and turned in bed like dough on a hot griddle, 2 tiny figures warring in her mind. One wearing an angelic halo regarded her with grave seriousness. Lin Anren, you cannot go on like this. Lu Yen is your dearest friend. How could you deceive him so? You must come clean to him right now, this instant. The other, sporting demonic wings, cackled with glee from the sidelines, stoking the flames. Confess. And confess what exactly? That you've not only transformed into a girl, but also masqueraded as one in a game, tricking him out of his affections. He'd be doing you a favor by not labeling you a freak. Besides, doesn't it feel wonderful being treated like a princess, cherished and protected? Who wouldn't want to coast through life on someone else's strength? Lin Anren felt as though her mind were splitting apart. Reason told her she ought to come clean. Yet, Lu Yen was the person she trusted most in this world, the only one who might truly understand and help her. She recalled the life she had once known. A light bulb burned out. Call Lu Yen. The computer crashed. Call Lu Yen. Unsure what to eat for dinner. Call Lu Yen. Even the changing of seasons, Lu Yen was always the one to remind her when to pack away summer clothes or bring out the winter wardrobe. Her life had always seemed to revolve around Lu Yen's presence. She had grown accustomed to leaning on him, to turning to him for everything the moment it arose. And yet when the greatest upheaval of her life had struck, she had chosen concealment. Why? Lin Anren asked herself. Because she was afraid. Afraid of the shock, or outright horror, she might see in Lu Yan's eyes. Afraid that over 20 years of brotherhood would fracture under the weight of this revelation. More importantly, she had already let the perfect moment slip away. If she had called Lu Yan on the very first day of her transformation and told him the truth, he would have come running immediately. Perhaps stunned, perhaps finding it all unbelievable, but he would never have doubted her, never once suspected she was a liar. He would simply have said, as he had so many times before, "What's there to fear? I'm here." But now she not only concealed the truth from him, but entirely unbeknownst to him, had accepted his kindness and protection under another identity, and worse, had even inspired feelings in him. The situation had spiraled into something extraordinarily complicated. Coming clean now would change everything. Sigh. Lin Anren let out a long, heavy breath. If only she had foreseen this. Why had she ever bothered with that blasted game? Why create a female avatar? Why name it Renran? Why turn on voice chat? One wrong step led to another, and now she had backed herself into a dead end. Her mind a swirling mess. She picked up her phone and opened her chat with Lu Yan. She scrolled upward, reading through their old conversations. Most were nothing more than trivial, everyday banter. Lin Anren, Lu Yan, help. The mouse chewed through my network cable again. Lu Yan. How many times has this been? Wait there, I'm coming after work. Lin Anren, what should we eat tonight? Lu Yan, what do you feel like? Let's go out. Lin Anren, have you seen that new movie? It's amazing. We should watch it this weekend. Lu Yan, sure. Their conversations always followed the same pattern. She would ramble on endlessly, and his replies, always brief, never failed to bring her a profound sense of comfort. Lin Anren gazed at those chat records, and without warning her eyes stung. Her relationship with Lu Yan had always been so simple, so pure. She had never imagined that one day an unspeakable secret would stand between them. Yet in her mind the angel and demon continued their relentless quarrel. Confess or continue deceiving? Such was the question. Lin Anren ran her fingers irritably through her hair. Never mind. She would think no more of it. What was she best at after all? Procrastination. Whatever the magnitude of the problem, sleep on it first. Leave it to tomorrow's refreshed self to sort things out. Today Lin Anren simply wanted to lie flat. Though she had resolved to play the ostrich and bury her head in the sand, her mind refused to comply. The moment she closed her eyes, visions she feared most flashed before her. Lu Yan somehow discovering that Ran was actually her. He would look at her in silence. That particular gaze a chilling mixture of disappointment and the cold sting of betrayal. Then without a word he would turn and walk away. And from that day forward they would be separated forever. The mere thought of such a possibility made Lin Anren's heart ache as though pierced by 1,000 needles. She would rather be considered insane by Lu Yan than lose him as a friend. Ark, this is so annoying. Lin Anren sat bolt upright in bed and tore at her hair in frustration. She felt as though these grotesque imaginings were driving her to madness. She needed to calm down. Barefoot she stepped out of bed, walked to the living room, and pulled a can of ice-cold cola from the fridge, downing half of it in one go. The icy liquid sliding down her throat brought a sliver of clarity to her muddled mind. Leaning against the refrigerator door, she began to think things through with deliberate care. Lu Yan appeared gentle and composed on the surface, but at his core he was astonishingly stubborn. Once he had made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. And he had his bottom lines. Above all, he detested deception. A shiver ran down Lin Anren's spine. She remembered the handful of times Lu Yan had truly lost his temper. The most vivid memory came from their middle school days. Back then Lin Anren was a scrawny, quiet boy, so taciturn that a group of rowdies in class made him their target. They snatched his exercise books, drew turtles on his desk, and cornered him in the restroom, forcing him to hand over his pocket money. Timid and terrified Lin Anren never dared report it to teachers or parents, enduring it in silence. Until one day the bullies escalated. They shoved him to the ground and stepped on him. Fortunately for Lin Anren, Lu Yan happened to be passing by that class after an early dismissal and witnessed the entire scene. Lin Anren would never forget the look on Lu Yan's face that day, a coldness and fury she had never seen before. Without uttering a single word, he charged forward and took down each bully, one by one, despite them all being half a head taller than him. He fought with a ferocity utterly alien to the refined, scholarly boy everyone knew. Punch after punch landed squarely, and the bullies ended up bruised and swollen, crying out for their mothers. In the end, the matter grew too large to ignore, and both sets of parents were summoned to the school. In the office, Lu Yan stood silently, his face an unreadable mask, enduring the teacher's scolding without a word. But when the ringleader's parent pointed at Lin Anren and began cursing him, Lu Yan finally spoke. Try saying that again. His voice was low, yet carried an authority that made the parent flinch. To everyone's surprise, the parent actually backed down. On the way home, neither Lu Yan's nor Lin Anren's parents scolded him. Instead, they praised him for standing up for his friend. Lu Yan's father even clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Son, well done. A Lu family man never stands idle while his brother is bullied." From that day forth no one dared trouble Lin Anren again. Everyone knew behind Lin Anren stood Lu Yan, a person not to be trifled with. Recalling this memory, Lin Anren's heart swelled with both warmth and sorrow. Lu Yan was simply that kind of person. So what would he do if he discovered that the brother he valued most had been deceiving him all along? What reaction would he show? Lin Anren dared not imagine it. She feared Lu Yan's anger would be 100-fold greater than it had been back in middle school. The mere thought of Lu Yan's cold, disappointed gaze made Lin Anren's heart twist into a tight knot. She truly dreaded seeing that expression on Lu Yan's face. It was terrifying. She would rather he beat her up. Beat her up. The thought suddenly popped into Lin Anren's mind. She paused for a moment, then instinctively glanced down at her current body. Slender arms, a flat little stomach, and then the soft curves on her chest still subtly visible through the oversized t-shirt despite not wearing a bra. Unable to resist, Lin Anren gave them a casual heft. She walked over to the full-length mirror and gazed at the fragile, delicate beauty staring back. In her current state, surely Lu Yan couldn't bring himself to do it, could he? She imagined the scene, Lu Yan storming up to her in a fury, raising his fist, as if to mete out heavenly justice and clean house. Then she would use those big, watery, almond-shaped eyes brimming with unshed tears to look at him pitifully. And with her soft, tender voice quivering with sobs, she would softly call out, "Brother Yan." Lin Anren was almost disgusted with herself for even thinking this way, yet she couldn't help but let her imagination run further. Lu Yan might come across as aloof to outsiders, but deep down he was incredibly soft-hearted. Especially when it came to cute little animals. He was completely defenseless against them. She remembered once when they spotted a stray kitten on the roadside drenched from the rain, no bigger than a palm, shivering in the corner. Without hesitation, Lu Yan took off his coat, wrapped the kitten inside it, and brought it home. He gave it a bath, dried its fur, and fed it warm milk, caring for it with great attention. So now, Lin Anren looked at her reflection in the mirror and gently touched her smooth, delicate face. Wasn't she pretty cute too? At least she was cuter than that soggy stray cat, right? She glanced down at her chest again. Such a big bust. A proper 70C. This was a god-tier figure certified by Suyu. And Lu Yan, a virgin of 24 years. Could he really bring himself to strike when faced with this? Would he dare? If he actually did, he wouldn't be a real man. The more Lin Anren thought about it, the more airtight her logic seemed. Exactly. He definitely wouldn't have the heart to hit her. At most he'd scowl and scold her a bit, then probably wouldn't know what to do. The fear in Lin Anren's heart inexplicably dissipated somewhat as she thought this through. A sense of reckless acceptance bubbled up. Whether she stuck her neck out or shrank back, the outcome would be the same. At worst, she'd unleash her two ultimate weapons, tears and beauty. She refused to believe Lu Yan could withstand such tactics. Having convinced herself of this, Lin Anren felt remarkably lighter even though the problem remained unsolved. At least she'd found a card to comfort herself with. She exhaled deeply, finished the half can of cola, and walked back to her bedroom. It was already late, and the view outside the window was pitch black. Lying in bed, her mind, which had been racing all night, finally began to tire. Fine, let's just take things as they come. The boat will straighten itself at the bridge. When the cart reaches the mountain, a path will appear. Thinking too much wouldn't help now, as she was better off getting a good rest to restore her energy. She closed her eyes, ready to sleep. But the moment she did, her stomach gave an ill-timed gurgle. That takeaway she'd had for dinner. It had been mediocre in taste and insufficient in portion. She hadn't even felt full. The thought of food immediately conjured up a steaming bowl of lamb offal noodles rich with fragrance. A milky white broth floating with crimson chili oil, emerald green coriander, and generous chunks of lamb and offal stewed until tender and flavorful. It was the lamb offal noodle shop across the street from Lu Yan's office, building in business for over a decade. She and Lu Yan had been eating there since their university days, and after all these years, she never grew tired of it. The owners were an elderly couple, genuinely honest and generous with their portions. The flavor was simply outstanding. As Lin Anren pondered it, her mouth started watering uncontrollably. No, she wanted it too badly. She picked up her phone and instinctively reached for Lu Yan's contact to suggest they go together. But the moment her fingers touched the screen, she froze. She couldn't possibly meet Lu Yan right now. How could she be the one to reach out? Lin Anren set the phone down in frustration. Wait, why did she have to go with Lu Yan? Could she just go by herself? Tomorrow she'd go alone. After all, in her current appearance, no one would recognize her. She'd throw on a hat and mask, wrap herself up tightly, sneak in for a bowl, and leave immediately after. Completely undetected. Once the idea surfaced, she couldn't suppress it any longer. Right? That's what she'd do. For that long-craved bowl of lamb offal noodles, a little risk was worth it. With tomorrow's plan decided, Lin Anren's mood instantly lifted. She rolled over, hugged her pillow, her mind filled with the intoxicating aroma of lamb offal noodles. Carried away by delicious fantasies, she finally drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Anren was awakened by an intense pang of hunger. Her eyes opened, and her first thought was lamb offal noodles. She sat bolt upright in bed, feeling a surge of energy coursing through her. For the sake of eating, she would overcome all obstacles. She glanced at the time, 9:00 a.m. At this hour Lu Yin was surely already seated at his office beginning his work. The noodle shop typically opened at 1030. If she got up now, freshened up, and took the subway, the timing would be perfect. She could finish before the lunch rush and slip away flawlessly, avoiding the crowds. Plan in motion. Lin Anren hummed a little tune as she rummaged through her wardrobe for today's outfit. Armed with the experience from her previous delivery pickup, she approached her preparations more thoroughly this time. She first put on a newly purchased plain cotton bra. For the first time wearing such a garment, it felt strange. Her chest seemed bound by something unfamiliar, uncomfortable, yet oddly reassuring. Then she slipped into an oversized black t-shirt and equally loose gray sweatpants. These were among the few pieces in her wardrobe that wouldn't cling to her figure. Next, she dug out a brand new black face mask from the drawer and put it on. From the top of her wardrobe, she retrieved a black baseball cap, pulling the brim low. Finally, she found a pair of plain black framed glasses she'd once bought to appear artsy and perched them on her nose. Cap, mask, black framed glasses. With all three items in place, her face was almost completely concealed, leaving only her clear, bright eyes visible. She examined herself in the mirror. The reflection looked like a second-rate celebrity terrified of being recognized by fans. Although the overall effect was somewhat suspicious, at the very least, absolutely no one would be able to identify her. No one would guess she was Lin Anren. Perfect. She was extremely satisfied with her disguise. Picking up her phone and keys, she took a deep breath and marched confidently out the door. I'm heading out, she called out habitually to her empty apartment. Lin Anren took the elevator downstairs and walked out of the residential complex. Stepping into the sunlight once again, this time, without any pretense, her mood was far better than last time. She realized that nobody was actually paying attention to her. Pedestrians on the street hurried along, each absorbed in the scramble of their own lives. Who would have the time to notice a passerby like her bundled up from head to toe? Once she grasped this truth, Lin Anren relaxed completely. She walked into the subway station and tapped her phone to enter. The morning rush had passed, and the train was not crowded, with empty seats still available. She found a corner seat, put on her headphones, and started listening to music. Through the window, the city scenery flashed by. Watching the passing landscape, Lin Anren felt a strange sensation stir within her. She was observing this city she had lived in for years through an entirely fresh perspective. Everything felt fascinating. Half an hour later, the train arrived at her stop. Following the flow of people out of the station, she made her way toward the lamb awful noodle shop, relying on memory. The noodle shop sat beside a busy street. Its storefront was small and modestly furnished, yet business was unusually booming. As Lin Anren approached the street, she caught the familiar, overpowering aroma of lamb and various spices from a distance. Her stomach began to rumble even more enthusiastically. She quickened her pace and entered the shop. Several tables were already occupied by diners. The proprietress busied herself behind the counter, and upon seeing her enter, greeted her warmly. Little girl, what would you like to eat? Little girl. Lin Anren paused for a moment before realizing she was being addressed. She had forgotten. She was indeed a little girl now. She pressed down her cap brim, walked to the counter, extended a finger, and pointed to the signature lamb awful noodles on the menu. Then she pointed to the two options beside it, extra meat and extra noodles. Finally, she held up one finger to indicate she wanted one bowl. The proprietress was a straightforward woman who understood at a glance. All right, one bowl of signature lamb awful noodles, double meat, double noodles. Coming right up. Feel free to sit anywhere inside. Lin Anren nodded and found the seat in the farthest corner. Waiting is always the most tormenting part. She sat uneasily, scrolling through her phone, while occasionally glancing toward the door, afraid she might catch sight of a familiar figure. Fortunately, Lu Yin did not appear. A few minutes later, the proprietress approached, carrying a bowl larger than Lin Anren's face. Little girl, your noodles are here. Take your time eating, it's hot. Thank you. All of Lin Anren's attention was immediately captivated by the bowl of noodles before her. Milky white lamb broth floated with a layer of crystalline red oil. Generous slices of lamb meat and thoroughly cleaned lamb offal were piled high like a small mountain, garnished with emerald green cilantro and scallions. The fragrance rose straight to the crown of her head. Lin Anren felt as though her very soul was trembling. She picked up her chopsticks, lifted a piece of lamb meat, blew on it gently, and eagerly placed it into her mouth. Tender, flavorful, and umami-rich. That was exactly the taste. She happily narrowed her eyes, feeling as though her entire life had become complete. She lifted another mouthful of chewy noodles with her chopsticks and slurped them down. Ah, this was what life was worth living for. She was completely immersed in the world of delicious food, having entirely forgotten where she was. She ate until her forehead glistened with sweat and her mask had long been removed, revealing her delicate and striking face. Just as she was buried in her meal, halfway through the bowl, the entrance bell rang. A well-dressed woman with exquisite makeup walked in. She seemed utterly out of place in this rustic little shop with its bustling atmosphere. Upon entering, she subconsciously furrowed her brows and scanned the interior. Between sips of broth, Lin Anren casually lifted her gaze. A stunning beauty. That was Lin Anren's immediate reaction. Her features were radiant and striking, her figure tall and slender. She wore a perfectly tailored designer dress and carried a high-end handbag from a brand Lin Anren didn't recognize. From head to toe, she radiated an aura of unapproachable elegance. The only remaining empty table in the shop was directly across from Lin Anren, and the beauty took a seat there. As if compelled by some invisible force, Lin Anren instinctively compared herself to the woman. She subconsciously touched her own face. In terms of looks, she didn't seem to be losing at all. She was indeed at the peak of natural pure beauty. However, in terms of presence and taste, she felt completely outclassed, left in shambles. The mature woman across from her looked like she had stepped out of a fashion magazine, while Lin Anren herself was wearing an oversized t-shirt, loose sweatpants, and a low-slung baseball cap, looking every bit like an immature schoolgirl. Darn it, why did she feel like she was losing the comparison? The moment this thought arose, Lin Anren herself froze. Something was wrong. Far too wrong. When had she started caring about these things? How had becoming a girl made her mindset so feminine? Feeling herself becoming increasingly strange, Lin Anren quickly lowered her head and took a large gulp of soup, trying to distract herself with the delicious broth. This lamb offal soup was truly excellent, fresh and fragrant, making her close her eyes in bliss. Sneaking a glance from the corner of her eye, she noticed the beauty across from her seemed deeply uncomfortable in such a noisy little shop, her brows remaining tightly knit. After a while, the proprietress approached with the menu and cheerfully asked what she would like to order. The beauty merely shook her head politely and said in a cool voice, "I'm waiting for someone. I'll order once he arrives." The proprietress didn't press further and left with a courteous nod. Lin Anren's curiosity began to stir. This beauty certainly did not look like someone who would voluntarily eat at a place like this. It must have been an invitation from the person she was waiting for. What kind of person would think it was a good idea to set a date at a humble roadside stall like this? And to bring such a high-maintenance beauty? Just as she was lost in thought, she noticed the beauty's expression suddenly change. Her tightly furrowed brows finally eased slightly as she gazed toward the shop entrance. "He's here." Curious, Lin Anren followed her line of sight and looked toward the door as well. A tall, upright figure walked in against the backlight. The man wore a simple white shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing smooth, well-defined forearms. His posture was straight with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Just from his silhouette, it was obvious he was handsome. Then the man revealed a face that Lin Anren knew far too well. Sharp facial contours, deep-set eyes, and a straight nose. It was Lu Yen. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Anren could barely spare a glance before the mouthful of noodles she hadn't yet swallowed nearly sprayed out. She choked noisily, her face flushing, red tears streaming uncontrollably. How could it be Lu Yen? Lin Anren's cough successfully caught Lu Yan's attention. His gaze swept toward her direction, his brows instinctively furrowing, but he did not linger. He simply found it odd, someone so bundled up who choked on noodles while eating. He walked straight toward the stunningly beautiful woman with impeccable makeup. Lin Anren watched helplessly as Lu Yen took the seat diagonally across from her. She quickly ducked her head, using her bowl to shield her face, revealing only a pair of glistening eyes as she secretly observed the commotion over there. "Lu Yen, your date spot is quite unique." The beauty spoke with a cool voice, unable to mask the condescension and disdain for this little shop. "A date?" Lin Anren's ears perked up instantly. What did she just hear? A date? "I'm sorry, I've always preferred having lunch here. It's just a habit." Lu Yan's voice remained as calm as ever, betraying no emotion. He pulled 2 pairs of chopsticks from the container on the table. The beauty glanced at them once, then withdrew a set of exquisitely packaged portable silver chopsticks from her designer handbag. Watching this, Lin Anren couldn't help but internally roast. Good heavens, bringing her own tableware. What kind of refined lady is this? "I will absolutely never eat at a place like this again," the beauty said casually, elegantly unwrapping her chopsticks as she spoke. Her tone suggested that dining at such a humble establishment was an insult to her noble status. Lu Yen remained noncommittal. Lin Anren pursed her lips, finding the woman far too pretentious. How could she look down on such delicious mutton offal noodles? What a waste. The beauty seemed unconcerned by Lu Yan's silence. She took a sip from the water she had brought and went straight to the point. "I've already learned about your situation from Andy, and I assume you're aware of my circumstances as well." Lu Yan lifted his eyelids, looked at her, and gave a slight nod. Lin Anren was shocked. This was a blind date. A profound shock to her worldview surged through her. Lu Yan was on a blind date. Her mind raced, struggling to comprehend the absurdity unfolding before her. That couldn't be right. Just 2 days ago, Lu Yan had personally confessed via WeChat that he liked Ran Ran. How much time had actually passed? How could he already be on a blind date with another woman? And one who looked so high maintenance at that? Countless dramatic possibilities flooded Lin Anren's mind. Could it be that everything Lu Yan said online was just for fun? Was he a player, casting a wide net and selectively fishing, warmly caring for soft-spoken girls online, spending lavishly on them, while simultaneously dating a rich heiress in reality? What else could this be called but heartless playboy behavior? In this moment, Lin Anren felt that her understanding of Lu Yan over the past 20-plus years was being completely overturned. The Lu Yin she knew was a man of simple desires, cold and unapproachable toward women, the blockhead she jokingly nicknamed the Tang Sanzang of the modern era. When had he secretly evolved into this kind of time management master juggling two worlds? An indescribable surge of complex emotions rose within Lin Anren's heart. There was shock, anger, and a lingering sense of betrayal. Even though the one being deceived, the fake Ran, was herself in disguise, she still felt incredibly aggrieved. Just 2 days ago she had been tormented by shame, guilt, and inner turmoil over this very matter. Sleepless night after sleepless night, convinced she had betrayed her good brother's feelings. And what was the result? The result was that he never took Ran seriously at all. He turned around and went on a blind date with another woman. Then what had all her complicated, twisted emotions been for? Had she been pining over nothing all along? She felt like a complete fool. Damn you, Lu Yin. Lin Anren cursed viciously in her heart. She was so angry she wanted to snap her chopsticks in half. But she wasn't upset that Lu Yin didn't like Ran. She was furious about how his entire approach to love had deteriorated like this. Feasting at the table while eyeing the pot, she felt as though the cabbage she had nurtured with such care hadn't even been coveted by any pig, yet it had already grown crooked on its own. She felt it was her responsibility to pull her wayward good brother back from the precipice. But how? Right now she was nothing more than a background extra enjoying a bowl of noodles. She certainly couldn't march up and point at Lu Yan's nose to interrogate him. What would that make her? An abandoned, scornful wife. Besides, in her current condition, she had no way of confronting him as Lin Anren herself. Hey Lu Yin, I just saw you at a noodle shop. Who's that beauty across from you? Didn't you say you'd fallen for some girl online? What's going on with you? If she asked like that, how would she explain that she already knew about this blind date? Shouldn't she be homesick and fading away? Damn it. She couldn't do anything. All she could do was stand by and watch her good brother spiral further down the scumbag road. A powerful wave of powerlessness and disappointment swept over her in an instant. She lowered her head and gazed at the remnants of mutton offal noodles still in her bowl. She had lost all appetite. Nothing more could go down. At the table diagonally across from her, the blind date continued. The unnamed beauty seemed to have entirely seized control of the conversation. After we marry, I want to live in that new riverside penthouse in the city center. Great view, convenient location. As for cars, I'm accustomed to driving a Porsche, but if you prefer, we can switch to a Bentley. In my free time, I enjoy spa shopping and occasionally traveling abroad with my girlfriends. Oh, and I can't cook, nor do I enjoy housework. So we'll need at least 2 maids, one for cleaning and one for cooking. As for children, I don't want any right now. They ruin my figure too much. If we do have them, it'll have to wait 2 years at least, and afterward, I need the finest postpartum recovery center along with the best nutritionist and body shaping specialist. The beauty spoke at a measured pace, her voice pleasant and melodic. But every word she uttered was like a price tag ruler precisely measuring Lu Yan's worth. And Lin Anren had long since lost interest in gossip. She stood up, preparing to slip away. Just as she turned to head toward the door, a familiar gaze settled upon her. Lin Anren's body went rigid, her steps faltering. Had he seen her? Had he recognized her? Impossible. She was wrapped so tightly that not even her own mother could identify her from standing right in front of her. How could Lu Yin possibly recognize her? It must be an illusion. Lin Anren comforted herself inwardly and quickened her pace. She practically fled out of the mutton offal noodle shop as though being chased. After Lin Anren fled out of the noodle shop, Lu Yan's gaze did indeed linger on her retreating figure for a few seconds. He frowned slightly. For some reason, the girl's silhouette and movements gave him an indescribable sense of familiarity. What? You've taken a fancy to her. The beauty seated across from him noticed his absent-mindedness, a playful smile curling at the corner of her lips as her tone carried a hint of casual teasing. You're into that type? She doesn't look grown yet, does she? Dressed in baggy sportswear like some immature schoolgirl. Lu Yan's brows drew together more tightly. He retracted his gaze and turned to face her, his expression growing cold. Miss Jiang, it's quite impolite to speak ill of others behind their backs. Jiang Ying's smile faltered. She hadn't anticipated Lu Yin would confront her so bluntly. Having always been the center of attention throughout her life, no man had ever dared to speak to her this way. A hint of displeasure flickered within her, yet her upbringing kept her from reacting on the spot. She merely pursed her lips and dismissed it lightly. It was just a joke. Why be so serious about it? She clearly wasn't taking this seriously, confident that a green girl like that posed absolutely no threat to her. Lu Yin didn't press the matter further, merely remarking in a detached tone, I just find her somewhat familiar. After that he fell silent, lifting his cup to drink with an indifferent air, as if the stunning woman across from him meant nothing. Jiang Ying found herself somewhat embarrassed by his complete disregard. She had dressed up meticulously for this meeting today. Chanel's latest dress, an exclusive Hermes handbag, and a Cartier diamond bracelet adorning her wrist. She was convinced any man would understand her value at a glance upon seeing her attire. Yet Lu Yin, from the moment he sat down until now, hadn't spared her a single proper look. He had studied his bowl of lamb offal noodles longer than he had looked at her. A wave of frustration and competitiveness rose within Jiang Ying. She simply refused to believe that with all her charm, she couldn't captivate a man. She cleared her throat, preparing to continue the topic and lay out her advantages and expectations more clearly before Lu Yan. However, before she could speak, Lu Yan beat her to it. His tone was calm, but carried an unmistakable finality. Miss Jiang, I don't think we're compatible. All of Jiang Ying's prepared remarks caught suddenly in her throat. She froze, struggling to believe her own ears. Why, what did you say? I said we're not compatible, Lu Yan repeated, his gaze fixed directly upon her. I came today solely at my mother's request. I appeared out of politeness. Now that we've seen each other, I believe this encounter can be concluded here. Jiang Ying's expression darkened instantly. In all her years, she had always been the one choosing. Never once had she been rejected so cleanly. Lu Yan, what do you think you're doing? Her voice climbed sharply, shattering the poised facade she had maintained. Do you think I'm unworthy of you? Watching her lose her composure, Lu Yan's eyes showed not the slightest ripple. It's not a matter of worthiness, he said calmly. Our values simply operate on different levels. What you pursue, material compatibility and a refined lifestyle, is not wrong. But that is not what I seek. Therefore, there is no need for us to waste each other's time any longer. This meal is on me. Goodbye. Then he rose and walked out of the noodle shop without looking back, leaving only Jiang Ying seated alone, her face cycling through shades of green and white, trembling with rage. After exiting the noodle shop, Lu Yan drew in a deep breath. He felt as though the entire world had fallen quiet. What he loathed most were those complicated social relationships filled with calculations. To him, affection was something profoundly pure. If you liked someone, you were with them. If you didn't, you kept your distance. Simple, direct. A woman like Jiang Ying, who treated marriage as a transaction, barely deserved another glance in his eyes. He took out his phone, intending to call his ever-meddling mother and ask her to stop arranging these encounters in the future. However, before he could dial, a message from his mother arrived first. It was a voice message thick with tears. Son, what did you do to that girl? She called me, crying her eyes out, saying you humiliated her in front of so many people. Lu Yan listened to his mother's accusations, feeling a splitting headache. He had known this would happen. That Jiang Ying had certainly gone and embellished the story to his mother. He sighed. Flashback to 1 hour earlier. Lu Yan was working in the office when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed his mother. He glanced at the screen, answered, and his fingers continued typing rapidly on the keyboard. Hey Mom, what's up? Son, are you busy? His mother's voice sounded exceptionally warm through the receiver. Yeah, a bit. What is it? Oh, no matter how busy you are, you must take care of yourself, his mother said with concern. Are you free at noon? I bought a high-speed rail ticket and am coming to see you. Lu Yan's fingers paused over the keyboard. Mom, why didn't you tell me beforehand? I could have come to pick you up. Oh, no need, no need. I wanted to give you a surprise, his mother said cheerfully. I should be near your office around 11, and we can have lunch together then. Lu Yan considered it. For lunch, he indeed had nothing planned. All right, I'll come down and get you then. What would you like to eat? Anything's fine. I just want to see you. His mother paused, then abruptly shifted the subject, asking in a probing tone. By the way, son, have you met anyone new lately? Especially a girl. Instantly, an image surfaced in Lu Yan's mind. The girl in the game with fluffy fox ears and a soft, endearing voice. Ran. The corners of his mouth twitched upward almost imperceptibly. Yes, I have, he replied, uncommonly not denying it. A brief silence followed on the other, and then a delighted scream erupted. Really? What kind of girl is she? What does she do? Is she pretty? How is her personality? How far have things progressed between you two? A barrage of questions rained down on Lu Yan like machine gun fire. Lu Yan felt somewhat exasperated and rubbed his temples. Mom, we just met recently. Nothing has happened yet. Just met. That's exactly why you should hold on tight. His mother spoke with that familiar tone of exasperation. You're 24. You're not young anymore. All you do is work or hang around with that kid Anren. I was almost beginning to think you had no interest in girls. Mom, you're overthinking this. How can I not worry? Since you were a child, there hasn't been a single girl close to you. You're inseparable from Anren day and night. If it weren't for how purely platonic your brotherhood is, I'd really start wondering if you were. His mother cut herself off just in time. Lu Yan sighed, feeling his headache intensify. His mother always had such a rich imagination. Lu Yan sighed, feeling his headache intensify. His mother always had such a rich imagination. All right, Mom, I still have something to attend to. Let's talk when we meet at noon. He wanted to wrap up the topic as swiftly as possible. Hey, wait. Mother Lu hastily called out to him. Son, Mom has something important to discuss with you. Actually, besides coming to see you, Mom has another crucial task today. Your Aunt Zhang, my regular mahjong partner, has a niece about your age. She's exceptionally beautiful, highly educated, and well-employed. She just returned from overseas. I showed her your photo, and she was deeply impressed with you. A foreboding sensation crept over Lu Yan's heart. So Mom went ahead and arranged lunch for you two. That girl will be here at 11:30. Make absolutely sure you're not late. Lu Yan. Sigh, you're at it again. Lu Yan said, his tone brimming with helplessness. How am I being reckless? I'm doing this for your lifelong happiness. Mother Lu said with indignation. Let me tell you, this girl's qualifications are truly outstanding. You'll definitely like her when you meet her. I've already sent you her information and photos via WeChat, take a look. Lu Yin wanted to say more, but the call had already been terminated with a busy tone. He gazed at the darkened phone screen, feeling his temples throbbing. He opened WeChat, and sure enough his mother had sent him a barrage of that girl's photos and details. The girl in the photographs was indeed stunning, possessing a bright and unrestrained beauty. She wore exquisite makeup, and the backgrounds alternated between upscale restaurants and tropical island vacations, suggesting an affluent lifestyle. Her profile stated that Jiang Ying was 26 years old, held a master's degree from a prestigious overseas university, and currently worked as an executive at a multinational corporation. Her family background was equally impressive, with her father being a successful businessman. By any measure, she was an exceptionally accomplished woman. Any man might have been brimming with anticipation for this encounter. But Lu Yin felt only irritation. There was already someone occupying his heart. Although that person was merely a girl he had recently met in a game, someone whose appearance he didn't even know. Yet he simply felt that whenever he was with Ran, he was happy and at ease. That feeling was something he had never experienced with any woman throughout his 20-plus years. He didn't want to meet this Jiang Ying. But he also knew his mother's temperament. If he dared to stand her up, she would absolutely come all the way from their hometown straight to his office. Lu Yin leaned back in his chair, massaging his aching temples with his eyes closed. In the end, he still decided to go. However, his purpose was merely to clarify matters and incidentally enjoy a bowl of lamb offal noodles. It was also the perfect opportunity to let his perpetually worried mother finally abandon her matchmaking schemes. After making up his mind, Lu Yin opened his eyes again, his gaze regaining its usual composure. He glanced at the time displayed in the bottom right corner of his monitor. It was about right. He saved his current work, shut down the computer, picked up his coat, and hastened to keep the appointment. Time returned to the present. Lu Yin walked along the road back to the company. Holding his phone, his fingertips hovered over the chat window with his mother, but in the end he tapped it open. Please stop arranging blind dates for me in the future. I'll find someone on my own. He typed out these words, his tone as gentle as possible, yet the resolve between the lines was unmistakable. Within seconds of sending the message, Mother Lu's call came through immediately. Son, what exactly are you thinking? That Jiang Ying is such a wonderful girl. Beautiful, from a distinguished family, highly educated. How perfectly matched you two would be. Where exactly are you dissatisfied? Mother Lu's tone shifted from interrogation to distress. We're not compatible. Lu Yin could only repeat those two words. In what way are we not compatible? Just tell me your criteria. Then Mom can find someone you'll actually favor. Lu Yin explained patiently. Mom, we're not on the same wavelength. The life she pursues is entirely different from what I desire. How is that different? What's wrong with pursuing a high-quality life? Your circumstances aren't mediocre either. If you two were together, wouldn't that be a powerful union, making life even better? I don't want to treat marriage as a transaction. Lu Yan's voice grew somber. What she discussed with me was a house, a car, and nanny, and her own refined lifestyle. There was absolutely no mention of affection. Feelings can be nurtured over time. They cannot. Lu Yan stated decisively. Those with divergent paths cannot chart a course together. I don't wish to waste her time, nor do I want to waste mine. A prolonged silence fell on the other end of the line. Mother Lu knew her son had been resolute since childhood, and once he made up his mind about something, no one could sway him. Though she loved to worry, she understood his temperament best. After a considerable, while Mother Lu let out a faint sigh, her tone softening. Fine. I know you're headstrong, and I can't change your mind. Isn't Mom just anxious? You're already 24 and have never even had a girlfriend. All day you just hang around with Ran. Here we go again. Lu Yin felt his headache returning. Mom and Ran and I are brothers. I know we're brothers. But you can't just have brothers and no wife. Mother Lu's volume rose once more. Tell me honestly, do you currently have someone you like? Unconsciously, a petite figure with fox ears from the game surfaced in Lu Yan's mind. He hesitated for a moment, then emitted a reluctant affirmative hum. Yes. Then why aren't you pursuing her right away? Upon hearing this, Mother Lu instantly perked up, and any lingering displeasure from the failed matchmaking attempt was immediately dismissed. What's her name? What does she do? How did you two meet? Tell Mom quickly. We just met, we're not close yet. That's precisely why you need to seize the opportunity to get to know her. Excellent girls are in such high demand these days. If you keep dawdling, someone else will sweep her off her feet. Mother Lu was more anxious than he was. You need to be proactive. Ask her out to dinner, take her to the movies, give her a small gift. If you're not proactive like this, which girl would ever take a liking to you? A gift. Lu Yin recalled the ancient zither he had purchased the previous evening for 200,000 gold coins in the game. Was that considered a gift? It seemed so. But asking her out to dinner and movies? Lu Yan's brows knit together once more. He didn't even know what Ran looked like, let alone which city she resided in. How could he ask her out? Son, are you listening? I'm listening. That's what matters. Don't just listen without taking action. If you like someone, go after them. Don't fear spending money, nor fear embarrassment. I understand, Mom. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. I need to call Aunt Zhang back and properly apologize to her. Mother Lu sighed and added one more admonition. Take this to heart yourself. If the girl you like slips away, just see how I'll deal with you. With that, she hung up in a flurry. Lu Yin stood by the roadside holding his phone for quite some time. He sidestowed his phone and continued walking toward the company. On his way back, he kept reflecting. His own philosophy on love was actually quite straightforward. He never felt that one must marry upon reaching a certain age. If he couldn't encounter someone with whom he was willing to spend his entire life, he would rather live alone. A compromised marriage was far more terrifying than solitude. He had even contemplated that if he and Lin Anren both failed to find suitable partners, they could remain roommates for life, which didn't sound entirely unpleasant. They had grown up together since childhood, familiar with each other's dispositions and daily habits beyond measure. They could play games together, watch films together, and mock terrible movies together. When one had matters to attend to, the other could step in immediately. Didn't this pure and tranquil existence far surpass the misery of marrying someone with whom one shared a roof, but not a heart? As he pondered this, a sudden image flashed through Lu Yan's mind. The girl he had spotted at the noodle shop earlier, completely swathed in layers. The reason he had glanced at her a few extra times, the sense of familiarity washing over him, was simply this: he recognized the outfit she was wearing. The oversized black t-shirt bore a logo of an obscure band that was instantly familiar to him. It was the birthday gift he had given Lin Anren the previous year. And that black baseball cap with a scratch along the brim. A scratch from when they had gone hiking together and Lin Anren had accidentally caught it. Both of these items Lu Yan had seen at Lin Anren's home. Moreover, the way the girl ate her noodles. Though he hadn't studied it closely, he felt as though the manner in which she nearly buried her face in the bowl was strikingly similar to Lin Anren's ravenous wolfing down eating style. An utterly absurd notion surfaced from the depths of his mind. Could that girl possibly be Lin Anren? The thought had barely formed before he smothered it himself. Impossible. This was preposterous. Lin Anren was a man, tall and lanky at 1.78 meters. Though he had delicate features, the word girl was as far from him as the sky was high. It had to be a coincidence. So many people wore the same style of clothing nowadays. Perhaps it was merely a case of matching outfits. Lu Yan shook his head, casting the ridiculous thought from his mind. He must be exhausted from overwork, experiencing some hallucination. Meanwhile, across town, Lin Anren made his way back along the path to his rented apartment. The moment he stepped through the door, he flung his cap and mask carelessly onto the console table by the entrance. Then he collapsed headfirst onto the soft living room sofa, burying his face deep into a cushion. Lu Yan. The guy had been sneaking around behind his best bro's back, secretly meeting with another woman. They had sworn to stay single until they were 80, and here he was betraying the brotherhood. The more Lin Anren thought about it, the angrier he grew. Snatching another cushion from beside him, he squeezed it viciously. "You traitor," he grumbled, pounding the pillow while his inner monologue raged. "Damn it." Lin Anren ran his fingers irritably through his hair, picked up his phone, and opened the WeChat chat with Lu Yan. Staring at the familiar profile picture, he gritted his teeth. A direct confrontation wouldn't do, so he would approach this obliquely instead. He refused to believe he couldn't coax the truth out of him. Lin Anren took a deep breath and began carefully crafting his words. How should he phrase the opening? It couldn't seem too deliberate, it had to appear completely natural. Got it. His fingers flew across the screen. "Lin Anren, what did you eat for lunch today?" He pressed the phone against his chest and waited anxiously for a reply. After a considerable pause, the phone finally vibrated. He snatched it up and opened the message. "Lu Yan, lamb, awful noodles." Well, of course Lin Anren knew that. He needed to draw out Lu Yan's impression of the attractive woman. Then he continued his performance. "Lin Anren, wow. Is it the place downstairs from the office? Darn, I really want to try it too." To add authenticity, he appended a drooling emoji. On the other end, Lu Yan sat in his office going through documents. Upon seeing the message from Lin Anren, the image of that dripping-mouthed expression materialized in his mind almost instantaneously. The corner of Lu Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily, and his mood inexplicably lightened. He typed a reply. "Lu Yan, once you've recovered from your illness, I'll take you there." Lin Anren read the response and let out a cold snort. "Take me. Don't tell me you'll be bringing your girlfriend and relegate me to the kids' table." The groundwork was laid. It was time to get to the crux of the matter. "Lin Anren, did you go alone, or were you with a coworker?" The instant the words were sent, Lin Anren felt his palms growing damp. This time Lu Yan's reply came after a full 30 seconds. He was hesitating. He was definitely thinking up some elaborate lie. Lin Anren's imagination had already scripted an entire year's top-tier espionage thriller. Finally, the phone vibrated again. Holding his breath, he tapped open the new message. "Lu Yan, no. Just 2 characters. No." And then, nothing more followed. Lin Anren sat on the sofa, phone in hand, waiting a full 5 minutes. Aside from those 2 characters, the screen remained stubbornly blank. Not a coworker. Then who could it be? And he plainly refused to say. What did that indicate? There was indeed something suspicious going on. He wouldn't even tell his best bro who he had lunch with. This was no longer a simple blind date. It meant their relationship had escalated to a point where keeping it secret from his closest friend was deemed necessary. Lin Anren rolled back and forth on the sofa in fury. He wanted nothing more than to call him directly and demand answers. But pressing further would make him appear too obvious. What if Lu Yan with his sharp mind caught on and asked, "How do you know about this?" Then he would be utterly defenseless. Damn it. Absolutely infuriating. Lin Anren felt as though he were punching into cotton, all his strength rendered useless. In frustration, he tossed the phone aside. Forget it. He wouldn't ask anymore. If he kept pushing, he feared he would inadvertently expose himself. Let Lu Yin confess on his own. He would simply wait and see how long his friend could keep this secret. Still seething, Lin Anren stomped back to his bedroom and flopped onto the bed, hoping a nap would help him forget these vexing matters. However, no matter how he tossed and turned, sleep would not come. The moment he closed his eyes, images of Lu Yin and that beautiful woman filled his mind. This is maddening. Lin Anren sprang upright from the bed. Sleep was impossible, absolutely impossible. He needed to occupy himself with something to divert his attention. Walking to his desk, he lifted the lid of his laptop. The familiar boot-up chime played. Yes, gaming. Once he immersed himself in the virtual world, he could temporarily set aside all these tangled troubles of reality. Lin Anren logged into Floating Life Dream Guide. A melodious, ancient-style melody flowed through her earphones as she gazed at the adorable little avatar on screen sporting a pair of fluffy fox ears. Lin Anren's irritated mood gradually settled. As soon as she logged on, she noticed Su Yu's avatar glowing in her friend list. Almost simultaneously, Su Yu's private message and voice call invitation popped up together. The moment Lin Anren accepted, Su Yu's booming voice erupted through her earphones. Apprentice, you're finally online. Guess what I just saw in the World Channel? Some major drama. Let me tell you, you won't believe it. Lin Anren hadn't even opened her mouth before she was swept away by Su Yu's enthusiasm. Gossip. Now that's interesting. She desperately needed someone else's troubles to distract herself from her own. Lin Anren perked up immediately, pulling her chair closer to the computer and settling in for a good story. What's the gossip? Tell me quickly. It's about that guild in the neighboring game Wind and Cloud World, you know. Their guild leader is named Long Zhan Yu, quite famous in our server. He was fully geared with divine equipment and constantly broadcast advertisements on the World Channel, acting supremely arrogant. Su Yu described it vividly. Lin Anren nodded. She had a vague impression of having seen this name on the World Channel. It's him. Something huge happened. Su Yu's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. He has two girls in the guild who are particularly close to him. One's named Feng Hua Shui, where the other Si Shui Lun Yin. They follow him around all day, calling him guild leader this and that. Anyone with eyes could see what was going on. But somehow today these two girls ended up publicly fighting each other on the World Channel. Lin Anren's curiosity was instantly ignited. They're fighting. Why? What else could it be? Jealousy, obviously. Su Yu slapped her thigh. That one called Feng Hua Shui started at first calling Si Shui Lun Yin a homewrecker for stealing her man. But Si Shui Lun Yin wasn't one to back down either. She fired back, saying she'd already been in a relationship with the guild leader, and it was Feng Hua Shui who was shameless, throwing herself at him every day. Then the two of them started exposing each other's dirty laundry on the World Channel, competing over who received more gifts. One claimed the guild leader bought her an 88,000 exclusive mount, while the other said he spent 100,000 on her fashion items. Good heavens, that scene was absolutely spectacular. Lin Anren listened with great interest. What happened next? Who won? Neither of them won. Su Yu's voice suddenly became even more mysterious. And here comes the best part. While they were arguing furiously, a random player suddenly popped up and said something. He said, "Stop arguing already. That Long Zhan Yu is my colleague from real life. He's 42 this year, and his kid's already in middle school." Through the earphones, Su Yu couldn't help but laugh at her own words. Lin Anren was completely stunned. 42. Married with a daughter. Absolutely true. After that person spoke, the World Channel fell completely silent for a full 30 seconds. Then it exploded. Everyone was laughing their heads off. Those two girls, probably dying of shame and anger, logged off right there and never came back. Su Yu concluded, her tone dripping with schadenfreude. After hearing it all, Lin Anren laughed along for quite a while, feeling that this gossip was truly satisfying. This kind of person is so trash. Deceiving young girls' feelings in a game. Lin Anren indignantly joined in the condemnation. However, as she kept laughing, the smile on her face gradually froze. She suddenly thought of something. In the game, warming up to girls with sweet words and spending lavishly. Why did this storyline sound so familiar? The moment Lin Anren's mind flashed with Lu Yan's face. Didn't Lu Yan also buy her a zither worth over 2,000 in the game, and then go on a blind date with that Jiang Ying in real life? Although the nature wasn't as vicious, but essentially it seemed there wasn't much difference. They were both eyeing what was outside the pod, while holding what was in their bowls. What difference was there between her current state and those two girls fighting over a man that Su Yu had described? They were both irritated over the same man. They both felt sour and angry inside, like an overturned vinegar jar. No. Impossible. Lin Anren shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off this absurd thought. Who was she? She was Lin Anren. She was Lu Yan's childhood buddy who grew up wearing the same pants with him. Her relationship with Lu Yan was pure brotherhood, nothing more. The reason she was angry was because she was heartbroken. She pitied his misfortune and raged at his lack of effort. She was furious to see her hard-raised good brother actually walking down the scumbag's crooked path. Right? That's exactly it. This had nothing whatsoever to do with romantic feelings. Lin Anren frantically convinced herself in her mind. But that pent-up and uncomfortable emotion, like maggots feeding on bone, simply wouldn't go away no matter how hard she tried to dismiss it. She felt like she was about to be driven mad by these complicated emotions. She needed someone to tell her what exactly this emotion of hers was. So Lin Anren took a deep breath and decided to humbly seek advice from her so-called Master Suyu. She cleared her throat and cautiously began to speak in a tone tinged with confusion and helplessness. Sister Suyu, I seem to have encountered a similar problem. At Lin Anren's words, Suyu on the other end of the line froze for an instant. What a... Suyu's voice pitched up an octave laden with concern and indignation. No, that's not it. Lin Anren denied in a hurry, determined not to be cast as a naive girl who'd been duped. Anyway, I have a friend. She reached for that time-honored, all-purpose opening line. Recently he's been getting a bit close to another girl, and it's made me feel really off. Lin Anren racked her brains trying to find the most subdued words to describe how she felt. Off? What kind of off? Suyu instantly switched into the mode of a warm sage older sister, gently coaxing her along. Just a little irritable, a little angry. Whenever I think of him together with that other girl, Lin Anren trailed off, uncertain how to pin down the feeling. Suyu mulled it over for a few seconds, then spoke in the tone of one struck by sudden enlightenment. I thought it was something serious. Apprentice, this is just plain jealousy. Jealousy. The word hit Lin Anren like a slap to the face. Exactly. In more technical terms, it's called possessiveness. Suyu had an I've seen it all air about her. Possessiveness. Lin Anren was even more confounded. In the sparse vault of her knowledge, that term was normally reserved for couples and spouses, people bound by intimacy. Could the word possessiveness even be applied to a guy and his best brother? It sounded far too strange. Sister Suyu, can it be used between friends too? She couldn't help but voice the doubt lodged in her heart. Of course it can. Suyu made it sound utterly reasonable. Good friends can have possessiveness for each other too. Think about it. Suppose you have a best friend you grew up with and the two of you are inseparable, sharing every little secret. Then one day she suddenly makes a new friend, a complete stranger to you. And every day she goes on and on about how amazing this new friend is. She spends less and less time with you, and everything she does she thinks only of that other person. Would that sit well with you? Suyu's words worked like a key, unlocking the fog in Lin Anren's mind at once. Instinctively she cast herself and Lu Yen in that very scenario. It really did fit. Except that Lu Yen had never had any other close friend deeper than her, so she'd simply never had the chance to taste this sort of possessiveness. You'd feel as if your best friend had been taken from you. You'd feel forlorn, pained, furious. You might even come to despise the person who stole your friend away. Those are all normal reactions. Suyu went on counseling her. So apprentice, feeling resentful because your friend got close to another girl. That's completely natural. It only shows you care about her and treat her as a very dear friend. So that was it. As Lin Anren listened to Suyu's analysis, the boulder that had been clogging her heart for so long suddenly felt loosened. Yes, she cared for Lu Yen, and so came her possessiveness. It had nothing to do with love between man and woman. It was the purest brotherhood. She was simply a girl who feared her best brother might be snatched away. That realization drew a long, easeful sigh from her. So that's how it is. She murmured, her voice tinged with relief. Wonderful. Her brotherly bond with Lu Yen was still untainted. She hadn't gone off the rails, nor had she unknowingly developed some bizarre feelings for her good brother. Lin Anren felt her entire self spring back to life. Even the grass and flowers in the game seemed far more agreeable to the eye. You see? So stop with the wild thoughts. Suyu chuckled from where she was. But now that I think of it, for it to have little you this worked up, that friend must be awfully good to you, right? At that, Lin Anren instinctively remembered all the kindness Lu Yen had shown her. Cooking for her, fixing her computer, sweeping her to glory in games, helping her stand against school bullies. He is pretty good. She admitted it in earnest. There you go. The closer the bond, the stronger the possessiveness. So relax. Suyu comforted her in a breezy, unreserved way. The danger was over and Lin Anren's mood had fully cleared. She even felt lighthearted enough to tease Suyu. Thank you, dear master. You're like my second mother. For a second there I thought I was some kind of freak. Ha ha, small potatoes, small potatoes. Suyu cracked up at that. Yet just when Lin Anren assumed the matter was well and truly over, Suyu's blazing zeal for gossip was clearly far from sated. Hey apprentice, I'm still a little curious. There was a hint of prying in Suyu's tone. Tell me, what exactly did your friend do that was so monstrously infuriating? All because of a little closeness with another girl, and it drove you to this, eh? Lin Anren's heart, which had just settled, was hoisted back up by Suyu's question. But now, with a flawless rationale already in hand, she spoke with considerably more confidence. It was only brotherly possessiveness after all. There was nothing she couldn't confess. And so with great composure, she recounted the day's events, skimming over them lightly. It was nothing major. He just went out to lunch alone with a woman today. However, the instant she said that, Suyu on the other end of the earphone lapsed into a prolonged silence. It took Suyu several seconds to ask in a deeply uncertain voice, just a meal? Yeah, Lin Anren said, as if stating an obvious fact. Suyu fell silent once more. Lin Anren felt something was off. What is it, master? Is something wrong? What's wrong is a serious matter. Su Yu's voice abruptly grew solemn. Apprentice, this reaction of yours is far from normal. Huh, where's it abnormal? Lin Anren looked utterly confused. She thought her reaction was perfectly normal. If her good brother was secretly going out with another woman, what was wrong with a single dog, like her feeling a bit sour about it? Think about it. No matter how close friends you or who he chooses to have a meal with is his own freedom, right? And you because of that would come running to an outsider like me with your psychological issues. That kind of reaction is way over the top. Su Yu pinpointed the crux of the matter with deadly accuracy. Lin Anren was momentarily stunned by the question. Maybe it was a bit too much. Just as she sank into self-doubt, Su Yu delivered a decisive question. Apprentice, tell me honestly. This friend of yours who made you feel so off, is he a boy or a girl? The answer tumbled from Lin Anren's mouth before she could think. A boy. The moment she said it, she wished she could take it back. She was doomed. She'd let slip something she should never have said. From the earphone came a short, sharp gasp on Su Yu's end. Then in a tone drawn out deliberately like she was about to reveal a world-staggering secret, she said, is there a possibility that you've fallen for him? Boom. It was as if lightning had struck Lin Anren. Fallen. She had fallen for Lu Yen. What kind of cosmic joke is that? What? No way. Absolutely no way. She retorted without a moment's hesitation, her voice pitched so high in agitation that she forgot to keep up her usual cutesy register. I just think of him as a good bro, a good friend. In her desperation, she very nearly blurted out, good brother, but forced herself to change course at the very last second. And yet her flimsy, feeble justification to Su Yu, who had already fully boarded the ship, was nothing short of a guilty cover-up. Ayayayaya. Still saying you don't like him? Look how worked up you got. Your voice totally changed. On the other end of the voice call, Su Yu laughed so hard, she quivered as though she'd seen through every last truth. Ran, let me tell you. This is unmistakably a case of falling for someone and not knowing it yourself. Inside Su Yu's mind, an entire youthful angsty romance had already compiled itself, a pure-hearted, adorable apprentice unaware that she had a secret crush on her handsome, brilliant, close male friend. Until one day when another woman appeared beside that dear friend, and only amid jealousy and heartache did she finally realize too late that the friendship buried at the bottom of her heart had long quietly transformed. Oh heavens, what an utterly gorgeous romance script. What an utterly gorgeous romance script. I just think that description is far too exaggerated. Lin Anren quickly softened her voice again, attempting to recover. We really are just pure friends. Su Yu clearly didn't believe a single word. Her insatiable curiosity had been thoroughly ignited. Pure? How pure exactly? Ran, tell me, how did you two meet? How long have you known each other? Su Yu urged her gently. Lin Anren's mind raced, frantically searching for a flawless excuse to prove their innocence. We're childhood friends. We grew up together since we were kids, she blurted out. That had to be a rock-solid argument, right? Childhood friends were basically family. No one would harbor such strange feelings toward their own kin. To her astonishment, Su Yu's excitement only escalated after hearing this. Childhood friends. Oh my god, doesn't that make you two childhood sweethearts? Su Yu shrieked so loudly that Lin Anren instinctively pulled her headphones away. Childhood sweethearts. Lin Anren felt dizzy as if struck by those 4 words. What was going on here? Didn't childhood sweethearts follow some sweet, innocent script? Her and Lu Yen. Their dynamic was clearly a comedic buddy scenario, not some romantic fantasy. Throughout her life, whenever she caused trouble, Lu Yen was always there cleaning up her messes. How on earth did that resemble a childhood sweetheart narrative? No, Su Yu don't use words carelessly. Lin Anren felt on the verge of losing her mind. We're just neighbors, literally living across the hall from each other. Living across the hall. That's practically fate bringing you together. Su Yu argued with full conviction. Lin Anren. She realized she could never outlogic this teacher with such an imaginative mind. It was as if Su Yu's brain housed an automatic romance novel generator. No matter what Lin Anren said, Su Yu would inevitably interpret it through rose-tinted glasses. Seeing that approach futile, Lin Anren decided to change tactics. She needed concrete evidence to prove the utterly platonic bond she shared with Lu Yen. She took a deep breath and began to recall. Actually, we weren't particularly close as children, Lin Anren said, carefully hoping to extinguish Su Yu's romantic fantasies at the root. We were just ordinary neighbors. He was always so cold and quiet growing up, and I was too intimidated to approach him. Oh, what happened next? Sure enough, Su Yu was hooked. Then in middle school, I looked rather fragile and easy to bully. Lin Anren felt somewhat embarrassed recounting this. When she was still a boy, she detested being called thin and delicate like a girl. And now here she was admitting it herself. And then some school bullies took notice and harassed me daily. Lin Anren skipped the unpleasant details and got straight to the point. One day when they were picking on me, he happened to pass by and saw it. Wow. And then, did he descend like a divine warrior and dispatch those bullies in mere moments? Su Yu's voice brimmed with anticipation. Lin Anren paused. Though the events hadn't been quite as dramatic as described, the outcome essentially was the same. She remembered it vividly. Liu Yin in his immaculate school uniform, a book in hand, his expression unreadable, but his gaze chillingly cold. Without uttering a single word, he tossed his book to the ground and charged forward. That was the first time Lin Anren had ever witnessed the normally mild-mannered and composed Liu Yin fighting with such ferocity. Something like that, Lin Anren admitted vaguely. She had hoped this story would demonstrate that her feelings toward Liu Yin were merely dependency and gratitude after being rescued, pure unadulterated friendship. Instead, Su Yu let out another earth-shattering shriek. A hero rescuing a beauty. Lin Anren's temples began throbbing. She had been wrong. Wrong from the very beginning. She should never have discussed this with a woman whose head was filled entirely with romance tropes. Now things were only worse. Childhood sweethearts plus a heroic rescue. No explanation could clear this up. No, Su Yu will let me explain. Lin Anren was nearly in tears. After that incident, I just thought he was incredibly reliable and made me feel safe, so I started sticking to him constantly. That's not the same as having romantic feelings. Is it not? Su Yu drawled skeptically. Then tell me, when you cling to him, how does he react? Does he complain about you being annoying while secretly following you everywhere and rushing to your side the moment you're bullied? Lin Anren opened her mouth but couldn't produce a single word. Because Su Yu's description was perfectly accurate. Liu Yin was indeed exactly like that. He never said it aloud, but his actions spoke volumes. For the next half hour, Lin Anren exhausted every argument at her disposal, racking her brains. From childhood embarrassments to teenage rebellion, she dissected their 20-plus years of friendship. She tried to convince Su Yu that their bond consisted solely of mutual banter, gaming sessions, and shopping sprees. Absolutely zero romantic undertones. By the end, she was parched and utterly drained. So Su Yu, what do you understand now? We truly are just pure friends. Purer than milk. Lin Anren delivered her closing statement, a note of pleading in her voice. On the other end of the call, Su Yu remained silent for a long while. Finally, Su Yu let out a soft sigh. All right. Her tone suggested reluctant acceptance. Ranran, you're lucky it's me you're talking to. Anyone else hearing that description would definitely suspect something going on between you two. Lin Anren exhaled, deeply collapsing back into her chair. She had barely gotten away with it. Don't say it so crudely, Su Yu. With the crisis averted, Lin Anren resumed her soft, sweet voice. We're just good brothers. Good brothers. Upon hearing these 3 words, Su Yu burst into giggles, her laughter dripping with mischievous teasing. Ranran, a girl calling herself good brothers. That's just too cute. But seriously, Su Yu interrupted, her tone playful. If I were your so-called brother, hearing such a soft, adorable girl call me that every day, I probably wouldn't be able to resist and would just start pursuing you outright. Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat. An image of Liu Yan's face involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Pursuing her. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she quickly banished the terrifying notion. Let's not talk about that. Fearing Su Yu might say something even more outrageous, she hastily changed the subject. Teacher, let's just play games. We haven't even finished our daily quests and dungeons. All right, let's play. The moment gaming was mentioned, Su Yu's energy surged instantly, and her romantic counselor persona vanished completely. She proclaimed grandly over the voice call. Come on, disciple. I've just upgraded my gear. Today I'll definitely carry you. Witness true skill. Lin Anren listened to her confident declaration, her lip twitching. With her track record of crashing into pillars and struggling against minor mobs. Nevertheless, being able to deflect the awkward topic, Lin Anren reluctantly agreed. Yes. Then today I'm counting entirely on you, teacher. After entering the main city, Su Yu indeed displayed an unprecedented level of enthusiasm, just as she had claimed. Apprentice, stay close. Today I shall lead you to conquer the novice village. Su Yu controlled her character and charged ahead right at the forefront. Lin Anren followed behind, observing her master's brand new blue equipment. It shimmered faintly in the sunlight, a considerable upgrade from the tattered novice cloth robes she had worn before. They had taken on a daily quest to clear out wild wolves, which required them to venture to the Wolf Valley outside the village and defeat 20 wolves. Watch my prowess. The moment they entered Wolf Valley, Su Yu let out a mighty shout and activated her charge skill, rushing straight toward the nearest wild wolf. And then, bam! Her character crashed with perfect precision directly into a large tree beside the wild wolf. A string of dizziness star symbols popped above her character's head. The wild wolf, which had been leisurely strolling, was startled by the sudden commotion. It froze in place, tilting its head as if to say, what is this person doing? Lin Anren. From the voice channel, Su Yu let out an awkward, forced laugh. Ha ha ha. That was a slip-up, purely a mistake. Just lagged for a moment. Suppressing her laughter, Lin Anren guided her little fox character forward and unleashed a damage skill on the still-dazed wild wolf. As a sound master, her primary responsibility was healing and buffs, though she also had a few attack skills that were better than nothing. A pale green musical note drifted outward and struck the wild wolf on the head, producing a damage number of -18. The wolf yelped in pain and finally snapped out of its daze. Abandoning the clumsy one who had crashed into the tree, it turned and lunged straight toward Lin Anren. Don't be afraid, apprentice. Your master is here. Su Yu, finally recovered from her dazed state, raised her newly purchased great sword and charged forward with wild cries, slashing furiously at the wild wolf. The blade flashes and sword movements looked impressive. However, the damage numbers floating up were almost too painful to watch. -25, -31, -28. Meanwhile, the wild wolf slapped at her with a claw, dealing a whopping red -50. Lin Anren watched her master's health bar drop at an alarming rate side, and resignedly stood behind, frantically casting healing spells. She cast Spring Snow for sustained regeneration and High Mountain Flowing Water for instant health restoration. Green light continuously illuminated Suyu's body, stubbornly pulling her health bar back from the brink of danger. Thus the scene became quite bizarre. Suyu heroically scratched in front while the wild wolf frantically scratched back at her. Lin Anren diligently played whack-a-mole behind, patching up wherever the health bars dipped. That tiny wild wolf somehow made them feel as though they were battling an epic-level boss. After a full minute of fighting, the wild wolf let out a mournful howl and collapsed to the ground. Phew. Done. Suyu breathed heavily and said triumphantly, "Apprentice, did you see that? My new equipment pretty impressive, right?" Lin Anren looked at her own mana bar, now down to less than a third, and offered her sincere praise. "Yes, very impressive." Naturally, Suyu completely failed to detect the teasing undertone in her words, thinking she was being complimented, and grew even more enthusiastic. "Let's go. Next one." For the rest of that afternoon, Lin Anren found herself trapped in the vortex of Suyu's incompetent yet enthusiastic playstyle. Suyu was always the one charging at the forefront. She was also always the one drawing the most enemies. And she was definitely the one being chased and beaten the worst. Lin Anren felt that the amount of healing she had dispensed that afternoon exceeded the amount of water she had consumed in her entire 20-plus years of life. This sound master had been forced into becoming a mobile field blood bank. Only after painstakingly completing the daily quests did both of their levels increase by 1. "Apprentice, let's do a scenery quest instead. Let's relax a bit," Suyu suggested. Lin Anren's fingers were nearly cramping from all the healing, so she readily agreed, without hesitation. Scenery quests were a major feature of Floating Life Dream Guide. There was no combat involved. It was simply about traversing the map, admiring the scenery, locating NPCs, and ultimately receiving some experience points along with bound appearance rewards. Their assigned quest was to go to the cliffs of Yixianshan and pluck a cliff snow lotus. Yixianshan, literally one-line sky, was a famous scenic spot in the game. Between two towering peaks that pierced the clouds, there was only a narrow crevice connecting them with a 10,000-foot abyss below. The scenery was extremely magnificent. That snow lotus grew at the center of a single log bridge connecting the two peaks. That log bridge was truly nothing more than a bare round timber, with no protective measures whatsoever, looking incredibly precarious. "Wow, this place is too dangerous," Suyu exclaimed. "Master, be careful, don't fall down," Lin Anren warned. "Don't worry. Your master moves with agility as steady as walking on flat ground." Suyu patted her chest and assured her. Then she carefully guided her character forward inch by inch toward the single log bridge. Lin Anren followed behind her, equally anxious and worried. If they fell, although it wouldn't mean death, they would have to climb all the way back up from the foot of the mountain, which would be an enormous waste of time. Just as they reached the middle of the single log bridge, about to reach for that snow lotus, a crisp sound of horse hooves suddenly echoed from behind them. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Lin Anren turned her head and saw a male player dressed in gorgeous brocade, riding a magnificent white steed, approaching at a leisurely pace from the direction they had come. The player seemed to have noticed them as well and stopped before the single log bridge. Lin Anren and Suyu, two total noobs, were crouched on the bridge, inching forward bit by bit. Meanwhile, that male player sat calmly atop his powerful steed, looking down at them from above. The contrast was far too striking. Just as Lin Anren thought the other party would wait for them to pass, that male player moved. He gently squeezed the horse's flanks, and that magnificent white steed neighed loudly, its four hooves flying, and actually leaped directly over the heads of the two of them. The horse hooves traced an elegant arc in the air and landed steadily on the other end of the single log bridge. The entire process flowed smoothly, incredibly graceful. Lin Anren and Suyu, the two still lying on the bridge, stared in disbelief as the other party disappeared into the distance. "Wow." Lin Anren couldn't help but let out an envious exclamation. "That was too cool. Mounts can actually jump this far." Suyu looked equally shocked. "Yeah, our characters can't even jump across," Lin Anren said sourly. The mount system in this game was not merely for transportation, it also featured various special functions. Some mounts could fly, some could swim, and some could simply jump extraordinarily far. "No way. I'm getting one too." Suyu immediately ignited with competitive spirit. She deftly picked the snow lotus turned in the quest, and then eagerly opened the game's built-in guide website. "Let me check what this horse is and how to get it," Suyu muttered to herself as she searched. Lin Anren also curiously leaned in beside the computer, waiting for her results. After a few minutes, Suyu's voice suddenly became incredibly excited. "Found it! Found it! Apprentice! I know what mount this is." "What is it?" "This mount is called Traceless Snow Treader. It is the exclusive reward from the latest romance event." "Romance event? Upon hearing those 4 characters, Lin Anren's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She had heard whispers of the romance system in online games. Rumor had it that the experience was astonishingly immersive, featuring virtual weddings and parades, essentially transplanting the rituals of reality straight into the digital realm. Suyu clearly knew far more about it, having already navigated to the event's dedicated page on the official website with practiced ease and sent her the link. Lin Anren clicked the link, and a web page awash in shades of pink and overflowing with heart-shaped bubbles popped up, nearly blinding her with its saccharine excess. Floating Life Dream Guide, Chishi Special Event. Fate predestined across 3 lives. Requirements: reach level 20, form a party of 1 male and 1 female player, and head to the Yuelao Shrine to accept the 3 lifetimes of Fate quest. Lin Anren skimmed through the event process, a chill running down her spine. Step 1. Complete a series of duo tasks designed to raise your romance points, such as the Concord Lock, Wishing Lantern, and Couples Quiz. Step 2. Once your romance points reach the cap of 9999, you would unlock eligibility to formalize the bond. Step 3. Schedule the wedding at the Yuelao counter in the main city, choosing between the classical Chinese or Western romantic style. The wedding would be announced server-wide, accompanied by a parade through the main city to receive blessings from all players. Step 4. After the ceremony, both players would officially become sworn companions, earning exclusive titles, matching outfits, and the grand prize, a duo mount called Treading Snow Without a Trace. Lin Anren's gaze locked steadfastly onto that magnificent white horse mount. The event description stated that Treading Snow Without a Trace was currently the only ground mount in the game with no level restriction and a special jumping skill. Its leaping ability allowed players to clear most small obstacles and gullies, maximizing traversal efficiency. More importantly, it was just so cool. The dashing image of that player riding the white horse and soaring past them still lingered in Lin Anren's mind. She wanted it so badly. As an essentially lazy player at heart, something that could so dramatically improve the comfort of her adventures held an almost irresistible allure for her. But getting married, just reading those 2 characters made Lin Anren squirm with discomfort. Even though it was only a game, the thought of marrying another man for the sake of a mount, however ceremonial, made her feel profoundly uneasy. This was nothing like casually calling out brother over voice chat. That was a fleeting encounter, something you left behind once the quest was done. But the romance system, once bound, you would bear the brand of someone's sworn companion wherever you went. It was far too humiliating. Master, maybe we should just skip it. It's too much trouble. Lin Anren struggled, attempting to dissuade Suyu, whose eyes sparkled with equal excitement. What's the trouble? We'll do it together. Ranran, didn't you see that mount? It was absolutely stunning. Suyu cried excitedly over the voice channel. And look, you get plenty of bound gold and experience from the quests, plus a permanent outfit. This is definitely worth it. But we'd have to get married. What's wrong with that? It's just a game, marriage not real. Besides, we're both women. What's there to fear? Suyu spoke with unshakable conviction. Just think of it as sisters teaming up to claim a reward. What's the big deal, eh? Suyu's words brought Lin Anren a measure of relief. Right. She and Suyu were both women. Partnering up for the quest didn't seem entirely unreasonable, did it? Would that even work? She asked tentatively. It will work. Absolutely. Come on, let's go pick up the quest now. Suyu was a woman of action. Without hesitation, she dragged Lin Anren's character toward the teleportation point in the main city. Infected by Suyu's enthusiasm, Lin Anren found herself growing hopeful as well. However, when they arrived at the Yuelao Shrine, standing before the smiling NPC, a red system notification mercilessly shattered their dreams. I'm sorry, the 3 lifetimes of Fate quest requires 1 male and 1 female player to form a party before it can be accepted. Suyu, Lin Anren. Silence fell over the voice channel. After several long seconds, Suyu finally let out a wail. What? There's actually a gender restriction. This game is discriminatory. I'm so upset. Lin Anren wore an equally disappointed expression. All that excitement for nothing. Never mind, master. It seems we're not destined to have this mount after all. Lin Anren sighed and prepared to turn back. Don't give up. Suyu was not ready to concede. Apprentice, how about? You asked the guild leader for help. Huh. Lin Anren was taken aback. Think about it. The guild leader is Yin Shun, the #1 powerhouse on the entire server. He definitely wants this mount too, right? And consider how he challenged someone in the world channel on your behalf last time, not to mention that expensive weapon he gifted you. He clearly has feelings for you. Suyu grew increasingly animated, as though victory were already within sight. Just go find him now and tell him you want to do this event together, and he'll agree in a heartbeat. Lin Anren felt her scalp tingle with alarm. Find Lu Yen. Do a romance quest with him. Get married. What kind of absurd scheme was this? Absolutely not. Never. Lin Anren refused without a second thought. We're hardly acquainted. How could I possibly ask him for such a favor? What's there to be shy about? A man pursuing a woman faces a mountain, but a woman pursuing a man parts only a curtain. Take the initiative, and it'll be settled. Suyu continued to urge her relentlessly. Lin Anren could barely contain her exasperation. What reckless and outrageous words were these? Just as she was racking her brains trying to figure out how to dissuade Suyu from this terrifying notion, her private chat channel suddenly chimed. It was Lu Yen. Yinshin quietly messaged you, are you there? Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat. Speak of the devil. Moments later a second message appeared. Yinshin quietly messaged, you want to play together. Staring at those brief words on the screen, Lin Anren's mind went completely blank. Before she could formulate a reply, Suyu's sharp eyes caught the flickering private chat icon above her character's head. At the same time, the guild leader's avatar in the guild chat lit up from dark to bright. Oh, apprentice. Is the guild leader looking for you? Suyu's voice buzzed with gossipy excitement. Lin Anren instinctively acknowledged with a soft sound. What did he say? Is he asking you out? He's asking if I want to play together. This is your chance, apprentice. Suyu slapped her thigh in excitement. Tell him right now that you want to do that romance event, and ask if he'll team up with you. Go on. What are you hesitating for? Opportunities like this don't come twice. Just think about that white horse. Suyu urged her persistently. That white horse. Lin Anren was torn within herself. On one side were over 20 years of brotherhood, on the other an exquisite limited edition mount with stunning looks. On one side teetered a fragile bond of friendship, on the other loomed an ultimate temptation that promised maximum efficiency in exploring the map. In the end, weighed down by the relentless back and forth of her conscience and stern self-reproach, Lin Anren chose the former. She, Lin Anren, would be a good person. She could no longer deceive her poor good brother Lu Yen. She could not stray onto the path of betraying her friend's trust. Master, let it go. I'll just stay out this time. Lin Anren said into the voice chat to Suyu. Before Suyu could respond, she immediately switched to the private message box and, facing Lu Yan's avatar, began typing out a line. Ran quietly says to you, sorry about this, but dinner has arrived, and I'm about to log off to eat. Let's play together next time. Send. All in one breath. Lin Anren hadn't actually ordered any takeaway, she simply wanted a quick excuse to slip away. If she kept playing along with Lu Yen like this, ambiguous and uncertain, she was genuinely afraid she'd eventually crack under the weight of her own guilt. Now was the moment to rein herself in before things spiraled further. If she stopped now, all was still salvageable. To make her performance more convincing, she was about to bid farewell to Suyu in the voice chat, and then log off at lightning speed, when her phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a WeChat message from Lu Yen. Seeing his name on the screen, Lin Anren's heart sank for no reason. What was this guy up to now? Meanwhile, Lu Yen sat before his computer, his brows slightly furrowed. He stared at the message, let's play together next time, that Ran had sent in the game, an indescribable sense of loss welling up inside him. Had he been too hasty? They'd only just met a few days ago, yet he'd been clinging to her every day. Had he frightened her? When he'd asked if she wanted to play together, she'd immediately said she had something to do and needed to log off. That excuse had been far too transparent. At 24 years old, Lu Yen was experiencing this for the first time. Caring so deeply about a girl, feeling this anxious push and pull of hope and fear. He didn't know what to do, so his instinctive thoughts turned to his good brother. Lu Yen picked up his phone, opened the chat with Lin Anren, and began typing. Lu Yen, Anren, are you there? Lu Yen, do you remember that girl I told you about? The one I met in the game. Lu Yen, she seems to always find excuses to avoid me. What should I do to make her less resistant? Lin Anren watched these messages from Lu Yen appear on her phone screen, her eyes twitching violently. Good heavens. Absolutely brilliant. She had just declined him as Ran, and now he came straight to her, the real person, to ask for advice. Asking the real person how to win over the real person, huh? Anger surged within Lin Anren. Bold mischief took hold. That thick-browed, big-eyed scoundrel Lu Yen. He'd just had a date with a stunning beauty at a noodle shop at noon, and the evening came around, and he's already fussing over some soft-spoken girl in a game. After being rejected, he actually has the nerve to come asking his good bro for strategy. Wasn't this classic fish farming and backup plan behavior? A textbook case of a player's conduct. And what made it most infuriating was that the fish he wanted to trap was actually her. The sheer absurdity of being treated as a backup plan by herself, while simultaneously coaching him on how to pursue her, made Lin Anren feel like she was about to explode. No way. She absolutely couldn't allow her pure and kind-hearted good brother to descend into a heartbreak-delivering scoundrel like this. He needed to learn a lesson. Seated in her chair, Lin Anren's mind raced as a bold and thrilling scheme slowly took shape. Since Lu Yen wanted to pursue Ran, she would use his own scheme against him, letting him experience firsthand what it meant to be scammed in an online romance, losing both money and heart. When his heart was broken by Ran, and he came running to his good brother for comfort, she would then give him a heartfelt lecture on how fish farms and players never end well. Exactly. That was the plan. All for saving her misguided good brother. Lin Anren had instantly found the perfect moral high ground, and even her posture straightened with conviction. She picked up her phone, and her fingers flew across the screen. Lin Anren, maybe you're rushing things. She might genuinely just have something on her plate. Lin Anren, you could test the waters again. What if she really was just going to dinner? Ask her if she wants to play after she's done eating. Lin Anren, when pursuing a girl, you've got to thick-skin it. That's called perseverance. Between face and a girlfriend, you've got to pick one right. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yin gazed at Lin Anren's reply, lost in thought. Thick-skinned. That didn't quite align with his usual way of doing things. But Lin Anren's words seemed reasonable enough. What if Ranran truly was just hungry? Giving up so easily would make him seem insincere. For Ranran, what was face worth? Lu Yin took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, switched back to the game interface, and opened the private chat with Ranran once more. Yenshin quietly says to you, if you're not busy after you finish eating, would you like to play together? Seeing the new message pop up on her screen, Lin Anren's lips curved into a satisfied smile. The plan was working. The bait had been taken. She cleared her throat and pitched her voice higher as she spoke to the dazed Su Yu in the voice chat. Master, the guild leader is asking if I want to play together after I finish eating. Su Yu instantly sprang back to life. Of course, go. Absolutely go. This is a godsend opportunity, disciple. Lin Anren gave a deliberately reserved hum and then leisurely typed her reply in the private chat box. Ranran quietly says to you, I'm sure. Could you wait an hour for me? I eat pretty slowly. After sending that message, she felt her green tea skills had leveled up once more. Lu Yan's eyes lit up at the reply, all his earlier gloom dissipating in an instant. Yenshin quietly says to you, alright, I'll wait for you. That hour-long dinner break passed in dull boredom for Lin Anren. She hadn't ordered any takeaway at all. She simply paced back and forth in her room. One half of her mind plotted how she'd torment Lu Yan. One half chatted half-heartedly with Su Yu over voice chat. Disciple, you finally caught on. That's exactly it. As a girl, being proactive every now and then. That's how you grab happiness. Su Yu was still smug about successfully matchmaking the guild leader and her disciple. I just want that mount. Lin Anren protested weakly. Oh, it's all the same, all the same. Using a mount as an excuse to nurture feelings. That's called strategy. Su Yu said with an understanding tone. Be clever later on, interact more with the guild leader, act all cute and coquettish. He won't be able to resist. Coquettish. The image of her being sweet and flirty with Lu Yin instantly sent shivers down her spine. Forget it. All for teaching a player a lesson and rescuing her good brother. A small sacrifice of charm was worth it. An hour later, Lin Anren sat back down at her computer. Master, I'm done eating. Guild leader, I'm back. She first greeted Su Yu in the voice chat, then switched to the game to send Lu Yin a private message. Lu Yin replied almost instantly. Yenshin quietly says to you, MHM. Yenshin quietly says to you, form party. Lin Anren clicked to accept, and in the next second her character was pulled into the party. There were only 3 people in the party, Yenshin Ranran and Jiandang Bahuang. That Su Yu had actually joined the party, as well, clearly intent on watching the whole thing unfold. Ahem, hello guild leader. Su Yu enthusiastically greeted in the party channel. Lu Yan merely sent a cool, detached MHM. Su Yu showed no offense at Lu Yan's flat response, and continued typing passionately in the party channel. Jiandang Bahuang, guild leader, our Ranran has a favor to ask. Lu Yan sent a question mark. Jiandang Bahuang, it's that Ranran wants the mount from the couple event, so she's wondering if the guild leader would consider being in a relationship with our cute little Ranran. Listening to Su Yu's abnormally excited tone in the voice chat, Lin Anren felt as though she were being sold out and still helping count the money. In the party channel, Lu Yin was noticeably silent. Lin Anren could almost picture the slight furrow of his brows as he read those words from behind his screen. Was his plan already failing before it had even begun? Several seconds passed before Lu Yin's message finally appeared. Does Ranran think so? Rather than giving Su Yu a direct answer, he tossed the question right back at her. This was it. The moment for her acting skills to be tested. She drew a deep breath, her mind racing through the carefully crafted revenge scheme she designed specifically for Lu Yan. To save his misguided friend and help him experience the harsh realities of the world, any sacrifice was worth making. She silently repeated, I'm doing this for his own good, 3 times in her heart, then, with trembling fingers, typed out a message in the party channel. Yes, can I be the hero's companion? She followed it with an embarrassed facepalm emoji. Yeah, apprentice. You went for it. You actually went for it. Su Yu let out a piercing marmot-like scream in the voice chat, the volume nearly rupturing Lin Anren's eardrums. I knew it. I knew the guild leader was into you. This is amazing. I'm getting the marriage certificate for you 2 today. Lin Anren's head throbbed from the noise, and she quickly pulled her headphones away. Lu Yan's reply came almost instantly. Very well. Just one word, crisp and decisive. Yet Lin Anren detected a hint of eagerness within it. Was it merely her imagination? Before she could dwell on it, Lu Yan's second message arrived. Go to the matchmaker's shrine. His decisiveness was absolute. Before his computer, Lu Yan gazed at the words sent by that little fox avatar. So she shared the same feelings. The disappointment from his previous rejection vanished, replaced by an inexplicable joy. Oh my god. To the matchmaker's shrine. Right now. Su Yu was far more excited in the voice chat than either of the parties involved. The guild leader is truly decisive. Let's go. We're leaving now. I'll be your witness today. Lin Anren watched as Lu Yan's character in the game summoned a magnificent Qilin mount and sent her a riding invitation. Lu Yan invited you to ride the inked Qilin. Do you accept? Lin Anren. Could she refuse? Under Su Yu's insistent urging, Lin Anren clicked yes. The next moment, her fluffy little fox character whooshed onto the Cheelant's back, pressing closely against the towering celestial being in front of her. That familiar posture again. That embarrassingly close distance. The Cheelant let out a low rumble, its four hooves treading upon flames, transforming into a streak of light as it sped toward the main city. Suyu could only puff and pant behind them, eating their dust. Along the way, only Suyu's voice echoed through the party channel. Guild leader, when did you and our Ranran first catch each other's eye? Guild leader, what do you like about our Ranran? Do you think her voice is particularly lovely and she's adorable? Guild leader, don't worry. Our Ranran is wonderful, just a bit shy. Please treat her well. If you dare bully her, I as her master will be the first to object. Lin Anran listened until her toes curled so hard she could have carved out a 3-bedroom apartment inside her shoes. What on earth was happening? She wanted to rush to Suyu's house right then and sever her internet connection. Meanwhile, Lu Yin maintained silence in the face of Suyu's relentless gossip barrage. This brought Lin Anran slight relief. Fortunately, Lu Yin remained his usual aloof self, unmoved by Suyu's chatterbox tendencies. However, just as Lin Anran was thinking this, Lu Yin suddenly spoke. His voice was cool, yet carried a note of earnestness. All of it. A brief phrase, yet it detonated like a bomb in Lin Anran's mind. On the other end of the voice chat, Suyu was too overwhelmed with excitement to form words, merely emitting ecstatic howls. Lin Anran froze completely. All of it. Her mind echoed Lu Yan's words repeatedly. No, no, no. This had to be a player's routine. It had to be. This was the classic broad-spectrum approach. He had surely said similar things to that woman on the blind date. Lin Anran desperately brainwashed herself, attempting to use the notion that Lu Yin was a womanizer to counteract the strange fluttering in her heart. Yes, he was a player, and everything she was doing now was cosmic justice. With this reasoning, Lin Anran's guilt lessened considerably, and she even sat up straighter. Soon the three of them gathered at the matchmaker's shrine. The matchmaker's shrine stood beneath a colossal tree of fate, where pink petals drifted continuously, and the air was thick with a cloying sweetness. An NPC matchmaker with a flowing white beard and a benevolent smile stood beneath the tree, awaiting the men and women who came to forge bonds of love. Lu Yin disbanded the party and reformed it with only Lin Anran. Suyu was ruthlessly kicked out and could only stand by and watch with envy. Lu Yin led Lin Anran before the matchmaker. Fated ones, welcome to the matchmaker's shrine. The NPC's opening line dripped with the flavor of a promotional video. You must seek a legendary romance spanning 3 lifetimes. Yes. Lin Anran. Was it too late to back out now? Accept the quest. Lu Yin directly interrupted the NPC's monologue. Hey, young people are always so impatient, the matchmaker said with a smile, stroking his beard. However, forging a bond of love is no simple matter. You must first prove to me the sincerity of your feelings for one another. As his words faded, a quest interface popped up. 3 lifetimes bond, first trial hearts and sync quest content, answer 10 questions posed by the matchmaker. Only when both answers match exactly will the trial be passed. Couple quiz. Upon seeing these 4 characters, Lin Anran's vision dimmed. She knew all along that such activities inevitably included the most humiliating segments. How could she possibly share telepathic connection with another man? Are you ready? The matchmaker asked with a smile. Then here comes the first question. First question, where would you most like to go on a date with your beloved? A. Blossoming Valley. B. Starry Sea's Edge. C. Kunlun Snow Mountain. D. Yudu Demon Cave. Lin Anran stared at this question, a numb sensation crawling over her scalp. What the hell kind of question is this? A date. Here she was, a 20-something self-proclaimed tough guy, suddenly having to ponder where to go on a date with another self-proclaimed tough guy. Just imagining the scene sent chills shooting down her spine. Beside her, Suyu was even more worked up, frantically throwing out suggestions over the voice channel. Pick B. Definitely B. Starry Sea's Edge. Didn't the guild leader take you there last time? That place is so romantic. He'll definitely pick B too. Lin Anran felt a surge of irritation. Yes, Starry Sea's Edge was beautiful, and Lu Yin had indeed taken her there. Logically speaking, that should have been the standard answer. But she was on a mission to punish the player character. How could she let him succeed so easily? She had to pick an answer he'd never expect to shake his confidence. Let him know that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea, not something he could easily fathom. She scanned the options. A blossoming valley. It looked like a place girls would love, all pink and pretty. Lu Yin would probably guess she'd choose this. B. Starry Sea's Edge, beautiful and romantic. Lu Yin was more likely to pick this one. C. Kunlun Snow Mountain, the scenery was nice, but too cold and unwelcoming for a date. D. Yudu Demon Cave. What was that? A cave full of demons and monsters. Who would go on a date there? Wait. A sudden inspiration struck Lin Anran. It had to be D. What normal person would choose a creepy, ghostly demon cave as a date spot? This was practically a trap question. Lu Yin would definitely guess based on what a normal girl would choose, either A or B. She would deliberately go against that. Let him fail on the first question and show him that Lin Anran wasn't some pushover he could easily manipulate. A smirk she hadn't even noticed curled at the corners of Lin Anran's mouth as she decisively tapped option D. Disciple, what did you pick? Suyu asked curiously. Secret, Lin Anren said mysteriously, already anticipating the disappointed look on the matchmaker NPC's face once Lu Yin got it wrong. Ding. Congratulations to the two destined souls for being in perfect sync. Your answer is correct. At the matchmaker's resonant declaration, Lin Anren watched as her and Lu Yan's selections simultaneously illuminated on the screen before her. Ranran's choice D. Yuta Demon Cave. Yenshin's choice D. Yuta Demon Cave. The smile on Lin Anren's face instantly froze. What the hell? She blinked hard, doubting her eyes. How is this possible? Why would he choose D? This defied all logic. Had he hacked to see through walls, or could he read minds? Suiwei, good heavens. Why did you pick the Demon Cave disciple? I thought you'd choose Starry Sea's Edge. And how did the guild leader guess that? He's incredibly sharp. Suyu was just as stunned as she was. Her question was exactly what Lin Anren wanted to ask too. She stared fixedly at the screen, waiting for Lu Yan's response. She refused to believe there was any reasonable explanation for this. In the party chat, Lu Yan's avatar flickered. Inshin, I guessed. Guessed. Those two words nearly made Lin Anren choke. Suiwei, guild leader, don't be modest. Spill it, what's really going on. Suyu clearly didn't buy that excuse, either pressing relentlessly. Under Suyu's relentless questioning, Lu Yin finally sent another message. Yin Shun, when we played together before, I noticed she wasn't particularly interested in the scenery, but loved fighting monsters, and had a good understanding of equipment stats. Yin Shin, although Yuta Demon Cave sounds intimidating, it's not just filled with elite monsters that yield rich experience. There's also a hidden chamber deep inside. Yin Shin, the scenery in the hidden chamber is quite unique, and a treasure box will respawn there with a chance to drop rare equipment and limited edition appearances. Yin Shin, I figured she'd probably enjoy a place like this. Lu Yan's explanation was perfectly logical. Lin Anren was stunned. She had no idea about the hidden chamber and treasure box in Yuta Demon Cave. She'd only chosen D to mess with him. And yet this guy not only guessed her choice correctly, but also provided an irrefutable reason for it. No way. Is this really? Suyu quickly opened her browser to search. Holy crap. It's actually true. Yuta Demon Cave hidden map. Oh my god, the scenery in this hidden chamber is so beautiful. Black rocks, blue-purple crystals, and glowing mushrooms. It was a completely different vibe from Starry Sea's Edge. Both cool and romantic. Suyu marveled as she posted screenshots to the guild chat, drawing a wave of amazed reactions. Disciple, you're impressive. You actually know such obscure trivia. When did you secretly start studying guides behind my back? Lin Anren. What could she say? She could only swallow her defeat. Ranran, hee, I happened to come across it, darn it, she had miscalculated. How could she forget this man was Lu Yan? Straightest student since childhood, unervingly observant. The legendary someone else's child. Because she'd glanced at the weapon stats a bit longer when choosing her gear, Lu Yan had somehow deduced her true nature. This made her feel inexplicably flustered. Could she really hide anything from him? No, it must be a coincidence. Lin Anren desperately tried to bolster her confidence. He was just a gaming prodigy with deep understanding of the game. Yes, that must be it. Next question, next time, she would absolutely make him stumble. She clenched her fist, her fighting spirit reignited. Just then the matchmaker's chuckling voice rang out again. It seems the two of you are truly in sync after all. Now please listen to the second question. Which mount would you most desire to share with your romantic partner? A. The magnificent and noble Nine Heavens Phoenix. B. The endearing and cute spirit cat treading clouds. C. The domineering Netherbone Dragon. D. The unassuming double horse carriage. Lin Anren's gaze swept across the four options. The phoenix was too conspicuous, the cat too delicate, and the carriage too ordinary. Then C it is, the Netherbone Dragon. It sounded splendid, and its stats were superior as well. Besides, she refused to believe that Lu Yin could possibly guess a soft, cute female Spirit Fox Clan character would desire a dragon composed entirely of bones. If he guessed right again, she would bark like a dog. Lin Anren, with a completely expressionless face, selected option C. Then she watched in disbelief as the matchmaker's congratulatory message flashed onto the screen once more. Ding. Congratulations to the two destined souls for your telepathic connection. Answer correct. Ranran's choice was C. The domineering Netherbone Dragon. Yinshin's choice was C. The domineering Netherbone Dragon. Lin Anren. She slowly closed her eyes. Was this world even real? Why, Suyu said, excitement laced with delight at the spectacle. Guild leader. Quick. Explain. Why the Bone Dragon? Our Ranran is clearly such a lovely little fox. Also, Ranran, how could you pick the Bone Dragon? That doesn't match your soft girl persona at all. Lu Yan's explanation arrived swiftly. Yinshin the Phoenix and Spirit Cat are available for direct purchase at the shop, so I can gift them to Ranran. The carriage, however, is far too slow. Yinshin the Netherbone Dragon is the only one among these. It is a rare drop from the world boss, the Skeletal Sovereign. Yinshin best stats, great looks, and far rarer. Yinshin, she will like it. Lin Anren. What could she even say? She truly had nothing left to say. Lu Yan's reasoning was entirely correct. As someone fundamentally driven by power optimization among the four options, she did indeed desire the Bone Dragon, with its superior stats the most. He was right again. He had once again laid bare her innermost thoughts. Suddenly Lin Anren's inbox chimed. She saw that Lu Yin had gifted her the 9 Heavens Phoenix and the Spirit Cat Treading Clouds. For a brief moment Lin Anren's mind went completely blank. She glanced at the email notification popping up in the lower right corner of her screen, then looked toward the party channel, where Suyu had already flooded the chat with exclamations. What in the world was this? Jiandang Ba Huang Ran. The guild leader just bought the Phoenix and Cat for you directly. Jiandang Ba Huang, what kind of domineering CEO behavior is this? No need to choose. I'm giving you everything. Yeah right. Lin Anren couldn't form a single reply. She opened the email and saw 2 shimmering mount icons resting quietly in the attachments. One was the 9 Heavens Phoenix wreathed in golden flames. The other was the Spirit Cat treading clouds, striding upon soft billowy clouds. Both were among the priciest mounts in the shop, each costing several hundred yuan. Lu Yin just bought them without a second thought. She was here to punish him, a confirmed player, not to fall prey to his sugary tactics. Now this. She hadn't tripped him up at all. Instead, she owed him yet another favor. It felt like punching cotton. Ran. She typed and deleted for a while, eventually sending just 6 dots. There truly was nothing to say. Yinshin, you don't like them? Lu Yan's message popped up again. Those 2 coldly measured words made Lin Anren's heart skip unexpectedly. How could she not like them? As a hardcore gamer, who could refuse such a free, stylish mount? But she couldn't say she liked it. She was here to punish a scumbag, not to melt over gifts like some silly girl. Ran, no, it's too precious. I feel embarrassed accepting it. Yinshin, keep them. It's not expensive. Lin Anren grew even more exasperated. Does he treat every blind date girl the same way? Just throwing money at the first sign of hesitation. Vulgar. Superficial. She fumed in her thoughts, yet her fingers faithfully clicked, accept all. Fine, free is free. But her level wasn't high enough to use either mount yet, so she would have to stash them in storage as collectibles for now. Ran, thank you, guild leader. You shouldn't have spent so much. Yinshin, it's nothing. Those 2 words again. Couldn't this guy manage more than a few syllables? Or was this standard player rhetoric? Minimum investment, maximum fish maintained. In the voice channel, Suyu had recovered from her initial shock and shifted into wails of envious resentment. Ran, look at you then look at me. I'm your master, and I've hit rock bottom. My disciple is living it up while I'm still eating dirt. Suyu began clowning around. No way. When you 2 get married, as your witness, I'm collecting a massive red envelope. Or this isn't over. Lin Anren felt her temples throbbing. Married. Her foot. All she wanted was to escape this suffocating QA session as fast as possible. Old matchmaker, hurry up already. Next question. As if hearing her thoughts, the grinning matchmaker NPC spoke again. Haha, it seems the bond between you 2 has passed the trial. The matchmaker stroked his beard. Then please listen to the 3rd question. On screen, the new question slowly materialized. 3 lives, fate, telepathy. Question 3. When your romantic partner is attacked by other players in the wilderness, what would you do? Stand by and shout encouragement. Go for it. You can do it. B. Pretend not to see and sneak away. C. Find a good angle to screenshot capturing this precious moment. D. Charge in without hesitation and fight alongside them. Upon seeing this question, Lin Anren's eyes lit up instantly. An opportunity. This was an absolutely rare chance. The first 3 options were practically tailor-made for someone looking to cause trouble. A was the classic onlooker who thrived on chaos, B was the flag-burning team seller par excellence, and C embodied the quintessential gossip spectator. And option D, obviously the textbook correct answer. Based on her understanding of Lu Yin, he would absolutely choose D without hesitation. If she picked any of the first 3 options, this telepathy challenge would surely fail. She could already picture the look of stunned disbelief that would cross Lu Yan's composed features when the system coldly declared her answer wrong. Let him guess. Let him analyze. This time let's see how you analyze your way out of this. Lin Anren's lips were already curling into a smirk, her fingers itching to click on the most absurd option C without hesitation. Pick D, Ran. This one's a free point. No thinking required. Obviously you go together. Suyu called out matter-of-factly over the voice channel. Lin Anren gave a vague acknowledgement, her gaze sweeping back and forth between options A, B, and C. Which one should she pick? A was too ordinary, B was too cowardly, but C had the most mocking impact. That was it. However, just as her cursor was about to land on option C, her movement inexplicably halted. For over 20 years it seemed every time she encountered trouble, Lu Yin would step in front of her without delay. Though this was merely a game of virtual question. Though she was currently executing her righteous plan to punish a player. But, to choose a betraying option, even as a joke, on a question about whether to abandon Lu Yin, Lin Anren discovered she simply couldn't do it. Damn it. Lin Anren muttered under her breath, her heart churning with frustration. She felt utterly pathetic. Why soften for a player? How many girls had he played with she didn't even know? But regardless of her scolding, her fingers seemed to have a mind of their own. They moved uncontrollably to the final option. Sigh. She let out a heavy sigh and resignedly clicked it. Fine, let's just consider this point a free gift to him. Next question. At the next one she absolutely wouldn't soften again. Whatever. She would simply regard this point as gifted to him. At the next question she absolutely would not waver again. Ding. Congratulations to the two destined souls for your telepathic match correct answer. The festive voice of Yu Lao rang out once more. Ranran's choice was D. Rush forward without hesitation to fight alongside him. Yinshin's choice was D. Rush forward without hesitation to fight alongside him. I told you so, this question must be D. Suyu said without surprise. But guild leader, how did you know our Ranran would choose D? What if she was scared and chose B? She wouldn't. Yinshin replied. Lin Anran was puzzled. Why was he so certain? I can tell. She's not that kind of person. In an instant Lin Anran felt her heart being gently squeezed, a sour and tingling sensation. Could he really think of her this way? Although this was about Ranran in the game, Lin Anran knew that Lu Yin had formed his judgment through his own observations. This realization created a sense of disconnection within her. The more Lu Yin trusted Ranran, the more it highlighted the despicableness of her own actions. He viewed her as a trustworthy good girl. Yet behind his back she was scheming to deceive him through online romance, leaving him both heartbroken and broke. Wasn't she simply a malicious woman? Lin Anran felt her conscience aching again. Damn it, why was being a ruthless woman so difficult? Forget it, mental battles and strategizing were too exhausting. She, Lin Anran, was essentially a slacker at heart, despising anything that required mental effort. Let it go? For the remaining questions, she decided to completely abandon resistance. No more deliberately choosing tricky answers or guessing what Lu Yin would think. She would simply follow her heart, do what felt comfortable, and pick whichever option looked pleasing. Whatever happened, happened. And as expected, Lu Yin got every subsequent question right. Suyu had gone from initial shock to numbness. Just then Yu Lao's aged face crinkled into a flower-like smile reappeared in the center of the screen. Hee, it seems the bond between you two young ones is heaven sent. After hundreds of years in this profession, I have never encountered destined souls so perfectly attuned to one another. Let this final question then serve as a perfect conclusion to your fated connection. Finally, the last question. Lin Anran perked up. She was finally going to be free from this damn QA. 3 lives bond telepathic final question. If it were raining in reality, what would you most want to do with your beloved? Take a hand-in-hand stroll in the rain, experiencing romance like in the movies. B. Head to the largest shopping mall in town and shop till you drop. C. Stay in a warm home, order takeout, and watch a favorite movie together. D. Go out into the wilderness and let the rain drench you, pushing your limits and freeing your spirit. What kind of ridiculous question was this? How did this have anything to do with the game? Rain in real life. She couldn't even bring herself to step outside, let alone go on a date in the rain. But she had already given up. Mental warfare was too exhausting. Just destroy it quick. Drawing on over 20 years of habit as a couch potato, she unhesitatingly moved her mouse to option C. A strolling in the rain. Was she trying to ruin her hairstyle or soak her shoes? Crazy. Be shopping in the rain. Crowded malls on a rainy day, damp from head to toe within 2 steps. Insane. D. Going out into the wild to get drenched by rain, pushing limits. This option was clearly designed for someone with water in their brain. Literally water in the brain. Only C. Staying in a warm home, ordering takeout, and curling up comfortably on the sofa to watch a movie. This was the only correct way to spend a rainy day. For this question, she wasn't choosing an answer. She was choosing her lifestyle. Click confirm. Lin Anran leaned back in her chair and exhaled deeply, feeling the relief of a student who had just handed in an exam. Finally, she could escape this damn couple's quiz. However, contrary to her expectations, Lu Yin was unusually hesitant this time. His character stood motionless for several seconds without making a choice. Lin Anran's heart quietly rose again. What was wrong? Was this question difficult? Obviously a question completely detached from the game, purely testing preferences in real life. For Lu Yin, this was a complete blind spot. He had no way to analyze or guess, for he knew nothing about Ranran's real life. In the voice channel, Suyu was equally nervous. What is guild leader thinking? What should we choose for this question? Ranran, what did you pick? I chose C. C. Watch a movie at home. Suyu paused. You're right, going out on a rainy day is indeed annoying. What would guild leader choose? B. Don't most girls prefer romance or shopping? Lin Anran didn't speak, merely staring at the screen. She wanted to know as well what Lu Yin would choose. After roughly 10 more seconds, his character finally moved. A system prompt appeared. Ding. Congratulations to the two destined souls for your telepathic match correct answer. Ranran's choice was C. Stay in a warm home, order takeout, and watch a favorite movie together. Yinshin's choice was C. Stay in a warm home, order takeout, and watch a favorite movie together. Holy crap. This actually works. Guild leader, are you a roundworm in her stomach? You could guess this too. Lin Anran was also dumbfounded. If for previous questions Lu Yin could rely on his understanding of the game and her exposed competitiveness to analyze, then what about this question? How was he supposed to analyze this one? Guessing. His luck was impossibly outrageous. Guild leader, tell us quickly. Why? How did you guess that our Ranran loves staying home watching movies? Suyu transformed into a gossip reporter, vowing not to rest until she got to the bottom of it. Lin Anran perked her ears too. This time Lu Yin's reply was not so swift. After another stretch of silence, his message finally popped up in the party channel. I have a friend. He loves watching movies very much, especially staying at home to watch them on rainy days. I think this might be a common hobby shared by many people. When Lin Anren saw the 5 characters, "I have a friend," her heart skipped a beat. Sing, he loves watching movies very much, her eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Upon reading the final line, especially loves staying at home to watch on rainy days, she felt her nape growing cold. This friend. Wouldn't it be her? Holy crap. Her mind started ringing with alarm. Could Lu Yin possibly connect Ran Ran in the game with Lin Anren in reality? Because of this question, it was over. She had been so focused on playing it cool that she hadn't considered how answering this question might expose her real-life habits. Her current persona was that of a manipulative online seductress. How could she have revealed so much personal information? This was going to be a problem. Wow, I see. Suyu suddenly understood. Guildmaster, your friend has good taste. Ran Ran, so do you. If there's a chance, we should all go watch a movie together. Lin Anren didn't dare respond with a single word. Watch a movie together. All she wanted was to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. She quickly typed in the team channel trying to change the subject. Ran Ran, hee is that. So then can we start the next quest now? The Cupid NPC seemed to hear her plea, his wrinkled face breaking into an even brighter smile. Hee, all the topics are correct, hearts are connected. This old man has been in this profession for hundreds of years, yet it is the first time I've seen such a divinely matched couple. In that case, the first round of tests for hearts connected by intuition shall be deemed passed by you. As his words fell, a golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Anren and Lu Yan's characters. System notice, congratulations on completing 3 lives fate, first ring heart to heart, with Yin Shun earning 1314 affinity points. System notice 3 lives fate, second ring forging hearts together has been activated. Wow. 1,314 points. A lifetime together. What great symbolism. Suyu was more excited beside them than the participants themselves. Quick, see what the second quest is. Lin Anren immediately opened the quest panel, desperate to leave this place that made her heart race with anxiety. 3 lives fate, second ring forging hearts together quest content. Legend has it that on the perilous Songjin Cliff grows a rare flower called Tongshin Lotus. This flower bears twin stems and twin hearts, the perfect proof of lovers sharing the same devotion. Please, brave couple, proceed to Songjin Cliff, defeat the rampant giant ape guarding the lotus, and pluck the Tongshin Lotus. Quest hint: this quest is exclusive to couples, though other players cannot enter the quest area. Go fight monsters. That's great. Suyu looked eager and ready. Let's go, I'll go with you. I'll cheer you on. However, as soon as her words fell, the system coldly doused her enthusiasm. Since she was not a participant in the quest, the moment Lu Yin accepted it, her character was pushed out of the boundaries of the matchmaking temple by an invisible force. Hey, why am I out? Suyu wailed in voice chat. It's an exclusive map too. This game is so unfair. I can't even watch you 2 date in person. Lin Anren, however, felt a huge sense of relief in her heart. Great. That chatterbox, Suyu, had finally been separated. Otherwise, having to deal with Lu Yin while listening to Suyu fan the flames beside her would truly drive her to a mental breakdown. Lu Yin had already summoned his mount Mo Qilin and as usual sent her a ride invitation. Lin Anren gazed at the majestic Qilin, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly clicked accept. Her little fox character leaped up and pressed closely against the tall heavenly tribe character behind once again. The Qilin took to the skies, flying toward the direction of Songjin Cliff. Along the way, Lin Anren was in a state of extreme inner turmoil. One moment she was thinking about how her real information had just been exposed, sending chills down her spine. The next moment she recalled her grand plan to punish the player Haver, only to find that after all this effort, she hadn't even scratched him, but had instead tangled herself up, making her liver ache with frustration. No, she couldn't let it go like this. The QA session was Lu Yan's strength, she would give him that. But the upcoming monster-slaying quest tested mechanical skill. She refused to believe that she, a living person deliberately causing trouble, wouldn't be able to throw off the rhythm. When the time came, if the quest failed, she wanted to see how smug he would still be. Let him taste frustration too. Lin Anren calculated maliciously in her heart, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curling into a wicked smile. The Qilin's speed was extremely fast, and before long a precipitous mountain range floating above the sea of clouds appeared before their eyes. The cliff faces were steep as swords piercing straight into the clouds, with fierce winds howling and carrying an aura of grim severity. This was the quest location, Songjin Cliff. As soon as they landed, before Lin Anren could take in the surroundings, several gargoyles patrolling the mountain path were startled, flapping their wings and letting out piercing screams as they swooped toward them. Here Lin Anren did not plan to cause trouble. After all, they were just a few minor monsters. Lu Yin could definitely handle them easily. It was only when the boss battle came that she prepared to make her move and control the situation. However, what happened next left her dumbfounded. Seeing Lu Yin raise his sword and meet them head-on, executing a series of fluid, graceful skills. The sword light was magnificent, the movements elegant. Yet the damage numbers appearing above the gargoyles' heads made Lin Anren's jaw drop. -1,024. -988. -1,250. Was this damage barely scratching? She remembered that earlier in the quiet bamboo forest the numbers emerging when Lu Yan hit those small monsters were all 5 figures starting from 10,000. Now these 4-digit damages were almost catching up to her, a mere healer. The gargoyle attacks landing on Lu Yan caused his health bar to drop noticeably. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. While she was still dazed, Lu Yan had already been trading blows with the gargoyle statues, skillfully weaving through their attacks and parrying with precision. Yenshin Ranran, heal me. His message popped up in the party channel. Lin Anran suddenly came to her senses and frantically played a healing melody. Streams of green light fell upon Lu Yan, slowly restoring his critically low health. The battle, which should have ended in an instant, somehow dragged on for nearly 2 minutes. When the last gargoyle finally fell, Lin Anran stared at Lu Yan's health bar, now reduced by half, and was completely stunned. Ranran Guild Master, why is your damage so low? Yenshin, this companion quest has special mechanics. Yenshin, to test the harmony between partners, once you enter the quest area, whichever side has superior stats and gear will be dramatically reduced until both are roughly equal. Yenshin, right now I'm essentially a fragile build with marginally more health than usual. Lin Anran. Such a mechanic actually exists. Who designs games like this? Her entire strategy had been built around the boss fight. Now Lu Yan was practically useless, reduced to a liability, while she, the healer, had become the team's centerpiece, forced to stay constantly vigilant with no room to loosen up. How was she supposed to cause trouble like this if she refused to heal? The moment Lu Yan fell, they'd be ejected from the dungeon before even reaching the boss. Damn it. Lin Anran's fist collided with the desk in frustration. This game was actively conspiring against her. Yenshin, then I'll rely on you for the battles ahead. Lin Anran's anger intensified as she read Lu Yan's message. Hard work. She had zero desire to put in effort. All she wanted was to tag along, watch him show off, and deliver a backstab at his most dramatic moment. The plan had completely fallen apart, and now she was stuck working herself to exhaustion, feeding him heals. The more Lin Anran thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, but there was nothing she could do except grit her teeth and keep moving forward. As they ascended the mountain, the monsters grew increasingly formidable. Gargoyles gave way to patrolling wind elementals, which were followed by harpies capable of rendering them silent, the difficulty mounting with every encounter. Though debuffed, Lu Yan's gameplay and decision-making remained exceptional. He read the battlefield with precision, knowing exactly when to dodge, when to parry, and when to crowd control. And Lin Anran, after her initial frustration, was also gradually drawn into the intensity of the combat. It had been ages since a game demanded such unwavering concentration from her. Every spell she cast carried weight. A delayed heal could leave Lu Yan on the verge of death. A missed buff would diminish their damage output considerably. She had to constantly monitor Lu Yan's health and status, while also dodging enemy area attacks. Her focus absolute. Ranran, dispel. Dodge left. Shield incoming. His commands were concise, yet perfectly timed, arriving exactly when she needed them most. Lin Anran discovered she was actually getting into it. The thrill of coordinated combat with a skilled partner, working in sync to overcome formidable foes, rekindled the pure joy she had felt when she first started playing games years ago. Her revenge plan had long been cast to the wind. When they finally dispatched the last gate guardian and emerged onto an open platform, Lin Anran found herself surprisingly reluctant to end it. Yenshin, take a breather. The boss is just ahead. Ranran, all right. Lin Anran exhaled, sinking back into her chair as she worked the stiffness from her fingers. Just then her gaze casually swept across a stone wall at the platform's edge, and she suddenly froze. Etched into its surface were chaotic patterns that appeared to be nothing more than natural wind erosion. But Lin Anran felt those markings were strangely familiar. She was a seasoned movie enthusiast, particularly fond of treasure hunting and adventure films. She was certain she had seen similar puzzle mechanisms in a classic adventure film called Toon Codex. In the movie, the protagonist had opened the door to the final treasure chamber by pressing the symbols on the stone wall in a specific sequence. Could this be an Easter egg left by the game designers? Lin Anran's heartbeat began to quicken. She guided her little fox avatar toward the wall and began to examine it closely. The more she studied it, the more certain she became of her theory. Drawing on her memory, she began attempting to touch the symbol-like carvings on the stone wall. First attempt, nothing. Second attempt, wrong sequence, still nothing. But Lin Anran refused to give up. She stilled her breathing and struggled to recall the film's plot. Finally, on the third attempt, as her finger pressed the last symbol, rumble, the entire platform trembled. The stone wall split down the middle and slowly slid apart, revealing a pitch-black entrance. Holy shit, it's real. Lin Anran was so excited she nearly launched herself from her chair. Without hesitation, she tapped open a WeChat voice call with Suyu and eagerly called out, "Sister Suyu, guess what I found?" "What is it? What's wrong?" Suyu was startled by her urgent tone. "I discovered a hidden chamber. An Easter egg. I unlocked it. The game designers are incredible." Lin Anran babbled excitedly, unable to contain her discoveries. Lost in the overwhelming sense of achievement, she failed to notice that in the game Lu Yan stood quietly behind her. "For real? An Easter egg? Let me see." Suyu's voice crackled with excitement through the phone. Lin Anren sent the game screenshot. On the image, a deep, mysterious cave entrance exuded an aura of enigma. Holy crap, it's real. Ranran, you're a genius. How did you even find that? Suyu fired off a barrage of exclamations. Hurry and go in to see what treasures are inside. All right, Lin Anren replied, a warm sense of satisfaction blooming in her chest. The thrill of uncovering game secrets through her own wit and knowledge far surpassed the mundane satisfaction of grinding monsters and leveling up. She was about to call out to Lu Yin to join her exploration when she suddenly remembered something. She was on a WeChat voice call with Suyu, and Lu Yin was left completely ignored. The awkwardness of whispering to one person right in front of another hit her all at once. Lin Anren felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Just then Lu Yan's avatar flickered, and a message appeared in the party channel. Yin Shun found anything good. Lin Anren stared at the message, her cheeks suddenly growing warm. She had been so caught up in her excitement that she'd completely forgotten about Lu Yin, who had been playing alongside her this whole time. She quickly typed a reply in the channel. Ran, hee hee, I accidentally stumbled upon a hidden cave. Want to go in and check it out? Yin Shun, sure. Lu Yin didn't ask for details and agreed without hesitation. The two of them entered the cave one after the other. It was pitch black inside, but after a few steps the darkness suddenly gave way to a breathtaking vista. It was a vast underground karst cave. Countless crystal-clear stalactites hung from the ceiling, while unnamed luminous crystals embedded in the surrounding stone walls cast the entire space in an ethereal dreamlike glow. At the center of the cavern lay a small pool of crystal-clear water, and resting quietly in the middle of the pool was an ancient-looking treasure chest. Wow! Lin Anren couldn't help but gasp in delight. This place was absolutely stunning. She guided her character toward the chest and clicked to open it. A flash of light erupted from the chest, and several items tumbled out. System notice, congratulations. You have earned the limited title Treasure Hunter. System notice, congratulations. You have obtained Little Tail Follower Treasure Mole Pet. System notice, congratulations. You have obtained Fun Toy Archaeologist Magnifying Glass. They were all items with no practical combat value, but they were wonderfully charming collectibles. Lin Anren summoned the chubby little treasure mole pet. The tiny creature, wearing a miniature miner's helmet and carrying a tiny iron shovel, waddled adorably at her feet. Lin Anren took another screenshot and sent it to Suyu. Apprentice, your luck is insane. That pet is so cute. Suyu exclaimed enviously over the phone. Lin Anren happily played with her new pet, but when she glanced up she noticed Lu Yan's character standing not far away, quietly watching her, showing no sign of wanting to split the loot. Ran Guild Master, about these items. Yinshin, you found them. They're all yours. Ran hee hee, thank you Guild Master. Lin Anren's heart swelled with warmth. Just as she was about to say more, another message from Lu Yin popped up. Yinshin, ready. We're going to fight the boss. Yinshin, to make coordination easier, let's turn on voice chat. The smile froze on Lin Anren's face. Voice chat. Her heart skipped a beat, and a wave of panic surged through her. Her instinct was to refuse immediately. Are you kidding me? The more she used voice chat, the higher the chance Lu Yin would memorize her voice. And if he recognized it in real life, it would be over. But Lu Yan's reasoning was sound. Fighting a boss, especially a high-difficulty one, voice communication was undoubtedly far more efficient than typing. During the earlier fights with the small monsters, she had already struggled to keep up, having to split her attention between the battlefield and the chat window. Several times, she nearly failed to react in time. It would be foolish to cause a party wipe due to poor communication. What should she do? Lin Anren's mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Yinshin, the boss, has several instant kill skills. I'll need to count down so you can activate your damage reduction in time. Typing won't be fast enough. Lu Yin added, effectively cutting off any possibility of refusal. Lin Anren bit her lip and steeled herself. It's just talking, right? If she pitched her voice up a bit and said fewer words, it should be fine, right? She psyched herself up for what felt like an eternity before finally typing a single word in the channel. Ran, okay. She took a deep breath and clicked the button to join the party voice channel. A soft chime echoed in her ears as the voice channel activated. Next to both her and Lu Yan's avatars, a tiny microphone icon lit up. Lin Anren's palms began to sweat with nervousness. At that moment, Lu Yan's low, resonant voice came through her headphones, crisp and clear as if he were speaking right beside her ear. Ran, can you hear me? How could Lu Yan's voice sound like that? It wasn't like this before. Was he also pitching his voice up? Lin Anren felt her ears were about to conceive a child. Gripping her mouse, she cleared her throat and, summoning every ounce of acting skill she possessed, squeezed out a mosquito-like squeak. I can't hear you, Guildmaster. Her voice came out soft, sweet, and dripping with an exaggerated baby tone, cloyingly sugary. If he's going to fake it, so am I. On the other end, Lu Yin seemed to pause for a moment before speaking after a couple of seconds. Let's go. The two of them left the cave and arrived at the platform where the final boss, Furious Giant Ape, awaited. It was a massive gorilla, its body comparable in size to a small hill covered in jet black fur with blood-red eyes and a deafening roar echoing from its maw. The battle was about to begin. Roar! The furious giant ape slammed its chest and charged toward them. It's charging. Activate damage reduction. Lu Yan's voice rang out calm and composed. Lin Anren frantically cast shields on both herself and Lu Yan. What followed proved every one of Lu Yan's predictions correct. This boss's mechanics were extraordinarily complex with skills chaining seamlessly together, and its damage output was devastating. One careless move meant certain party wipe. Ran move 3 steps to the left to dodge the red circles on the ground. Buff my attack. Prepare to burst. Watch its health bar. It enters a berserk phase at 50% and its skills will change. 3, 2, 1. Use your healing ultimate. Lu Yan directed the entire battle like a seasoned veteran general, calm and unfaltering. Every one of his commands was crystal clear, the timing perfectly calibrated. Under his guidance, although Lin Anren felt nervous, she was completely free of the panic she had shown before. She only needed to function like a cog, executing his commands without deviation. Playing the Frostlight melody, her fingers danced across the strings as waves of healing and buffing light fell precisely onto Lu Yan. The synergy between them was seamless, their coordination bordering on uncanny. After nearly half an hour of combat, the Mad Giant Ape's health bar finally approached 0. Final push, use all your skills. Lu Yan's voice carried a hint of excitement. Lin Anren unleashed every burst ability she had at her disposal. With an unwilling wail, the massive boss crashed to the ground. On screen, the magnificent completion cinematic began to play. There atop the sheer face of Tsangjian Cliff, a twin-stemmed white lotus quietly bloomed amid the swirling snow, breathtakingly beautiful. System notice, congratulations on completing the second stage of the 3 lives bond with Yin Shun, forging heart to heart, and earning 5200 affection points. System notice, you have obtained the twin lotus. System notice, you have unlocked the limited 2-person emote kiss beneath the lotus. We won. We won. Lin Anren jumped up from her chair in excitement. She had completely forgotten that her game voice chat was still active and shouted into the microphone in her normal clear female voice filled with joy. Sister Suyu, we did it. My goodness, this boss was incredibly difficult. But the rewards are amazing. This Twin Lotus cinematic is so beautiful. I even got a limited title. But after she finished shouting, there was silence from Lu Yan through her earphones. The smile on Lin Anren's face gradually froze. Had she just spoken in her real voice and mentioned Suyu? This was bad. Just as she stood there flustered, Lu Yan's voice came through her earphones. Are you on the phone with Suyu? Lin Anren frantically switched back to her affected voice. Oh, yes, I was just telling my master the good news. Another silence followed. Just when Lin Anren was worried about her real voice being exposed, Lu Yan said something unexpected. Switching between 2 voice calls every time must be quite troublesome. Huh. Lin Anren was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. How about we add each other on WeChat? Lu Yan's voice paused, sounding slightly awkward as well. It would be more convenient to stay in touch through WeChat if anything comes up or you want to play together sometime. Add WeChat. Lu Yan wanted to add Lin Anren on WeChat. When did this guy Lu Yan become so skilled at charming girls? While she was lost and thought Suyu on the other end of the phone had completely lost her mind. Ah, disciple, did you hear that? The guild leader wants to add you on WeChat. He's going to add you on WeChat. Suyu's ear-piercing scream nearly burst Lin Anren's eardrums. What is this? This is a blatant advance signal. He's moving from online to offline. Lin Anren was jolted awake by the noise, suddenly sobering up. Right? Add WeChat. Wasn't this the most crucial step in her plan to punish the player hunter? She had been planning how to subtly share her alt account's WeChat with Lu Yan, drawing him step by step into the online romance trap she had woven. But now he was offering himself up on a silver platter. Just when she needed it most, fate delivered exactly what she wanted. The panic and fear in Lin Anren's heart were instantly replaced by overwhelming joy and triumph. She restrained her urge to laugh out loud and gave herself a thumbs up in her mind. Plan succeeded. Clearing her throat, she continued responding with that cloyingly sweet voice, pretending to be shy. Oh, is this really appropriate? Yes, it's very convenient. Lu Yan's response remained as concise as ever, devoid of any personal emotion. Playing hard to get. Then. Alright then. Lin Anren pretended to ponder for a few seconds before reluctantly agreeing. She sent her alt WeChat through the game's private chat channel. Almost immediately her phone buzzed. A friend request notification appeared on screen. Lu Yan requested to add you as a friend. His profile picture was a minimalist landscape photo, and his ID was his real name. Looking at the request, Lin Anren felt like a fisherman who had just caught a big fish, filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. She accepted without hesitation. Suyu was even more excited on the other end of the phone, as if she were the one who had added Lu Yan on WeChat. Next step. Next he'll definitely start chatting with you. From poetry and literature to philosophy of life. Then it'll be good morning, good afternoon, good night, asking if you've eaten and whether you've slept. Let me tell you, this is the standard routine men use to pursue women. Listening to Suyu's passionate analysis, Lin Anren claimed it wasn't that exaggerated, while secretly thrilled inside. Come on, Lu Yan, launch your full attack. The more enthusiastic you are now, the more painful it'll be when you get dumped later. I'm doing this for your own good, to help you see through the falseness of online romance, to pull you back from being a player. Just as Lin Anren was immersed in the joy of her revenge plan about to succeed, Lu Yin spoke up again in the game. His voice came through her earphones with a gentleness she had never heard before. It's getting late, let's call it a day for now. You should rest early too. We'll continue the next quest tomorrow. Lin Anren paused. Was that it? She had expected him to eagerly start chatting with her after adding WeChat. Why was this different from Suyu's script? Before she could react, Lu Yan's tall character figure turned into a beam of white light and vanished from where he stood. He went offline. Lin Anren's character stood alone on that breathtaking mountain peak, covered in twin lotuses, the evening breeze lifting the hem of her white dress, creating an air of desolation. Lin Anren was somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Throughout the night, they had been battling bosses and exchanging WeChat contacts. The atmosphere had been building to this peak, yet he simply got up and left. What kind of situation was this? She felt as though she had thrown a punch into cotton. Hey, Ran, where are you? Why did the guild leader log off? Suyu's voice pulled her back to reality. He said it was getting late, and I should rest early, Lin Anren replied listlessly. Oh, Suyu suddenly understood, and said in a knowing tone, this is a master move. It's called playing hard to get maintaining the perfect balance. He's giving you space to overthink, making your heart flutter, and losing sleep. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Lin Anren. Why did she feel Suyu was better at imagining things than she was? If Lu Yin were such a romance expert, she would eat this computer screen right then and there. And right now there were no fluttering butterflies in her heart, only 10,000 imaginary creatures galloping wildly. She felt all her plans for the evening had failed. She wanted to cause trouble, but ended up being the best support. She wanted to see him embarrassed, but she was the one having the most fun. What on earth had she gained from this night? She told Suyue, it is indeed getting late. I'm logging off too. But, then she hung up the phone and quit the game. The room fell silent. Lin Anren collapsed onto her bed in a starfish position, staring blankly at the familiar ceiling. Suddenly Lin Anren sprang up from the bed and grabbed her phone from the nightstand. No, she couldn't just lie there waiting for Lu Yan's blockhead to suddenly understand. She would take the initiative. Lin Anren quickly switched to her main WeChat account, tapped on Lu Yan's avatar, and started typing furiously. Lin Anren, Lu Yan, how's it going? Have you started chatting with your sister yet? After sending the message, she stared intently at the screen. After a while, the prompt, the other party is typing, appeared at the top of the chat box. Here it comes. But that line flickered for a few seconds, and then disappeared with no message from the other side. What was this? Hesitating to speak. This wasn't like Lu Yan's style. Lin Anren's strategist spirit burned fiercely. She could not tolerate her student being so inadequate. Lin Anren, I saw you were typing. Don't be a coward. Quick, tell your bro where are you at. She even attached an excited sticker. Another full 2 minutes passed before Lu Yan's message finally arrived. Lu Yan got his WeChat. Lin Anren, and then. Lu Yan didn't know what to say. Lin Anren almost choked. All her hard groundwork for nothing, and this is the result. Lu Yan, besides games, it seems we have no common topics. Lu Yan chatting too much about games, will she think I'm boring and unreliable? Lin Anren looked at the screen, lost in thought. Although she had never seriously dated anyone, her theoretical knowledge was absolutely maxed out. Whether it was the 800 movies she had watched or the 1,000 episodes of anime she had followed, she remembered all the romance scenes vividly. Being a paper tiger romance strategist was more than enough. Lin Anren, so what do you plan to do now? Lu Yan prepared to say goodnight to her, and then go to sleep. Lu Yan, it's getting late, staying up is bad for health. Seeing this reply, Lin Anren was so angry, she almost threw her phone. You're a health guru. Is this the time for health regimens? She began typing lessons with frustration. Lin Anren, bro. You just added WeChat, the warmth is still there. This is the perfect time to get closer. If you go to sleep now, by tomorrow, it'll be all over. Lin Anren, be proactive. Learn more about her interests besides games. Like what she likes to eat, movies she likes, songs she enjoys. Find common ground from these things. Lin Anren, girls need companionship and care, not an electronic pet that reminds them to sleep on time. She fired off a barrage of romance Bible advice in one go. On Lu Yan's side, silence. Long silence. Lin Anren's heart started pounding again. Oh no, was she showing too much excitement, caring too much about his romance progress? Lu Yan was so smart, would he find it strange? A bro who usually likes to lie flat suddenly turns into a chatterbox typist for his online crush. Would he start suspecting Ranran's identity? Just as she was overthinking and preparing to backtrack, Lu Yan's message finally arrived. Lu Yan, okay, I'll study it carefully. Lu Yan, it's getting late, you should sleep early too. Phew. Lin Anren breathed a long sigh of relief. Good, he didn't suspect. She replied with, okay, and immediately stuffed her phone under the blanket. Switching to her literary girl's WeChat alt account, she began waiting expectantly for Lu Yan's message. Come on, let's see what Lu Yan can accomplish with guidance from her, the gold medal strategist. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Lin Anren's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her phone finally vibrated with a buzz. She gave a start, instantly awake, and tapped on the message. It was Lu Yan. Lu Yan, do you like kittens? Below that was a photo attached. In the photo, a small orange and white kitten sat on the sofa with its paws tucked and tilting its head. Big round eyes curiously gazed at the camera, so cute it made one's heart melt. Lin Anren recognized this cat. It was Tang Yuan, kept by Lu Yan's parents. She had held it several times before, and it felt wonderful. Finally, he got the hang of it. Although this opening was still incredibly stiff, it was at least a historic first step. Lin Anren's lips could not help but curl upward. Alright, next it was time for her little green tea persona to make a brilliant debut. Lin Anren looked at the cat photo and broke into a sly, pleased smile. Cats, it turned out, were the one social currency of humanity. That saying never lies. That guy Lu Yan had finally used a foolproof opening line. Now it was her turn to perform. She readjusted her mentality and imagined herself as a sweet, innocent girl untouched by the world and curious about everything. Then in a tone that even she found repulsively sweet, she typed a line into the input box. Ran, wow, what a cute little kitty. Is it yours, big brother? The term, big brother, had been chosen after careful consideration. It sounded affectionate, yet carried just the right amount of ambiguous intimacy, an unbeatable trick for growing closer in an online romance. After the message was sent, the other side fell silent again. Lin Anren could already imagine Lu Yan staring at his phone screen and wearing a stiff, flustered expression when he saw the words, big brother. He was definitely thinking, why is she calling me big brother? What does this mean? How should I reply? Haha, this was just too much fun. After a long while, Lu Yan's reply finally popped up, as blunt and straightforward as she had expected. Lu Yan, it's not mine. It belongs to my parents. Lin Anren held back a laugh and continued her act. Ran, I see. What's its name? It looks so well behaved. I really want to adopt one too, but I live alone and I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take good care of it. Every word in that sentence was packed with tactical intent. First, it showed her love for small animals. Second, it casually dropped the fact that she lived alone, hinting that she was single. Third, it revealed a delicate side that needed to be taken care of. It was a textbook-level green tea line. After sending it, she waited for Lu Yan to take the bait, expecting him to say something like, don't worry, I can help you take care of it. One of those lines straight out of a romance drama. However, she had clearly underestimated just how clueless Lu Yan could be. Lu Yan, if you're a beginner, I wouldn't recommend getting a Chinese domestic cat like this one. It's smart, but it has tons of energy and needs a lot of companionship. Lu Yan, you might consider a British Shorthair or a Ragdoll. Their temperaments are gentler, so they're more suitable for someone living alone. Lu Yan, before getting one, you need to do your homework. Prep the litter box, cat food scratching post, and so on. Lu Yan then sent a long stream of cat-raising information. Lin Anren stared at the screen, and the smile on her face gradually faded. Who asked you to lecture me about raising cats? You hopelessly unromantic blockhead. The point is that I live alone. The point is that I'm afraid I wouldn't take good care of it. You could at least give me some reaction. She felt that all the flirtatious hints she had carefully sent out had been cast into the wind. This conversation was dead, just bury it. But her persona couldn't collapse. Ran, while big brother knows so much. You're so amazing. She sent an adoring emoji over, then quickly ended this particularly draining topic. Ran, it's getting late. I'm a little sleepy, so I'm going to bed now. You should rest early too, big brother. Good night. After sending it, she tossed her phone aside and let out a long sigh. The road to punishing a playboy was long and arduous. Having an online romance with someone like Lu Yan was even more tiring than running a high-difficulty dungeon. Just as she thought tonight's battle was over, her phone buzzed again. She picked it up and saw that it was Lu Yan again. Lu Yan, good night. Sleep early. A second later, another message came. Lu Yan, want to do quests together tomorrow. Lin Anren looked at the two messages and couldn't help bursting out laughing. See, he talked about maintaining a healthy lifestyle, but his body was still honest. Wasn't he now the one taking the initiative to ask her out? The frustration in her heart vanished in an instant. She picked up her phone slowly and replied in a lazy, playful tone. Ran, okay, but I might log in later tomorrow. I want to sleep in. It was the perfect image of a cute girl who loved sleeping in. Perfect. The next day, Lin Anren naturally slept in until she woke up on her own. Sunlight filtered in through the gap in the curtains. She stretched and felt wonderfully refreshed. She picked up her phone and checked WeChat out of habit. Sure enough, Lu Yan had already messaged her main account early in the morning. Lu Yan, I talked with her about cats yesterday. She seems to really like them. What should I do next? Lin Anren read this plea for help and felt like a shadowy puppeteer pulling the strings of both marionettes. The feeling was absolutely amazing. She cleared her throat, and as the ace strategist came back online to advise him. Lin Anren, what's the use of just chatting about cats? You need to expand your topics. Ask her what she likes to eat, what kinds of movies she likes, and what other hobbies she has besides gaming. Start from everyday life. That's how you close the distance. Lu Yan replied quickly. Lu Yan understood. Lin Anren nodded in satisfaction. The boy was teachable. She put that phone down and was just about to go wash up when the phone rang again. It was her alternate account. She opened it and saw that it was sure enough Lu Yan. Lu Yan, good morning. What do you like to eat for breakfast? Lin Anren was stunned on the spot. He was way too literal-minded. Suddenly, a wicked idea struck her. Fine. You want to know what I like to eat? Then I'll show you what it means to say the best hunter often appears in the form of prey. She curled her lips into a smile, and her fingers danced swiftly across the screen. Ran, let me think. I like Buddha jumps over the wall and beef Wellington. For Japanese food, I love sea urchin and bluefin tuna belly the most. What about you, big brother? What do you like to eat? She had deliberately listed a pile of expensive, hard-to-prepare dishes. She was curious to see how Lu Yin would react to what looked like a test from a gold digger. Would he think she was materialistic and be scared off? Or would he keep up his persona and try to puff himself up? Either way, she was happy to see it. After the message was sent, the other side showed typing. For the first time in a while. This time the typing status lasted for a very, very long time. Lin Anren hugged her phone, lying in bed waiting with eager anticipation. Come on then. Let the storm rage even harder. Lin Anren waited a full 5 minutes until she felt she had nearly bored a hole in the phone screen before Lu Yan's reply finally appeared. She held her breath and opened the message. Lu Yan, these dishes are pretty troublesome to make yourself. Lin Anren raised an eyebrow. Oh, was he backing out? Was it too much trouble? She was just about to keep going and play the part of a girl who was slightly wrong because her request hadn't been fulfilled when Lu Yan's next message followed right on its heels. Lu Yan, I know a few restaurants that make them really well. If there's a chance we can go together sometime. The smile on Lin Anren's face froze instantly. Go together. Not only had he not been scared off by the dishes she had named, he had instead smoothly asked her out on a date. This was not how the script was supposed to go. She was in a complete panic. Meet offline. What a ridiculous joke. How could she possibly see him in this state? Lin Anren frantically scrambled to find an excuse. Ran. Haha, you're always joking around, Gitch. I was just saying that casually. Actually, I usually order takeout and eat anything. I'm not picky at all. She attempted to make herself seem less appealing, hoping to discourage his invitation. However, Lu Yan's train of thought was clearly on a different wavelength. Takeout isn't healthy. Tell me what you'd like to eat. I can cook it for you. Watching those 2 consecutive messages pop up, Lin Anren wanted nothing more than to crawl through the screen and shake Lu Yan's head. Dude, can you understand human speech at all? The point isn't whether takeout is healthy. The point is that I don't want to meet you offline. Besides, you're someone I've only known from gaming for 2 days, yet you're already offering to cook for me. This progress is way too fast. Do you think you're some kind of magical girl from a legend? Lin Anren took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down and continue playing the part of an innocent, naive girl. Ran, you really are joking, Gitch. We don't even know where the other lives. How would you cook for me anyway? She deliberately added a pitiful expression, hinting at how utterly impractical his suggestion was. Surely this would make him give up now. However, Lu Yan's reply shattered her fantasy once again. I checked your WeChat location. You're in the same city as me. Oh no. Lin Anren's vision went black at those words. She wanted to punch herself for registering this alt account in the first place. Why hadn't she changed her location? Now she dug herself into a huge hole. Her mind raced, thinking of how to salvage the situation. What if she claimed the location was randomly entered? Just as she was about to pull her hair out in desperation, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. Wait, why was she trying to deny it? Why not flip this to her advantage instead? Let Lu Yan believe she was right around the corner. That way he would definitely invest more energy and anticipation. After all, for an online romance, being in the same city was a massive advantage. It could easily knock out a large number of long-distance competitors. If Lu Yan found out that Ran was in the same city as him, wouldn't he be much easier to hook? Much more likely to fall into the online romance trap she was weaving. At that thought, Lin Anren's mood instantly cleared. Right? Why hadn't she thought of this sooner? This was an absolute godsend. So Lin Anren stopped denying the authenticity of her WeChat location and instead skillfully sidestepped the topic. Ran, why, what a coincidence, let's talk about it another time. Then without waiting for Lu Yan to reply again, she proactively ended the conversation. Ran, no more chatting. I need to get up and freshen up. Let's talk tonight, bye-bye, Gidge. After sending it, she tossed her phone onto the bed, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Having dispatched Lu Yan, that troublesome matter, Lin Anren's attention finally returned to real life. She still had over half a month of paid sick leave, ample time. But there were several urgent matters demanding immediate attention. First, go to the hospital for a medical checkup and obtain a report proving her biological sex had fully transitioned to female. Second, take the report to the Public Security Bureau and change the gender on her ID card. Otherwise, she couldn't explain it to her company. And having a woman's face with a man's ID card would be inconvenient for everything she did going forward. However, before tackling these important tasks, there was one more urgent and personal matter to attend to. She had to go to the community's courier station to pick up the packages she'd ordered. Those were the women's underwear and various female daily necessities she'd purchased under Suyu's guidance. Lin Anren dawdled for a long time, but finally resigned herself and climbed out of bed. She changed into her old loose t-shirt and sweatpants, put on a hat and face mask, covered herself completely, and only then stealthily slipped out the door. The courier station was right at the entrance of the residential complex, just a few steps away. After struggling to carry several packages of varying sizes back home, she leaned against the door, panting heavily. Was she really this out of shape from just going downstairs to grab packages? She piled the boxes containing sanitary pads, hair care, oil, body lotion, and other items in the corner of the living room, then carried the box with the underwear into the bedroom. Closing the door and drawing the curtains, the room suddenly grew dark. With trembling hands, Lin Anren tore open the packaging. Inside were neatly folded sets of soft pink fabric. There were lace-trimmed ones, pure cotton ones, and even a set of silk pajamas with a silky smooth texture. Lin Anren pinched one of the tiny lace panties no bigger than her palm and felt her own hands growing warm. Could this thing actually be worn? It was so small. She picked up a bra and studied it for a long time, still unable to figure out how the complex structure and the multiple rows of hooks at the back were supposed to work. Finally, she steeled herself. She would have to wear them sooner or later anyway. She removed her men's briefs and picked up those pink lace panties. Closing her eyes, she pulled them up her legs in one swift motion. The feeling was actually quite strange. It was a bit tight, but not uncomfortably constricting. Rather, it fit her curves, perfectly wrapping exactly where it should. It was completely different from that baggy feeling of men's underwear. After putting on the panties, Lin Anren felt a bit braver. She picked up the bra she'd studied for so long, recalled the wearing tutorial Suyu had sent her, and awkwardly began to put it on. First, she hooked the straps over her shoulders, then leaned forward to place her breasts into the cuffs, and finally, tried to fasten the hooks at the back. Hiss! Lin Anren twisted her arms, fumbling behind her back for what felt like an eternity. Her fingers were almost cramping, yet she couldn't seem to line up those tiny hooks. What was the point of this anti-human design? She struggled until she was drenched in sweat, and finally, with no other option, she fastened the bra in front of her, turned around, and slid her arms into the straps. Phew, she had finally managed to wear it. When her breasts were completely enclosed, a sense of constraint and security, both unprecedented, washed over her simultaneously. Lin Anren looked down and saw a graceful curve rising from her chest. The feeling was so strange. She felt her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg. After putting on her underwear, Lin Anren's gaze fell upon those skirts Suyu had strongly recommended in the box. A white dress and a floral print skirt. Should she try them on? The moment the thought emerged, she swiftly crushed it. No way. That would be too humiliating. She, a man at heart, had already pushed things to the limit by wearing women's underwear, and that was purely for health and comfort. But wearing a skirt was a completely different matter. Lin Anren clung to the last shred of her male dignity, turned around, and prepared to find a jacket and jeans from the closet to wear. However, the moment her foot stepped forward, something inexplicable made her pause. She slowly turned around and walked into the bathroom. Standing before the huge full-length mirror, she saw a beautiful girl reflected back, wearing only a pink lace set. The girl was slender, her skin fair and glowing, her collarbones delicate, her waist so narrow it seemed impossible to grip with one hand. The most striking features were her long, straight legs and the perfect curve of her chest outlined by the lingerie. Lin Anren felt a rush of warmth surge from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. So lewd, so humiliating. But why couldn't her eyes look away? She even unconsciously, in front of the mirror, imitated the poses of magazine models and struck a few clumsy poses. An hour later, Lin Anren suddenly snapped out of it, looking at her flushed face and dazed eyes in the mirror, wishing she could find a crack in the floor and hide. She had actually spent an entire hour staring at herself in the mirror. Crazy. She must be crazy. After a full hour of admiring her own body in the bathroom, Lin Anren's shame finally overpowered that streak of vanity. She fled the bathroom as if running away, afraid that if she stayed one more second, the gender identity she had built over more than 20 years would come crashing down. No, she could not go on like this. She had important business today. A hospital checkup, and then a new ID card. Lin Anren went to the wardrobe. She opened the doors and found nothing but old clothes, black, white, and gray t-shirts, sweatpants, and jeans. Every item steeped in the monotonous spirit of a straight man. After rummaging for a while, she picked a baggy black jacket, a black t-shirt, and a pair of loose gray sweatpants. She intended to hide the now sinuous curves of her body as much as possible. Once dressed, she put on a surgical mask and a baseball cap, pulled the brim low, and looked at herself in the mirror. No one should recognize her. Then she grabbed her small backpack, shoved in her medical insurance card, ID card, and other miscellaneous items, took a deep breath, and opened the apartment door. With more time spent outdoors, Lin Anren was no longer so tense. She walked briskly, merging into the crowd as an utterly ordinary passerby. Her destination was the city's largest top-tier hospital, the one that had diagnosed her with gender transformation syndrome. On the subway, she quickly found a corner seat, through sheer familiarity, curling up and staring at her phone the whole way. When she finally reached the hospital, the familiar scent of disinfectant hit her, and her nerves snapped taut again. She checked in and sat on a plastic chair, waiting for her number to be called. Around her, patients and family members hurried past, each carrying more or less anxiety on their faces. Lin Anren's heart rose with them. "Lin Anren, please go to consultation room 3. The automated announcement rang out. She started, rose quickly, and followed the signs to the room. Pushing the door open, she saw the same middle-aged male doctor as last time, gold-rimmed glasses and an unruffled composure. The doctor looked up, adjusted his glasses, let his gaze rest on her face for 2 seconds, then said placidly, "Have a seat." His reaction was so ordinary, it was as if Lin Anren had only changed her haircut, not her gender. That calmness in turn eased the anxious churning in her heart. "Doctor, I'm here for a follow-up," Lin Anren said quietly. Yes, I see that. The doctor nodded and called up her medical record on the computer. Any physical discomfort in particular? No, everything feels pretty normal. Good. The doctor pushed up his glasses and wrote out a series of examination orders. First, get a physical exam and a blood draw to check all your indicators. Since the transformation is complete from now on, you just live as a normal woman. Lynn Anren took the forms and obediently went to have blood drawn to measure her height and weight and to have her blood pressure checked. Once all the reports were ready, she returned to the room. The doctor carefully reviewed the reports, then looked up. By the data, you are now a perfectly healthy adult woman. All your hormone levels are within the normal range as well. Really? Lynn Anren exhaled in relief. The doctor nodded, then pivoted. But you have a fair amount of liver fire. It should be from staying up too late and irregular habits lately. Our traditional Chinese medicine department is excellent. You can register there and get some herbal medicine to clear the heat. Oh, okay, sure. Lynn Anren nodded quickly. Just when she thought the appointment was over, the doctor slowly added another sentence. By the way, one more thing to remind you. What is it? In that calm, undramatic tone, the doctor dropped a bombshell. Given your hormone levels and physical condition, unless something unexpected happens next month, you should have your first menstrual period. Be sure to prepare in advance and buy some necessities. Menstrual period. Lynn Anren's brain went blank. She stared at the doctor, her mouth slightly open, unable to produce a single syllable for a long time. She obviously knew that word. In high school PE class, there were always a few girls clutching their stomachs pale, asking the teacher for leave with the excuse that Aunt Flo had come. Back then, she only felt that being a girl was such a hassle. Yet it had never crossed her mind that this physiological feature exclusive to women would one day befall her. Next month, she was going to personally experience the misery of bleeding every month. The moment she pictured that bloody scene, Lynn Anren felt dizzy and queasy, as if the world were spinning. What do I need to prepare? She asked, her voice quivering from her last shred of survival instinct. Sanitary pads, period panties, and the like. You can buy them at any supermarket. If you're not sure, ask a female friend, the doctor said matter-of-factly. Lynn Anren left the room as if in a trance, clutching the TCM registration slip the doctor had given her, her mind dominated by such dreadful words as period, bleeding, and sanitary pad. After registering, she sat on a bench in the corridor and was lost in a daze for a full 10 minutes before she could slightly emerge from the immense shock. A period. She was actually going to have a period. It was more concrete and more horrifying than the fact that she had turned into a woman. Just as she was sinking into despair, the hospital's electronic system broadcast her name once more in a mechanical female voice, reminding her to go to the designated TCM clinic. Lynn Anren took a deep breath. Whatever happened, she would handle it. There was no dodging it anyway. Accepting fate, she stood up, followed the route, and headed to the TCM department. The atmosphere in the traditional Chinese medicine department was worlds apart from that of the Western medicine ward. The air hung heavy with the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs, and time itself seemed to slow by half a beat. Lynn Anren located the outpatient clinic listed on her registration slip and was about to knock when the door suddenly swung open from within. A tall, well-proportioned figure emerged. Lynn Anren looked up instinctively, and the moment she laid eyes on him, her heart skipped a beat. Lu Yan. How could he be here? Lynn Anren's brain short-circuited for a single second before sounding the highest level of alarm. Her body reacted on pure instinct as she whipped her head down. At the same time, she took 2 swift steps backward, concealing herself behind an enormous potted plant nearby. She also pushed the brim of her baseball cap lower, wishing she could bury her entire face in shadow. This is it. How could she run into him here? Wasn't he supposed to be at work? Coming to the hospital to see a TCM doctor during working hours? Lynn Anren's heart pounded like a drum. Holding her breath, she peered through the gaps in the plant's leaves at Lu Yan. He didn't seem to have noticed the furtive figure lurking in the corner. He was wearing a light gray casual shirt today, his posture upright and elegant, his profile still as refined and handsome as ever. His brow was slightly furrowed, as if lost in thought. He simply walked past where she was hiding and headed down the other end of the corridor. It wasn't until Lu Yan's figure had completely vanished around the bend that Lynn Anren dared to gulp down a big breath. Phew, what a close call. She'd almost been discovered. She leaned against the wall, feeling her legs go a bit weak. But her nosy curiosity was already stirring to life again. What was Lu Yan doing in the TCM department? He looked fit enough to take down a bull, and he rarely even caught a cold. Why would he come to see a TCM doctor? Countless possibilities flashed through Lynn Anren's mind in an instant. Could it be overwork and excessive stress had led to some hidden ailment? Or perhaps an extremely bold notion sprang to mind. Kidney deficiency. Lynn Anren's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my, who would have guessed Lu Yan? So young and already. You know, tisk, you can know a man's face, but not his kidneys. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, for office workers like them, sitting in the office all day with overtime and late nights as the norm, being physically depleted was only natural. Poor Lu Yan, what will become of him in the future? Lynn Anren silently shed a tear for her bro in her heart, though the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch upward. After satisfying her curiosity, she finally remembered her own business. She peeked at the outpatient clinic Lu Yan had just come out of, the sign on the door read Chief Physician Lu Huayan. That was indeed the doctor she had come to see. Lin Anren adjusted her clothes and hat, took a deep breath, and crept toward the door like a thief knocking lightly. "Come in," came a gentle male voice from within. Lin Anren pushed the door open and saw a man in a white coat around 30 years old sitting at his desk, organizing medical records. He carried himself with scholarly grace, a warm smile on his face radiating approachability. Yet the instant Lin Anren caught a clear look at his face, her heart skipped again. Why did this face look so familiar? She quickly raked through her memory. Then suddenly a long-sealed family photo was dragged out from the corners of her mind. It was a photo she had inadvertently glimpsed on a cabinet in the living room during one of her visits to Lu Yan's house. In the picture, standing right beside Lu Yan's parents, was a man nearly identical to the doctor in front of her. She remembered. Lu Yan had once mentioned that his uncle studied TCM and was a fairly well-known chief physician. So this man in front of her was Lu Yan's own uncle. Lin Anren felt her heart, which she had just lowered, shoot straight back up to her throat. What kind of day was this? Had she forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home? Why was she constantly crossing paths with the Lu family, first bumping into Lu Yan himself, and now walking straight into his uncle's clinic? Would he recognize her? Alarms blared in Lin Anren's mind. But then she reasoned herself calm. This uncle of Lu Yan's, she had only ever seen him in photographs and had never met him in person. Besides, she used to be a man and was now a woman. Their appearances were worlds apart. Even with eagle eyes, he would never be able to recognize her. Right, it'll be fine. Stay calm, don't panic. She quietly encouraged herself and then spoke. "Doctor, hello." Lu Huayan looked up and saw a young girl at the doorway, her face completely covered by a hat and mask. A flicker of curiosity passed through his eyes, but he still smiled warmly. "Hello, are you here for treatment? Please have a seat." Lin Anren nodded and shuffled over to the chair opposite him. "Take off your mask, young lady. I need to examine your complexion for diagnosis," Lu Huayan said gently. Lin Anren hesitated for a moment, then obediently removed her mask. When her pure and delicate face was fully exposed, Lu Huayan's gaze lingered for a fraction of a second. But he quickly recovered his professional composure and gestured toward the pulse rest on the desk. "Extend your hand, let me feel your pulse." Lin Anren obediently placed her wrist down. Lu Huayan's fingers pressed against her pulse point, his eyes closing as he concentrated on diagnosing. For a moment the consulting room was so quiet that the only sound was the ticking of the wall clock. Lin Anren watched Lu Yan's uncle anxiously, noting how his expression gradually shifted from calm to increasingly grave, his eyebrows drawing tighter and tighter. Watching the deepening gravity on Lu Huayan's face, Lin Anren's heart sank little by little. What was going on? Hadn't the previous doctor said she was perfectly healthy with just a bit of internal heat? How could his expression turn this grim at a TCM clinic? Could it be she had some terminal illness that Western medicine couldn't detect? Lin Anren's mind instantly began staging a melodramatic soap opera. She thought about her brief, yet mediocre life. Had she not even had the chance to enjoy retirement before dying young? She thought about how she hadn't even had time to correct Lu Yan's player behavior before passing away. How could she die with such unfinished business? Lu Huayan's brows knitted even tighter. His fingers kept probing her pulse repeatedly, as though confirming some extremely tricky condition. Lin Anren's heart went completely cold. It was over. That expression meant certain doom. She had already started thinking about what style her funeral should be. No, if she was going to die, she wanted to know why. Under the prolonged silence and mounting psychological pressure, Lin Anren finally couldn't take it anymore. Looking at Lu Huayan, she asked in a tragic tone, "Doctor, just tell me straight." Lu Huayan snapped out of his reverie and looked at her in confusion. "Tell you what? How much longer do I have to live?" Lin Anren took a deep breath and closed her eyes, steeling herself for death. Puffed. Lu Huayan nearly sprayed out the iced tea he had just taken a sip of. He was completely dumbfounded by her sudden question, frozen for several seconds before realization dawned, and then he burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Young lady, what are you thinking? Who said you didn't have long to live?" Lin Anren opened her eyes and looked at Lu Huayan, who was laughing so hard he could barely sit upright, her face a picture of utter bewilderment. "But your expression just now." "Oh, you mean my furrowed brows?" Lu Huayan wiped away tears of laughter and waved his hand dismissively. "My apologies, occupational habit, purely occupational habit. Whenever I encounter an interesting pulse pattern, I can't help but study it a while longer, and my expression turns serious. Sorry if I startled you." Lin Anren. "An interesting pulse. So, I'm not sick?" she asked uncertainly. "Not sick. You're in excellent health," Lu Huayan said with a smile. "You just have a bit of deficiency, fire floating upward along with slightly sluggish qi and blood flow. It's likely caused by excessive worry and irregular sleep schedule recently. I'll prescribe you some herbal medicine. Take it on time when you get home. Make sure to sleep early and wake up early and avoid spicy and greasy food. You'll be fine in no time." Lin Anren felt as though she had just been on a roller coaster, plummeting from hell straight back to the human world. It was a false alarm after all. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and crawl in. How humiliating. Asking such a foolish question in front of Lu Yan's uncle. "Thank you, doctor." Thank you so much. Aside from expressing her gratitude, she had no idea what else to say. Lu Huayan quickly wrote out the prescription and handed it to her, adding a few more instructions about precautions. Lin Anren took the prescription as though granted a royal pardon, stood up, and was about to bolt. Wait! Lu Huayan called out to her again. Lin Anren's heart leaped into her throat once more. Doctor, is there something else? Lu Huayan looked at her, a hint of curiosity and scrutiny in his eyes. Young lady, have you practiced sports or martial arts before? Oh. Lin Anren was caught off guard. No, I'm just an ordinary office worker who sits in an office all day. That's strange. Lu Huayan murmured to himself, stroking his chin. Your pulse on first examination is deep and forceful, carrying a masculine yang energy, not like an ordinary girl's pulse. But upon closer diagnosis, it is indeed a gentle feminine pulse. Yin and yang are mixed together, yet subtly fused. I've practiced medicine for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a case. Truly strange. Lin Anren's heart pounded with fright. Masculine yang energy. What the hell? No wonder he's a renowned physician. He can even detect that from my pulse. However, you needn't worry. Perhaps it was just my imagination. Lu Huayan merely found it interesting and said no more, so as not to make Lin Anren uneasy. Lin Anren didn't dare stay another second. She grabbed the prescription, bowed repeatedly to Lu Huayan in thanks, then turned and fled with the speed of someone being chased by ghosts. Watching the girl's fleeing silhouette, Lu Huayan smiled and shook his head. He picked up his pen and wrote in her medical chart, pulse unusual, yin and yang in conflict. He couldn't shake the feeling that this unbelievably beautiful young woman was hiding some secret. After escaping the consultation room, Lin Anren let out a long breath. She patted her chest and quickly left the traditional Chinese medicine department. No sooner had she left than the consultation room door was pushed open again. Lu Yin walked in carrying a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. Uncle, have some tea. He placed the cup beside Lu Huayan's hand. Lu Huayan was leaning back in his chair, savoring that interesting pulse from just now. When he saw his nephew, a smile spread across his face. You little rascal, what brings you to my place today? My mom told me to come, Lu Yin replied tersely. Lu Huayan shook his head with an amused laugh. So she's urging me to find a partner again. Lu Yin replied expressionlessly. She said that if you don't find a companion soon, when you're old, you'll have to squeeze into a retirement home with my parents, so don't complain about them being noisy. That mouth of your mother's. Fine, I get it. Tell her I'm working on it. Lu Huayan sighed helplessly. Lu Yin nodded, then took a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it over. Uncle, do me a favor while you're at it. A friend of mine hasn't been feeling well lately. He keeps saying he's tired and has no energy. Please take a look and write him a tonic prescription. Your friend, male or female? Male, Lu Yin answered. All right, no problem. Lu Huayan nodded. He took the note, read the symptoms Lu Yin had written down, and quickly drew up a prescription. Here, have him take this as directed. It mainly nourishes qi and blood and calms the spirit. You young people don't mess around just because you're in good shape. When it's time to rest. Got it. Lu Yin put away the prescription and prepared to leave. Oh, by the way, Lu Huayan suddenly called him back, a gossipy look on his face. Let me tell you something. I just had a really interesting patient. Lu Yin wasn't one for gossip, but seeing his uncle's expression, he still asked patiently, what is it? A young woman came in while you stepped out earlier, Lu Huayan said in a low, mysterious voice. She was stunning, like she'd stepped right out of a painting. But when I took her pulse, hey, guess what? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Her pulse was really strange. Lu Huayan slapped his thigh. I've been practicing medicine for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen anything like it. The moment I touched her wrist, the pulse was deep, steady, and forceful, carrying a strong yang energy. My first thought was that a young man was sitting across from me. At the words young man, Lu Yan's movement paused almost imperceptibly. But Lu Huayan changed course. When I probed more carefully, that yang energy scattered and became a clear, gentle female pulse. Isn't that strange? In a single body, two pulse patterns, yin and yang, intermingled. Yet instead of fighting, they blended quite harmoniously. I asked her if she had practiced martial arts, and she said no. How utterly strange. A beautiful girl, yet with a man's pulse in her body. In Lu Yan's mind, an utterly unrelated image flashed uncontrollably, the back of a girl at the lamb awful noodle shop, whose clothes and way of eating were exactly like Lin Anren's. Though it had no connection at all, it stirred an almost imperceptible ripple in his heart. Something occurred to him, and he asked, Uncle, is there any possibility that a person was once male and later became female? Lu Huayan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. You've been reading too many novels, kid. How could that be? This isn't mythology. A person's gender is innate, it can't simply change at will. True. Lu Yin smiled self-deprecatingly, feeling that his idea really was absurd. All right, Uncle. You keep working on finding a partner then. I'll head off. Lu Yin stopped overthinking, said goodbye to Lu Huayan, and turned to leave the consultation room. Lu Yan's figure disappeared through the consultation room doorway. Lu Huayan leaned back in his chair, picked up the hot tea his nephew had just made, and took a slow, leisurely sip. The smile on his face had not yet faded, and his mind was still savoring that young woman's strange pulse. Yang energy. He rolled the phrase around, finding it extremely amusing. Having practiced medicine for over a decade, he considered himself a man who had seen all sorts of difficult cases. But to encounter two utterly contrasting pulse patterns in a beautiful girl, as he had today, was a first. Out of a physician's rigor and sheer curiosity, he moved the mouse almost involuntarily and clicked open Lin Anren's electronic medical record again. Name Lin Anren. Age 24. Contact 138. Home address room XXX Unit X Building XXX Residential Community. Everything was completely normal. Lu Huayan continued scanning down, and his gaze landed on the gender column. Then the smile on his face froze. Gender male. Uffed. The hot tea he had just sipped nearly became a water arrow and shot onto the computer screen. Lu Huayan's cheeks puffed up abruptly, and his eyes flew wide open. He forced his throat muscles to work, swallowing the tea down with difficulty. The scalding liquid sent a burning pain through his throat. Male? He blinked hard, convinced his presbyopia had worsened, and he'd misread it. He leaned closer to the screen, verifying character by character. Gender male. That's right. He was indeed male. Lu Huayan was completely stunned, sinking back into his chair, unable to process what he'd just seen for a long moment. That young woman who had appeared like a celestial being, speaking in such a delicate voice, blushing when he checked her pulse. She was male? Was this world going mad? He immediately recalled every detail from just now. That face, those eyes, the bone structure. By any measure, she was unquestionably a girl. Had the hospital's system glitched? Or was there an information entry error? But reconsidering, that couldn't be right. When he'd felt her pulse, the steady, powerful masculine energy was undeniable. He'd initially dismissed it as his own misperception, but now he realized it was absolutely real. The pulse's unusual yin and yang in conflict. He murmured to himself, recounting the few characters he'd written in the medical record earlier. So it wasn't about yin and yang mixing improperly. There was actually a man's foundation residing within this body all along. This realization made every hair on his body stand on end. What kind of situation was this exactly? A man with a woman's face. Lu Huayan suddenly recalled the seemingly absurd question Lu Yin had posed before leaving. He had previously mocked his nephew for reading too many novels, but now it seemed the kid might have known something all along. Just as his thoughts grew restless, his phone screen lit up. The caller ID showed senior brother Zhou. Lu Huayan raised an eyebrow. They shared the same master, though one studied Western medicine, while the other inherited the family tradition and became a practitioner of Chinese medicine. Senior brother Zhou rarely reached out to him these days. Why was he calling suddenly? Lu Huayan composed himself, cleared his throat, and answered the call without haste. Senior brother, is the sun rising in the west today? What brings you to call me? He teased with a light-hearted tone. From the other end came a calm, measured voice. Can I call just to catch up? Of course you can. Lu Huayan smiled, though he knew his senior brother never called without reason. Something must be up. As expected, after a brief exchange, the other party got straight to the point. Junior brother Lu, I have a question. Was there a female patient named Lin Anren who came to see you just now? Here it comes. Lu Huayan maintained a composed expression and merely acknowledged with a soft hum. I recommended her. Senior brother Zhou paused, carefully choosing his words. This patient has a particularly unusual condition. She suffers from a very rare disease. 1 week ago, she was still a man. Lu Huayan had already suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed with his own ears left him dumbfounded. Reality itself seemed like something out of a science fiction novel. So it really was from male to female. Lu Yin really was right about that. The senior brother on the other end of the phone noticed the silence and asked again. Junior brother, are you still there? I'm here listening. Senior brother, you're not joking with me, are you? Does this kind of illness really exist? Absolutely. This is an extremely rare case globally with very limited documented information. That's why I recommended her to you for consultation. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes holistic regulation, and I'm curious whether you might detect some underlying issues that Western medical instruments can't identify. The senior brother explained. Have you examined her yet? Are there any health concerns? Hearing his senior brother's concerned inquiry, Lu Huayan quickly shook off his shock and restored his professional composure as a physician. I've examined her. Based on her pulse, apart from some minor issues related to irregular sleep patterns and excessive worry, such as floating deficiency, fire, and slightly sluggish qi and blood circulation, there are no other problems. Her physical foundation is actually better than many people her age. That's good news. Senior brother Zhou on the other end of the phone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. After discussing the condition further, senior brother Zhou prepared to end the call. All right, I won't keep you then. Please keep this confidential as it involves patient privacy. Let me treat you to a meal another time. I owe you one for this. You're being too formal, senior brother, Lu Huayan replied, shaking his head. If you trust me enough to refer a patient my way, I should be handling this professionally. Saving lives and healing the wounded is our duty as doctors. No thanks necessary. Although he said this, Lu Huayan knew deep down that his senior brother, despite appearing cold and aloof, genuinely cared about his patients. After hanging up, Lu Huayan leaned back in his chair. His mind was still a bit chaotic. So that incredibly beautiful young girl had truly transformed from a man. And his nephew Lu Yin actually knew about male-to-female transformation. Were these two acquainted? What exactly was their relationship? Lu Huayan's curiosity flared up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt there was something complex going on beneath the surface. Could his usually oblivious nephew have developed feelings for this girl after her transformation? The mere possibility thrilled him. He picked up his phone, hesitating whether to call Mother Lu right away and share this earth-shattering gossip. But as soon as he lifted his phone, he set it back down. Never mind. This involved the patient's privacy, and revealing it would betray his role as a doctor. Besides, if he got it wrong, his aloof nephew might never step into his clinic again. Lu Huayan ultimately suppressed his curiosity and decided to wait and see what unfolded. Still looking at the name, Lin Anren, on his computer screen, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. Meanwhile, far away from the TCM department, Lin Anren had successfully slipped away, completely unaware of the tension brewing between the uncle and nephew. She was standing in line at the pharmacy window, clutching her freshly received prescription. Watching the long queue ahead, she tugged at her hair in frustration. Today has been absolutely terrible. She nearly fainted from the advance warning of her period, then kept running into Lu Yin and his uncle in succession, each encounter making her heart skip a beat twice over. When it was finally her turn, the pharmacist efficiently prepared her medication and handed her a large paper bag. Take twice daily, half an hour after meals. This is a 7-day supply. Lin Anren accepted the heavy bag of bitter herbal medicine and groaned. Glancing at the receipt, her heart ached at the price. Hundreds of yuan. Just for a few packets of root bark and tree bark. For a salty fish who insists on never spending money in games, and would rather save 1 yuan than spend 2, this was simply cutting into her flesh. But she couldn't care less now. Survival was what mattered. Moreover, staying in a place like the hospital for even one more second made her feel anxious. She gripped the medicine bag tightly and turned around, ready to leave this trouble spot as fast as possible. However, the moment she turned around, her footsteps came to an abrupt halt. She saw Lu Yin coming straight toward the medicine pickup window at the end of the corridor. Why had he come back again? Damn it. He's like a ghost that won't leave. Run. She had to run at once. She ducked her head, abruptly concealing her face entirely in the shadow of her baseball cap, then spun around and bolted toward the exit in the opposite direction. All she could think about now was one thing. She absolutely could not let Lu Yin see her. Yet the more flustered she became, the more mistakes she was prone to make. She was walking too hastily with strides that were far too long. Her pant leg caught on something beneath her feet, and the medical insurance card in her hand slipped from her grasp, falling with a soft clatter between her fingers onto the gleaming floor tiles, producing a crisp sound. In the noisy hospital corridor, the sound should have been barely audible, yet it struck Lin Anren like a thunderclap. Her steps faltered, and a silent wail echoed in her heart. Oh no! She dared not look back, and even considered simply running away without regard for the consequences. It was only a medical insurance card. If it was lost, it was lost. She could always get a replacement. That would be far better than being caught red-handed by Lu Yin. However, before she could put this desperate decision into action, a voice came from behind, the very sound she feared most at this moment. The voice was cool and carried a hint of puzzlement, cutting through the crowd to lock onto her. Hold on. Lin Anren's body froze instantly. You dropped your card. There was no escaping now. Lin Anren felt as though she wanted to cry, but had no tears left. She turned stiffly and indeed found Lu Yin standing a short distance behind her, holding a small blue card in his hand, the medical insurance card she had just dropped. His gaze fell squarely upon her. Lin Anren's heart rate shot to 180 in an instant. She took a deep breath and told herself to stay calm. It's fine, it's fine. She was wearing a hat and a mask, now completely wrapped up so that only her eyes were visible. Moreover, her height, figure, and voice were all completely different from before. Even if Lu Yin knew her extremely well, he could never possibly recognize her based on a pair of eyes alone. Right, he definitely wouldn't be able to. Of course, all of this rested on the assumption that Lu Yin had not seen the information on her medical insurance card. After stealing her nerves, Lin Anren lingered and shuffled until she reached Lu Yin. Thank you. With her head bowed, she squeezed out 2 mosquito-like syllables from her throat and reached out her hand to take the card. However, Lu Yin did not immediately hand the card over. He simply gazed quietly at her, his eyes carrying a trace of scrutiny, as though trying to see through her mask and cap to discover her true appearance. Lin Anren's scalp prickled under his stare as she wished she could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it right then and there. Hey man, just give it to me already. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there a flower painted on my face? She ranted wildly in her mind, but outwardly, she could only maintain the posture of a cowering quail, her fingers awkwardly suspended in midair. Seconds ticked by as people came and went around her. Just when she was on the verge of losing her composure and preparing to flee, Lu Yin finally moved. He extended the card toward her. Lin Anren finally retrieved it and clenched it tightly in her palm. Thank you. She thanked him again in a constricted voice. Having said that, she dared not linger for another second, spun around and ran, her pace even faster than when she had been fleeing for her life moments before. Lu Yin remained standing where he was, making no move to pursue her. He simply watched quietly as that petite figure bolted away in panic like a startled fawn, disappearing into the crowd within moments. His brows furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. For some reason unknown to him, he felt that the girl he had just encountered was strangely familiar. Especially those eyes, clear almond-shaped eyes that blinked involuntarily when nervous with a faint trace of redness at the outer corners. That appearance was so much like Lin Anren's. But how could that be? Liu Yan shook his head and offered a self-deprecating smile. The height was wrong, the voice was wrong, the gender was wrong. Everything was wrong. That girl looked so slender and petite. How could she possibly be his good bro Lin Anren, who stood 1.78 meters tall? He must have been too exhausted lately and was experiencing hallucinations. He withdrew his gaze, preparing to go to the windowsill to retrieve the traditional Chinese medicine he had prescribed for Lin Anren. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Anren, having successfully escaped the hospital, was leaning against a large tree by the roadside, gasping for breath in great ragged pants. Her heart was still pounding wildly in her chest, and her cheeks felt hot as fire. That was so thrilling. Playing the role of a complete stranger in front of her best bro, almost getting recognized. The feeling was simply more exhilarating than cramming homework on the last day of a vacation. What made matters even worse was that just thinking about having stood in front of Liu Yan, wearing lace panties and a bra, made her want to die on the spot from sheer humiliation. What kind of situation was this? In front of a good bro wearing a girl's intimate clothing. Lin Anren covered her face with her hands, feeling as though the masculine dignity she had built up over more than 20 years was crumbling apart at an irreversible pace. No, she could not let things continue like this. She had to sort out her identity issue as soon as possible. This thought had never been so clear and intense. Only by changing the gender on her ID card to female could she live openly and legitimately as a woman, and only then could she escape this constant sense of panic and guilt. Right? Go to the police station. Go right now. Lin Anren straightened her posture and puffed out her chest, then, unaccustomed to the constriction of the bra, silently deflated back to normal. She opened the map on her phone, looked up the address of the nearest police station branch, and then strode purposefully toward the subway station. Screw this collapsing persona. Screw this brotherhood. Today this old man is going to become a woman. This desperate courage born of resignation was all that sustained Lin Anren. It carried her straight through to the Household Registration Service Hall of the Public Security Bureau. However, the moment she crossed the threshold of this solemn and dignified building surrounded by police officers in uniform coming and going, and with that indefinable sense of righteousness thick in the air, the brave and determined Lin Anren for moments before instantly withered away. That courage she had so painstakingly summoned deflated like a balloon pierced by a needle, whoosh and gone in an instant. Clutching her medical bag, she shrank into a corner of the hall, watching the stern-faced officers seated behind the service windows, her legs growing weak. How was she supposed to start? "Excuse me, officer, I'd like to change my gender." Would they lock her up as a lunatic? Lin Anren dawdled for a full 10 minutes. Finally, she glanced at her own photo on her phone, that handsome, decidedly masculine face, then touched her own exquisite, beautiful face. Do it or don't, the outcome would be the same. She was going all in. With the mindset of someone facing execution, she shuffled over to the counter that looked the most approachable. Behind the counter sat a very young female officer, barely out of her early 20s, with a neat ponytail, a composed expression, and bright clear eyes. "Hello, how may I help you?" the female officer asked in a routine tone. "Hello, I'd like to process some business." The officer glanced at her and pointed to the ticket machine nearby. "Take a number first, then wait to be called." Oh, okay. Lin Anren nodded quickly and hurried to the ticket machine, selecting household registration change, and received a small numbered slip. The waiting was agonizingly long. Lin Anren sat on a chair in the waiting area, unable to find a comfortable position. She kept glancing between the number in her hand and the female officer at the window, mentally rehearsing her words 800 times. "A134, please proceed to counter 3. Finally, her number was called over the intercom. Lin Anren jolted upright and realized counter 3 was the same young officer from before. She approached, clutching her medical bag. "Hello, officer." "Hello, what service do you need?" The officer looked up, recognized her, and gave a slight nod. "I want to change my gender on my ID card." Lin Anren steeled herself and blurted it out with her eyes closed. A momentary blankness crossed the officer's face. Her pen froze mid-air, and her clear eyes plainly spelled out what. Seeing the officer's thoroughly stunned expression, Lin Anren knew this was exactly the reaction she'd feared. I'm not joking. I'm serious." The officer finally snapped out of her shock, set down her pen, and leaned forward slightly, studying Lin Anren carefully. That look was like she was examining a rare specimen, making Lin Anren extremely uncomfortable. "Give me your ID and relevant supporting documents, please." The officer's tone returned to professional, though the suspicion in her eyes had not diminished one bit. "Oh, okay." Lin Anren frantically rummaged through her backpack, pulling out her ID and the full set of hospital examination reports she'd just obtained, and handed them all over in a pile. The officer picked up the ID first. When she saw the photo, a short-haired youth, clearly male, albeit refined, and then looked up at the girl before her with shoulder-length hair, delicate features, and striking beauty, her fingers holding the ID tightened almost imperceptibly. She looked up, suspicion practically overflowing from her gaze. "Is that you in the photo?" "Yes, I was a boy back then." Lin Anren nodded vigorously. The officer's eyes widened slightly, but years of professional discipline compelled her to suppress the inner turmoil. She said nothing more and picked up the thick stack of hospital documents. She read them extremely carefully page by page, from the initial diagnosis report to the latest hormone level tests and physical examination results. Minutes ticked by and Lin Anren anxiously fixed her gaze on the officer's face. She watched the officer's expression shift from initial suspicion slowly turning into surprise, then astonishment. And finally it softened into something complicated tinged with a hint of sympathy. Lin Anren was utterly bewildered. Why was she being pitted? I'm perfectly healthy. The doctor said so. I'm in great shape. At last the officer finished reviewing all the documents. She let out a long breath, and when she looked up at Lin Anren again her entire demeanor had changed. It was a warmth laced with understanding tolerance, and even something akin to "you've been through a lot." "I understand the situation," the officer said, organizing the documents and setting them aside. "This condition is indeed quite rare. You've endured a great deal." "Huh. I mean it's not that bad." Lin Anren was caught off guard by the sudden comfort. The officer clearly interpreted her denial as false modesty, and the sympathy in her eyes deepened. "Gender change is a very serious matter. We need to complete all procedures. In addition to the hospital certificates, we also need a document from your local neighborhood committee or village committee certifying your identity and residence." The officer explained patiently. "Neighborhood committee certificate. I don't have one." Lin Anren was dumbfounded. She had no idea this was required. "No problem. You can contact them now and have them issue the certificate, which can be transmitted directly through the government system, or you can pick it up in person. Additionally, we need to collect new photographs and fingerprint records for you." The rest proceeded according to standard procedure. Lin Anren first frantically called her residential neighborhood committee. An auntie on the other end listened to her stammered explanation for several minutes. Though she found it outrageous after verifying Lin Anren's identity information, she agreed to help issue the certificate. While waiting for the certificate, the officer led Lin Anren to a small side room to retake her ID photo. The photographer, an older officer, told her to lift her chin, stop hunching, and smile. "Don't be so tense." Lin Anren tried her best to force a smile, but her expression couldn't come naturally in such a tense atmosphere. In the end, the photographer gave up and let her take the photo with a blank expression. Looking at the pure yet slightly bewildered face on the screen, Lin Anren felt a strange mix of unfamiliarity and familiarity. After the photo was taken and fingerprints recorded, the electronic certificate from the neighborhood committee arrived. The officer verified all the documents typed on her computer for a while and then printed out a receipt. "All done. Your new ID will take 15 working days to produce and will be mailed to the address you provided. This temporary certificate is for you to use in the meantime." The officer handed her the receipt. Lin Anren took the thin piece of paper and stared at the two characters, gender female, her mind still reeling. Was that it? Was she Lin Anren from today onward officially and legally a woman? It felt utterly unreal. Thank you, officer." Lin Anren, clutching the receipt, thanked the female officer repeatedly. "You're welcome." The officer smiled, the first warm smile of the day. Live well from here on. Stepping out of the Public Security Bureau, Lin Anren felt as though she'd been dreaming. She looked down at the receipt in her hands, then out at the distant sky, and the entire world seemed a touch surreal. If her mother found out that the son she'd raised for 24 years had suddenly turned into a lovely young woman, what expression would she make? Would she faint on the spot? Just thinking about her family's reaction gave Lin Anren a headache. No, she needed to delay telling them. She hadn't fully accepted this reality herself, let alone felt prepared to face her family. She boarded the subway home. The carriage wasn't crowded. She found a corner seat and sat down, her mind a tangled mess. She kept thinking about the look the female officer had given her, that deep, unmistakable sympathy, and it made her deeply uncomfortable. Why exactly? She took out the stack of hospital documents and reread them carefully. The data on the reports was mostly Greek to her. All the indicators showed normal results. She flipped to the last page and saw the diagnostic summary written by Dr. Joe, the doctor who had confirmed her condition. The earlier sections were filled with professional medical jargon she couldn't make heads or tails of. It wasn't until the very end that she spotted a line of handwritten notes from the doctor. "The patient has undergone a fundamental physiological sex change in a short period due to gender transformation syndrome, making them prone to severe psychological stress responses, including gender dysphoria, social anxiety, depression, and other emotional disturbances. Based on observation, the patient exhibits a pronounced dependent personality tendency and relatively weak independent living skills. Post-transformation psychological complications may lead to an inability to manage daily life. It is recommended that family or friends provide special attention and psychological counseling. Lin Anren." She stared at the 6 large characters reading, unable to take care of herself. Her face flushed crimson, instantly spreading from her cheeks all the way down to her neck. Darn it. How was she unable to take care of herself? Wasn't she just a bit lazy, a homebody who liked ordering takeout and relied slightly on Lu Yan? What did this have to do with being unable to take care of herself? This Dr. Zhou appeared so proper and respectable, yet he still spoke ill of others behind their backs. No wonder that female police officer looked at her with such an expression. She must have taken Lin Anren for a child needing sympathy and care. Lin Anren was so furious she wanted to tear that piece of paper to shreds. Her creed of living like a salted fish, her laziness she had always prided herself on in the doctor's pen, had somehow become unable to take care of herself. What an utter humiliation. This was simply a monstrous humiliation. Lin Anren marched all the way home fuming with anger. The moment she stepped through the door, she flung that stack of reports and medicine packets onto the sofa, then collapsed onto the bed in a sprawled position, utterly unwilling to move. Today had been truly exhausting, both body and soul. Yet despite the twists and turns, she had managed to accomplish something significant. From now on she was Miss Lin Anren. Lying on the bed, her restless mood gradually settled. Never mind, she would not dwell on those troubling matters anymore. Whatever unpleasantness there was, it could all go away. All she wanted to do right now was one thing: scroll through her phone. Only by immersing herself in the virtual world could she temporarily forget all the nonsense in reality. Lin Anren picked up her phone and deftly opened the movie app, intending to find some entertainment to numb her weary nerves. A massive poster recommendation on the homepage immediately caught her eye. It was a newly released horror film called Echoes of the Deep Mansion. The poster was eerie and unsettling, depicting a woman in traditional attire with her back to the viewer, standing before a weathered crimson door, her long black hair nearly brushing the ground. Just looking at it sent chills down her spine. She clicked through to check the synopsis and reviews, discovering the reception was surprisingly positive. Major film review bloggers were raving about it, praising how it transcended cheap scares and gore, instead masterfully weaving atmosphere and psychological terror into something that lingered long after watching. Even better, the film had released simultaneously in theaters and on streaming platforms, catering perfectly to lazy homebodies like herself. Lin Anren's heart began to itch with anticipation. As a seasoned film enthusiast, she always had a love-hate relationship with horror movies. She loved the thrilling sensory experience and masterful storytelling, but she simply could not bring herself to watch alone. Lu Yin always had to be sitting beside her. Lu Yin was like her human talisman. As long as he was nearby, no matter how terrifying the horrors on screen became, she remained completely unshaken. But now, Lin Anren glanced at her phone and sighed. She tossed and turned on the bed, feeling as though hundreds of ants were crawling inside her. Should she watch it or not? Still unwilling to give up, she scrolled through several more review videos where bloggers were heaping praise on the film, calling it the pinnacle of domestic horror, the best in a decade, a must-watch or you would regret it for life. Inflated by all this praise, Lin Anren felt her courage grow. It was just one movie after all. It was broad daylight, and even with curtains drawn, sunlight could dispel all kinds of supernatural terrors. What was there to fear? She made up her mind, paid, and clicked play. In the room, she made sure the lights were bright and the television volume was just right. The film's opening music was eerily unsettling, paired with a long shot that slowly pushed toward an abandoned ancient mansion. Lin Anren clutched her pillow, eyes wide with fear, her heartbeat beginning to race uncontrollably. Only 10 minutes in, when a pale-faced little girl suddenly emerged from under the bed in the frame, offering a creepy smile directly at the screen. "Ah!" Lin Anren let out a startled cry, her hand shaking as she shut off the player. The living room fell silent in an instant, leaving only her heavy breathing. She pressed her hand against her racing heart, feeling as though her soul might leap from fright. Damn it! She really wanted to watch, but she was genuinely terrified. This agonizing tension between desire and fear was unbearable. Just as she was racking her brain, her phone chimed. It was a message from Suyu. "Suyu Ranran. Free this afternoon. Want to log on and grind some game? Your master will carry you." Lin Anren had no energy for gaming right now, her mind consumed entirely by that ghostly pale-faced girl from just moments ago. She sighed and replied, "Ranran, not today, master. I am a bit tired. Let us play tonight instead." After sending the message, she was about to toss her phone aside when suddenly inspiration struck. Wait, she might not have time for gaming, but she had time for a movie. If she was afraid to watch alone, why not just find someone to accompany her? Wasn't Suyu the perfect candidate? Watching a horror movie with a sister meant having someone to scream with, cutting the fear right in half. That is right. Lin Anren sat up excitedly and began typing furiously. "Ranran, master, would you watch a horror movie with me? A new one called Echoes of the Deep Mansion just came out with amazing reviews. I want to see it, but I am too scared to watch alone. Could you keep me company on a voice call? QEQ." The moment the message was sent, Suyu responded almost instantly, but not with text. Instead, a long string of voice messages came through. Lin Anren tapped to play them, and Suyu's signature booming voice erupted from the receiver. "Ranran, my darling, are you stupid? What a perfect opportunity. Why are you asking me? You should be going to the guild master. Didn't you already add him on WeChat? If you invite him to watch a horror movie yourself, he definitely will not refuse. Just picture the scene. You are watching, getting scared, and softly calling out, 'Brother, I am so scared,' and as a man his protective instincts would explode instantly. That pitiful look of yours would completely captivate him. Trust your master. This technique of appearing vulnerable is the perfect opportunity to deepen your bond. Hurry up and go. Do not come to me. I do not want to be a third wheel. Su Yu's words hit Lin Anren like a revelation, instantly awakening her to the possibility. Of course, how had she not thought of that? This was a brilliant plan, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, she could naturally finish watching the movie she had been longing for. Second, she could play the role of a fragile, helpless girl in front of Lu Yin, further solidifying her persona. Third, and most importantly, she could continue executing her plan to punish the Sea King, making Lu Yin invest more time and emotion in her, laying the groundwork for her future moves. Perfect. An absolutely flawless plan. Lin Anren excitedly slapped her thigh, just about to send an invitation to Lu Yin when her long-silent WeChat account suddenly lit up. Send her Lu Yin. Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Nervously, she opened the message. Lu Yin, Anren, are you feeling better? My uncle said you have some internal heat and prescribed a few doses of Chinese medicine. I am off work this afternoon, so I will bring it over to you. Boom. Lin Anren's head rang as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Lu Yin was coming to her house. How could this be? If Lu Yin saw her in this state, she was done for. What should she do? Stay calm. Lin Anren, you must remain composed. Her mind raced, her gaze flickering between the 2 WeChat accounts. Got it. A gleam ignited in her eyes as a bold plan crystallized in an instant. She immediately switched to her secondary WeChat account and typed out a message to Lu Yin at breakneck speed. Ranran, brother, are you there? Are you free this afternoon? QEQ. Ranran, I want to watch a horror movie, but I am home alone and so scared. Could you please stay on voice call and watch it with me? Pitiful. After sending, she carefully selected an emoticon of a tiny cat clutching its paws with teary eyes. Then she promptly switched back to her primary account to reply to Lu Yin. Lin Anren, no need. Please do not come over. What if my cold infects you? Just leave the medicine at your place, and I will have a courier pick it up. Lin Anren, by the way, how are things developing with your gaming sister? Any progress? She deliberately sidestepped the topic, feigning deep concern for her buddy's romantic life. There was a silence of nearly a minute from Lu Yan's end. Finally, a message appeared. Lu Yin, she just invited me to watch a horror movie this afternoon. Success. Lin Anren almost bounced off her bed. Suppressing her excitement, she rapidly typed in a tone of disappointed urgency. Lin Anren, then what are you waiting for? Why deliver medicine anymore? Your girl comes first. Accept immediately. Lin Anren, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When a girl takes the initiative to invite you to watch a horror film, what does that signify? It means she is interested in you and wishes to rely on you. This is the finest chance to draw your realities closer. Do not be such a straight male and reject her. Yes, this stratagem is called besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Using the assault from the alter ego Ranran to relieve the siege on the main identity Lin Anren. She was simply a military genius plotting strategies behind the scenes. Lu Yin fell silent once more, this time, with the typing indicator flickering for an extended period. Lin Anren's anxiety gradually gave way to anticipation. Lu Yin, is this appropriate? Your illness? He was still worried about her. A strange warmth flickered in Lin Anren's heart, but she swiftly suppressed it. No, she could not soften. Lin Anren, I am perfectly fine. Absolutely splendid. Your lifelong affair is what truly matters. If you miss out on love over something trivial like delivering medicine, I would be racked with guilt. Lin Anren, so stop worrying about me. I can care for myself. Go. Pikachu. Gallop headlong along the broad avenue of your romance. She appended an emoticon urging, fighting, give it your all. This time Lu Yin hesitated for only a few seconds. Lu Yin, all right. Immediately afterward, her secondary account received a message from Lu Yin. It contained a single character. Lu Yin, good. Gazing at that single character, Lin Anren exhaled deeply and could not help but reveal a wicked smile. He took the bait. Prepare to be toyed with in the palm of my hand. In a buoyant mood, humming a tune, she sat up on her bed, cleared her throat, and prepared to embark upon this perilous encounter. First, she drew a deep breath, gathered her composure, and tapped the voice call invitation on WeChat. Ring, ring. After 2 rings, the call was answered. Here we go, the moment to test her acting skills has arrived. Su Yu had repeatedly emphasized that first impressions are paramount. She must sound sweet, soft, and utterly disarming. The kind of voice that melts a man's bones. Yet the problem was that the voice on the other end belonged to Lu Yin. Her good brother Lu Yin. Could she really call him brother in such a manner? She could type casually on WeChat, but in reality the words stuck in her throat. Lin Anren felt her own jaw begin to tingle. Those 2 characters were as heavy as lead, lodged painfully at the back of her throat, impossible to utter. The mere thought of the scenario made her toes curl in embarrassment. No, for the sake of the persona, she would have to go all out. With her heart-steeled eyes squeezed shut and throat constricted, Lin Anren leaned into the microphone and called out in a sugary, tentative whisper. Brother, can you hear me? Upon finishing, she collapsed onto the soft pillow, pulled the blanket over her head, and began screaming silently. How humiliating. She had never felt so utterly mortified in her entire life. Would Lu Yin hurl his phone away on the spot if he discovered it was actually her on the other end? Just as Lynn Anren was spiraling into self-destruction, a low, amused voice emanated from her earphones. Yes, I can hear you. The voice was cool and clear like a crisp summer night breeze seeping through the electrical currents into her ears and instantly calming her chaotic mind. Lynn Anren paused, taken aback. Lu Yan's voice seemed different from usual. Normally, their conversations featured his clear, resonant tone, bright and pure. But now it sounded as though it had been smoothed and polished by something deeper, richer, laced with a certain magnetism. It was simply unfair. Lynn Anren's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She shook her head, forcibly banishing the strange sensation. It's all an act. It must be. This is merely the practiced vocal timbre a seasoned player employs to ensnare prey. She would not be so easily fooled. Shall we begin watching now? Lynn Anren forced her attention back to the matter at hand. Which film? Lu Yan asked. I will send you the link. Lynn Anren shared the movie link without hesitation. Once she spoke of her beloved subject, she instantly forgot she was pretending to be a delicate, fragile girl. The avid cinephile's eagerness to share poured forth uncontainably. It is this one echoes of the deep resonance. Let me tell you, this film has received rave reviews. It is not that trashy horror flick that relies on cheap jump scares. Its atmospheric dread is superb, building layer upon layer with intense psychological oppression. The director hails from an artistic cinema background, and his lens language is exceptionally refined. Compositions and lighting are flawless. Nearly every frame could serve as wallpaper. Moreover, the plot features layer upon layer of twists. Supposedly no one can predict the ending. She rambled on breathlessly, only then realizing belatedly that she might have talked far too much. This torrent of eloquent detail. How could anyone mistake her for a delicate maiden? Disaster. Lynn Anren's heart sank. On the other end of the earphones, Lu Yan indeed fell silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Absolute silence reigned. Lynn Anren grew nervous, her palms beginning to sweat profusely. Had he discovered something suspicious? Her mind blared an emergency alarm, frantically scrambling for a way to make amends. Just as she was on the verge of bursting and preparing to say something, anything to break the awkward silence, Lu Yan's voice resonated again. His tone seemed laced with unmistakable amusement. Sounds wonderful. Lynn Anren, is that it? Well, big brother, do you want to watch a horror movie? She asked cautiously in a deliberately soft, cutesy voice, attempting to steer her fabricated persona back on track. I'm fine with either. I was just downloading that movie app you mentioned. Lu Yan's reply sounded remarkably calm. Phew. Lynn Anren exhaled a long, relieved breath, her entire body going limp. As long as she hadn't been exposed, that was all that mattered. She had nearly scared herself to death. It seemed she had overthought everything. Lu Yan, utterly dense as ever, hadn't noticed a single detail. What she didn't know was that on the other end of the phone, Lu Yan was leaning back in his gaming chair. Indeed, his computer screen displayed the download progress bar for the app. Yet another face began to surface in his thoughts. Every time Lynn Anren discovered a good film, she would seize him with this same excited, treasure-showing tone and talk endlessly. The intonation, word choices, and even the focal points of her introduction just now. First praising the atmosphere, then the director, and finally highlighting how brilliant the plot was. It was identical to Lynn Anren's mannerisms. It was truly too similar. However, Lu Yan quickly shook off this absurd notion from his mind. How could that possibly be? One was his bro, standing at a towering 1.78 meters. The other was a cute girl he met in a game whose voice was soft and sweet, who grew easily shy, and who spoke with such careful gentleness. The two were worlds apart. It must have merely been a coincidence. He was a man of deep focus. Once he decided on something, he threw himself into it completely. I've finished downloading. Shall we sync and start? Lu Yan spoke up. Okay. Lynn Anren instantly perked up, gleefully opening the movie playback page. Shall I count down 3, 2, 1, and we'll press play together? MHM. 3, 2, 1. Go. At her command, they pressed play simultaneously. An eerie musical score slowly unfurled, and the camera gradually revealed the dread-filled doors of an old mansion, as if beckoning those beyond the screen to step into this long-sealed nightmare. Clutching a cushion, Lynn Anren shrank into a nervous ball, her eyes never blinking from the screen. Though frightened, and excitement tinged with anticipation of the unfolding mystery overwhelmed her. The film's opening featured an uninterrupted 3-minute-long take with incredibly steady cinematography that glided from the abandoned courtyard through corridors thick with spiderwebs and finally drifted slowly into a dimly lit bedroom. Everything in the room was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, save for an antique bronze mirror riddled with cracks, which had been polished to an unusually pristine shine. There were no lines of dialogue, no sudden fright faces, yet that bone-chilling coldness and strangeness seeped through the screen, raising goosebumps all over Lynn Anren's arms. She instinctively hugged the cushion tighter to her chest. In the past, whenever she watched horror movies with Lu Yan, they would always nestle together on the sofa at his place. The sofa at Lu Yan's home was exceptionally large and plush, allowing her to curl up completely in a corner, half hiding her face behind the cushion with a profound sense of security. Now, though separated by fibers and signals, she could distinctly hear Lu Yan's steady breathing through her earphones, which inexplicably granted her a considerable measure of comfort as well. Just then the film's camera zoomed in for a close-up of that eerie bronze mirror. Within its surface, the faint reflection of a woman in a red wedding gown could be seen from behind. Big brother. Lin Anren couldn't help herself and whispered the words through clenched teeth. Lu Yan's voice was remarkably close, as if right beside her ear. Is there someone in that mirror? As she asked, her eyes widened, even further terrified of missing a single detail. It's just a reflection. Lu Yan's tone remained utterly level. His composure caused some of Lin Anren's tension to dissipate. Right, it was only a reflection. A tired, old trope of the horror genre. She was just about to relax when the camera suddenly pivoted, aiming directly at the empty space beneath the bed. The shot lingered under the bed for a full 10 seconds. Just as Lin Anren convinced herself this was merely a feint to spook the audience. A little girl's face, pale and swollen with a grotesque smile, curving her lips, suddenly erupted from the shadows beneath the bed. A pair of pitch-black eyes devoid of any whites stared unblinkingly straight into the screen. Oh! Lin Anren's scream tore from her throat, nearly shaking the ceiling loose. She jolted in terror, her phone nearly flying from her grasp, and sprang upright on the bed, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs, as if desperate to break free. Oh my God! This is terrifying. They promised this wouldn't be one of those cheap, jump-scare horror flicks. The director lied to me. Clutching her racing chest, she panted heavily in great gasps, feeling as though her soul had nearly been scared out of her body. Just as she struggled to compose herself, Lu Yan's steady and gentle voice filtered through her earphones. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Those 4 simple words acted like a warm current, instantly soothing the ruffled nerves that had spiked within Lin Anren. That phrase. It was so familiar. Familiar enough to make her nostrils tingle and her eyes burn, nearly bringing tears to her face. In the past, every time she had been frightened by a horror movie, Lu Yan would pat her shoulder and say those exact same words in that identical steady tone. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Back then she would feel deeply reassured, only to stubbornly retort, who's scared? I just had an itch in my throat and needed to shout. But now hearing those very same words fall from the very same person's lips carried an entirely different weight. A nameless ache and sense of loss surged within her heart. Could she still spend time with Lu Yan as she used to? She lowered her gaze, her eyes falling upon her prominent chest. She touched her large breasts. There was no going back. She was a woman now, a woman in every legal and biological sense. Even if she could pretend nothing had changed, what about the future? When Lu Yan dated and had a girlfriend, would she accept that her boyfriend had a female childhood friend so close they could share a pair of pants? The answer was clearly no. Merely envisioning that scenario made Lin Anren feel suffocated. Was their friendship of over 20 years going to become fragile and laden with reservations, all because of this damn illness? These changes in interpersonal dynamics that came with becoming a woman. She had been deliberately avoiding them, numbing herself with games and light-hearted banter, pretending everything remained unchanged. But reality always found a way to deliver a sharp slap when she least expected it. Ran. A concerned voice from Lu Yan crackled through her earphones, pulling her from her spiraling thoughts. Lin Anren snapped back to the present. What was the point of dwelling on all this nonsense? She took a deep breath and pushed down those gloomy emotions. Future problems would wait for future selves. Now was the time to enjoy the movie and continue her grand plan to humble the playboy. Right. She couldn't let his casual words shake her resolve. Everything he was saying now was directed at his sweet-voiced little sister, which had nothing to do with her Lin Anren. He was a player juggling an online romance with his sister while setting up blind dates with wealthy heiresses. She absolutely could not soften toward him. With that thought, Lin Anren's determination reignited. She wouldn't just keep up the act, she would execute it flawlessly, pouring herself into the role so that Lu Yan's affection for her delicate, helpless girlfriend persona would skyrocket during this pretend movie date. The deeper he sank, the harder the fall would be. When the truth finally surfaced, he would be forced to confront his own folly and swear to never play the field again. Haha. Lin Anren chuckled to herself like a cartoon villain, quickly composed her composure, and leaned into the microphone with a trembling, tearful whisper. Bro, brother, I'm fine. It's just that little girl was so scary. To heighten the realism, she deliberately sniffled. It's a jump scare, standard horror technique. Don't worry about it. Lu Yan's tone remained as steady as ever. What's a jam segue? Lin Anren resolved to commit fully to her clueless, delicate girlfriend act. A 2-second silence came through her earphones as Lu Yan gathered his thoughts. It means when something suddenly jumps out to scare you. Oh. Lin Anren drew out her response, her voice still tinged with fear. Will there be more like that later? Likely. Oh, then I don't dare keep watching. Lin Anren let out a short, breathless cry. How about we stop watching? Lu Yan's suggestion sounded considerate. No way. She wasn't finished yet, and her plan had only just begun. No, please don't. I want to keep watching, it's just, I'm a little scared. Lin Anren protested quickly, her voice tinged with urgency, before fading into a whisper. She paused, gathering her emotions, then pleaded in a near whimper. Brother, could you give me some spoilers? If a ghost is about to appear, just warn me in advance, and I'll close my eyes. Sure. His agreement came instantly without a hint of hesitation. Lin Anren hesitated, slightly thrown off. This guy was being so attentive to his sister, far more accommodating than he ever had been when she made requests while watching movies. The differential treatment was blatant. A player, no doubt about it. Lin Anren stamped her verdict in her heart, then sank deeper into her blankets to continue watching the film with a clear conscience. Now that she had Lu Yin as a living warning system, her viewing experience improved dramatically. The film's narrative unfolded. A regional opera troupe leader during the Republican era married a mute girl as his concubine to bring luck to his gravely ill wife. But the wife passed away after just a few days, and the troupe leader directed all his grief and resentment toward the mute girl, tormenting her relentlessly. Unable to endure the abuse, the mute girl took her own life in their bridal chamber, dressed in a crimson wedding gown. From that day forward, the ancient residence became plagued by sinister occurrences. The atmosphere was masterfully crafted. The oppressive score, the dim color palette, and the suggestive empty shots all sent shivers down her spine. "It's coming," Lu Yan's voice broke through suddenly. Lin Anren flinched immediately, squeezing her eyes shut and grabbing a cushion to shield her face. "What is it? What's happening?" Her muffled voice came from behind the cushion. One of the guys in the group went to the restroom, and in the mirror. Before he could finish, a piercing shriek erupted from her earphones, followed by the sound of a body hitting the floor. "Oh, what happened to him?" Lin Anren asked anxiously. "Nothing major." The ghost in the mirror embraced him from behind, and he fainted from the terror, Lu Yin replied in his usual flat tone. Lin Anren said nothing. That choice of word was quite vivid. She crept the cushion aside just enough to peek, and on screen the unfortunate boy lay motionless, foam gathering at his lips. "That's over now," Lu Yin said. Only then did Lin Anren lower the cushion and return her gaze to the screen. The following 10 minutes passed with barely a tremor. Lu Yan's constant commentary shielded her from every scare. She'd identified a pattern: half the terrors relied on sudden jump scares, the other half on reflections lurking within mirrors. The female lead washed her face, glanced up, and saw her reflection transformed into a vengeful spirit. The second male lead passed a corridor, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a crimson figure in a full-length mirror. Even a protagonist's simple act of drinking water revealed unsettling details in the glass's reflection. Is this director obsessed with mirrors, eh? Lin Anren couldn't help but mutter under her breath. But she'd spoken in her natural tone, the soft, delicate affectation slipping away entirely. Regret hit her instantly. This was bad. On the other end of the earphone, Lu Yin fell silent once more. Her heart seized in her throat as her mind raced for a recovery. Ahem, what I meant was. She cleared her throat and swiftly restored her saccharine, affected tone. "Brother, why does the ghost always appear in mirrors?" "That's so weird." Lu Yin acknowledged, his tone unreadable. "Perhaps because in folklore mirrors are seen as passages between the living and the dead." His explanation sounded earnest, devoid of suspicion. Lin Anren exhaled in relief. Another close call. She resolved to speak sparingly from now on and stick to what worked best: startled screams. The narrative reached its midpoint as the group decided to summon a spirit through pen spinning, hoping to draw out the mansion's ghost and demand answers. Lin Anren rolled her eyes internally. Here we go again. The horror protagonist's classic suicide move. You can't blame the genre for punishing those who provoke ghosts knowingly. As expected, the seance worked, but the entity that answered was no gentle hanging ghost. It was something far more malevolent. Candle flames guttered and died in a chilling draft, plunging the room into darkness save for the sickly green glow of the camera's night vision. The group scattered in terror, the camera jerking wildly as it tracked their flight. "Brother, I'm so scared." Lin Anren offered a perfectly timed quaver through her earpiece. "Don't be afraid." At that exact moment, the camera whipped around to face a sealed door. Scratched into the wood in crimson were two characters: "Save me." Then the door began to shake violently, as though something on the other side threw itself against it with frenzied force. Bang, bang, bang. Each heavy impact reverberated through Lin Anren's chest, stealing half a beat from her heart. "Brother, what's behind the door?" "I don't know." Lu Yin paused and added, "It must be that mute woman." The moment he finished speaking, the door banging ceased abruptly. An eerie silence descended upon the entire room. This pre-storm tranquility proved far more terrifying than the frantic pounding on the door that had just occurred. Lin Anren held her breath in tension. Suddenly, a blood-soaked hand emerged from the crack in the door. "Oh!" Lin Anren's scream pierced through the bedroom once more. This time she forgot entirely to raise her cushion, and like a startled rabbit, she sprang clean off the bed, bare feet slapping against the cold floor. Her heart hammered wildly against her ribs as if ready to burst free. How terrifying. That shot came with absolutely no warning. It simply crashed straight at her. "Don't be afraid, it's all fake." Through the earphones, Lu Yan's voice arrived, just in time, carrying a trace of helpless amusement. "Whoa, you scare me to death." Lin Anren was genuinely frightened, her voice trembling with real tears, having completely forgotten her affected tone. She paced back and forth in the room while patting her chest, attempting to steady her racing heart. "It's merely a prop," Lu Yin comforted her again. I know it's a prop, but I'm still scared." Lin Anren said pitifully. She was already beginning to regret watching this film. She wandered to the window, drew back the curtains, and gazed upon the sunlit world beyond, feeling as though she had been brought back to life. I'm not watching anymore, I simply can't. My heart can't bear this, she whispered faintly into her phone. All right, then we won't watch it, Lu Yan said immediately. Lin Anren was on the verge of agreeing, but then reconsidered. She was already halfway through the movie, and if she didn't witness the ending, she would surely lose sleep tonight. No, she couldn't abandon it midway. I think I still want to finish it. Lin Anren said hesitantly. It's just. She stammered for a long while, but could not find the right words. On the other end of the earphones, Lu Yin chuckled softly. How about this, he proposed. I'll narrate the remainder for you. Huh, narrate it to me. Lin Anren was taken aback. Yes, turn off the player, or cover the screen. I shall watch it, and recount what transpires. Lu Yan's tone sounded earnest. Lin Anren blinked, thinking the offer seemed rather agreeable. She could follow the narrative without being directly assaulted by those alarming images. More crucially, this would perfectly indulge her fantasy of playing the fragile, helpless girl, and allow Lu Yan's protective instincts to flourish. Okay. Gidge, you're so wonderful. She agreed cheerfully without hesitation. Then prepare yourself. I'm resuming playback. MHM. Lin Anren obediently climbed back onto the bed, placed her phone face down upon the pillow, donned her earphones, and awaited like a child expecting a bedtime tale. Henceforth, Lin Anren experienced an unprecedented voice-guided cinematic service. Lu Yan possessed a pleasing voice, deep, composed, and enunciated clearly, much like a midnight radio host. He employed no exaggerated intonation, merely describing the cinematic images in a straightforward manner. The protagonists reached the study on the second floor. The door was barricaded, and they were temporarily secure. A portrait of Master Ban and his wife hung upon the wall, though in the photograph the wife's eyes were shedding blood tears. Upon the writing desk rested a diary penned by Master Ban. In the diary he confessed that he had genuinely cherished the mute woman, but following his wife's demise, all his love had warped into hatred. Lu Yan's narration was remarkably concise, yet it captured the pivotal details with precision. Lin Anren sketched corresponding imagery in her mind as she listened. Stripped of those jumpy, startling sequences, she discovered the film's narrative was actually remarkably substantial. The entangled web of love and animosity among Master Ban, his wife, and the mute woman forged a tragic, closed cycle. They discovered a concealed compartment harboring a locked chest. Lu Yan's voice continued. Upon prying it open, inside lay neither gold nor treasure, but the skeletal remains of an infant. Lin Anren's heart tightened. Is that the mute woman's child? She murmured softly. Yes, the diary recorded that the mute woman had been with child, yet Master Ban believed the offspring was not his own. In a dispute, he inadvertently toppled her down the staircase, resulting in her miscarrying. Thus, the malevolent spirit haunting the mansion is not the mute woman, but rather the vengeful specter of that unborn infant. Lin Anren reasoned along the thread of the narrative. As a veteran cinephile, such reversals held no shock for her. Clever, Lu Yan commended. Lin Anren's pulse skipped a beat for no ascertainable reason. Why did Lu Yan's praise make her heart accelerate? This sensation was rather pleasant. Then what came next? She urged, utterly absorbed in the storyline. Master Ban came to realize he had unjustly accused the mute woman and was overwhelmed with regret. He took his own life by hanging in the very chamber where the mute woman had ended her life. The protagonist located the infant's remains and prepared to escort them outside for interment. Just as they were about to depart, every mirror within the mansion shattered simultaneously. From the fragments of glass crawled countlessly identical female apparitions, all robed in crimson wedding garments. Lin Anren broke out in goosebumps merely from hearing it described. The mere visualization of that scene was striking enough. And the ending? The conclusion remains open-ended. The final shot depicted the protagonist's vehicle traversing a winding mountain highway, while from the rearview mirror the female lead beheld the mute woman seated in the back. The film had concluded. Within the earphones, only the measured breathing of the two remained. Lin Anren was still ensnared by the ending, speechless for an extended period. It was beyond dispute that this motion picture truly merited the appellation of the finest in a decade. The narrative unfolded with multiple twists, the atmospheric rendering was impeccable, and the finale preserved ample space for imaginative speculation. Then was the female lead possessed by a spirit, or did she merely experience a hallucination? She voiced the inquiry that had been lingering in her heart. Either possibility exists, or perhaps she herself shall become the next mute woman. Lu Yan's analysis delved one layer deeper than Lin Anren had contemplated. Lin Anren hesitated momentarily. Indeed, this was a tale concerning lingering resentment and the wheel of reincarnation. The mute woman's tragedy might well reenact itself upon the female protagonist. Lu Yan was remarkably perceptive, watching a horror film and extracting philosophical meditation from it. Gidge, you're extraordinarily brilliant, able to deduce even that, Lin Anren hastily adopted an admiring tone. You too are remarkable, having guessed that the malevolent entity was the infant's vengeful spirit. I was merely speculating. Lin Anren admitted guiltily. Is that so? I rather believe you possess your own distinctive perspective on cinema. Lin Anren's heart gave a sudden lurch. What did he intend by those words? Was he probing her? No, I simply enjoy letting my imagination wander freely. Is that so? Lu Yin inquired once more. Those two words spoken from his lips carried an inexplicable weight of pressure. Lin Anren felt perspiration gathering along her spine. She dared not engage further, fearful of uttering something inappropriate. Just as she was on the brink of suffocation, Lu Yin launched a bombshell. When you were watching the film just now, didn't you call out my name? Shouldn't we have already introduced ourselves? She had called his name. When? How could she have no recollection whatsoever? She strived to recollect, and finally remembered. In the moment she was frightened by that sanguinary hand, she seemed to have involuntarily cried out something. Damn it. No, don't panic. The calmer she remained in moments like these, the better. Her mind raced frantically, sifting through the ruins of her memory for anything useful. Right? The WeChat name. I saw your WeChat name was Lu Yin, so I assumed that's what you were called. Lin Anren quickly covered herself, her voice wavering with guilt, and carrying an endearing softness that nearly passed for shyness. She applauded her own quick wit. Such a flawless excuse. However, from the other end of the earpiece, Lu Yan's confusion echoed once more. Is that so? But my WeChat name is in English, and your pronunciation matched it perfectly. Are you really that impressive, Ranran? A bead of cold sweat traced down Lin Anren's temple. Damn it. A fatal oversight. How could she have forgotten that? She had instinctively called out his Chinese name. I've always been good at guessing riddles since I was little. It's nothing really, he. Lin Anren forced a nervous laugh, attempting to bluff her way through with feigned ignorance. Lu Yin fell silent after hearing her explanation. The heavy quiet made Lin Anren shift uncomfortably. Was he unconvinced? Had suspicion already begun to take root? Was he wondering why this girl calling herself Ranran spoke and behaved exactly like his close brother? Fortunately, Lu Yin soon broke the suffocating silence. Why don't we use this opportunity to introduce ourselves, eh? Huh. Lin Anren froze. Before she could react, Lu Yin had already begun unprompted. My name is Lu Yin, I'm 24, I hold a master's degree and my hometown is in the city next door. I work as a supervisor at an internet company. Lin Anren was completely thrown off balance. What a cunning fellow. While she was racking her brain to maintain her fabrication, he had turned the tables, climbing steadily upward to extract real information about his sister. Wasn't he supposed to be an emotionally clueless man who couldn't utter a word in front of a girl? With such practiced technique, such natural transitions, such calculating strategy, how could he be so skilled? She hadn't even considered this move. Lin Anren felt she had scarcely scratched the surface of understanding her dear brother. A master. Absolutely a master. Lin Anren instantly drew her conclusion. Then she realized it was now her turn. Lu Yin had laid bare all his information. If she faltered or refused to answer, all her previous efforts would be for nothing. Lu Yin would surely perceive her as insincere and abandon his pursuit. How could she let her plan collapse at this stage? That was absolutely unthinkable. Lin Anren bit her lip. With no way out, she steeled herself and continued improvising. Age. To fit the younger sister persona, she had to be younger than Lu Yin, so she went back 1 year and claimed to be 23. Education. Irrelevant, since there was no way to verify it. A bachelor's degree would suffice. Hometown. Equally flexible, though being from the same region felt more intimate. As for her occupation, that required careful thought. She needed something fitting for a delicate sister persona. Artistic, slightly ethereal, and most importantly capable of explaining why she could watch movies and play games at home during daylight hours. She certainly couldn't say she was unemployed. An idea struck her. My name is Lin Ranran, she said, pitching her voice soft and sweet. I'm 23 this year, having graduated from university not long ago. I work as a freelancer designing posters and illustrations. The profession was simply perfect. It sounded artistic and offered flexible working hours. We're from the same hometown, what a coincidence, she added, hoping to make her introduction seem more genuine. After finishing her introduction, Lin Anren waited nervously for Lu Yan's response. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Lu Yan's voice sounded remarkably calm, but Lin Anren sensed something beneath his words. True to her instinct, the very next moment Lu Yan lobbed a question that caught her completely off guard. Which high school did you attend? We might be alumni. Lin Anren's mind went blank, nearly shutting down on the spot. High school. She had severely overstepped. This time she was truly finished. Not only were they childhood friends, but they had been classmates from kindergarten all the way through high school. If she dared name her alma mater, she would be instantly exposed and blown to smithereens. But if she refused to answer, how could she explain it away, claiming she had forgotten? Would anyone believe a 23-year-old couldn't recall the name of her high school? No ghost would believe such an excuse. Lin Rant's mind raced at an unprecedented speed, desperately searching for a lifeline on the edge of a cliff. Got it. I didn't attend high school here. I moved away with my parents back then, and only recently returned after graduation, so I'm still not very familiar with the area. The excuse was perfectly reasonable. It explained why she didn't know local high schools and proactively patched any future holes regarding her unfamiliarity with the area. I'm such a genius. I see. Liu Yan's voice carried no hint of suspicion, as if he had fully accepted her explanation. Lin Anren exhaled, deeply feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death once again. Chatting with Liu Yan was simply more exhausting than battling the final boss in a game. To prevent him from asking further tricky questions, Lin Anren decided to take the initiative and steer the conversation back to safer ground. Brother, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm still scared thinking about that little girl from the movie. She immediately shifted back to a fragile, coquettish tone, speaking with a trembling, tearful sweetness. All right, we won't talk about it. Liu Yan took the bait, his tone instantly softening with protective warmth. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you watch such a frightening movie. It's not your fault, brother. I wanted to watch it myself. It's just that those scenes are running through my mind, and I'm a bit scared being alone. As she spoke, she secretly admired herself. This effortless manipulation, this naturally gifted acting. She would be wasting her talent if she didn't become an actress. How about we play a game? Liu Yan suggested. It'll help distract you, and you won't feel so scared. Okay. Lin Anren agreed immediately. Playing games was wonderful. In a game, she only needed to be a cheerleader shouting, awesome, safe, and carefree. They ended the voice call and arranged to meet in the game. Lin Anren quickly logged into Floating Life Dream Guide. The familiar login melody played, and she felt her chaotic thoughts finally finding a quiet corner to rest in. As soon as she came online, her game character was still standing in the cave, where she had last logged out, surrounded by the glowing loot scattered after defeating the boss. The next moment, a party invitation from Liu Yan popped up in the lower left corner of the screen. She clicked accept. Almost simultaneously, Su Yu's private message chimed in, brimming with restless gossip. Su Ran. My dear disciple, how is it? How was your little date with the guild leader? Did you enjoy the movie? Did he do anything to you? A barrage of questions hit her, and Lin Anren's face flushed instantly. What do you mean by little date? What do you mean by did anything to you? What is Su Yu even thinking about all day long? She quickly switched to the chat box, her fingers flying across the keyboard, every word dripping with shyness. Ran master, don't talk nonsense. We just watched a movie together on voice chat, that's all. The moment the message was sent, Su Yu replied almost instantly. Su Yu, I get it. Smirk, you get what? Lin Anren looked at those two smug expressions and felt goosebumps rise all over her body. No matter what she said now, Su Yu wouldn't believe her. She would only think she was being shy. Forget it, ignore her. The more she explained, the worse it got. Lin Anren decisively closed the private chat, with Su Yue deciding out of sight is out of mind. She refocused her attention back onto the game screen. She and Liu Yan's characters were still standing in the exclusive map of Sanjing Cliff, where the defeated raging giant ape had vanished, leaving only devastation at the mountain peak. Right at the center of the mountain peak, a lotus emitting a soft white glow hovered quietly in midair. That must be the quest item, the Tongshin Lotus. Last time they had defeated the boss and logged off immediately without having time to pick it. Shall we go pick the lotus? Lin Anren typed in the party channel. She did not dare use voice chat with Liu Yan now. The phone call earlier had made her so embarrassed she nearly exploded on the spot. She needed some time to recover. Liu Yan replied quickly. The two controlled their characters and walked together toward the Tongshin Lotus. In the game, Ran was a petite Linghu clan maiden, while Liu Yan was a tall, imposing Tianren clan swordsman. The two characters stood side by side, their height and build difference looking remarkably harmonious. Lin Anren looked at the scene on screen and began feeling uncomfortable again. This scene looked like a couple no matter how you looked at it. She quickly shook her head to shake off these strange thoughts. When the two characters approached the Tongshin Lotus simultaneously, an interaction option appeared on screen, Tongshin picking. Lin Anren clicked it. The next moment, the game screen shifted, and a beautifully crafted CG animation began playing. In the CG, their characters reached out to touch the sacred lotus together. As they touched it, the lotus instantly burst with brilliant light, countless crystal-like particles flying from the petals, encircling them like fireflies. Then the lotus transformed into two streams of light, each entering the foreheads of the two characters. On top of Liu Yan and Ran's heads, a small pink lotus mark appeared simultaneously. The CG's background music was ethereal and melodious, the visuals unbelievably beautiful, every frame radiating that sweet romance scent. Lin Anren watched a little mesmerized. This game company really knows how to set the mood. It is just a romance quest. Do they really need to build the atmosphere so perfectly? As the CG finished, system notification sounds rang out continuously. System, congratulations on completing the second ring of the romance quest, forging hearts together with Yenshin. System obtained romance value 520. System obtained limited dual action whispers beneath the lotus. World, congratulations to players Yenshin and Ran on forging hearts together. Love stronger than gold, one step closer to binding their 3 lifetimes bond. A series of notifications scrolled by, with the last one still being a world announcement. Lin Anren watched as the world channel immediately erupted with activity over them, giving her goosebumps. World Spectator A, whoa, who is Yenshin doing a romance quest with? World Spectator B, this is already the second ring. Next step is the wedding rite. World Romantic, weren't that dungeon boss really hard? How did they clear it so fast? Why can't I find such a strong romance partner? The World Channel overwhelmed Lin Anren's eyes. She never expected a simple quest would cause such a stir. Just then Suyue, whom she had blocked, sent a voice call, invite directly. Lin Anren hesitated for a moment, then accepted. Ran, you are on the news. It is a world announcement. Is the next step the third ring? Are we getting married? Suyu's tone was more excited than the person actually involved. I guess so. Lin Anren replied quietly. What do you mean guess? Check the quest list. What is the third ring? Suyu urged. Lin Anren opened the quest list as instructed, and the romance quest section had already updated. 3 lifetimes bond, third ring, love eternal. Quest description: please go with your partner to the 3 lifetime stone at the peak of Yunmeng Marsh, make a vow to stay together for life, and you can complete the bonding ceremony to become a partner recognized by heaven and earth. Quest rewards: limited dual mount snow tread, without trace, limited partner costume phoenix, seeking phoenix, limited partner title, 1 life, 1 world, 1 pair. Looking at that long list of rewards, especially the dual mount, she had been dreaming of snow tread, without trace. Lin Anren's eyes widened. These rewards are far too generous. This game really went all out to trick people into getting married. How about it? What is the third ring? Suyu kept asking excitedly on the phone. Lin Anren told her the quest description. After hearing it, Suyu let out a scream, even louder than before. Snow tread without trace. And the phoenix, seeking phoenix costume. Oh my god. Ranran, you struck it rich. Both are gorgeous appearances. Suyu, calm down a little. I cannot calm down. This is a wedding. You are about to marry the #1 player in the entire server. From today on, you are the guild leader's wife. Who dares bully you anymore? You can strut around the main city. Suyu grew more excited with each word. Guild leader's wife. Lin Anren felt a little dizzy from those 4 words. Master, I have to hang up first. We are going to do the quest. Lin Anren found an excuse and quickly hung up on Suyu. After hanging up the phone, she stared at the gleaming world announcement on her screen and only then realized a far more serious problem. All they had done was complete the 2nd stage of the quest, and the system had already blasted a full server announcement. What about the next step? If getting married in the game was this conspicuous, wouldn't the whole server be talking about it? The mere thought of every player's screen flashing with those giant red characters, "Congratulations to Dai Yenshin and Ranran on tying the knot," made her cringe. Lin Anren felt an electric tingle crawl up her scalp. This was so humiliating. After years of playing games, she had never seen any wedding system so loud and ostentatious, as if announcing it to the heavens in gongs and drums. Were the game company's designers so afraid their players' social circles weren't lively enough? And for some reason, the closer they got to the end of the quest, the more inexplicable panic welling up inside her at the thought of marrying Lu Yin, even if it was only in the game. Her heart was pounding, and her palms were breaking out in sweat. Wait, this reaction was wrong. Lin Anren furrowed her brow and began to seriously examine her own feelings. Was this some kind of pre-wedding anxiety? No, that was impossible. She was a former straight guy who had never even been in a proper relationship. Where would pre-wedding anxiety come from? Besides, this was just a game, a bunch of data. Why would she be afraid of getting married to a bunch of data? She thought about it more carefully. Oh, she understood now. She wasn't afraid of getting married in the game. She was afraid of getting married to Lu Yin. That was Lu Yin. He was her childhood bro, the guy she'd grown up shoulder to shoulder with. And what was she doing right now? Wearing a female alt account, pretending to be someone else, falling in love with her best friend online, and about to tie the knot with him in the game. This was no longer simple betrayal of a bro's trust. This was grinding his feelings into the dirt, and then stabbing him twice for good measure. Sure, Lu Yin had made the first move, but she had gone along with it, half reluctant, half willing, even actively playing her part. She had to take at least half the blame for this. If the truth ever came out, and Lu Yin found out. Lin Anren shivered. She didn't dare imagine that scene. But she glanced at the ridiculously handsome snow-treading mount in her quest list, then at the ethereally beautiful phoenix-themed costume floating beside it. They were already this far in. She had long since blocked her own path of retreat. Whatever. Might as well throw caution to the wind. Lin Anren steeled herself. Anyway, she wasn't the same Lin Anren she used to be. At worst, if he found out the truth, she would just let Lu Yin feel her massive chest. She glanced down at the impressive curves in front of her. With boobs this big, Lu Yin certainly had never touched anything like them before. She refused to believe he could stay angry if she just pressed those soft things into his hands. Right. If she was shameless enough, the embarrassed one would be someone else. While Lin Anren was still in the midst of her unhinged mental preparation, Lu Yan's messages had already flooded the party channel. Party Dai Yenshin, Ranran. Party Dai Yenshin, are you still there? Party Dai Yenshin, why aren't you replying? Lin Anren snapped back to reality and realized she had been spacing out for ages, leaving Lu Yin hanging. Just as she was about to type a reply, a voice call invitation from Lu Yin popped up on screen. She answered flusteredly. What's wrong? You've been unresponsive for so long. Lu Yin's tone carried concern. Nothing. Lin Anren spoke quickly, her voice unconsciously pitching higher. My master was just telling me something, I got distracted. Lu Yin acknowledged without pressing further. Shall we continue with the quest? Okay. Lin Anren replied softly, her heart racing again despite herself. Damn it, why did she feel like such a timid young bride? The final step requires us to reach the 3-life stone atop Yunming Marsh. Lu Yan's voice paused slightly. I'll take you there. Almost before he finished speaking, Lin Anren watched Lu Yan's character weave a hand seal, and the Qilin mount materialized before them once more. A joint ride invitation appeared. Lin Anren silently clicked accept. Never mind. They were already this far. She could do without her dignity. The tiny spirit fox girl bounded lightly onto the Qilin's broad back and settled herself confidently behind the towering heavenly human swordsman as though she had done this 100 times before. The Qilin carried them through layers of cloud sea. Soon a massive floating island appeared before their eyes, constructed entirely of pink crystal that refracted dreamlike light in the sun. At the island's center stood a colossal heart-shaped pink crystal, its surface shimmering, with iridescent flow pulsing slowly as though alive. Countless pink petals drifted down from the sky. The entire scene was breathtakingly beautiful, the air thick with a sweet, cloying, romantic atmosphere. This was the 3-life stone perched at the peak of Yunming Marsh. The Qilin landed slowly at the island's edge. Lin Anren hopped off the mount and gazed at the pink world before her, momentarily lost in thought. The game's art team was ridiculously good. With such a romantic scene, how could any girl not be moved? Too bad she wasn't a girl. Oh wait, she was now. Let's go over there. Lu Yan's voice broke through her thoughts. The two guided their characters side by side toward the massive heart-shaped crystal. As they reached the base of the crystal, a golden scroll unfurled automatically before them. 3 lifetimes bond. 3rd stage eternal vows. Task description: the 3-life stone seals 3 lifetimes of destiny. It has witnessed countless love stories and bitter romances between the men and women of Yunming Marsh. If you wish to forge a bond here, you must first prove your sincerity to it. Both members of the couple are asked to write a heartfelt confession to each other before the 3-life stone. The confession must satisfy the following conditions. 1. The word count must be no less than 100 characters. 2. It must include the 4 key phrases love, heart, forever, and the only one. 3. The confession must be sent to the exclusive Heart Whisper channel. Your partner cannot see it. The 3-life stone will evaluate the sincerity of your confession. Only when both parties' sincerity reaches the standard of genuine devotion can this stage be completed and the final qualification to form a bonded couple be granted. Lin Anren read the quest description word by word and was completely dumbfounded. Write a confession. Over 100 characters. With required keywords. And they would judge how sincere it was. What kind of task is this? Is this some kind of essay exam? What the fuck kind of torturous quest is this? Who designed this game? This isn't punishing the playboy anymore, it's punishing herself. Lin Anren felt like her scalp was about to explode. Just as she was plunging back into the terror of high school essay assignments, Lu Yan's voice came through her earphones again. Are you ready? Lin Anren snapped out of her daze stiffly. She took a deep breath and typed, Team Ranran brother, this mission seems quite challenging, and I'm not very good at writing. Team Yenshun, it's alright. Team Yenshun, just write whatever comes to mind. Write whatever comes to mind. Lin Anren's inner voice was screaming. How am I supposed to write this? Her hand gripping the mouse was trembling like someone with Parkinson's. Can this damn game get any worse? Lin Anren was completely deflated. She slumped in her gaming chair, feeling utterly drained. Writing a love letter was simply the most daunting challenge she had ever encountered in her life. Not to mention writing to Lu Yan. She couldn't even muster 100 words of romance for a genuinely beautiful woman. Words like love and forever felt so distant from her world. What's wrong? Lu Yan noticed her prolonged silence and asked again through the voice chat. I really don't know what to write. Lin Anren's voice sounded on the verge of tears, not acting, but genuinely distressed. It's fine, no rush, take your time thinking. Lu Yan remained as patient as ever. But the more patient he was, the more frantic Lin Anren became. It was like being stuck during a Chinese exam, unable to produce a single word for the essay. Prompt while the invigilator walked over and kindly said, Don't be nervous, my dear, just write slowly. Who wouldn't be tense in a situation like this? No, she couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Lin Anren's mind began racing. If she couldn't write it herself, couldn't she at least copy one? In the internet age, the last thing lacking was cheesy pickup lines and saccharine confession templates. Right, copy it. She immediately switched out of the game interface, opened her browser, and quickly typed into the search box, touching love letter 100 words. She hit enter, flood of search results popped up instantly. Baby, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. My heart beats only for you, my love exists solely because of you. I wish to become a star forever watching over your night sky. Lin Anren read through them and got goosebumps all over. Too cheesy. What kind of nonsense was this? Just reading these words made her feel like her toes were digging out a 3-bedroom apartment in the floor. Expect her to say something like this to Lu Yan. She might as well jump off the 18th floor. She switched to a different keyword and searched again. Non-cheesy confession copy. The results either came up as, I like you like wind traveling 8,000 miles without asking when to return, or simply, the moon is beautiful tonight. The former was too literary and the latter, a guy like Lu Yan such a straight arrow, would never understand. Lin Anren felt like she was being driven mad. Just then Lu Yan's voice came through her earphones once more. I'm done. What? Lin Anren's small hand trembled, nearly tossing the mouse aside. So fast. It had only been a few minutes. Did this guy draft love letters like they were practice exercises? Or was he just naturally talented? As expected of a seasoned player. Professional skill indeed. Huh. Brother, you're already done. That fast. MHM. Lu Yan replied casually. Oh no, she hadn't even written a single word yet. If she dragged on any longer he would definitely grow suspicious. Lin Anren no longer cared about cheesiness. Her eyes scanned the webpage rapidly like a student frantically cramming homework before the holiday ended. Got it. She spotted a passage that while still a bit acidic at least had coherent logic and sufficient length. She quickly opened the heartfelt messages channel in the game, a separate pink glowing chat box, and began her creation. She pieced together several paragraphs from the webpage, tweaked them, and forcibly stuffed 4 keywords in. Heartfelt Tranran, Yinshin Gij, I don't know how to describe the feelings I had the first time I met you. Your appearance was like a beam of light that illuminated my bleak gaming world. My heart has been trembling for you ever since that moment. I love the powerful, reassuring aura you carry. I wish to forever follow behind you, healing your wounds and mending your injuries. You are the only person I want to rely on in this game. Though I'm clumsy and quite unskilled, please believe me when I say my feelings for you are sincere. After writing it, she read it through from beginning to end. No way, she could barely hold back her vomit. What kind of nonsense was this? She didn't even believe it herself. Would that crappy stone called 3 Lives Stone really accept it? But there was no time to worry about that now. With a resolute heart and eyes closed, she pressed the send button. Sent successfully. Lin Anren let out a long sigh of relief. She slumped back in her chair, waiting for the system's final judgment. On the screen, their 2 characters stood side by side before the 3 Lives Stone. Suddenly the stone erupted in brilliant light. A line of golden system text slowly appeared above Lu Yan's character. System notice: player Yenshin's confession has been judged by the 3 Lives Stone and his intentions. Sincere and heartfelt. Success. Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat. Lu Yan actually passed on the first try. What on earth did he write? Immediately afterward, the stone's light turned toward her. An identical golden prompt began to materialize above her character. System notice: player Ranran's confession has been judged by the 3 Lives Stone and her intentions. Lin Anren's heart jumped straight into her throat. The judging result text appeared character by character, painstakingly slow. Her intentions. Hurry up and give a result. Just as she was about to lose her mind, the final 4 characters slowly popped out. Insufficient sincerity. Lin Anren. System notice: judgment failed. Please player Ranran revise your confession and try again. Failed. She actually failed. Lin Anren stared at those 4 bright red words. Insufficient sincerity. Her face burning. This damn stone actually had AI recognition. It could even detect plagiarism. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Although Lu Yan couldn't see her confession content or the judgment result, the mission couldn't proceed, and he would definitely ask. What was she supposed to say then? That the love letter she copied was flagged as spam by the system. What's wrong? As if on cue, Lu Yan's voice came through her earphones. Lin Anren's body jolted. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. How could she possibly say my copied homework got caught by the teacher? Failed. Lu Yan's tone was calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. MHM. Lin Anren's voice was barely a whisper, wishing she could find a crack in the ground and crawl in right then and there. It's alright, just try again. Lu Yan comforted her. Try again. Where was she supposed to find another fresh piece to copy from? Moreover, from the looks of it, this damn stone was far too smart. The plagiarism route was clearly a dead end. Was she really going to have to write it herself? Lin Anren felt like everything was turning dark before her eyes. Is it? You don't know how to write it? Lu Yan asked again. Yeah. Lin Anren responded weakly. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the earphone. Lin Anren assumed Lu Yan would say something like, then think about it more carefully. What he said next, however, completely exceeded her expectations. How about this? I'll send you what I wrote. You can use it as reference. What? Lin Anren's eyes instantly widened. He was going to send her his confession letter. How could this be? These were his heartfelt words. Even though they were directed at her, he had put so much effort into writing them. Wait a minute, is this a player's tactic? First, he quickly finishes his own to create pressure on her. Then, after she fails, he voluntarily produces his model essay, showcasing his sincerity and literary talent, so that an innocent, soft-hearted girl like her would be profoundly moved and grow even more admiring and dependent on him. A masterclass in manipulation. This was absolutely a layered scheme. Lin Anren instantly saw through Lu Yan's malicious intentions. While her alarm bells were ringing loudly, she couldn't help but feel a touch of curiosity. She was truly curious about what kind of sweet words a long single man like Lu Yan could possibly write. Is that really okay? She asked with feigned hesitation, her voice carrying just the right amount of flattered surprise. No problem, it's just a short essay. So you also think this is just writing an essay? Lin Anren silently complained in her heart, but obediently replied out loud. Alright then, thank you bro. The very next second, a large block of text appeared in the squad channel from Lu Yin. Lin Anren took a deep breath and turned her gaze toward the screen. However, after only one glance she froze. That text was different from any scenario she had imagined. No flowery rhetoric, no embarrassing metaphors, and certainly none of those cloyingly sweet cheesy lines. It was a very plain piece of writing, almost awkwardly so. Squad God, Yin Ranran, I don't know how to describe this feeling. Before I met you in the game, I always thought games were just something to kill time. Until the day I met you at the instance entrance. Your voice was beautiful, very distinctive. Although you seemed cautious and shy, I could feel that you were someone very earnest. You would work hard to apply every buff to us while we were fighting monsters. You would argue with your master for ages over an equipment stats. You would also get excited like a child when discovering a hidden cave. All of that was so lovely. Playing with you made me happy and relaxed. I admit I fell in love with that feeling. My heart has since become unrecognizable. I don't know what the future holds, or whether we can make it from the game into reality. But I hope we can keep playing together like this forever. To me, you are the only person I want to marry in this game. Lin Anren read it word by word. After finishing, she fell completely silent. Her fingers still rested on the mouse, but her entire body seemed frozen motionless. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest. The text was plain and unadorned, yet every word carried warmth, brandishing itself directly onto Lin Anren's heart. This was entirely Lu Yan's sincere emotion. Did he really observe her so carefully? He even remembered that trivial matter of her arguing with Su Yu over equipment stats. Lin Anren lowered her head and buried her face in the crook of her arm. For some reason her cheeks felt burning hot, as if she had a fever. She pressed her free hand against her chest, hoping to calm that frantically beating heart, but it was utterly useless. It beat even faster. How strange. Her reaction right now was so strange. Lin Anren tightly closed her eyes, her mind a chaotic mess. No. She forcefully shook her head, forcing herself to calm down. An image spontaneously surfaced from the depths of her memory. At the lamb awful noodle restaurant, Lu Yin sitting across from that beautiful woman. Yes, that was the very image. The heat in her heart was instantly suppressed by an unexplained surge of anger. She had almost fallen right into this guy's trap. This was definitely Lu Yin pretending to be honest. He had another advanced technique in his long-time Sea King fishing career. First using the plainest words to disguise himself as the most sincere person, making an innocent young girl like her melt completely, and then gradually sweeping her off her feet. Damn it, she had almost been fooled. Just by a tiny margin. When did this guy Lu Yin become so skilled? Why hadn't she noticed he was this capable before? Fine, if he wants to play psychological warfare, she would play along to the end. Who couldn't write an essay? She would also write a sincere confession, using the same method, letting him taste what it was like to be overwhelmed by genuine emotion. She didn't believe it. After 20+ years of watching movies and having seen so many classic romances, how could she not come up with a confession that would move Lu Yin? Deceiving bros was her specialty. Lin Anren's fighting spirit reignited. She sat up straight, took a deep breath, and directed her gaze once more toward that pink chat input box. Plagiarism wouldn't work. That annoying guy was too sharp. So she would have to go original. Biting her lip, her fingers hovered over the keyboard as her brain began racing. What should she write? Lu Yan's confession was heartfelt because he included many genuine details. Then she would write about details too. What kind of details? What she and Lu Yan lacked the least were details. Over 20 years of brotherhood, any small incident could fill half a day of conversation. But those were memories between Lin Anren and Lu Yin, not between Ranran and Lu Yan. How could she cleverly package those memories into a story within the game? Lin Anren's mind began spinning rapidly. She recalled how, when she was a child, a neighbor's large dog had chased her, making her cry loudly in fear until Lu Yin grabbed a wooden stick and rushed out to drive away the dog, which was even taller than he was. This could be changed to being chased by an elite monster in the game, with him descending from the sky to rescue her. She also remembered from high school, when she sprained her ankle playing basketball, and Lu Yin, without hesitation, carried her all the way from the playground back to the classroom. This could be changed to accidentally pulling monsters during a dungeon run, with him standing in front of her to absorb all the damage. And after she started working, she was too lazy to cook and ate takeout every day until her stomach hurt, until Lu Yin couldn't stand it anymore and cooked for her whenever he had time to improve her meals. This could be changed to when she was still a newbie in the game, with him guiding her through instances and prioritizing giving her the better equipment drops. One memory after another surfaced, and Lin Anren's gaze gradually grew distant. She realized that over those 20+ years, she hadn't even noticed Lu Yin had already done so much for her. She had always taken it for granted as brotherly care, but viewed from another angle now. Why did it feel like the one deceiving him now resembled the real scoundrel? No. Lin Anren quickly shook her head, shaking off those messy emotions. At this point, there is no turning back. She murmured, giving herself a quiet brainwashing. Once the mental preparation was finished, she finally had a plan. She shattered all the real memories of the past into pieces, then reassembled and recombined them in the language of the game. She would wrap her most genuine reliance on and gratitude toward Lu Yin in the guise of Ranran's affection and admiration for him. She refused to believe that this confession laced with more than 20 years of true feelings could fail to sound sincere. Lynn Anren's fingers started to tap on the keyboard. This time there was none of her former stiffness or resistance. Instead, the words flowed more and more smoothly. Phrases that had once seemed too cheesy to say aloud no longer felt so embarrassing to write. Heartwords Ran brother, I thought about it for a long time, but I still don't know how to say it. I used to play games alone, always by myself, and whenever I got bullied, I would just quietly log off. Until I met you. I remember that day in the forest when I was surrounded by a group of red name players. Staring at the gray screen, I felt wrong for the first time. That was when you appeared like a god from the heavens and avenged me. From that instant, I felt that this game had somehow become different. Heartwords Ran, I love the way you always stand in front of me when taking me through dungeons. I love the way you traded me good equipment the moment you got it, without a second thought. I love the fierce boldness you showed when you stood up for me on the World Channel when I was being bullied. My heart has long since been filled by those little moments of tenderness. Heartwords Ran, I'm a very slow-witted person with poor reactions and terrible skills, and I'm always causing trouble. But you have never looked down on me. You said that as long as you were there, all I had to do was follow behind and be cute. I might remember those words for the rest of my life. I hope we can always stay together like this. You can always be my great hero. Heartwords Ran, to me, you are the only light in this game. Because of you, I began to look forward to logging in every day and realized that playing a game could be so joyful. So brother, would you also let me become your only one? After writing the last sentence, Lynn Anren let out a heavy breath. Looking at the huge wall of text in the chat box, she felt her face was hot enough to fry an egg. So embarrassing. Even though Lu Yin couldn't see it, that rotten stone could. She felt as if she were standing naked in front of the system with nothing on, having cut open her innermost dependence and feelings for it to see. Even though she had forcibly slapped the label of brotherhood onto all those emotions, when she read them back, even she found something was off. How is this brotherhood? Forget it. Lynn Anren steeled herself. Since she had already written this much, she might as well let fate do its worst. She closed her eyes and with trembling fingers pressed the send button. Message sent. Lynn Anren collapsed into her gaming chair, staring nervously at the screen, awaiting fate's judgment. On the screen, the enormous Sanshing stone blazed with light once more. Golden radiance swirled and finally gathered above her character's head. A familiar system notice appeared again, one word at a time. System notice: player Ranran's confession has been judged by the Sanshing stone and the intent of her heart. Success or failure hinged on this very moment. It's coming. It's coming. The verdict was about to be revealed. The 4 characters that would decide her fate jumped out one by one. Feelings, true intentions, earnest. It worked. It actually worked. Lynn Anren stared blankly at those 4 huge golden characters, completely stunned. Her confession, fabricated, patched together, and stuffed with hidden personal feelings, had actually passed. Had this wretched stone really been moved by her sincere brotherhood? Or was what she had imagined as brotherhood actually judged as love by the system's AI? The thought had barely popped into her head before Lynn Anren ruthlessly snuffed it out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What she felt for Lu Yin was a brotherhood purer than steel. It must be that her writing was too good, her acting too convincing. Even the system had been fooled by her. While Lynn Anren was still trying to justify it to herself, Lu Yan's voice came through the headset, carrying a smile. I knew you could do it. His voice was gentle, like a feather lightly brushing across the tip of Lynn Anren's heart. The heartbeat she had just calmed down started racing wildly again, refusing to obey. I just wrote it casually. Lynn Anren defended herself in a low voice. Written casually, and it turned out so heartfelt. Lu Yin repeated in a low voice, the smile he was suppressing becoming even more obvious. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Just because she had passed on the first try. How dared he tease her like this? Just as she was burning with shame and indignation, ready to win back the upper hand, the game screen suddenly changed. The Sanshing stone before them erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling light. Countless pink petals fell from the sky, as if a splendid rain of flowers had come pouring down. Following that, a grand system announcement slowly drifted across the top of the server's World Channel in bold red lettering. World System, congratulations to players Yin Shun and Ranran for passing the trial of the Sanshing stone. Their love is as firm as gold, and their hearts beat as one. The ceremony to unite them as a chivalrous couple is about to begin. As soon as this announcement was made, the World Channel exploded. World Bystander, holy crap. They really got married. Yin Shun moves that fast. World Bystander B, who exactly is this Ranran? She's way too lucky. She directly took down the #1 god on our server. World Bystander C, well, my Yin Shun. My dream is shattered. World Bystander D, a server-wide wedding announcement is just absurd. Who designed this game? The World Channel was flooded with all kinds of comments. Lynn Anren found it dizzying, and her scalp kept prickling. Right now, she just wanted to drag the game company's designer out and thrash him. It was just a marriage quest. Was it necessary to make it known to the whole server? Even a social butterfly would get social anxiety after being put through this. Before she could recover from the mortification of that public spectacle, the game screen shifted again. Both her character and Lu Yan's were wrapped in a soft white light and vanished in an instant from the summit of Yunming Marsh. The next second they appeared in an even more majestic and gorgeous aerial palace. The palace was built from white marble with carved beams, and painted rafters resplendent in gold and jade. A long red carpet stretched from under their feet all the way to the end of the hall. On both sides of the carpet stood NPC officiants and maidservants in splendid attire wearing faint smiles. Melodious classical music began to play, making the atmosphere both solemn and joyous. At the same time, Lin Anren noticed that her character's gear had somehow changed into a breathtakingly gorgeous red bridal dress. Phoenix coronet flowing cape, a long train sweeping the floor. Intricate phoenix patterns embroidered in golden thread gleamed brilliantly in the palace's light. It was exactly the limited edition outfit Phoenix seeking Phoenix from the quest reward. Across from her, Lu Yan had also changed into a red wedding robe of the same style. Black hair bound up with a jade crown, he looked all the more upright, handsome, and extraordinary. Lin Anren looked at the little fox on the screen, unbelievably beautiful in her bridal gown, then at the swordsman on the other side whose good looks seemed to offend gods and men alike. For a moment she felt dazed. This was way too grand. She had played games for so many years and had never seen a game's marriage ceremony executed with such a sense of ritual as floating life dreams. This no longer felt like a game, it was practically a real wedding. Ran. Lu Yan's voice sounded in the headset, waking her from her daze. Are you ready? Ready? For what? Lin Anren was a little dazed. For the wedding bow. There really is such a procedure. Lin Anren was completely stunned. She had thought the previous lengthy ceremony script had already reached the limit, never imagining something even more humiliating awaited her ahead. Just as she was at a loss, suddenly among a sea of NPCs dressed in identical ceremonial attire, she spotted a figure that stood out conspicuously. She focused her gaze, and as expected it was Suyu. Meanwhile, mixed among those NPCs seemed to be the IDs of several other guild members, faintly flickering in and out of view. The next moment a private message from Suyu popped up. Private chat, Suyu Ran. I snuck in to watch the live broadcast. Hurry up, I want to see the bowing ceremony. Lin Anren pulled at the corners of her mouth, feeling her blood pressure rising once again. Before she could type a sarcastic reply, a shimmering golden interactive option gradually appeared at the center of her screen. Husband and wife bow. Do we really have to do this? She pleaded in her final struggle, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, click it to receive the mount. One sentence from Lu Yan struck directly at her weakness. Right, the mount. The traceless snow treader she had been longing for all along. What was she enduring all this suffering and public humiliation for today? Wasn't it all for this stunningly handsome two-person mount that made her legs weak with desire? She had already come this far, she could not back down now. It was just a wedding ceremony inside a game. It wouldn't cost her an inch of real flesh. Besides, marrying her good bro in-game was tantamount to holding hands with her own left hand. No big deal at all, really. Lin Anren closed her eyes, her hand trembling as she moved the mouse and clicked decisively on the husband and wife bow option. The next instant the game screen shifted abruptly into an extraordinarily magnificent CG animation. Before the stone of 3 lives, clouds of the mortal realm churned like the sea, and countless petals rained down upon the pink crystal island above. Amidst the melodious, yet solemn, ancient music, she, wearing fluffy fox ears, stood opposite the ethereally graceful Lu Yan beneath a sky filled with falling blossoms. The camera slowly zoomed in as the two paper-thin characters performed a deep, deliberate bow toward each other with flawless grace. Immediately afterward, 3 golden system prompts appeared sequentially at the center of the screen with overwhelming authority. System notice. Bow before heaven and earth. Bow before the parents. Husband and wife bow. The ceremony is complete. Congratulations to players Yin Shun and Ran for officially forging a bond as martial companions. May your hearts remain united forever, never parting until your hair turns white. Along with the final system announcement, an even grander and more eye-catching worldwide notification exploded across every corner of the server. World system. Joyous tidings, congratulations to Yin Shun and Ran for tying the knot today, their fate sealed across 3 lifetimes. From this day forward, may you walk the sprawling Jianghu side by side. Let us all offer our sincerest blessings to this wonderful couple. Below the announcement, a red send blessing button appeared. Players could click it to display their own congratulatory message on the world channel, complete with a festive red special effect. In an instant, the entire world channel erupted into chaos. Lin Anren gazed at the screen full of blessings, her mind going completely numb. Destroy it all, hurry up, I'm exhausted. As the CG animation concluded, the game screen reverted to normal. A relentless cascade of ding-dong reward notifications began popping up frantically. System notice. Congratulations on completing the Destined Across 3 Lives final quest, earning the limited exclusive companion title 1 Life, 1 Couple. System notice. Congratulations on obtaining the limited companion outfit Phoenix seeking his mate. System notice. Congratulations on obtaining the limited 2-person mount Traceless Snow Treader. Finally, when she saw the Kirin-like mount in her backpack, all snow white carved as if from ice, and jade its four hooves treading upon speckled starlight. Lin Anren felt that every ounce of social mortification and embarrassment she had endured was instantly worth it. How incredibly handsome. This mount was too stunning. It rested quietly within its backpack slot enveloped in a faint silver luminescence, its noble and aloof bearing utterly overshadowing all those gaudy phoenixes and bone dragons previously displayed in the shop. They were reduced to nothing but dust. Just as Lin Anren eagerly prepared to summon the mount for a test ride, she noticed Lu Yin had already beaten her to it, summoning the traceless snow treader before her very eyes. Roar! A clear, far-reaching neigh rang through the heavens as the magnificent mount materialized before them out of thin air, its vigorous physique and flowing mane surrounded by scattered starlight that transformed the entire Hall of Three Lives into an ethereal dreamscape. Immediately afterward, a share mount invitation popped up before Lin Anren. Only then did she remember that according to the procedure after the wedding ceremony came the newlyweds' requirement to ride the new two-person mount on a wedding parade through the main city, which was essentially an even larger-scale public execution. She stared at the invitation box, her fingers freezing once more. Get on. Lin Anren gritted her teeth and resignedly clicked accept. On screen, her petite spirit fox race character leapt gracefully, landing steadily upon the mount's back, sitting directly in front of Lu Yan's character. Due to the size difference, her character was nearly entirely enveloped by Lu Yan's towering figure, appearing as though she were nestled against his chest. What a lousy game! Why did it include so many intimate mechanics? At that moment, Lu Yan guided the mount into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as they soared toward the main city. The gossip mongers on the World Channel went even more wild. World melon-eating bystander B, here they come. The parade has begun. Main city Central Plaza, front row seats, peanuts and mineral water for sale. Lin Anren silently closed the World Channel, out of sight, out of mind. Ta Shui Wu Hen moved at incredible speed, wind whistling past her ears as the clouds beneath them blurred into streaks of white. Lin Anren watched her own character sheltered behind Lu Yin on the screen, a strange and indescribable feeling welling up inside her. There was the guilt of deception, the thrill of being the center of attention from the entire server, and a vague, unnameable sense of pride. After all, the one who could make Lu Yin, the eternal block of wood, blossom and throw such a grand spectacle was her. Though in a rather peculiar way. Do you like it, eh? Just as her thoughts were running wild, Lu Yan's voice suddenly came through her earphones, cutting through her reverie. The unexpected question made Lin Anren's heart skip a beat. Like it? Was he asking about the mount or the magnificent wedding procession? Her brain short-circuited, and her instinctive response was to say something casual like, it's fine. But her survival instincts kicked in, and she twisted her words mid-sentence, forcing out an overly saccharine voice from deep in her throat. Yes, I love it. Brother, this mount is so beautiful. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the headset, as though he had been caught off guard by that brother, before Lu Yan's deep voice finally came through. As long as you like it. Lin Anren breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, she had narrowly escaped that one. She decided to switch to typing from now on. Too much talking would only lead to more mistakes. Ta Shui Wu Hen carried them into the skies above the main city. The usually bustling metropolis was now teeming with players. Countless players poured out from every corner onto the main thoroughfare, all craning their necks to watch the silver streak of light soaring overhead. As they passed over the central square, the crowd below erupted into cheers. Countless fireworks launched into the sky, exploding around them in a dazzling display of brilliance that nearly illuminated the entire night. Guild Suyueya, Ran, you're here. I see you. This is so impressive. Our guild leader's wife is truly on another level. Guildie Yiji Chio, hello guild leader's wife. Guild Qing Feng, Su Lai, happy wedding. Guild leader's wife, please take good care of us in the future. In the guild channel, Su Yu led a chorus of excited whooping, calling her guild leader's wife, non-stop, which made Lin Anren's scalp tingle uncomfortably. She silently muted the guild channel as well. Can this world ever be normal? Lu Yin seemed to be deliberately slowing down, piloting the mount in a lazy circle above the main city to let all the players below admire the sight. Lin Anren sat behind him, gazing down at the tiny figures and the endlessly scrolling blessings, feeling a sensation she had never experienced before wash over her. She had been playing games for so many years, always a lone wolf. When had she ever received such widespread attention? Being envied, being blessed, being the protagonist of everyone's gossip. The feeling was actually kind of satisfying. She looked at her own small character, completely shielded within the towering frame of Lu Yan's, protected from every gust of wind ahead. Lu Yan's character was always so upright, so dependable. No. Lin Anren shook her head, sharply forcing herself to snap out of it. Don't be fooled by appearances. This is all fake. It's a game. It's just code. The patrol route was long, circling almost the entire main city. Lu Yan didn't say another word the whole time, but his control was steady. When passing famous scenic spots, the marriage tree, the matchmaker temple, the wishing pond, he deliberately slowed down so she could take it all in. This silent consideration made Lin Anren feel even worse inside. How professionally skilled was this guy? That kind of natural, effortless gentleness was the most captivating of all. No wonder those player charmers could sweep girls off their feet so easily. Finally, the lengthy patrol came to an end. Ta Shui Wu Hen descended slowly beside the main city's teleportation array. The moment they landed, a figure came rushing over. It was Su Yue, clearly unable to resist the spectacle. Nearby, Su Yue ran. The patrol is over. How did it feel? Was it awesome? Before Lin Anren could even type a reply, Su Yue sent another flurry of messages. Nearby, Su Yue, what's next on the agenda? Are you two going to, consummate the marriage? Ahem, are you going to check out your love nest? The in-game Homeland system supports co-building, Su Yue's words made Lin Anren's heart skip. Homeland system. She had completely forgotten about that. The Homeland system in Lifu Mingyin offered high freedom. Players could buy land, design, and build their own houses. Once a couple was formed, both players' homelands could be merged to create a shared immortal estate. She herself was too lazy. Her plot of land remained abandoned, overtaken by weeds. Lu Yin, a top-tier player in both PvE and PvP, surely didn't have time for such leisure activities, right? She was about to find an excuse to say they hadn't built a homeland when she saw Lu Yin type a message. Nearby, Yin Shin, yes, we're heading back now. Su Yu immediately burst into a string of excited emotes. Nearby, Jian Dang Ba Huango. Hurry, Ranran, go see your wedding house. Remember to take screenshots and send them to me. Lin Anren. She had a very bad feeling about this. The next moment, Lu Yin sent her a joint estate tour invitation. The invitation read, player Yin Shin invites you to visit his immortal estate. Lin Anren summoned all her courage and clicked accept. A flash of white light and the scene before her eyes shifted instantly. When her vision cleared, Lin Anren was completely stunned, her hand frozen mid-air over the mouse. She had assumed Lu Yan's estate would be just like hers, a weedy wasteland. But instead she found herself in a breathtaking fairyland, like a paradise untouched by the mortal world. She and Lu Yan stood on a small island suspended above the clouds, with a jade-white stone path beneath their feet lined with glowing exotic flowers and plants. Not far away, an exquisitely elegant Jiangnan-style pavilion stood quietly with upturned eaves and carved beams and pillars. In front of the pavilion lay a crystal-clear lake with a small pavilion on its surface connected to the shore by a winding nine-bend corridor. A gentle breeze stirred the willow branches by the lake, and the wind chimes hanging from the eaves sang their crisp, melodious tones. Further still, there was even a neatly arranged bamboo grove and a peach orchard in full pink bloom. Every step of the estate's design revealed a new scene, exquisitely refined to the highest degree, perfectly hitting every aesthetic preference of Chinese cultural enthusiasts. Lin Anren stared dumbfounded. Did Lu Yan build all this himself? She had played games with Homeland systems before and knew exactly how much time and effort it took to transform a barren plot into something on this scale, not to mention the rare building materials and blueprints, each one requiring real money to acquire. Wasn't this guy a PvP maniac? Where did he find the time for all this? Lin Anren was so shocked she forgot her act, and she instinctively wanted to ask how much he spent. This is our home. There was a trace of imperceptible tenderness in Lu Yan's calm tone. I haven't built it before because I felt it was too empty living alone. Now is the perfect time. Lin Anren's heart gave a gentle thump as though something had lightly tapped it. Too empty living alone. She looked at the exquisite estate on screen, then at Lu Yan's towering figure beside her, and her heart churned with mixed emotions. Let me show you around. Lu Yan seemed to sense her silence and took the initiative to speak. He led Lin Anren along the jade path at a leisurely pace. This is the garden. I planted some forget-me-not grass and moonlight flowers. They glow at night. Very pretty. Lin Anren watched the sea of flowers and silently swallowed. Forget-me-not grass. She remembered mentioning once before that she liked the name. And moonlight flower was one of her favorite flower varieties in real life. It must be a coincidence. It has to be a coincidence, right? They walked past the garden and arrived at the exquisite main building. This is the main hall. I kept the interior simple. There's a bedroom, a study, and an alchemy room. Lu Yan led her inside, and Lin Anren was again struck by what she saw within. Furniture that clearly came at a premium price was artfully arranged throughout. Master calligraphed scrolls hung on the walls, and an ancient guqin and a chessboard sat on the tables. But what shocked her the most was the second-floor bedroom. It was a spacious room with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the rolling sea of clouds. In the center of the room sat a soft, luxurious bed draped in pristine white fox fur. By the bedside there was even a dressing table adorned with an exquisite bronze mirror and a few delicate pieces of jewelry. This was way too comprehensive. Even a dressing table had been prepared. Was a player charmer's self-cultivation really this thorough? Had he considered every detail to seduce girls? Lin Anren felt her understanding of the world being rewritten. After touring the main hall, they made their way to the small pavilion at the lake center. The pavilion was fully equipped with stone tables and stools, and on the table sat a complete tea set and a small incense burner from which wisps of fragrant smoke curled upward. This is a great spot for enjoying the view. When it rains, sitting here listening to the sound of the rain is incredibly atmospheric, Lu Yan explained. Lin Anren's eye twitched. Rainy days listening to the rain. She remembered the final question from the couple's quiz. She had chosen watching movies at home on a rainy day. And Lu Yin had chosen the same answer, with the reason being a friend of mine likes it that way. Now he had even built a rain-listening pavilion here. Too many coincidences. A warning bell began to ring in Lin Anren's mind, and a formless sense of panic gradually rose within her. She forced herself to stay calm. These were all Lu Yan's tricks, calculated moves to create a romantic atmosphere and sweep an innocent girl off her feet. Yes, that must be it. Over there. Lu Yan pointed toward an open area nearby. I built an outdoor cinema. What? Lin Anren thought she had misheard. You could build a cinema in a game. She followed Lu Yan over and saw a neatly leveled lawn with rows of comfortable loungers, and straight ahead a massive white screen stood tall. This is made of illusion glowstone. It can play some of the in-game scenic CGs or videos you record yourself, Lu Yan explained. Lin Anren stared at the enormous screen, her mind revolving around one thought. This guy really went all out to win over a girl. Do you really like movies, brother? Lin Anren asked cautiously. She remembered that Lu Yan wasn't particularly passionate about movies, he only watched them because she liked them. Not particularly. I just thought that if there's a chance in the future we could watch them together here. Here we go again. That deeply affectionate tone. Lin Anren felt herself on the verge of collapsing under the weight of it all. She decided to stop following Lu Yan's rhythm and take the initiative, looking for something else to distract herself. Her gaze swept around the immortal mansion, and soon she discovered something in the corner that made her pupils tremble. In a corner under the eaves of the small pavilion sat a flower pot. What grew inside was no rare or precious plant, but a crooked, oddly unattractive, yet charmingly ugly cactus. The shape of that cactus was exactly the same as the one on her computer desk in reality. That cactus had been given to her by the company when she first started working to prevent radiation exposure. Because she was too lazy to water it, only it stubbornly survived. She had found it so ugly that she nicknamed it Ugly Thing. This plant was incredibly obscure, not just in the game, but even in reality. How could Lu Yan have created even this? Lin Anren's heart was thrown into complete chaos. Brother, that cactus is so special. Why would there be one placed here? Lin Anren's voice trembled. She tried to control herself, wanting her tone to sound normal. She nervously awaited Lu Yan's response. As long as he gave a normal explanation, she could convince herself it was just a coincidence. But Lu Yan's answer sent her plunging into an ice cellar. In her earpiece, Lu Yan's tone carried a trace of amusement. I think it's quite cute. Ugly cute with personality. Don't you agree? Cute. Ugly cute. These were the exact words she had used when complaining about that cactus to Lu Yan. A chill shot straight from Lin Anren's feet to the crown of her head. This was no longer a coincidence. Absolutely not. Could it be? He already knew her identity. Impossible. If he knew, given his personality, how could he still be playing along with her like this? He should have rushed to her door by now, grabbed her by the collar, and confronted her. Then if he didn't know, why were there so many coincidences? No, she had to test him again. It is quite cute. Brother, you have such unique taste. By the way, brother, can we build a cinema here and watch movies together in the future? Of course we can. Then, what kind of movies do you like to watch, brother? Lin Anren asked as if casually. This was a crucial question. Their movie tastes were worlds apart. She loved mind-bending thrillers, classic art house films, and horror movies, while Lu Yan was only interested in blockbuster spectacles with stunning effects. If he mentioned loving Transformers or Fast Furious, that would confirm he was still himself. But if he named the films she actually liked, I watch a bit of everything, no particular preference. Lu Yan's answer was smoothly evasive. Lin Anren wasn't willing to let it go and pressed further. Is there any movie that stands out most in your memory, or is your favorite? Silence came from the other end of the earpiece. A long silence. Just when Lin Anren thought he would not answer and was about to change the subject, Lu Yan's voice slowly emerged. If I had to name just one, it would probably be The Legend of 1900. Lin Anren's mind went completely blank. The Legend of 1900. It was her absolute favorite film without question. She had dragged Lu Yan to watch it over and over, at home, at the cinema, no less than 10 times. She had every line of dialogue and every musical piece from the film memorized completely. And Lu Yan had accompanied her every time, yet he had complained more than once that the pacing was too slow and he could not appreciate it. But now he said it was the most memorable film for him. Liar. He clearly did not like it. Why? Why this one? Because Lu Yan seemed to be recalling something, his voice growing distant. I have a friend who really loves this movie. He told me that although the protagonist 1900 never set foot on land in his entire life, he lived more freely and purely in his own world than anyone else. He said he envied 1900. These few words from Lu Yan were like a small stone cast into Lin Anren's already restless heart, sending ripple after ripple spreading outward. He said he had a friend who loved this movie especially, and that friend also envied 1900. Didn't that friend refer to herself? Lin Anren had assumed that when she used to drag Lu Yan to watch films, all her rambling thoughts about them had gone in one ear and out the other. After all, his reactions were always lackluster, either complaining about the slow pace or saying he did not understand it. Yet he had remembered everything. He remembered her evaluation of 1900. His memory preserved every word she had spoken. Even he had changed his original opinion because of her words. An indescribable ache surged through Lin Anren's heart. It felt as though a treasure she had cherished for years had finally received recognition from the person who mattered most. I have watched this movie too, and I like it a lot. Lin Anren blurted it out almost without thinking, her voice carrying a joy and warmth she had not even realized was there. She had completely forgotten the gentle persona she should be maintaining, her tone so light and airy it resembled a child who had found a kindred spirit. On the other end of the earpiece, Lu Yin seemed delighted by her reaction and let out a barely audible laugh. That laugh, deep and tender, traveled through the current and made Lin Anren's ears tingle. Really? Lu Yan's voice carried warmth. So you also think 1900 was free? Of course. The moment they started discussing a film she loved, Lin Anren could not contain herself. Although he never set foot off the ship in his entire life, his spiritual world was vaster than anyone else's. He could see the whole world through his piano keys. He was the freest soul. She went on and on, completely lost in her own world. Only after she finished speaking did she gradually realize that on the other end of the phone silence had fallen once more. Oh no, she had forgotten to act again. Lin Anren's heart sank, and just as she was about to say something to cover it up, she heard Lu Yin speak in a voice barely above a whisper, almost like a sigh. You and my friend are really alike. Lin Anren broke into a cold sweat instantly. What on earth did he mean by that? Was this a test? Huh, really? That's quite a coincidence, huh? Lin Anren laughed nervously, her voice becoming unsteady, her forced sweet tone faltering. Yes, quite a coincidence. Lu Yan's voice sounded remarkably calm, giving nothing away. He paused, then suddenly changed the subject. It's getting late. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Oh, not yet. Go eat first. Lu Yan's voice was as gentle as ever. I have some work to handle tonight, so I will not be playing. If you still want to play, you can ask your master. Okay, goodbye, brother. Lin Anren responded flusteredly, hung up the voice call, and exited the game alongside Lu Yan. She leaned back in her gaming chair, gasping for breath. It was too terrifying. She had thought she had been exposed. Her plan to expose the Sea King had not made any progress. Instead, she was left in constant fear of being exposed herself, coming dangerously close to failure more than once. And Lin Anren placed her hand over her chest. Her heart was pounding wildly, showing no signs of slowing down. What was happening? Why did she feel so nervous around Lu Yan now? Her heartbeat was racing. They had been close friends for over 20 years, yet she had never experienced this before. Could it be that her female body's hormonal changes were affecting her state of mind? Lin Anren rose from her chair and paced back and forth across the room, trying to calm her chaotic thoughts. But her mind kept replaying scenes from earlier that day. That ethereal mansion built especially for her, breathtakingly beautiful. The pavilion where she could listen to the sound of rain. The open-air cinema where they watched movies together. That quirky cactus replica that matched the one on her desk perfectly. And Lu Yan's final words to her. I have a friend. You remind me so much of her. These moments replayed in her mind like slow-motion footage. Lin Anren ran her fingers through her hair in frustration. She realized she was losing the ability to read Lu Yan entirely. If he truly was a player, his skill was far beyond anything she had encountered before. His subtle, gentle approach was 100 times more devastating than those brash millionaires who just threw money around. But if he wasn't, then what was he doing on a blind date with another woman at the lamb awful noodle shop? He had kept this from her good friend, hiding the truth right under her nose. Was he genuinely invested in both Ran and the woman he was dating? Disgusting. The thought had barely formed before she mentally spat at herself. That was exactly the kind of scumbag who played both sides, keeping everyone emotionally entangled without committing to either. No, she could not let Lu Yan's tender approaches cloud her judgment anymore. She had to hold firm. She was doing this for justice, rescuing her good friend from falling into deception. Gurgle. Just as she was reinforcing her resolve, her stomach betrayed her with an untimely rumble. Sighing, she grabbed her phone and ordered some spicy hot pot to go. While waiting for the delivery, another important matter crossed her mind. Chinese medicine. Earlier that afternoon, Lu Yan had offered to bring it over, but she had brushed him off with an excuse about watching a film. But she knew Lu Yan well enough. He would not let it drop so easily. Sure enough, opening her main WeChat account, she found a message from him. Lu Yan, I had the runner leave the medicine at your doorstep. Remember to take it. Warm it up, don't drink it cold. Lin Anren stared at the message, a swirl of emotions rising in her chest. She opened the door, and there it was, a familiar insulated bag sitting on the shoe cabinet. Bringing it inside, she opened it to find the medicine packet sealed tight. Soon after, her takeout arrived. As she ate the spicy hot pot, she gazed at the 2 packs of Chinese medicine on the table, lost in thought. One had been prescribed by Lu Huayan, Lu Yan's uncle, to help regulate her constitution. The other was specially requested by Lu Yan from his uncle for his sick friend Lin Anren. Though both served the same purpose of healing, their significance was worlds apart. Should she drink it? Consuming it felt like betraying their friendship. Yet refusing seemed like rejecting Lu Yan's genuine care. After much deliberation, Lin Anren finally decided to drink it. All's fair when it was good for her health. She poured both packs into a small pot and set it on the induction cooktop to warm. Almost immediately, an overwhelmingly pungent medicinal odor filled the room. Lin Anren wrinkled her nose, sensing her sense of smell was being pushed beyond its limits. With a brave face, she poured the heated medicine into a bowl. The dark liquid looked like some kind of cursed concoction. Pinching her nose and squeezing her eyes shut, she tipped her head back and gulped down a large mouthful. Puffed. In the next instant she spat everything out. Cough cough. Ugh. Lin Anren was overwhelmed by the bitter assault, tears streaming down her face. It felt as though an indescribable harshness had completely conquered her tongue, throat, esophagus, and even her stomach. Too bitter. Could this really be something meant for human consumption? She had taken Chinese medicine before, but nothing had ever tasted this awful. The sweet warmth she had felt toward Lu Yin moments ago vanished, instantly swept away by the overwhelming bitterness of the medicine. Lin Anren slumped back in her chair. She stared at the half-full bowl of Chinese medicine, sinking into deep despair. She had to drink this for an entire week. Could she even survive this? Just then her phone rang. It was Suyu calling on WeChat. Lin Anren answered weakly. Hey master. Ran. Suyu's voice crackled through the phone, buzzing with excitement. How was the wedding? How was the wedding night? Tell me everything. That fairy mansion of yours is incredible. I just saw screenshots in the guild, and everyone is absolutely jealous. Suyu's barrage of questions hit like machine gun fire, and Lin Anren's head was spinning. Master, lower your voice. I just drank some Chinese medicine, and I feel like I'm dying. Chinese medicine? What's wrong? Are you sick? Suyu's voice immediately became worried. I'm fine, just taking some herbs to regulate my body. Oh well, then get some rest. Suyu said with concern, but her gossiping nature quickly took over again. Then tell me quickly, how's things progressing with the guild leader? That home of his. He clearly prepared it all for you. It's so thoughtful. True love. Lin Anren gave a bitter smile. Sister Suyu, you're overthinking it. It's just a game, don't take it too seriously. What do you mean just a game? Let me tell you, Ran, this is definitely not something as simple as a game. Suyu countered immediately. I've been playing games for years and have seen all kinds of wealthy players. But someone like the guild leader is something I've never seen before. He isn't just throwing money around. He's genuinely putting thought into it. Look at the home he prepared for you. Every single detail was considered. This proves she is special to him. Completely different from all those other girls. Lin Anren was left speechless by Suyu's reasoning. Besides, haven't you noticed? The way the guild leader looks at you is completely different from how he looks at us. Sister Suyu, can you really tell from someone's gaze in a game? Lin Anren retorted. Of course you can. It's called atmosphere. Get it? Suyu insisted. The way he talks to you is at least 1,000 times gentler than how he speaks to us. I'm telling you, he's definitely fallen for you. Lin Anren fell silent. She had to admit Suyu's points actually made some sense. Lu Yan's attitude toward Ran was indeed unique. But, Master, let me ask you something. After hesitating, Lin Anren decided to seek advice from her emotional mentor. Ask away. Well, hypothetically, Lin Anren chose her words carefully. A guy who is incredibly nice to a girl online, spending money on her, putting in effort, acting so deeply in love. But in reality, he is going on blind dates with other women. What kind of guy is that? On the other end, Suyu fell silent. After a full 10 seconds or so, she asked in an extremely complicated tone. Ran, this guy you're describing wouldn't happen to be the guild leader, would he? Suyu's question struck Lin Anren straight on the crown of her head. Her heart skipped a beat, and she nearly dropped her phone. No, of course not. Lin Anren denied immediately, her voice rising an octave. I was just asking casually. A friend of mine had this experience. It was the universal opening line again. I have a friend. Lin Anren silently lit a candle for herself in her heart. She felt that the lies she had told in her entire life could not compare to what she had said these past few days. Which friend is this? Ran, you have so many friends. Suyu's voice was filled with suspicion. Oh, you don't know her? Lin Anren mumbled vaguely, attempting to bluff her way through. But Suyu was clearly not so easily fooled. All right, then let's say it is your friend. Suyu said, her tone growing serious. Then listen to my analysis. A man who showers young girls with warm affection and solemn vows online, yet in reality dines and discusses marriage with stunning beauties. Do you really need to ask about such a situation? A textbook class scumbag. Betting on both sides, casting a wide net, and reeling in whoever bites. Whoever takes the hook counts. Suyu declared with righteous indignation, as though she herself had been deceived. I have seen men like this before. Their words sound sweeter than any song, yet who knows how many spare tires they harbor in their hearts. Tell your friend to keep her eyes wide open and not be fooled by this kind of sugarcane man. Stay far away from him. The farther the better. Scumbag. Sugarcane man. Every word from Suyu struck precisely at Lin Anren's heart. Yes, exactly like that. Lu Yan was indeed a scumbag. He must receive righteous correction. The slight wavering and guilt within her heart was instantly blown away by Suyu's words. See, her judgment had not been wrong after all. Master, you are right. I will tell my friend to stay away from that scumbag. Lin Anren echoed, her tone brimming with shared outrage. That's the spirit. Suyu said satisfactorily. But immediately afterward, she suddenly shifted her tone and spoke in a sneaky manner. Ranran, I just discovered a earth-shattering secret. Do you want to know? Lin Anran was still immersed in her condemnation of Lu Yin, and this sudden question left her somewhat bewildered. What secret? She asked instinctively. I discovered that you and I are in the same city, Ranran. Su Yu's voice overflowed with suppressed excitement. The smile on Lin Anran's face froze instantly. Slowly, a gigantic question mark formed in her mind. Huh? What was this? She and Su Yu were in the same city. What a coincidence. Ranran. Su Yu's voice suddenly became overwhelmingly enthusiastic. I happen to have tomorrow off. Are you free? Let's go shopping together. Lin Anran's heart contracted sharply. Here it came after all. I might not be very free tomorrow. She plucked up her courage and attempted to find an excuse to refuse. But what could possibly be inconvenient? Su Yu spoke immediately. Are you not feeling well? Or do you have other matters? I have a bit of social anxiety, and I do not particularly enjoy going out. Lin Anran produced a universal excuse. What is there to fear from social anxiety? I have a little of it too. Su Yu said carelessly. We both have social anxiety. When we are together, two negatives make a positive, and we become socially confident. Besides, we have been chatting online for so long. What is the difference from meeting an internet friend? You dare to have an online romance with the sect leader, yet you fear meeting your own master. Lin Anran was left speechless by her rebuttal. She certainly could not say that what she feared was not meeting an internet friend, but rather being exposed in person. But I do not look very attractive. She changed to another excuse. Who says that? Your voice is so pleasant, you must be a beautiful woman. Su Yu countered without hesitation. Even if I am not a great beauty, it does not matter. I do not make friends based on appearances. Besides, I am quite ordinary looking as well. Neither of us should look down on the other. Su Yu's enthusiasm and sincerity caused Lin Anran's heart to waver. To be honest, she actually enjoyed spending time with Su Yu. Su Yu had a cheerful and loyal personality. Although she was sometimes a bit clueless, she was always genuinely kind to her. This was the first truly female friend Lin Anran had made after becoming a woman. If she could become friends with Su Yu in reality as well, that would naturally be even better. However, she looked down at her own body. Could she really do it? Could she truly face a female friend who had no guard against her as a woman? What if her words and deeds revealed a flaw, and Su Yu discovered the truth? How would Su Yu view her? Would she think she was a liar or a pervert? Just thinking about that consequence made Lin Anran shiver involuntarily. Yet at the same time, another thought emerged. This might be an opportunity to practice becoming a real woman. She could not live online forever hiding behind a disguise. Sooner or later, she would have to face reality and exist as Lin Anran, the female version, to work to live and to face family and friends. And Su Yu might be her best training partner. This would give her immense confidence to face all future challenges. The pros and cons fought fiercely within her mind. Ranran, are you listening? Su Yu asked again after noticing her prolonged silence. Lin Anran took a deep breath. Sister Su Yu, I agree. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. See you at 8 tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Lin Anran ran to her bed and rolled about. She must have lost her mind to agree to meet Su Yu. Now that she was calm, overwhelming regret and panic instantly engulfed her. Meet in person? What did she have to meet with? She was currently a rough man disguised in a beautiful woman's body, radiating incongruity from the inside out. Walking with her feet turned outward, wanting to spread her legs when and occasionally wanting to curse. These habits were ingrained in her bones. How could they be changed so easily? And then there was clothing. The only outfit she had to wear was the one she was wearing today. It was clearly incompatible with the image of a soft girl. Lin Anran fretfully scratched her hair and paced back and forth in the room. No, she had to transform her understanding from head to toe before tomorrow. First, she needed to understand the types of clothes women wore. She immediately opened the shopping app on her phone and began searching for women's clothing. Dresses, skirts, puff, sleeves, lace edges. Looking at those flashy garments, Lin Anran's head throbbed. What on earth were these? When she used to buy clothes for herself, there were only 3 criteria: comfortable, stain-resistant, and cheap. But now she had no idea where to begin. She attempted to click on a white dress that appeared the most normal, but the comments section below truly opened her eyes. Sisters, does this skirt make my skin look dark? Can someone with warm undertones wear it? Can pear-shaped bodies go for it? Will it make my hips look wider? Will petite girls look shorter wearing this? Lin Anran felt as though she were reading an alien text. What warm undertones and cool undertones? What pear shapes and apple shapes? What kind of jargon was this? Buying a piece of clothing should not be as complicated as solving a math problem. After struggling for a long time, she ultimately gave up. It seemed she could only avoid speaking as much as possible tomorrow. Early the next morning, before the alarm had even rung, Lin Anran bounced out of bed. She dawdled for what felt like an eternity, acutely aware that the time she had promised to meet Su Yu was fast approaching. Lin Anran rummaged through her wardrobe and pulled out her largest hooded sweatshirt and a pair of sweatpants, just enough to completely conceal her curvaceous figure. With her hood up and a mask covering her face, she felt sufficiently disguised. As long as she kept quiet and stayed still, she figured she could pass unnoticed. Stepping out the door, Lin Anran felt as though she were marching to her execution. She had arranged to meet Su-yu at the subway entrance near a shopping mall in the city center. The night before, Su-yu had eagerly sent her a selfie. The girl in the photo had long hair, a bright smile, and large eyes. She looked like the cheerful, outgoing type. Under Su-yu's persistent urging, Lin Anren reluctantly took a photo and sent it over. After the photo was sent, Su-yu fell silent for a while, then fired off a string of exclamation marks. Su-yu Ranran. Your selfie angle is so totally bro-like. Shooting from below, were you trying to show off your double chin? Su-yu, but even at this unforgiving angle you still look so gorgeous. How unfair is that? I'm seriously jealous of that face of yours. Arriving at the meeting place, Lin Anren stood by the subway entrance watching the crowd flow past, a nervous tension building within her. This was her first time meeting an online friend in person. As she was looking around, a clear voice called out from behind her. Ranran. Lin Anren froze, her body going rigid, and slowly turned around. A girl with long hair wearing a denim jacket and carrying a backpack stood before her. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Anren, a brilliant smile on her face that matched exactly the one in the photo. Su-yu. Lin Anren called out softly. It's me. Su-yu beamed, even brighter, stepping forward and naturally linking her arm with Lin Anren's. Wow, Ranran, you look even better in person than in the photos. Your skin is incredible. You look this good without even trying. Lin Anren went stiff from the sudden physical contact. Is this how girls are with each other? So effortlessly familiar. Lin Anren felt deeply uncomfortable. At 24 years old, apart from her mother, she had never been this close to another woman. Hi, she stammered in response. Hi. Su-yu, completely oblivious to her discomfort, cheerfully dragged her into the mall. But Ranran, why are you dressed like that? It's so baggy. It's hiding your figure entirely. That doesn't show off your charm at all. I think it's pretty comfortable, Lin Anren muttered quietly. Comfortable sure is, but it doesn't look good. Su-yu countered firmly. With your soft voice and ethereal looks, you should be wearing one of those fairy-like dresses. Come on, today, I'm giving you a total makeover. I'll make sure you're the hottest girl on the whole street. Lin Anren stumbled along behind her inner monologue, screaming in protest. She knew this wouldn't be easy. Su-yu was a natural-born social butterfly, her chatter never ceasing throughout the journey, from gossip about their game to the latest milk tea flavors, then to the drama she'd watched the night before. At first, Lin Anren was quite tense, only occasionally responding with vague murmurs of acknowledgement. But Su-yu's enthusiasm was so contagious that her nerves gradually began to unwind. She discovered that having a female friend didn't feel half bad. Right, Ranran, your voice is genuinely so lovely. Soft and sweet, it makes my bones melt. Guild leader must have been captivated by that voice of yours. Su-yu suddenly steered the conversation back to the game. Mentioning Liu Yin made Lin Anren's newly relaxed composure tighten once more. Not really. She mumbled, ducking her head with a guilty conscience. Don't deny it. You just don't realize it. Su-yu wore an expression that said she had seen right through everything. But all the same, guild leader is genuinely a nice guy. Even though people online say he's cold and aloof, I've noticed he's particularly gentle with you. Ranran, you'd better hold on to him. Lin Anren let out a few awkward laughs, unsure how to respond. Before she could muster a reply, Su-yu had already dragged her into a women's clothing store decorated with an irresistibly girlish charm. Come on, Ranran, today we're turning you into a whole new person right here. Su-yu announced with fierce determination. Staring at the racks overflowing with dresses, lace blouses, and puff sleeves, Lin Anren felt utterly overwhelmed. What were all these things? Su-yu meanwhile moved through the racks like a fish back in water, excitedly pulling items and turning back to ask. Ranran, what colors do you like? How about pink? I just know you'd look amazing in pink. Whatever works. Then skirts or pants. With legs that long, you'd look absolutely stunning in a mini skirt. Both are fine. Alright then. I'm picking everything based on my taste. Su-yu returned almost instantly with an armful of colorful clothes, pressing them into Lin Anren's embrace without room for argument. Go on, try them all. Lin Anren held the surprisingly light, yet substantial pile, her hands trembling. More than half of it were dresses. Long skirts, short skirts, sundresses, A-line skirts. Make her wear all of these. Hurry up, why are you just standing there? Su-yu gave her a gentle nudge. Forced into the fitting room, Lin Anren found herself in a cramped enclosed space where a bright spotlight overhead left nothing hidden. Standing before the mirror with the clothes in her arms, she gazed at her own face etched with reluctance and drew a deep breath. There was no turning back now. It was just a dress after all. Closing her eyes and steeling herself, she pulled out the simplest-looking little white dress from the pile. She looked down at the white dress cradled in her arms. The fabric was soft, and the design minimal, just a sleeveless A-line dress with a cinched waist. It didn't seem so terrible after all. Ranran, are you done changing yet? Come out and let me see. Su-yu's impatient voice called from outside the fitting room. I'm almost done. Lin Anren stammered in a panic. She hurriedly shed her turtle shell-like hoodie and sweatpants, revealing the new lingerie she wore underneath. When she stood barefoot before the mirror in just her underwear, despite having seen it several times before, she was still stunned by the unfamiliar body reflected back at her. Her pale skin seemed to glow under the light, with delicate collarbones, a flat stomach, and those long, straight legs. And then there was her chest, which still left her marveling every time she saw it. It's really a shame that Lu Yin got stuck with all this. The thought slipped out before she could stop it, and immediately she wanted to slap herself. What was she even thinking? She quickly grabbed the little white dress and began figuring out how to put it on. There was a long zipper running down the back, and when she tried zipping it up from the bottom, it got stuck halfway. No matter how she twisted her arm, she couldn't reach it. Damn. How am I supposed to wear this? She muttered under her breath. She had always assumed putting on a dress was simple. Just step into it. But there were clearly more tricks to it than she'd realized. After struggling for what felt like forever drenched in sweat, she finally took the dress off, completely unzipped it halfway, put it back on, and then twisted her arm behind her back, pouring every ounce of strength into pulling that damn zipper all the way up. Done. Lin Anren exhaled in relief, turned around, and faced the mirror, then froze. In the mirror, the girl in the white dress still had her familiar face, but her entire aura had transformed completely. If the version of her in the hoodie had merely been a pretty girl with delicate features, the person staring back from the mirror now seemed to have suddenly come alive. The dress's cinched waist flawlessly traced her slender silhouette, while the A-line skirt fell just above her knees, revealing half of her delicate fair calves. The sleeveless cut showcased her beautiful shoulder and neck lines along with her collarbones in full view. A look that was pure and fresh, yet carried an unconscious sensuality. She looked like a gentle summer breeze, a bottle of chilled orange soda. Was this really her? Lin Anren felt a profound shock surging through her heart. She had always harbored a deep resistance to wearing dresses. Yet she had never imagined that a simple dress could transform a person so drastically. Unconsciously, she raised her hand to touch her own face, then gazed at her reflection in the mirror. An absurd yet novel sensation welled up within her. She, Lin Anren, a former 24-year-old straight man, actually found herself looking absolutely stunning in a dress. The thought sent goosebumps racing across her skin, yet her eyes remained captivated by the mirror, unable to look away. Ran, have you fallen in or something? Why are you taking so long? Suyu's persistent knocking jolted her back from her self-admiration. Coming. Lin Anren took a deep breath and pulled aside the fitting room curtain. Suyu waited outside with her arms crossed. The moment she saw Lin Anren step out, her mouth gradually widened, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Oh my god! Suyu covered her mouth and let out an exaggerated gasp. Lin Anren felt even more uncomfortable under this reaction, not knowing where to put her hands, only able to stand awkwardly and tug at the hem of her skirt. Is it weird? Weird? You call this weird? Suyu lunged forward, grabbed Lin Anren by the shoulders, and pushed her toward the large mirror at the front of the store. Look at yourself properly. This is a fairy descending to earth. Lin Anren was forced to gaze at both of them reflected in the glass. Suyu wasn't short at approximately 1.70 meters, but compared to Lin Anren, standing at 1.68 meters and nearly reaching 1.75 meters in the store's sample heels, she still appeared rather petite. Ranran, you're practically a walking hanger. This dress looks like it was tailor-made for you. Suyu exclaimed incoherently with excitement. No, I have to buy this one. And that pink one, the blue one, the floral print one from earlier. Bring them all over. Today I'm turning you into a Disney princess escaped from the castle. With that, Suyu dashed back into the fitting room and rummaged through all the clothes Lin Anren had brought in earlier. The following hour became Lin Anren's personal fashion show. Like an emotionless doll being dressed, she mechanically changed into outfit after outfit under Suyu's direction. A sweet blouse with puff sleeves paired with high-waisted jeans exuded youthful vibrancy. The pale yellow floral maxi dress made her appear gentle and literary. Then there was a black Hepburn-style cocktail dress that instantly bestowed an air of cool, aristocratic elegance. Lin Anren had long since numbed herself to it all. She felt as though her soul had drifted up to the ceiling, coldly observing her body being dressed in garment after garment that did not belong to it. But she had to admit Suyu's fashion instincts were razor-sharp. Every piece she chose perfectly accentuated the advantages of Lin Anren's figure while complementing the innocent charm of her first-love face. Lin Anren's journey had moved from initial resistance and awkwardness to numbness and finally to a faint trace of enjoyment. Each time she slipped into a new outfit and caught sight of her breathtakingly beautiful self in the mirror, paired with Suyu's unreserved praise, a strange sense of fulfillment would well up within her. So this was what it felt like to be praised for one's beauty. So this was how delightful dressing oneself could be. These were all experiences entirely new to her. All right, the last one. Suyu held up a water blue slip dress, her eyes gleaming like light bulbs. Lin Anren stared at those slender spaghetti straps and the back that plunged almost to her waist, sending shivers down her spine. Isn't this a bit too revealing? She protested weakly. Revealing? What are you talking about? This is called showcasing your best features. Suyu pushed her into the fitting room without taking no for an answer. Go change. I promise this one will absolutely be the best in the entire store. Lin Anren sighed in resignation. What was done was done. For 100 fleas, one more bite won't hurt. With enough death's worry loses its sting. She had already changed so many times, one more wouldn't make much difference. She stepped back into the fitting room, peeled off her clothes, and picked up the water blue slip dress. The silk fabric felt ice-cool and impossibly smooth against her palms. As she clumsily pulled the dress over herself, the chilling touch made her shiver involuntarily. When she lifted her head and met her reflection, her breath caught in her throat. If the white dress earlier had embodied pure innocence, then this dress now represented the pinnacle of effortless allure. The water blue hue accentuated the porcelain fairness of her skin, the delicate straps resting on her rounded shoulders and tracing the elegant lines of her collarbones and swan-like neck. The dress's tailoring hugged her figure flawlessly, revealing every curve of her golden-proportioned silhouette. Most striking of all was the open-back design, which bared a generous expanse of smooth skin before cinching gently at her waist to form a captivating arch. The woman in the mirror looked as beautiful as a painting, an ethereal enchantress untouched by mortal concerns. Lynn Anren's heart began to race uncontrollably. Staring at her reflection, a reckless thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She wanted to take a picture of herself like this. Not for anything else, just to give Lu Yin a taste of his own medicine. Once the thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. Lynn Anren's hand reached for her phone, almost independently, trembling slightly as she opened the camera. She did not capture her face. Instead, mimicking the style of those aesthetic bloggers online, she turned sideways, held her phone above her head, and angled it downward toward the mirror. In the photograph, only her elegant shoulder and neckline, delicate collarbone, and the smooth, fair expanse of her back visible in the mirror could be seen. The water blue dress and porcelain skin created a striking visual contrast. Click. Lynn Anren pressed the shutter. Even after capturing the photo, her heart continued to pound wildly, her cheeks burning with heat. Gazing at the provocative image on her phone screen, a thrilling rush of shame and excitement swept through her entire body. She had never known there existed within her such a manipulative side. Well done, Lynn Anren, she commended herself inwardly. Ran, are you done yet? Why is this taking so long? Suyu's voice rang out once more. See coming. Lynn Anren frantically saved the photo, took a deep breath, and pulled aside the curtain. Predictably, Suyu was once again rendered speechless by the transformation. Buy it. We're buying this one, Suyu declared excitedly after regaining her composure. I'm buying everything you've tried on today. Wait. Lynn Anren quickly stopped her. Sister Suyu, there's no need to buy so much. It's such a waste. Waste? What waste? Is making a beautiful woman any kind of waste? This is called investment. Suyu waved her hand magnanimously. That settles it. Waitress, wrap up all these pieces along with the ones from earlier. Before Lynn Anren could protest further, Suyu had already dragged her toward the checkout. Watching Suyu casually swipe her card for a substantial sum, Lynn Anren deeply comprehended both the joy and the expense of being a woman. Carrying numerous bags out of the clothing store, she felt utterly exhausted body and soul. Suyu, however, remained bursting with energy, dragging her along for a hair treatment and manicure, claiming that a proper transformation required attention from head to toe. Lynn Anren had long since surrendered all resistance. She moved like a marionette at Suyu's command. Over the course of that afternoon, she experienced her first permanent wave and her first manicure. She was even seated at a cosmetics counter by Suyu, where the sales associate applied a gorgeous peach-tone makeup look. When she stood before the mirror once more with her newly curled chestnut hair and flawless makeup, she could barely recognize herself. The woman in the reflection possessed bright eyes and luminous teeth, her every glance and smile radiating an enchanting allure. Perfect. Suyu snapped her fingers in satisfaction. This is how my disciple ought to look. Lynn Anren gazed at the mirror, her heart a tangle of conflicting emotions. She felt herself drifting ever further from the Lynn Anren she had once been. After a day of shopping, both were tired, so Suyu suggested grabbing bubble tea to rest. Inside the shop, they found a window-side table. Suyu wrapped her hands around her drink, took a long sip, and let out a satisfied sigh before leaning in conspiratorially. Ran, it's been the whole afternoon, and your phone hasn't rung once. Hasn't the boss been looking for you? Lynn Anren's heart sank. She had been so absorbed in her transformation that she had completely forgotten about Lu Yan. She quickly pulled out her phone and opened WeChat. As expected, Lu Yan's avatar displayed two fresh, unread notifications. One sent at noon, "Are you busy?" The other from the afternoon, "Why aren't you replying?" Reading those two messages, Lynn Anren felt her lips curl upward against her will. He was getting anxious now. He texted me. Lynn Anren responded with feigned calmness, but the corners of her mouth, which she couldn't suppress from curling upward, had long betrayed how she truly felt. Quick. Let me see, what did he say? Suyu craned her neck at once, her big eyes blazing with the burning fire of gossip, just like a groundhog waiting to be fed. The little smugness in Lynn Anren's heart was magnified infinitely. She leisurely handed over the phone, savoring Suyu's utterly impatient expression. Suyu snatched the phone and held it up close. When she saw the two brief messages Lu Yan had sent, her expression instantly shifted from gossipy to disdainful. That's it. Suyu curled her lips. Tisk, isn't this the classic checking up routine? Men all the same. Despite the contempt in her words, her fingers swiftly danced across the screen, opening Lu Yan's moments. Let me scout out the enemy situation first. Suyu said it with the utmost seriousness. But Lu Yan's moments was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Aside from a few work-related reposts, there was nothing else. The latest post was still a landscape photo from 3 months ago. Damn, he doesn't even post on moments. Is this guy a modern person? So you complained. Lin Anren wanted to laugh from the sidelines. That was Lu Yan's eternal unchanging style. Alright, enemy recon complete. Now let me teach you how to handle him. Suyu handed the phone back to Lin Anren. Listen carefully, Ranran. Suyu lowered her voice. When dealing with men, especially one at the boss's level, you absolutely cannot act eager. The more anxious he is, the calmer you need to be. That's what we call the push and pull of emotional value, understand? Lin Anren blinked, still dazed, then shook her head. Simply put, you can't let him think you're too easy to get. Suyu switched to a more plain explanation. You have to make him feel that you're not someone who only has him. You have your own life, your own friends. You're busy and fulfilled. That's how he'll feel a sense of crisis and get more invested. Hearing Suyu's well-reasoned theory, Lin Anren felt there might be some truth to it. Then, how should I reply? Lin Anren asked humbly, fully entering good student mode. Good question. Suyu snapped her fingers. First, don't reply instantly. The longer he goes without hearing from you, the better. Otherwise, it'll seem like you've been waiting around for his message, and that lowers your position. You have to make him wait even longer. We've already let a whole morning pass. The advantage is ours. Oh. Lin Anren nodded, feeling she had learned something. Second, the reply shouldn't be too enthusiastic, but not too cold either. Make him guess, make him curious. Suyu stroked her chin, starting to craft the wording. Got it. You reply like this. Her eyes lit up. I was just out shopping with friends and didn't look at my phone. What's up, brother? Lin Anren looked at the lines Suyu dictated, feeling goosebumps rising from secondhand embarrassment. Well, this reply is absolutely perfect. Suyu proudly praised herself. You see. Shopping with friends explains why you didn't reply, and also hints at your social circle, letting him know you're not a homebody who revolves around him all day. Didn't look at the phone makes it seem like you were fully enjoying yourself, not deliberately ignoring him. And that last, what's up, brother, sweet and soft with a hint of casual coaxing, instantly dissolves any little grievance he has and makes his heart tingle. Brilliant, or what? Lin Anren was stunned into silence. So chatting had so many twists and turns. When she used to chat with Lu Yan, she always got straight to the point or sent emoticons, as she had never been involved in anything so complicated. Quick, send it now. Suyu urged. Lin Anren took a deep breath, her heart filled with the guilt of deceiving her good buddy and a twisted anticipation of seeing Lu Yan's reaction. She typed the sentence word by word according to Suyu's instructions, then pressed send with her eyes closed. Sent successfully. Lin Anren felt as if she had done something enormously wicked. Her heart pounded wildly. All right, now we wait. Suyu leaned back in her chair with unruffled composure, picked up her milk tea, and took a sip. I bet he'll reply instantly. Lin Anren stared nervously at the phone screen. Instantly. Impossible. Lu Yan had always been slow to reply while working. Yet in the next second the screen lit up. The crisp WeChat notification sound rang out, and a new message bubble jumped up on Lu Yan's avatar. He really did reply instantly. Lin Anren stared at the message notification, somehow afraid to open it. Quick. What did he say? Suyu was even more excited than she was, her head almost pressing against the phone screen. As if about to reveal the winning lottery numbers, Lin Anren excitedly opened the chat. Lu Yan, it's nothing, I was just a bit worried about you. Such a simple sentence, plain in tone, yet it carried an undeniable concern. Lin Anren's heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by something, turning slightly numb. Tisk, a fight between masters. Suyu stroked her chin and let out a sigh of admiration. Ranran, this opponent of yours is not simple. Look at this line. He doesn't press, doesn't pester, just expresses concern. What is that called? It's called retreating in order to advance. He's telling you, I don't want to control you, I just genuinely care about you. And in one stroke he elevates his image. Impressive, truly impressive. Was Lu Yan really this high level? For real. Then what should I do now? Military advisor, please give me instructions. Lin Anren had fully thrown herself into the role of an eager, humble little white rabbit. Don't panic. He may have his clever plan, but I have my own way over the wall. Suyu smiled with confidence. Now it's time for our second move. This move is called creating a crisis. Creating a crisis. Right. Suyu lowered her voice and said mysteriously. Isn't he trying to act generous and devoted? Then let's give him something exciting. You have to let him know that you don't only have female friends around you. There might also be other suitors. Lin Anren's mind was a bit slow to process this. Huh. But I don't have any. Silly girl, if you don't, you can just pretend you do. Suyu poked her forehead with a look of frustration at her being hopeless. You don't need to say plainly. Just reveal a tiny bit of information and let him guess and imagine. That works best. Then, how do I reveal it? Very simple, Suyu said as she took Lin Anren's phone and typed out a line. You reply, my friend has excellent taste. Today they helped me pick out a few beautiful dresses and took me to get a new hairstyle. I feel like a whole new person. Lin Anren looked at the message a little confused. This is enough. Of course it is. Suyu wore an expression of you're too naive. Think about it. The word friend is subtle. He'll wonder whether it's male or female. Picking dresses and getting a new hairstyle. These are usually things you do with someone very close, right? Add in the fact that you ignored him all day. What will he think? He'll definitely think you went out on a date with some man who's a threat to him. Lin Anren drew in a sharp breath. Damn, that was too vicious. She picked up her phone again and sent the exact sentence Suyu had taught her without altering a single word. This time Lu Yin didn't reply instantly. A full 5 minutes passed before the phone lit up again. Lu Yin, is that so? Then it must look very nice. His tone was as plain as always, but Lin Anren could taste something unusual in that plainness. He's panicking, he's panicking. Suyu slapped her thigh in excitement. See, he replied slowly. It means when he saw that message his heart definitely gave a jolt. Lin Anren thought about it, it did seem to be the case. Lu Yin's compliments had always been subtle. Getting a single not bad from him was already the highest praise. Military advisor, what's the next step? Lin Anren was completely hooked, now eager to know what would happen next. The next step is the ultimate finishing move. Suyu smiled mysteriously and curled her finger at her. Lin Anren leaned in curiously. Send a photo. Suyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Text has its limits. Give him something visually striking. You just had a complete makeover today. If you don't let him see the results, wouldn't all our hard work this morning go to waste? Lin Anren had been transformed from head to toe by Suyu into someone almost unrecognizable, radiating feminine charm. Sending such a photo to Lu Yin, just imagining the scene, made her cheeks flush with heat. She licked her dry lips, and almost of her own accord spoke up. All right, but which one should I send? Upon hearing her agree, Suyu's eyes lit up like a 200-watt bulb. So you've already taken them. She rubbed her hands together in excitement. When did you take them? Quick, let me see. Your master here will personally inspect them. Just now in the fitting room. I took a few casually. Lin Anren pulled out her phone and opened her album. Wow, you actually did take them. Not bad, Ranran. You're getting quite the talent for charming men. Suyu teased with her words, but reached over instantly. Hand it over. Let master give it a proper review and check for any violations. Suyu's expression was like a mother inspecting her daughter's phone for evidence of a secret romance, both stern and hilarious. Lin Anren suppressed her laugh and handed over the phone. She was actually quite curious about how those photos would look through the eyes of a professional. Suyu took the phone and opened Lin Anren's album. The moment the first photo appeared on screen, Suyu let out an impressed wow. It was a full-body shot of Lin Anren in that little white dress standing before the fitting room mirror. She turned slightly, head bowed, pretending to adjust her skirt hem. Chestnut curls fell around her face, partially concealing it, and revealing only a delicate jawline and a slender porcelain neck. Lighting from above bathed her in a soft glow, giving her an innocent and pure aura. Not bad, Ranran. The composition, the atmosphere, flawless. Suyu praised without holding back. Pure yet effortlessly alluring. Perfectly triggers every straight guy's white moonlight fantasy. This one must be sent. Saying that, she added the photo to her shortlist. Listening to Suyu's professional commentary, Lin Anren felt strangely conflicted, but also a touch proud. Suyu's fingers kept swiping. The second photo featured a pale yellow floral maxi dress. Lin Anren leaned against the wall, holding her phone as if pretending to read. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the gap in the fitting room curtain, casting dappled shadows across her body and creating an effortlessly artistic vibe. This one's great too. Gentle and refined. The kind of picture that whispers, I'm doing just fine, but you can't have me. Send it. Absolutely send it. Suyu gave it another high rating. The next few photos, judged as sweet and lively and youthfully radiant, were all swiftly added to the shortlist without hesitation. This one. Suyu's finger suddenly stopped. On the screen was a photo of Lin Anren wearing a black Hepburn-style cocktail dress. She wasn't looking at the camera but tilting her head slightly, showcasing her elegant collarbone and swan-like neck, her gaze drifting dreamily toward the ceiling with a cool, detached air. This one has some depth to it, Suyu muttered, stroking her chin with a serious expression. The aura is too overpowering. It reads like a wealthy girl out of reach. Using this too early would be a mistake. It might scare him off. Keep it for now. Wait until he's really into you, then drop this one to create tension and make him feel unworthy. The effect will be spectacular. Lin Anren listened in utter astonishment. It's just a photo. Why are there so many tactics involved? She felt her brain about to overheat. Suyu continued swiping as she analyzed. Suddenly her finger froze. On the screen was precisely that photo of Lin Anren in the water blue slip dress captured in the mirror. The photo didn't show her face. The lens started from her shoulders and neck, sweeping downward. Her smooth, fair back gleamed temptingly under the lighting. The silk fabric clung tightly to her figure, outlining a slender waist, and the curve of her hips forming a perfect dip at her lower back. The entire image contained not an ounce of explicit exposure, yet every detail radiated fatal allure. For a full 10 seconds, Suyu agonizingly slowly lifted her head to look at Lin Anren. Her eyes brimmed with shocked dismay and a peculiar sense of betrayal, as if watching her finest cabbage being snatched by a pig. Anren. Suyu nearly ground out the words. Huh. Lin Anren was startled by her expression. That photo. You absolutely positively cannot send it. Suyu said gravely. Why can't I send it? Lin Anren looked at her innocently, genuinely clueless. It's just a back photo. I didn't even show my face. What's so wrong with it? She pointed at the screen, trying to argue. What's wrong with it? Suyu nearly choked on that remark. She pointed at the photo, her finger trembling. You call this just a back photo? You're trying to kill someone's sister. Huh? Lin Anren was even more bewildered. Look at your shoulders, your collarbones, your waist, and that teasing little dip. With each body part mentioned, Suyu punctuated it by jabbing the screen dramatically. This isn't a back photo. It's an invitation that literally screams, come to bed. Puffed. Lin Anren nearly sprayed her milk tea everywhere. How could she not see that? At the time she took the photo, her only thought was to drive Lu Yen, that scumbag, wild with desire. How did it turn into something so blatantly provocative? Suyu, you're overthinking this. Lin Anren tried with her limited imagination to wrap her head around Suyu's train of thought. Overthinking. Suyu felt her blood pressure spiking. She realized she needed to have a serious talk with this innocent little rabbit. Anren, listen to me. Suyu earnestly took her hand. Men are creatures you can't treat too well, especially by making it too easy for them. You have to reel them in slowly, dangle the line, draw it back, keep them seeing, but never quite catching. That's how you keep them hooked. The photos you sent earlier were like bait, designed to lure him in. But this one, Suyu pointed to the blue dress photo. This isn't bait anymore. This is a fish spear shoved right into his face. Do you understand? This is a trump card, the ultimate finishing move. Do you throw a trump card right out of the gate? Lin Anren nodded, half understanding. Though Suyu's analogy was strange, she thought she sort of got it. A photo like this should only be sent after you're officially together, when the relationship has stabilized, or even, before certain intimate moments as a little spark. If you send it now, what will you have left to excite him later? Suyu wore an expression of utter disappointment. Officially together. Those 4 words slammed into Lin Anren's mind. Her brain went blank in an instant, and her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Become Lu Yan's girlfriend. To become Lu Yan's rightful girlfriend. As Ran this female identity. This thought until recently had been nothing more than a vague and distant idea. But now spoken out so bluntly by Suyu, it suddenly became immeasurably clear and real. What would that mean? It meant she could openly enjoy Lu Yan's tenderness and thoughtfulness, pout at him, and make demands with a clear conscience. It meant her plan to punish the playboy would enter an entirely new phase. She would make him invest his most sincere feelings, and when he loved her the deepest, she would dump him, letting him experience the feeling of falling from heaven into hell. Just thinking about Lu Yan's face of utter disbelief at that moment sent a perverse thrill shooting through Lin Anren from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. But at the same time, a powerful sense of immorality and shame surged within her. That was her sworn brother of more than 20 years. How could she treat him like this? How could she? 2 diametrically opposed emotions collided and tore at each other inside her, plunging her into a strange, chaotic state. Her cheeks were burning, and her breathing had turned rapid. Ran, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Suyu's worried voice pulled her back from her tangled thoughts. It's nothing. Lin Anren snapped back to reality and waved her hands in panic. It's a little hot in the milk tea shop. Hot. I think the air conditioning is quite strong. Suyu touched her own face in confusion, then turned her gaze back to Lin Anren's phone. Fine, forget about that one. Delete it immediately or hide it in a private encrypted album. He absolutely can't see it. As she spoke, Suyu operated her phone quickly. I've picked out a few absolutely safe photos for you. Trust me, just send these. They're more than enough to make his heart itch for the whole night. When she was done, she handed the phone back to Lin Anren. Lin Anren took it and looked at the carefully selected safe photos on the screen, but the words "get into a relationship" still echoed in her head. Her gaze gradually became resolute. So what if it meant getting into a relationship? She would go all in. Listen closely. This is practical lesson 2, the art of fishing. Suyu cleared her throat, brimming with the bearing of a military strategist. She pointed at the photo of Lin Anren in the little white dress on her phone. This one. Send this one first. This one is the safest with the least aggression, but no less deadly. A pure, innocent white flower. What man can resist that? Lin Anren looked at the photo. The girl in it did seem utterly harmless. She nodded in approval. Sending just a photo isn't enough. You need to pair it with words. Words are the hook that fastens the fish even tighter. Suyu continued her lesson. Then what words should I use? Lin Anren had completely abandoned thinking, leaving everything to her strategist. Let me think. Suyu stroked her chin and pondered for a moment. Got it. Just say my friend has great taste. A whole morning's work image. What's brilliant about this sentence? First, friend, let him keep guessing. Second, a whole morning's work hints that you spent a long time dressing up, making him feel you care. Most importantly, you didn't directly ask him, do I look good? Instead, you shifted the question to my friend's taste, which makes you appear modest and effortless. But in reality, when a man sees a photo, his first reaction is definitely to compliment you. That way you achieve your goal while maintaining your elevated position. Lin Anren listened in awe. She felt the past 20+ years of her life had truly been lived in vain. There was so much subtle art between men and women. Hurry and send it. Once it's sent, we just wait for the fish to take the bait, Suyu urged. Following Suyu's instructions, Lin Anren sent the photo and caption. Ranran, my friend, has great taste. A whole morning's work image. Sent successfully. The two girls' heads instantly came together, both staring fixedly at the phone screen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Luyan pretty. Short and blunt. That's way too perfunctory. Suyu curled her lip in dissatisfaction. But as soon as she said that, another new message popped up. Luyan, the person, is even prettier. Lin Anren's cheeks inexplicably suddenly grew hot. Aya! Suyu screamed silently beside her, grabbing Lin Anren's arm and shaking it wildly. See that? See that? This is top-tier push and pull. First 2 words knock you into the pit. Then 1 sentence lifts you to the clouds. He's got the emotional ups and downs completely under his thumb. He's too good at this. Lin Anren was dizzy from being shaken, but she still felt that Lu Yin, that guy, couldn't have such a high level of skill. Strategist, what do we do now? Should I reply to him? Lin Anren continued seeking guidance. Of course not. Suyu vetoed immediately. This is a critical moment. We absolutely cannot let him think you're easy to push around. Make him wait. How long? At least 10 minutes. Suyu said with absolute certainty. These 10 minutes will be his most agonizing moments. He'll wonder, why aren't you replying? Did you not like his compliment? Is she chatting with another man? Let him guess. Let him stew. But the next 10 minutes turned out to be a form of torture for Lin Anren instead. Before, when she chatted with Lu Yin, it was always a quick back and forth. She couldn't bear to waste a single second. Now being forced to leave him hanging for 10 minutes made her feel restless all over, instinctively reaching for her phone. She stole a glance at Suyu and saw the strategist calmly scrolling through short videos, looking supremely in control of everything. Lin Anren had no choice but to force herself to look away from her phone and observe the other people in the milk tea shop. At long last, she managed to endure the interminable 10 minutes. Okay, time's up. Suyu set down her phone right on schedule. Now it's time for us to drop the second bomb. She selected from Lin Anren's album the photo with a puff-sleeve top and jeans. Send this one with the caption, also tried lots of other styles, and add a cute little emoji. Suyu directed. Lin Anren did as told. After the photo was sent, Lu Yin replied almost instantly. Lu Yin, they're all very nice. Lu Yin, send them all to me. Seeing that second message, Suyu was so excited she almost knocked over her milk tea. He's hooked. He's hooked, she said in a low, excited voice. He's starting to actively ask for more. That means his emotions have already been stirred up. The initiative is already in our hands. Lin Anren looked at the screen, and her heart began to race traitorously. What do we do now? Should I send them all to him? No. Suyu vetoed again. You can't give him everything he asks for. Keep him dangling, understand? Just reply, I won't show you, and add a playful tongue-out emoji. Lin Anren felt like she was about to develop a split personality. She loathed her own two-faced behavior in her heart, yet she couldn't help feeling incredibly thrilled. Under Suyu's full guidance for the next hour, Lin Anren perfectly played the part of a beguiling little minx, holding back yet enticing, pure yet provocative. Like a seasoned fisherman, she let out the line and reeled it in, teasing Lu Yin, that big fish, until he was utterly helpless. Finally, when Lu Yin once again asked to see the photos, Suyu declared, Alright, today's lesson ends here. Don't send any more. If you do, it will no longer be worth anything. You need to keep him curious and longing for the rest of your photos. This is called the art of leaving something to the imagination. Lin Anren nodded, acknowledging the lesson. She also felt it was about enough. If they kept playing, she feared she might actually have a heart attack. Contentedly, she prepared to put away her phone and end this fishing operation. However, just as her finger was about to press the lock screen button, a wicked idea suddenly surfaced from the depths of her mind. Today's transformation, the most dazzling, the most lethal one, was clearly that water blue slip dress. Wouldn't it be a waste to simply keep it hidden away? Suyu said that was the trump card, not to be played lightly. But against a player of Lu Yan's caliber, how could she completely throw him off balance without taking a risk? Her gaze uncontrollably slid towards Suyu, who was concentrating on digging out the last few pearls from the bottom of her milk tea cup. Then, as if possessed, her finger opened the album and precisely located the photo Suyu had condemned to death. On the screen, the stretch of fair, beautiful back and slender waist radiated a silent allure under the light. Lin Anren's heart began to race again. She tapped the send button. Message sent. The instant the photo went through, an unprecedented thrill swept through her entire body. She didn't even attach any text to the photo. She knew that the photo itself was the most direct provocation. She quickly locked her phone and picked up her milk tea, pretending nothing was wrong. But her trembling hand betrayed her nervousness. Huh, Ranran, what's wrong? Why is your face red again? Suyu finally finished the pearls at the bottom of her cup, and looking up caught Lin Anren wearing the look of a thief with a guilty conscience. It's nothing, Lin Anren said, straining to keep her voice steady. I just suddenly feel like we went a little too far today. Overboard. I think it was just right. Oblivious, Suyu was still gloating over today's achievements. I'm telling you, the chief is definitely going to lose sleep tonight. Right now his head must be filled with nothing but the image of you in that little white dress. Lin Anren gave a dry laugh. No, she suspected Lu Yan's mind was probably no longer occupied by the little white dress. She couldn't help but reveal a smug, slightly mischievous smile like a cat that had stolen a small dried fish and was thoroughly contented. Huh, what are you smiling about? Suyu keenly caught the change in her expression. You seem especially happy today. Do I? Lin Anren touched her face, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Is there a... Lin Anren touched her warm face, but couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Suyu leaned in closer, her big eyes gleaming with the mischievous light of someone who had seen right through everything, and asked with a wicked grin. Ranran, you're smiling so happily. Are you perhaps quite fond of the guild leader? The word fond struck like a needle, instantly deflating some delicate balloon in Lin Anren's heart. She immediately plastered on a neutral expression and sat up straight to protest. No way. What are you thinking? I just think it's quite amusing to tease him like this. Oh, tease him, is it? Suyu deliberately elongated her tone, raising an eyebrow with an expression that screamed. Yeah, right, clearly unconvinced. You get this excited just from teasing him. Isn't that essentially liking him? No. Lin Anren protested urgently, though she couldn't quite explain why she was so flustered. Was she afraid of being seen through by Su Yue, or afraid of the vague notion beginning to stir within herself? Alright, not liking. Seeing Lin Anren's ears turning red, Suyu decided to drop it. Our Lin Anren simply enjoys the thrill of playing with the great senior brother, that's all right. The reasoning seemed sound enough. After a moment's thought, Lin Anren accepted this explanation and nodded firmly. Exactly. That's it. Watching her defensive posture, Suyu smiled inwardly. Still in denial, little one. You'll admit it someday. For the remainder of that time, no new messages came from Lu Yan. Lin Anren and Suyu had indeed grown weary from the shopping. After an entire morning of vigorous browsing combined with the emotional highs and tensions, Lin Anren felt completely drained. After bidding farewell to Suyu at the mall entrance, Lin Anren hailed a cab home, carrying the 7 or 8 shopping bags that Suyu had generously paid for. As soon as she entered the door, she dumped everything onto the sofa and flopped face down onto her soft bed in a sprawling position. So tired. Being a woman really is exhausting, but somehow rather interesting. Lying there with her eyes closed, her mind involuntarily replayed everything that had happened that day. Suyu had dragged her into one women's clothing store after another. The beautiful dresses, and finally, the photo she'd secretly sent behind Suyu's back. Just thinking about how Lu Yan might react to seeing that photo made Lin Anren feel a mixture of uncontainable excitement and nervous guilt, stirring up a fresh burst of energy in her exhausted body. What would his reaction be? Would he think she was too bold, too frivolous? Or would he be stirred by it? Just then, as if to answer her speculation, her phone, which she'd left on the pillow beside her, vibrated with a sudden buzz. Lin Anren bolted upright from the bed and quickly snatched up the phone. On the screen was Lu Yan's WeChat avatar. He'd finally replied after nearly 2 hours of silence. Opening the chat, she discovered Lu Yan hadn't sent text, but rather a 5-second voice message. Lin Anren paused. What required a voice message rather than typed text? Countless possibilities flashed through her mind. Had he seen the photo and was about to call to scold her for being shameless? No. Even if angry, Lu Yan wouldn't resort to insulting language. Then, what did he want? With the anticipation of opening a prize, Lin Anren pressed the phone to her ear and hit play. After a brief burst of static, Lu Yan's deep magnetic voice filtered into her ears. Ran. He called her name first, his voice lower and rougher than usual, carrying an inexplicable restraint. Lin Anren's heart clenched tightly. Then she heard the rest of his message. Send these photos only to me, okay? His voice was soft, like coaxing a temperamental child, yet the possessiveness woven through his words was so intense it seemed to pour through the screen. Don't send them to anyone else. The message ended. But Lin Anren remained frozen, phone pressed to her ear, utterly paralyzed. Only after several seconds did it hit her. All the blood in her body surged to her head. Holy shit. What had she just heard? Gidge. He had called himself Ch. And that tone. That damn possessiveness. Lin Anren pulled the phone away and stared at the voice message displaying playback complete. Unable to control her excitement, she tapped play again. The second listening hit just as hard, and with prior anticipation, she caught more nuances. The careful probing beneath his words, and the barely concealed tremor of insecurity he was fighting to suppress. He was rattled. He was genuinely rattled. That ever-calm, unflappable Lu Yan had been thrown into disarray by a single photo. This realization filled Lin Anren with a twisted sense of satisfaction. She couldn't help rolling onto her side on the bed, burying her face in the pillow and letting out a silly giggle. Who's the player now? Who went on a blind date? Now you know who's in charge, don't you? After laughing for a while, she remembered she still hadn't replied. She picked up her phone again, mimicking Suyu's earlier advice, her eyes darting as a plan formed. Instead of typing, she held down the voice message button and responded in her sweetest, softest, coquettish tone. Of course I won't send them to anyone else, these are all for Gidge alone. Even she got goosebumps from her own words afterward. Too forward, Lin Anren, you're becoming more shameless by the day. She mentally scolded herself, then eagerly stared at her screen. This time Lu Yan replied almost instantly. Lu Yan, Luyan, did you have fun today? Seeing him return to normal typing, Lin Anren guessed he'd calmed down. She switched back to typing as well. Ranran, yes. I had a wonderful time. This was genuinely her honest feeling. Today had been the most joyful and fulfilling day since she'd become a woman. Luyan, that's good to hear. Luyan, I still have some work to finish. Get some rest early. After ending the conversation with Luyan, Lin Anren tossed her phone aside and collapsed back onto the bed, gazing contentedly at the ceiling. Today's game of emotional push and pull had been a resounding victory. She had completely mastered the dynamic with Lu Yin holding all the cards. She hummed triumphantly, her mind now turning to a deeper question. Today's shopping trip, the intimate photos exchanged. The romantic tension had reached this peak. What came next? If they continued this dance for a few more days, would it lead to a confession? Once the idea took root, it proliferated recklessly like weeds. For the following 2 weeks, Lin Anren completely immersed herself in the intoxicating thrill of embodying Ranran and flirting with Lu Yin online. With Suyu orchestrating from behind the scenes, the three of them were practically inseparable in the game, forming a fixed party. Lin Anren seized this opportunity to divulge more information about Lin Ranran to Lu Yin. Of course, most of it was carefully fabricated. For instance, Lin Ranran was a freelance illustrator, which explained her irregular schedule and penchant for pulling all-nighters to finish commissions. This premise perfectly accounted for why she was still roaming around in-game at the dead of night. Or perhaps Lin Anren had been frail since childhood, which explained her preference for staying indoors and her reputation as a stereotypical homebody. This further justified her unfamiliarity with many local spots. She had meticulously transplanted all her genuine preferences and habits onto Lin Ranran's persona. Her fondness for obscure films, her cozy inclination to stay home on rainy days, her aversion to cilantro, her obsession with sea salt chips. These intimate details were all casually revealed to Lu Yin through their conversations. Sometimes guilt gnawed at her. She wondered whether Lu Yin might grow suspicious upon discovering that these habits mirrored his own close friends almost exactly. Yet judging by their daily exchanges, he seemed utterly unable to connect the two personas. Gradually, Lin Anren relaxed, becoming even more brazen in maintaining this ambiguous relationship that hovered somewhere between friendship and romance with Lu Yin. I must admit, feigning a romantic entanglement with one's best friend was dangerously addictive. Every day felt like walking a tightrope. On one side, the guilt of deceiving a close friend, on the other, the exhilarating thrill of watching him unravel over her. These conflicting emotions kept her in an uneasy state of shame and arousal each day. However, happy times are always fleeting, and new troubles soon arrived. Namely, that boy Lu Yin simply refused to confess his feelings. How long had this ambiguous phase already lasted? She exploited every pretext to send him provocative photos. Does this new dress look good on me? Do these fresh nail polish colors make my hands look paler? Will my feet get tanned wearing sandals in summer? She sent him pictures of her legs, her hands, her collarbone, and even her feet adorned in new sandals. Simply put, the more flirtatious and seductive the better. Yet Lu Yin merely absorbed every one of her advances, his compliments growing increasingly polished. You look lovely in everything. Your hands are so beautiful. Your feet are adorable too. And then, nothing at all. He was nothing short of a compliment-generating robot, offering naught but praise alongside generic care. Sleep early, drink more water, don't catch a cold. This made Lin Anren grit her teeth in frustration. What kind of behavior was this? Flirting without commitment. Bah, flirting without confession. Her sick leave was nearly halfway over, yet this fellow was still playing the innocent, we're just good friends game. Once the holiday ended and she returned to the office, she would be buried under a mountain of trivial tasks. She simply wouldn't have the energy to keep stringing him along. She needed to resolve this quickly. So one evening, after the trio logged off as usual, Lin Anren urgently messaged her romantic strategist on WeChat. Ranran's sister Suyu. Emergency. Suyu replied almost instantly, sending a cool emoji of sunglasses, wearing confidence. Suyu, what's up, darling? Planning something new? Lin Anren abandoned all pretense and got straight to the point. Ranran, I can't tolerate this drawn-out games anymore. I want him to confess to me. Now. Immediately. At once. After sending the message, silence reigned on the other end for a full 30 seconds. Lin Anren suddenly felt a pang of panic, fearing Suyu might think her too hasty. Finally, Suyu sent a voice message. Upon clicking play, her signature wicked chuckle filled the air. Oh, let me hear who's talking here. What happened to the girl who solemnly swore she wasn't interested in the guild leader? Lin Anren's face flushed crimson. Damn it. Her dark history had been dredged up. She quickly switched to an innocent act, sending a voice message back in a sugary sweet tone. Oh, I was wrong, sister Suyu. I admit I like brother Lu, alright. Please have mercy on me and give me some advice. If this continues much longer, I feel like I'm going to suffocate. Her honesty clearly pleased Suyu. Suyu, now that's more like it. Wanting a man to confess requires more than just sending photos. You need to administer strong medicine. Lin Anren's eyes lit up as if glimpsing the dawn of hope. Ranran, what strong medicine? Tell me quickly. Suyu, haven't you heard the saying? Men only cherish what they fear losing. Right now he feels entirely secure with you believing you're already in his grasp, which is why he's in no hurry. What we need to do is create a formidable rival for him. A rival? Lin Anren froze. Ranran, where am I supposed to find him a rival? Surely you don't expect me to actually go on dates with another man. Suiwet. Silly girl, obviously you fabricate one. Follow my instructions, and I guarantee within 3 days he'll be begging and crying to be your boyfriend. Hearing this, Lin Anren nearly bounced off her bed in excitement. Though she harbored doubts about Suyu's theories, she had no other options at the moment. A desperate horse treated as alive. Ranran, commander, please instruct. I shall obey absolutely. Suyu sent a satisfied expression of this student is teachable, then began detailing the battle plan. Suyue. Step 1, let's start with some warm-up. You said you're a freelance illustrator, right? So it's perfectly normal to know some senior figures in the industry. Ranran, exactly. Suyue, tomorrow post a moment's update. I've already crafted the content for you. Find a photo of a cafe and write discussing projects with a senior mentor. A fulfilling day filled with new learnings. Happy. Lin Anren stared at these words, a giant question mark forming in her mind. Just this. This is too ordinary. Ranran, will this even work? It doesn't seem particularly devastating. Suyue, you wouldn't understand. The key is the word senior. Consider it. A successful, mature, and steady senior must be far more threatening than some boyish twerp, correct? Moreover, you mustn't appear too deliberate. It should feel effortlessly casual, provoking his restless imagination. There is some logic to that. Lin Anren was convinced. Suyue, after posting, just wait. If he asks, you say he's an accomplished artist who's been incredibly helpful. Remember, maintain a composed attitude and an admiring tone. Make him feel this senior holds special significance in your heart. Ranran received. Suyue. If he doesn't ask, even better. It means his suspicions have already begun stirring. Then we can proceed directly to the next phase. Listening to Suyu's meticulously interlocking plan, Lin Anren felt utterly convinced. Truly a master strategist. Though Suyu remained romantically inexperienced, it hardly hindered her analytical prowess on paper. Ranran's sister, Suyue, you're amazing. Suyue, naturally. Back in my day, I drifted through gardens of flowers without catching a single leaf. Cough off topic. Regardless, follow my instructions, and I'll take responsibility for any fallout. With Suyu's assurance, Lin Anren's confidence surged. She closed the chat window and began searching online for suitable cafe photos for moments. Tomorrow Lu Yin would taste the bitterness of jealousy. She could hardly wait to witness the first flicker of panic crossing his typically composed face. The next morning, Lin Anren rose early. She hadn't been awakened by an alarm clock, but rather by that flutter of excitement dancing in her heart. The mere thought of today's strategy against her romantic rival kept her wide awake with excitement. She carefully selected an image she had found the day before. A photograph with impeccable style, a wooden table, a latte with exquisite foam art, and an open design book nearby. Sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting dappled shadows, the artistic vibe perfectly captured. Perfect. Lin Anren nodded with satisfaction, then copied Suyu's caption verbatim, not changing a single character, and posted it to her Moments circle consisting solely of Suyu and Lu Yin. Anji Ruren had a fruitful project discussion with a senior, feeling incredibly inspired. Happy after posting, she tossed her phone aside and pretended to be busying herself with tidying the room. Suyu had said that after posting one must never obsessively stare at the phone. Doing so would appear too deliberate. She needed to project an air of indifference, as if she were simply sharing a glimpse of her daily life with no intention of catching anyone's attention. Lin Anren mopped the floor while straining to hear her phone, but nearly an hour passed, and the device remained stubbornly silent. Not even a like or comment from Lu Yin, not so much as a WeChat message. She was growing restless. Was the tactic ineffective? Had Lu Yin not noticed it at all? Or had he seen it, and simply not cared? Wiping her hands, she picked up her phone, and opened Moments, discovering that Suyu had liked the post half an hour earlier. As for Lu Yin, there was still nothing. Lin Anren felt deflated and messaged Suyu. Ranran strategist, he hasn't reacted at all. Did the plan fail? Suyu replied almost instantly. Suyu, why the rush? This is only the beginning. Just wait. He has definitely seen it, and is probably tearing his hair out by now. But he's currently scrambling to find someone to consult about this. Find someone to consult. The first person that sprang to Lin Anren's mind was herself. Based on her understanding of Lu Yin, when it came to matters of the heart, the only person he could possibly turn to was her. Just thinking about this possibility made Lin Anren's mood shift into something far more complicated. Before she could dwell on it further, her phone suddenly vibrated. She glanced down, and her heart skipped a beat. It wasn't a message from the Anren account. It was her primary WeChat. The screen clearly displayed Lu Yan's profile picture. Lu Yan, hey there. Here. Suyu was a genius. Suppressing her inner elation, she replied, with just 2 characters. Lin Anren, what's up? Lu Yin seemed to be struggling over his words. The chat box showed typing for what felt like an eternity before finally delivering a single sentence. Lu Yin, I have a question. Lin Anren, go ahead. Lu Yin, so if a girl posts a photo on Moments of having coffee with another guy and calls him senior, what does that mean? Snort. Lin Anren nearly burst out laughing. She forced herself to hold it and feeling her grin stretching all the way to her ears. He's panicking. He's really panicking. And he came to consult the person who started this whole thing. The sheer satisfaction was intoxicating. She slowly typed her reply, her tone dripping with the energy of, bro, look what you've gotten yourself into. Lin Anren, oh, your online dating little sister. What something's going on? Lu Yan. Cut it out. Let's talk seriously. Through the screen, Lin Anren could easily picture Lu Yan's furrowed brow. She cleared her throat and began to deliver the most masterfully misguided advice of all time, playing the role of the ultimate wingman. Lin Anren, why ask? Senior, that immediately signals someone extraordinary. Either he's extremely accomplished in his field and she admires him, or he's interested in her and using work as an excuse to get close. She deliberately left the second possibility beautifully ambiguous. Lu Yan went silent for a longer stretch. Lu Yan then. What should I do? Lin Anren felt like she might burst from holding back her laughter. What should he do? He was asking the girl herself what to do. Lin Anren, that depends on the situation. You have to stay calm and mustn't lose your composure. Lu Yan, stay calm. Lin Anren, if you go charging over there to interrogate her right now, you've already lost. You'll come across as insecure and petty. Girls find that exhausting. Lu Yan seemed to be seriously considering her words. After a long pause, he finally replied. Lu Yan, that makes sense. Lin Anren saw those 3 words and couldn't help but smile in triumph. It's done. She switched back to the Anren account and decided to fan the flames further. She proactively sent Lu Yan a pitiful-looking sticker. Anren Gij, are you busy? Lu Yan replied almost instantly. Lu Yan, not at all, what's wrong? Lin Anren began executing the second phase of Su Yu's plan. Anren, did you see the Moments post I shared today? This was a deliberately loaded question. She wanted to force him to declare his position. Lu Yan, yeah, I saw it. Anren, don't you have anything you want to ask me? After sending that, her heart raced with both nerves and anticipation. Ask me who that senior is. Show some jealousy already. But Lu Yan's response completely floored her. Lu Yan, that's great. Networking with seniors like that can teach you a lot. It's a wonderful opportunity. Lin Anren. What the hell? What kind of reaction is this? Encouraging her to mingle more with other men. This script is all wrong. I told you to stay composed, not to push her toward other guys. I was just trying to rattle you, nothing more. She refused to give up and pressed on. Anren Gij, aren't you upset? Lu Yan, why would I be upset? You have your own work and social life. That's perfectly normal. I'm genuinely happy for you. Lin Anren read those words on the screen and felt as though a blood curdle had lodged in her chest. He's happy for me. What kind of enlightened noble spirit is this? What she didn't know was that on the other end of the line, Lu Yan was strictly following her tactical guidelines. His outer demeanor was perfectly composed, but internally he was absolutely consumed by jealousy. He firmly believed that his good brother's advice was correct. He had to stay steady. He must not panic. Lin Anren was utterly at a loss. Frustrated, she hurled her phone aside. She waited the whole day, even after a shower and lying down in the evening, but Lu Yan remained as calm as still water. She puffed out her cheeks, thoroughly dissatisfied. Then suddenly an idea struck her. Wait a minute. What was she even doing right now? She was acting like a lovesick maiden, twisting with anxiety over the lack of text messages from the one she cared for. She was actually troubled by a man who hadn't confessed to her. Could this be the legendary transformation into a devoted woman? Lin Anren rolled around on her bed for a while, her heart at war with itself. Finally, she sat up abruptly and grabbed her phone. Screw the push and pull games. Screw the love strategy battles. If Lu Yan wouldn't confess to her, then she would just confess to him instead. She was done with these guessing games. They were far too exhausting. Her inherently lazy nature simply refused to exert so much mental effort. At this hour, Lu Yan must have already gotten off work and returned home to rest. Without further hesitation, Lin Anren directly dialed a WeChat call to him. Today she would finally conquer Lu Yan. The phone rang and rang. The very same Lin Anren who had just spoken so boldly was now growing nervous, her palms breaking into a fine sweat. This was Lin Anren's first ever confession to someone in over 20 years of life. After only a few seconds, the call was answered. Anren, what's wrong? Lu Yan's voice carried a hint of laziness filtering through the receiver like a feather gently brushing against her eardrums. The anger Lin Anren had been nursing instantly deflated like a popped balloon the moment she heard his voice. All that remained was a trace of nervousness and an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat. She cleared her throat, quickly steadied herself, and flopped back onto the bed. She rested her chin on her crossed forearms and spoke in the sweetest, softest, coquettish tone she could muster. Brother, there's something I want to tell you. Lu Yan on the other end paused for a moment before responding immediately. What is it? His mind unavoidably drifted to the cafe photo he had seen that morning, and his brows instinctively furrowed. Was this about that senior colleague of hers? Had he confessed to her? In an instant, a flood of dreadful possibilities surged through his mind. Just as Lu Yan's spirits sank to their lowest point, Lin Anren uttered words that made his brain momentarily freeze. Brother, could you be my boyfriend? She paused as if mustering tremendous courage, her voice trembling slightly. I really like you, brother. The world fell silent. Lu Yan felt as though he might be hallucinating. He held his phone frozen in place, unable to respond. Seconds ticked by one after another. On the other end of the line, Lin Anren had been brimming with confidence, certain that this direct approach would utterly overwhelm Lu Yan. But a full minute passed. No response came from the other side. He was silent. He was actually silent. Lin Anren's confidence collapsed, instantly replaced by towering panic and humiliation. What the heck? Was he about to reject her? How dare he reject her? She was a stunningly beautiful woman making the first move, and he was still hesitating. Lin Anren gritted her teeth. If that kid Lu Yan dared to say no, she would storm to his apartment building right then and there and throw pebbles at his window. She would make him understand the harshness of the world. Just as Lin Anren's fury was about to breach its critical threshold, Lu Yan's voice finally came through the receiver. Anren, have you thought this through? His voice was low, carrying a gravity and uncertainty Lin Anren had never heard from him before. Thought it through. Those three words hit Lin Anren like a bucket of ice water poured over a volcano on the verge of eruption. She was stunned. This reaction didn't match the script at all. According to the normal script, wouldn't he either happily accept with wild joy or cleanly refuse? What kind of response was this? A counter question. Suppressing her irritation, Lin Anren continued in her soft girl-next-door voice, tinged with grievance and confusion. Of course I've thought it through. Brother, don't you like me? She flipped the question back on him, adding a pitiful nasal undertone for good measure. On the other end of the line, Lu Yan took a deep breath, seemingly struggling to organize his thoughts. It's not that I don't like you, he answered quickly, as if afraid she might misunderstand. I'm very pleased that you said that. But Anren, I don't think this is something to be decided so casually. His tone was more earnest than ever before. We only know each other online, we haven't even met in person. I hope we can get to know each other better before considering something like this. It would be more responsible for both of us. Hearing these words, Lin Anren was completely dumbfounded. Responsible? Get to know each other better. Was this really what a womanizer was supposed to say? In her original plan, a player who cast his net wide should have immediately reeled in the fish that came right to him, then happily added her to his pond. Why was he now lecturing her about responsibility? A powerful sense of incongruity arose within her. Could it be? Everything she had believed all along was wrong. Had Lu Yan gone on that blind date not because he was a player, but for some other reason? No, impossible. Lin Anren immediately shook off this dangerous thought. It must be his new trick. This was definitely a more advanced form of manipulation. Playing hard to get. By appearing responsible and serious, he was elevating his image, making girls believe he was a reliable man worth entrusting themselves to, so they would fall head over heels for him. Once she worked this out, Lin Anren's fighting spirit surged once more. All right, Lu Yan, you're playing tactics with me now, huh? Watch me break through your defense. She immediately switched back to her role, rebutting him in a tone even more aggrieved and stubborn. Aren't we familiar enough already? We play games together every day, we chat all the time. I know what you like and you know what I like. I feel we understand each other better than many couples who see each other face to face every day. Lu Yan was momentarily at a loss for words after her rapid-fire retort, forced to explain helplessly. I mean, we're not familiar enough in real life. Oh, we'll meet someday. Lin Anren began acting childish, giving him no room to reason with her. Anyway, I don't care. I think we can be together right now. I've set my heart on you. You're the only one for me. She emphasized those 4 words with heavy, enchanting intonation, as if coaxing him, while simultaneously issuing her final ultimatum. After unleashing this combination of moves, Lu Yan, on the other end, fell silent once again. Lin Anren's heart rose to her throat. This time she could feel that his silence was different from before. It was no longer shock, it was struggle. After another agonizing dozen seconds, she heard Lu Yan let out a soft sigh. That sigh carried helplessness and compromise, but above all a sense of relieved fondness. All right, he said. I agree. It worked. She had actually managed to win over Lu Yan. Lin Anren was so overwhelmed with excitement, she nearly threw her phone. She bit down hard on her fist, barely restraining herself from letting out a thunderous cheer over the phone. Stay calm, Lin Anren. You are Ranran now. You are a reserved and delicate girl. You cannot expose yourself. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her surging joy, and confirmed with a trembling voice laced with both delight and shyness. Really? Did you really agree, Gidge? Yeah. Lu Yan's voice sounded considerably lighter, even carrying a hint of a smile. I agreed. Then in a tone as solemn as a vow, he slowly continued. So Ranran, from now on you are my girlfriend. Girlfriend. Those 3 words spoken by Lu Yan felt so unreal. Lin Anren's heart pounded wildly. Half of it was the thrill of her plan succeeding. The other half was a strange sensation she could not quite articulate, a sweet, tingly numbness spreading through her. She was grinning from ear to ear and pushing her luck. Then it's settled. Gidge will be my boyfriend from now on. No backing out. No backing out. My girlfriend. His tone was brimming with affection. He seemed thoroughly pleased with this new identity. Lin Anren rolled happily on her bed, then immediately thought of her next reward. She wanted to press her advantage and cement her status as a girlfriend. So, boyfriend, she deliberately drawn out the words, making the term sound extra sweet and syrupy. Can you read me a bedtime story tonight? She had recently become quite captivated by Lu Yan's voice. Back when they were just brothers, she had never noticed, but now listening through the screen as a girl. Only then did she realize how wonderfully deep and magnetic his voice truly was, like a cello bringing an immediate sense of comfort with every word. For lulling someone to sleep, it was simply top-tier ASMR. Sure, Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. Yes. Lin Anren could not help, but let out a small cheer, then quickly covered her mouth and whispered to the other end of the phone. I'll just go grab a blanket first. Saying that, she swiftly pressed the mute button. Woohoo. A long-suppressed cheer finally erupted in her bedroom. Lin Anren bounced up from her bed, pumped her fist in the air, then quickly lay back down and wrapped herself snugly in the quilt, leaving only her bright, sparkling eyes exposed. Not only had she successfully gotten him to confess, but she had also unlocked exclusive boyfriend bedtime service. How amazing. Satisfied, she unmuted and whispered to her phone. All right, I'm ready. A low chuckle came from the other end of the line. What would you like to hear? Lin Anren pondered. I don't feel like a story right now. Can my boyfriend chat with me instead? Tell me what you did today. All right, Lu Yin responded. And then he truly began narrating his day in that captivating voice of his, straightforward and unhurried. Got up at 7 in the morning, went for a 5-kilometer run, came back, and made breakfast, a fried egg and 2 slices of bread. His voice was steady and soothing, like a gentle stream slowly flowing into Lin Anren's ears. She closed her eyes and could almost picture Lu Yin bustling about in the kitchen, sunlight spilling across his upright silhouette. How comforting. This feeling was utterly different from back when they were just brothers, when she would mooch meals at his place. This was the sensation of being enveloped by the gentlest voice in the world. She drifted in her thoughts, her consciousness gradually sinking into slumber. Lu Yin's voice continued. Had a project meeting in the afternoon discussing feature modules for the new version. A few details still need to be finalized. Every word sounded like a lullaby to Lin Anren. She had originally wanted to stay awake, curious to learn what he had for dinner. But her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, her consciousness growing more and more blurred. Wrapped in his gentle voice, it was as if she lay nestled within a giant warm marshmallow with nothing but boundless tranquility and drowsiness surrounding her. Lin Anren subconsciously turned over, found a more comfortable position, and let out even prolonged breaths. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yin suddenly fell silent mid-sentence. He could hear it, the girl's light, delicate breathing from the earpiece. He smiled silently. Asleep already, just like a little pig. He did not hang up immediately, but listened quietly for a while. Her breathing was soft and steady, like the gentle moonlight outside the window, completely settling his restless heart after a turbulent day. His emotions today had been like a roller coaster. Ever since seeing that social media post in the morning, jealousy and insecurity had been ferociously gnawing at his composure. He had forced himself to follow Lin Anren's advice, to stay composed, to appear magnanimous. But God only knew how bitter he felt when he typed, "I'm genuinely happy for you," on WeChat. He had spent the entire afternoon lost in wild speculation. Who was this senior? What did he look like? Was he treating her well? It was not until he received her call that evening, hearing her trembling confession, that, in that instant, he felt the entire world erupt in brilliant fireworks. So she liked him too. All his anxieties and speculations vanished into thin air in that very moment. Still holding his phone, he listened quietly for another half-minute before whispering so softly into the receiver, "Good night, Ran." After saying that, he gently hung up. The next day, Lin Anren woke to the melodious chirping of birds. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a bright band across the room. She stretched lazily, feeling utterly refreshed. It was the most peaceful sleep she had enjoyed since her transformation. Groggily rubbing her eyes, her mind was still somewhat hazy. Had something happened last night? Had she confessed to Lu Yin? And he had agreed. Read her a bedtime story. Wait, no, they had just chatted. As memories slowly resurfaced, Lin Anren's face flushed crimson. She hastily snatched her phone from the pillow, opened WeChat, and there it was, the pinned chat box. The call record from last night, lasting over 40 minutes, clearly reminded her that everything had been real, not a dream. Holy shit. She was off the market. She and her good bro had become a couple. Lin Anren, a pure-hearted straight guy who had never even properly held a girl's hand in 24 years, had suddenly morphed into his own best friend's girlfriend. No novel would dare write such a plot. Just as she hugged her pillow, waging a fierce inner battle in bed to untangle the mess, her phone screen lit up. Lu Yin, good morning, Ran. It came with a rising sun emoji. Those 4 simple words instantly sent an electric jolt through Lin Anren. Looking at those 2 words, Ran, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Before yesterday, when he called her Ran, she had only thought of it as a nickname from the game. Affectionate, but still within the bounds of friendship. But now it was different. They were boyfriend and girlfriend. That Ran was now like honey sweet enough to make her heart flutter in panic. She suddenly found it hard to face Lu Yin. Back when they were brothers, she could be carefree and open around him. But now she had to maintain the persona of Lin Ran, a pure and innocent damsel. So tiring, but also damn thrilling. Lin Anren tugged her hair in agony, her fingers hovering over the keyboard for ages before she finally spinelessly typed out a line. Ran, good morning, boyfriend. After sending it, she quickly flipped the phone screen down on the bed. Oh, what did she just send? Boyfriend. She actually called Lu Yin her boyfriend. No wonder the night was the wrong time for decisions. You would always regret them the next morning. Just as she was berating herself, her phone buzzed again. This time it was Suyu. Suyu, good morning, babe. Did you sleep well last night? How far has the push and pull with the guild leader gone? Have you backed him into a corner? A barrage of questions full of a strategist's concern for the battlefield. Reading Suyu's messages, the corners of Lin Anren's mouth couldn't help curling up wildly. Push and pull. No, she had already gone straight up and taken the high ground. Elated, she replied without a second thought. Ran, already done. The moment the message was sent, Suyu's WeChat call came in directly so fast that Lin Anren barely had time to react. Lin Anren cleared her throat, put on a sweet, cloying voice, and answered the call. Hello, Sister Suyu. Holy crap. You got me. Suyu's voice cracked on the other end in shock. How did you do it? Hurry. Tell me everything. What tactic did you use? Was it playing hard to get and making his heart itch? Or using the rival tactic to stir up a sea of jealousy? Quick, tell me every single detail exactly as it happened. I want to put it in my love playbook. Suyu sounded creepily excited. Hearing Suyu act like she had never seen the world, Lin Anren felt her vanity immensely satisfied. She cleared her throat and said with feigned nonchalance. It wasn't that complicated. I just confessed to him directly last night. Oh, you CONF, huh? Suyu's excitement screeched to a halt. What did you just say? You confessed to him? Yeah. Lin Anren answered as if it were only natural. And then he agreed. Silence fell on the other end. Lin Anren could even hear Suyu sharply inhaling. After a full dozen or more seconds, Suyu finally spoke in a tone of anguish full of disappointed hope. Ran. How could you? How could you just charge in and make the move yourself? Huh? Lin Anren was dazed. Didn't we agree before? You have to play hard to get. Make him be the one to act. Make him feel you're out of his league, drive him mad with uncertainty until he's crying and begging you to be his girlfriend. How could you? How could you be the one to speak first? You basically gave yourself away for free. Suyu's voice was filled with despair, as if she were watching a max-level main account. She had personally raised one with full god-tier equipment, get instantly one-shot by a lowly mob in PvP, because the player forgot to activate a skill. Is there any difference? Lin Anren felt a twinge of guilt from her words. Either way, we ended up together. The difference is huge. Suyu was practically thumping her chest and stamping her feet. In one scenario, the other side had to pull out all the stops to win you over, and he'll see you as an irreplaceable treasure. In the other, you threw yourself at him, and he'll just think, oh, so easy to snag. The power dynamic is completely different. Don't you get it? Lin Anren was dizzy from the barrage of theories. It was just falling in love. Why did it feel like war with strategy and tactics involved? Sigh. On the other end, Suyu let out a long sigh. The sound was steeped in world weariness and helplessness, as if she had aged 10 years in an instant. Lin Anren was bewildered. How did Suyu seem even more invested than she herself, the one actually involved? Forget it, Suyu said weakly. What's done is done, there's no use talking more. All our hard-won advantages, just, ugh. She sighed again. Hearing her worry like a mother hen, Lin Anren felt a little amused and a little warm. Alright, Sister Suyu, I know you mean well. She quickly softened her voice to comfort her. Suyu was silent for a while, as if readjusting her mindset. Fine, since it's already like this, let's just take it one step at a time. Her tone picked back up, brimming with the responsibility of a strategist. But Ran, you remember this. Even though you were the one to make the first move, we can't afford to lose our pride. If the guild leader ever dares to treat you badly, or makes you feel wronged, you tell me immediately. I'll gather all the sisters from our guild, march to his place, and have your back. Lin Anren's heart warmed. She smiled and replied, okay. Having a friend like this was truly wonderful. Alright, enough about that. Suyu shifted gears, her tone turning brisk and cheerful. I'm off this afternoon, and I happened to spot some new autumn outfits a couple of days ago. Want to go shopping? Sure. Lin Anren agreed without a second thought. Ever since becoming a girl, she seemed to have developed a slight interest in shopping. Especially when she was with her close girlfriend Suyu. It's settled then. 2 o'clock this afternoon. See you there no matter what. After saying that, Suyu sent a location pin. When Lin Anren opened it, she saw it was the busiest commercial district in the city center. As she was looking at the map, she suddenly felt that the street name looked familiar. Wait. Isn't this the street right below Lu Yan's office building? The instant the address caught her eye, Lin Anren's mind buzzed with a dull ring. That was the street right beneath Lu Yan's company. The place Suyu had chosen for shopping turned out to be the busiest commercial area, directly downstairs from Lu Yan's office building. Are you out of your mind? Shopping there meant risking a run-in with Lu Yan. What if he came out for lunch or slipped away for an afternoon coffee? The mere thought alone made Lin Anren's scalp prickle with dread. No, absolutely not. Lin Anren's fingers flew across her phone screen in a frenzy. Ran, Sister Suyu, why can we pick somewhere else? This mall is way too crowded. I get social anxiety. She tried to slide through by playing up her fragile shut-in persona. However, Suyu was clearly not someone who could be fobbed off so easily. Suyu has social anxiety. Babe, you have a boyfriend now. You'll have to go on dates and meet up with him eventually. You can't just hide at home for the rest of your life. Think of it as getting out early to get used to things. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Suyu sent a trust me sticker, her attitude firm, leaving absolutely no room for consultation. Lin Anren was in despair. How could she ever explain to Suyu that the boyfriend was exactly the person she was afraid of meeting? Ranran, but I really don't feel comfortable in crowded places. She was still struggling for a final escape. Suyu, enough with the buts. Hear me out, Ranran, you can't go on like this. A pretty girl like you is going to grow mold from staying cooped up at home all day. You need to get out there, see more people, look at the world around you. Suyu's tone overflowed with the solicitude of an elder sister, almost a mother. Lin Anren was left tongue-tied by her earnest words. Besides, don't you like the guild leader? When you love someone, you work hard to become a better person for them. Getting over your social anxiety is the first step. This afternoon, your big sister will personally accompany you in taking that brave step. Lin Anren had no way out. With Suyu having gone this far, any further refusal would make her appear utterly ungrateful. And Suyu was right. She couldn't hide from people forever. Although what she feared was running into Lu Yan. All right. Lin Anren agreed. That's my girl. Suyu immediately resumed her vivacious tone. Don't worry. With your big sister around, I guarantee you'll come out as a bright, sunny beauty. 2 o'clock this afternoon. Don't miss it. Once the call ended, Lin Anren hurled her phone onto the bed and collapsed across the mattress in a full-body sprawl. Utter doom. This afternoon's outing was to her no less than a Hongmin banquet. Approaching noon, she began deliberating over what to wear for the excursion. To reduce the risk of recognition to the absolute minimum, she had to swaddle herself from head to toe. She rummaged through her belongings and produced her most oversized bucket hat, a brim wide enough to conceal half her face. She also fished out a black mask. Then came the clothing. She crossed over to the cluster of shopping bags Suyu had bought her last time, peered at the lovely dresses inside, and descended into contemplation. Maybe she should wear a dress. After all, she was Lin Ranran, now a girl. She had caught an earful for wearing a hoodie when meeting Suyu last time. If she still showed up in such an androgynous manner, Suyu would definitely scold her. Moreover, in a dress, her figure and temperament would be entirely distinct from the old Lin Anren. Perhaps that would make it even harder for Lu Yan to recognize her. The idea was rather alluring. She took out the white dress from last time, held it up against herself, and then retreated to the bedroom to put it on. When she stood before the mirror once more, she was still faintly startled by the reflection. The girl in the mirror wore a minimalist white dress revealing delicate ankles and a sliver of fair calf. Her long hair fell loosely about her, making that first love face of hers all the more pristine and enchanting. She would indeed be difficult to recognize. She tried pacing a few steps before the mirror, and the hem of her dress swayed gently with her movement. The sensation was peculiar, both foreign and thrilling. Just as she was steeling herself before the mirror, ready to walk out the door, a terrifying thought wormed its way into her head. What if she truly ran into Lu Yan? How would he react when he saw her like this? At the image of Lu Yan methodically tracking his gaze over her current body, Lin Anren felt every drop of blood in her veins surge straight to her scalp. Utterly mortifying. No way. Absolutely not. She beat a hasty retreat to the bedroom, stripped off the dress in a flurry, and put back on the bulky hoodie and jeans that offered her the most security. Only when she gazed at the mirror and saw the girl once more wrapped up like a cocoon with no curves discernible at all did Lin Anren finally expel a heavy breath of relief. Safe now. So be it. At worst, Suyu would nag at her again. As long as Lu Yan remained oblivious, everything else could be managed. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Lin Anren donned her hat and mask and pushed open the front door. She arrived at the designated subway station exit 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Planting herself beside a pillar in a corner, she revealed only a pair of eyes as she swept them over the interminable stream of passers-by. Every man standing over 1.8 meters tall in a crisp shirt caused her heart to clench with nervous tension. This state of jumping at every shadow was pushing her to the edge of a breakdown. Fortunately, Suyu was a punctual soul. At exactly 2 o'clock, a spirited figure in a bright yellow dress came bouncing into her line of sight. Ranran. Suyu spotted her from afar and waved with unbridled joy. Lin Anren hurried forward to greet her. Sister Suyu, she offered in a quiet, timid voice. Suyu immediately swept her into a warm hug, then gave her a thorough once-over. And in that same instant, her brows snapped together. Babe, why are you dressed like this again? Suyu's voice was steeped in confusion and a faint trace of exasperated disappointment. What about all those pretty dresses we bought last time? You haven't worn a single one. Lin Anren pressed her hat brim lower, murmuring in a small, guilt-ridden voice. I tried one on this morning, but it felt strange, and I wasn't used to it, so I changed back. What's there to get used to? You look spectacular in a dress, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Suyu pinched her cheek. You just need a little confidence. You have a boyfriend now, so you should let him see the most beautiful side of you. At the word, boyfriend, Lin Anren's heart shuddered once more. Next time. I'll definitely wear a dress next time, she evaded in a vague promise. Suyu sized her up for a moment, let out a helpless sigh, and mercifully dropped the subject. Fine. I'll let you off the hook today. Come on, let's go grab some milk tea first, then launch the grand shopping campaign of the day. With that, Suyu linked her arm affectionately with Lin Anren's and towed her toward the mall. Lin Anren's body gradually slackened, allowing Suyu to drag her along. Once inside the mall, however, she snapped back to heightened alert, her gaze ricocheting in every direction, sweeping through her surroundings like a radar. In Suyu's eyes, all this anxious squirming was nothing more than timidity and poor adjustment. Don't be afraid. Sure, it's a bit crowded, but they're not going to bite. Just stay close to me. Suyu patted the back of her hand in reassurance, and Lin Anren nodded mechanically. The two of them first went to an internet-famous milk tea shop, where they stood in an enormously long queue. While waiting, Suyu zealously launched into gossiping about Lin Anren's romance with Lu Yan. So, now that you two are officially a couple, what's the plan for the next step, eh? Suyu asked, waggling her eyebrows with knowing mischief. When's the first date? Has he mentioned it yet? I haven't, Lin Anren mumbled vaguely. We both think things are fine as they are. I'd like to get more familiar online first. That simply won't do. Suyu countered immediately. Meeting face to face is what truly counts. You must get him to ask you out quickly. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the cooler the feelings will grow. But, drop the buts. Suyu cut her off, adopting the authoritative tone of a seasoned relationship counselor. Take my advice. When you get back today, hint around subtly. Ask when he's free whether he'd like to catch a movie or something. Men can be as stubborn as wooden logs. If you don't make the first move, they'll never catch on. Lin Anren could only stare in silence. She simply dared not imagine how nerve-wracking the prospect of watching a movie with Lu Yan in her present condition would be. After the painstaking effort of securing milk tea, Suyu promptly tugged her toward a series of boutiques. Overflowing with zeal for Lin Anren's image overhaul, she persistently held up articles of clothing in every style against her frame. Ranran, look at this one. The puff sleeves are just darling. And this floral dress. On you it would look incredibly delicate and gentle. Lin Anren bore a politely fixed yet painfully awkward smile throughout the entire ordeal. After roughly an hour of relentless browsing, Suyu began to feel the physical strain. The grueling pace of shopping was a severe trial on their stamina. Phew. I can't take another step. Suyu sighed, steering Lin Anren toward the seating area in the mall. Let's find somewhere to take a break. Lin Anren nodded vehemently. All she desired at that moment was to retreat to a deserted corner and disappear. Suyu took a sip of her milk tea, her eyes rolling thoughtfully before a brilliant notion suddenly occurred to her. Hey, I've got a wonderful idea. She clapped her hands with sudden excitement. There's a brand new internet cafe nearby with a fantastic atmosphere. Let's head there. We can rent a private booth, lie back comfortably, and team up to run dungeons together. How about that? Upon hearing the words internet cafe and private booth, Lin Anren's eyes instantly brightened. It was nothing short of a heaven-sent blessing. An internet cafe. What manner of sanctuary was it? It was a venue exclusively tailored for the youth. Someone like Lu Yan, a meticulous and relentlessly busy professional, would never dream of visiting an internet cafe on a weekday afternoon. Especially not a highly secluded private room. It was an absolute refuge. Absolutely. Let's go. Lin Anren's earlier despondency vanished in an instant, replaced by an uncharacteristic fervor. Her sudden surge of excitement momentarily left Suyu taken aback. You're that keen on internet cafes? Suyu inquired, intrigued. Lin Anren nodded with desperate fervor, terrified Suyu might reconsider. I haven't gone in ages. I sort of miss playing games. Observing the bright, eager gleam in her eyes, Suyu smiled with quiet understanding. I see. You're missing your guild leader, aren't you? Eager to log on and share a private moment with him. A rosy flush colored Lin Anren's cheeks, and she silently acquiesced. Then what are we waiting for? Onward, onward. Delighted by her reaction, Suyu took her by the arm and steered them toward the gaming lounge. Lin Anren trailed behind, her steps buoyant and her spirits lighter than they had been in what felt like forever. Fantastic. At last she could put distance between herself and this dangerous den of troubles. Shortly thereafter, they spotted an establishment called Starlight Internet Cafe. True to Suyu's claims, the venue was impeccably modernized, spotlessly clean, and brightly lit, utterly free from the hazy, greasy ambience typical of old-school gaming lounges. The main hall was outfitted with rows of professional-grade gaming chairs. After securing a private booth at the counter, an attendant promptly guided them further inside. The private room was compact, yet fully equipped. 3 high-performance computers, 3 plush gaming recliners, and a small side table completed the interior, offering an atmosphere of utmost privacy and comfort. Lin Anren collapsed onto the sofa and exhaled a long, shuddering breath of relief. Safe. She peeled off her cap, convinced she was finally drawing her first real breath of fresh air. Pretty decent, isn't it? Suyu asked, beaming with pride. It's fantastic. Lin Anren replied sincerely. With practiced ease, they booted up their terminals and signed into the game. Meanwhile, within Lu Yan's corporate offices, the entire engineering department was immersed in collective wailing. Director Lu, when exactly will this network be restored? I cannot push any code, and this afternoon's product launch will inevitably fall apart. Tell me about it, boss. There's simply no way to function. Frowning slightly, Lu Yin stared at the yellow exclamation mark blinking in the lower right corner of his monitor, his demeanor perfectly composed. Maintenance is already on site making emergency repairs. They mentioned an optical cable was accidentally severed. Cease work for today, everyone. Go home. You'll be compensated as usual. Hail the director. The office instantly erupted into jubilant cheers as loud as survivors celebrating an escape from certain doom. The programmers scrambled to gather their things and bolted with unmatched speed, dreading that the network might miraculously restore itself if they lingered even 1 second longer. In no time, the once bustling office thinned out to nothing but Lu Yin and a single core team member, Xiao Zhang. Leaning in, Xiao Zhang murmured quietly, "Director Yin, aren't you heading out yet?" Lu Yin didn't raise his head, his fingers swiftly navigating urgent messages on his smartphone. "I just need to wrap up a couple of loose ends." "Seriously, Yinji, with the entire building offline, you're still pushing yourself? That's next-level dedication," Xiao Zhang remarked, his face etched with profound respect. Lu Yin brushed it off. In his view, work remained work regardless of connectivity. There were invariably matters requiring attention. Realizing persuasion was futile, Xiao Zhang shrugged his shoulders. "All right, I'm vanishing then, Yinji. Catch you tomorrow. MHM." With Xiao Zhang gone, a profound silence settled over the office, punctuated solely by the soft rhythm of Lu Yan's thumbs against his glass screen. Finishing his correspondence, he lowered the phone, pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose, and felt a tangible weariness settle in. Leaning back against the chair, he was inexplicably drawn to thoughts of last night's confession. Unconsciously, the rigid curve of Lu Yan's lips began to soften. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, his phone screen illuminated. A screenshot of an in-game private message from Su Yu had arrived through WeChat. "Su Yu, guild leader. Urgent call from the realm. Jump into the game quickly. The brand new raid is short one player, and we're waiting for you. Ran and I are already logged in." Lu Yin had been on the verge of declining, using the office's dead network as his excuse. Yet the moment his eyes caught those 4 characters, Ran is here too, the words of refusal died in his throat. He had only officially claimed her as his girlfriend the day prior. How could he deny her first explicit invitation to play games together? Without a trace of hesitation, Lu Yin sprang to his feet, snatching his coat and smartphone. Professional duties could be postponed until morning, but a girlfriend's summons demanded immediate attendance. Walking out of his office, he paused at the elevator lobby and consulted his phone to locate nearby gaming lounges. Instantly, the top-rated establishment with the finest environment surfaced on his display. Starlight Internet Cafe. Merely 500 meters from the corporate tower. That was the one. Striding forward with long, decisive steps, Lu Yin stepped into the ascending lift. Lu Yin arrived at the front desk of Starlight Internet Cafe. This was his first time here. He had only chosen it because it boasted the highest rating on the map and the cleanest ambience in the photos. "Good evening. I'd like a single private room," Lu Yin said to the front desk attendant, his voice cool and detached. The young woman looked up and paused when she caught sight of his face, secretly thinking how handsome he was. She quickly composed herself, checked the computer, and offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, sir, but all our private rooms are currently occupied." "Gone." Lu Yan's brows furrowed slightly. He wasn't fond of the main hall, too noisy, too crowded. But there was no other choice. He didn't want to keep Ran waiting any longer. "Are there any seats available in the main hall?" he continued. Yes. This way, please. There are still a few empty spots in Zone A," the attendant said, eagerly, warmly ushering him along. Lu Yin glanced around the hall. It was indeed loud. The clicking of keyboards and shouts of players mingling together made him feel somewhat irritated. But the thought of Ran waiting for him in the game made him endure it. It was only for an hour or two. He found a seat by the aisle in Zone A, turned on the computer with practiced ease, put on his headphones, and shut out the chaos around him. The screen lit up and he logged into Floating Life Dream Guide. At the same moment, on the 3rd floor of the Internet Cafe in a luxurious private room, Lin Anren was sprawled across a soft gaming chair, happily sipping an iced cola that Su Yu had handed her. She let out a long sigh of relief. This room was practically heaven. The soundproofing was excellent, the sofa so comfortable she could fall asleep on it. Compared to the dangerous mall outside, this place was an impregnable sanctuary. "Look at you, such a scaredy cat," Su Yu said, sitting beside her and logging into the game while teasing. "It's just shopping. Why are you so spooked? What will you do when you go on a date with the guild leader?" Lin Anren's body went rigid again instantly. A date? She didn't dare to think about it. The mere thought made her scalp tingle. "Oh, that's still far off," she mumbled evasively and quickly changed the subject. "Hurry up and log on. I saw the update announcement yesterday. There's a new dungeon. Let's check it out." "Oh, so enthusiastic. Missing your boyfriend already?" Su Yu teased her with a wink. "Not at all," Lin Anren retorted stubbornly, but her cheeks flushed without her consent. She simply wanted to get into the game and find something to occupy her mind, lest Su Yu keep pressing her about her real-life relationship with Lu Yin. The two logged into the game, and as soon as their characters appeared in the main city, Su Yu opened her friend list. "The guild leader hasn't come online yet," Su Yu said, somewhat disappointed. "I'll nudge him," saying that she directly sent a message to Lu Yin on WeChat. Lin Anren's heart raced, and she instinctively leaned over to look at Su Yu's screen. "Su Yu, guild leader. Get online quickly. Ranran's almost waited herself impatient. Lin Anren's lips twitched. She was simultaneously eager for Lu Yin to come online and inexplicably nervous. They had only confirmed their relationship yesterday, yet today she'd be playing games with him as his girlfriend. It felt so strange. Just as she was lost in thought, Suyu suddenly patted her thigh excitedly. He's here. The guild leader is online. Lin Anren jolted upright instantly, her eyes fixed intently on her computer screen. As expected in the friend list, the gray avatar of Yin Shin lit up. Then a flash of white light appeared before them. A swordmaster character clad in dark attire, whose breathtaking handsomeness seemed to offend both gods and mortals. This was Lu Yan's character. He had arrived. The moment Lu Yin came online, he immediately sent Lin Anren a party invitation without a word. As soon as she joined the party, Suyu's boisterous voice echoed through the voice channel. Guild leader, you're finally here. Our Ranran has been waiting for you until her flowers have nearly withered. Lin Anren nearly sprayed her cola all over the screen. Who said I've been waiting until my flowers have withered? Suyu, don't slander me like this. Just as she was about to retort, Lu Yan's low, amused voice came through. Sorry I'm late. That voice. Lin Anren felt a tingling in her ears. She had heard that voice for over 20 years, but since their relationship changed, every note of it felt like a hook, so easy to lose oneself in it. She cleared her throat, trying to make her affected sweet tone sound more natural. It's okay, brother. Your work comes first. Oh, defending him already. Suyu seized on the remark and began howling in the voice channel. You've only just become his girlfriend, and you're already fussing over him. TSK tisk, our Ranrans, all grown up. Lin Anren's face flushed crimson in an instant, the heat spreading from her cheeks all the way to the tips of her ears. Sister Suyu. Her voice trembled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore. Alright, I'll stop. Suyu pleaded for mercy, but her tone was thick with suppressed laughter. Lin Anren puffed out her cheeks in irritation. For a moment, there was silence in the voice channel, then Lu Yan's voice came through again, this time with a comforting undertone. Alright, stop teasing her. Weren't we going to tackle the new dungeon? Right. The new dungeon. Lin Anren felt as though she'd found a lifesaver and immediately steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Sister Suyu, quick. Hand over the leadership to Big Brother. Let him carry us through. All she wanted now was to dive headfirst into the dungeon. Suyu couldn't help but laugh again. Look at you, so anxious. That excited to see your boyfriend. I am not. Lin Anren retorted immediately. Lu Yin seemed to detect her embarrassment and chuckled softly, taking the initiative to change the subject. Let me take the leadership. I've studied the strategy guides already. Got it. Suyu promptly transferred the leadership. After taking over as leader, Lu Yin didn't set off right away. Instead, he asked in the channel, Ranran, did you bring potions and buff talismans? Lin Anren paused, instinctively opening her backpack to check. Oh, I forgot to buy them. No sooner had she finished speaking than a trade request notification popped up. Player Yin Shun has initiated a trade with you. She clicked to accept, and the trade window was instantly filled with top-tier red and blue potions, as well as a host of colorful buff talismans she couldn't even name. Take it. Lin Anren silently confirmed the trade, her heart swelling with mixed emotions. This feeling of being cherished and meticulously cared for by her boyfriend. It was sweet and also incredibly satisfying. Whoa, Suyu exclaimed dramatically in the voice channel. Guild leader, you're showing favoritism. What about mine? I need potions too. She had barely finished speaking when Lu Yan's trade request appeared. But what he offered Suyu in the trade window seemed rather plain by comparison. Several sets of mid-tier health and mana potions, both in quality and quantity, far falling short of what he'd given Lin Anren. Suyu clicked confirm and immediately started sulking in the voice channel. Wow, Guildmaster. You're being so biased. Such blatant double standards. The top-tier elixirs go to Ranran, but I get mid-tier goods. I protest. I'm an important DPS in this party too, I need some love as well. Lin Anren listened to Suyu's loud complaining, feeling incredibly pleased inside. That's right, after all, who do you think I am? I'm his brand new girlfriend. The little figure in her heart stood with hands on hips, so smug that its tail seemed to reach the sky. But on her lips, she still pretended to be embarrassed, coming to Lu Yan's defense. Oh, Sister Suyu, don't say that about my brother. He probably just grabbed them from the warehouse on a whim. On a whim. You can grab 2 different quality tiers of potions on a whim. Ranran, you're too naive. Suyu spoke with the air of someone who had seen through everything. This is the difference between being loved and not being loved. I figured it out now. I'm just the extra person in this family. Lu Yan's helpless voice came through the headset. Alright, let's go run the dungeon first. Suyu then suddenly snapped back to reality. Let's go start it up. New dungeon, here I come. Let me see which blind boss dares to block your path for romance. The entrance to the dungeon was a misty, deep bamboo forest, dimly lit, with ghostly phosphorescent lights floating by from time to time. The atmosphere was crafted quite effectively. Everyone stay close to me. As team leader, Lu Yin gave concise orders. He took the lead, sword drawn, his agile figure instantly charging into the monster pack. Lin Anren and Suyu quickly followed. This new dungeon was called Yuang Ancient Path, and the mobs inside were a group of panda warriors wielding bamboo spears. They looked cute and endearing, but they hit incredibly hard. One strike, and the health bar plummeted. Suiwa, playing a berserker warrior, was all about reckless aggression. She charged in with fierce cries, but within moments she found herself surrounded by 3 panda warriors, her health dropping like a roller coaster. What the hell? Ranran, save me. My health is crashing. Suyu screamed through the voice chat. Lin Anran, still dazed from thinking about Lu Yin, was jolted awake and frantically played her harp to heal Suyu. But before she could restore Suyu's health, she saw Lu Yin already flashing to Suyu's side in an instant. His wrist flicked and sword light cascaded like a waterfall, exploding across the 3 panda warriors in a single moment. Those 3 panda warriors who had been so arrogant and triumphant just now were now lying side by side, reduced to 3 fluffy corpses. The whole process was smooth and effortless, so fast that Lin Anran couldn't even catch his movements clearly. Stay behind me. Lu Yan's voice came again, this time directed at Lin Anran. Oh, okay. Lin Anran quickly took small steps and ran behind Lu Yan's character, finding a safe corner to stand. The following scene completely turned into Lu Yan's solo performance. He was like a god of war unleashed, drawing all the mob aggro by himself. Wherever his sword light passed, panda warriors fell and rose. Lin Anran only needed to stand in the safest spot, strum her harp perfunctorily to apply a negligible attack buff to Lu Yan, and then watch her experience bar climb frantically. And Sui Wei, after being saved once, also learned her lesson and followed Lu Yin like an accessory, occasionally rushing forward to pick up stragglers and landing a quick strike before retreating. Not long after having cleared the dungeon, all 3 were somewhat tired. Mainly Sui Wei, who had been talking non-stop in the voice channel and had a dry throat. I can't anymore, she said weakly while lounging on the sofa. I need to replenish some energy. Ranran, what do you want to drink? I'll go grab it for you. Ice cola, thanks, Sister Suyu. Lin Anran nestled into the sofa, feeling so comfortable she didn't want to move a single finger. Alright. Suyu got up from the sofa and stretched lazily. Guildmaster, you 2 chat first, give me 10 minutes. After saying that, Suyu pushed open the private room door and walked out. The room immediately fell silent, with only the hum of the computer fan audible. In the voice channel, only Lin Anran and Lu Yin remained. Once Suyu left, the lively, teasing atmosphere in the room disappeared instantly. A subtle quietness spread through the air. Lin Anran's heartbeat began to race inexplicably. What should she do? What should she say? Back when they were just brothers, they'd spent plenty of time alone together without ever feeling awkward. They could chat about anything or simply play games side by side in silence, both feeling completely at ease. But now, with their identities changed, her mindset was completely different. She was supposed to be a delicate girlfriend who needed protecting. She had to maintain this persona. Lin Anran cleared her throat, racking her brain to find a topic. Should she compliment him on how cool he was during the dungeon, or ask him what he had for dinner? Just as she was torn, Lu Yan's voice rang out, first deep and tender. Were you tired from the dungeon? And not at all. With you there, I was just watching from the sidelines the whole time, not tired at all. Good. Lu Yan chuckled lightly. That laugh, transmitted through high-quality audio, was clear and alluring, sending a tingling sensation through Lin Anran's eardrums. How unbearable. How could anyone resist such a voice? She felt herself on the verge of melting away. Did you learn the skill book dropped by the boss? Lu Yan asked again. Yes, I learned it. Lin Anran opened her skill panel, gazing at the gleaming golden new icon with satisfaction. Thank you, brother. This ultimate skill was called Neon Feather Raiment Song, which granted the entire party an invincible shield for 15 seconds with a 10-minute cooldown. A superb survival ability. Lin Anran had only seen it in game videos and had dreamed of obtaining a copy, never expecting to get it so effortlessly today. You're welcome. Lu Yan's voice sounded quite pleased. You're my girlfriend now. These are all things I should do for you. Girlfriend. Lin Anran's heart began pounding uncontrollably. She realized she had absolutely no resistance to those 3 words. Whenever Lu Yan spoke them, they seemed to carry some kind of magic, making her entire being feel dizzy and euphoric. So can I walk around arrogantly from now on? Lin Anran gathered her courage and asked in a teasing tone. She wanted to test just how much privilege her status as a girlfriend actually granted her. You can. Lu Yan's answer was immediate, filled with a matter-of-fact indulgence. From now on in the game, if anyone bullies you, just tell me. Wow. This boyfriend power was absolutely overflowing. It was exactly the domineering CEO-style dialogue that only appeared in novels. But what if I'm the one bullying others, hey? She pushed further, continuing to test his boundaries. She expected Lu Yan to lecture her, perhaps saying something like, we shouldn't provoke trouble. However, Lu Yan merely paused, then responded with an even more doting tone. Then I'll help you bully them together. Lin Anran's delicate face flushed uncontrollably. The mere thought that Lu Yan, who was usually as rigorous and disciplined as an old cadre, would utter such unprincipled words on her behalf, stirred an indescribable sense of secret pleasure in her heart. So after all, Lu Yan wasn't some upright gentleman after all. He was just as bewitched and dazed by a little enchantress like herself. Just as she was floating on cloud 9, a burst of noisy background sound pulled her back to reality. Ever since Lu Yin answered the voice call, she had vaguely heard the clicking of keyboards on his end along with some indistinct voices all jumbled together in a chaotic mess. Before, with Suyu around, she hadn't paid much attention to it. Now that they were alone in the private room, the background noise seemed exceptionally clear. Lin Anren's curiosity was piqued. She cleared her throat and asked as though it were entirely casual, "Brother, why is there such a strange noise coming from your end all the time? It's so noisy." True to form, Lu Yan's voice on the other end immediately softened. "Is it disturbing you?" He paused, seemingly adjusting his microphone, and the background noise subsided slightly. "I'm at an internet cafe. I couldn't get a private room," he explained. Internet cafe. Lin Anren was stunned. Why on earth was Lu Yin at an internet cafe? She had always assumed Lu Yin was casually browsing the web on his company computer during work hours. Wait, hold on. The company, the internet cafe. A terribly ominous notion suddenly sprang from the depths of Lin Anren's mind. Surely not. It couldn't possibly be that coincidental, could it? Her heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of foreboding instantly seized her. She didn't even dare to ask which internet cafe he was at, afraid that her words might become a self-fulfilling prophecy. While Lin Anren was trembling with anxiety on one end of the line, Suyu on the other had absolutely no idea. She had already arrived at the first-floor lobby of the internet cafe. The lobby of this internet cafe was designed with an intense esports atmosphere featuring dazzling lights and rows of professional gaming chairs that looked every bit as expensive as they appeared. Despite it being a weekday afternoon, the occupancy rate was surprisingly high. The room was filled everywhere with the rapid-fire clacking of keyboards and the excited shouts of players. Suyu bought 2 Cokes at the front desk and was about to turn back upstairs when her peripheral vision casually swept across Section A. Right at a seat in the aisle, the side profile of a man instantly caught her attention. The man sat with impeccable posture, his figure tall and upright, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. Even from behind, he exuded a cool detachment that stood in stark contrast to the noisy surroundings. So handsome, Suyu thought to herself, instinctively admiring the sight. Out of appreciation for fine aesthetics, she couldn't help but glance a few more times. The man seemed to be intensely focused on his game, his fingers flying across the keyboard so quickly that they nearly left afterimages. Suyu was a gamer herself, and at a glance she could tell he was a skilled player. Curiosity getting the better of her, she rose on her tiptoes to see what game he was playing. But the moment she looked, her eyes widened in shock. That familiar login screen, that breathtaking Xinxiao world. Wasn't this the very game she and Lin Anren had been playing? Floating life dream. Such a coincidence. Not only a fellow gamer, but the very same game. Suyu's interest was instantly piqued. She quietly crept closer, hoping to get a better look. The moment her gaze fell upon the game screen, her entire body froze. On the screen, a sword, venerable, clad in dark battle attire and wielding a long sword, stood in the plaza of the main city. And beside that sword, venerable, stood a zither master playing an instrument and a female warrior. Weren't those Ranran and herself? The party list proudly displayed 3 IDs, Yin Shun, Ranran, and swords sweeping the 8 waists. Suyu's eyes widened in realization. So this stunningly handsome man, who seemed too perfect for this world, was actually the guild leader. She had never dreamed that Yin Shun, the person behind the screen, would be such an extremely cool and breathtakingly handsome top-tier heartthrob. No wonder that little girl Ranran was so utterly captivated that she couldn't even wait for her strategist's tactical advice and charged straight in. If it were her, she'd charge too. Who could resist this? Suyu's heart pounded wildly with excitement. She felt as though she had discovered a monumental secret. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her racing emotions, and then tentatively called out toward that backdrop, her voice barely above a whisper. Guild leader. Lu Yin, who had been gently soothing Lin Anren over the voice call, suddenly heard a somewhat familiar female voice behind him. He furrowed his brow, slightly muted his mic in the game first, and then turned around. The moment he saw the girl standing behind him, a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. The girl looked to be in her early 20s, with striking features and large bright eyes that sparkled with excitement and gossip, staring at him unblinking. He didn't know her. Lu Yin had an excellent memory, and he was certain he had never seen this girl before. But she had addressed him as guild leader. That was his in-game title. Could she be a member of the guild? Before Lu Yin could finish his thoughts, Suyu had already eagerly stepped forward, her smile as radiant as a sunflower. It really is you, guild leader. She lowered her voice, but the excitement in her tone was impossible to conceal. I'm Suyu. As she spoke, she pointed at Lu Yan's computer screen as if afraid he wouldn't believe her. Suyu. Lu Yan's gaze darted between her and the female warrior character on the screen. Understanding dawned on him, and he nodded with a knowing expression. So it was her. As for Ranran's senior martial sister, Lu Yan's impression of her still revolved around a few labels: talkative, loud, and Ranran's friend. He withdrew his gaze and gave a polite, yet distant reply. Hello. His reaction was remarkably calm, showing absolutely none of the excitement one might expect from a virtual to real meetup. If anyone else had been met with such an icy demeanor, they would have surely grown awkward and at a loss for words. But who was Suyu? She was a social butterfly unmatched. Far from being intimidated by Lu Yan's coldness, she only grew more excited. A great player should be a bit aloof. That fit his persona perfectly. What a coincidence. Such a huge coincidence. Suyue, completely at ease, wound her way around to his side and gazed at his screen, marveling aloud. Who would have thought our guild leader is this handsome? If this were posted in the guild chat group, those young girls would absolutely go crazy. Liu Yan's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He disliked being scrutinized so closely and especially detested the idea of his private life being discussed in public view. Just as he was about to speak, using the most tactful wording to ask her to leave, Suyu's next words caused him to swallow what was on the tip of his tongue. Hey guild leader, why are you sitting in the main hall? It's so noisy here. Suyu asked with genuine perplexity. Why don't you come play with us in a private room? Ranran and I are right upstairs. She deliberately stressed the word, Ranran, and winked at Liu Yan, wearing an expression that plainly screamed, I'm creating an opportunity for the two of you. Ranran. At the sound of that name, Liu Yan's previously cold eyes instantly softened. He suddenly remembered why he had come here in the first place, because of Suyu's message saying Ranran was waiting for him. So they were at this same internet cafe after all. The mere thought that the shy and lovely girl was somewhere upstairs, and that he would be seeing her soon sent his heartbeat skipping a beat for no apparent reason. They had only just confirmed their relationship yesterday, and today they were already planning to meet in person. Wasn't this progress a bit too fast? A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind, but it was quickly overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of anticipation. He wanted to see her. Once this thought arose, it became impossible to suppress. All right. Liu Yan agreed, almost without hesitation. He efficiently exited the game, closed his laptop, and then stood up, picking up the jacket draped over the back of his chair. Let's go, he said to Suyu. Noticing his instantaneous change in attitude, Suyu chuckled mischievously to herself. Just hearing the name Ranran, and the iceberg had already melted. True to the saying, every hero falls to beauty. She could already envision what an adorable, flustered, and blushing expression Lin Anran would make upon seeing her long-craved boyfriend brought right before her eyes. Just thinking about it was thrilling. This way, Suyu led the way ahead, her steps noticeably lighter and more brisk. Lin Anran lay sprawled on the gaming sofa in the private room, aimlessly poking at her phone. Liu Yan had just muted his mic in the game and logged off without a word. Even more infuriating was that 1 second before he silenced, she had clearly heard a vague female voice coming from his earphones. It had only lasted a split second, but it was unmistakably a woman's voice. So there you go, Liu Yan. You just confirmed your relationship with me yesterday, and already today you're sneaking around with some other woman. And then you go ghosting. Just the thought of Liu Yan perhaps chatting and laughing with some pretty girl in a corner of an internet cafe made an inexplicable flame of anger rise in Lin Anran's chest. She didn't even realize that her expression had turned into that of a scorned wife catching her husband cheating. Just as she stood there silently grumbling at Liu Yan's grayed-out avatar, the door to the private room clicked open behind her. Sister Suyue, you're finally back. I'm dying of thirst here. Without looking up, Lin Anran naturally assumed it was Suyu returning with cola. She spoke while lazily turning her head around, but the very next moment her expression froze completely. Two people stood at the doorway. One was Suyue carrying 2 bottles of cola with a gossipy grin on her face. The other was Liu Yan, tall and upright, dressed in a simple white shirt, quietly looking at her. The instant their eyes met, Lin Anran's mind went completely blank. She opened her mouth, but all that came out was a breathy sound. Huh. She remained frozen mid-turn, utterly stunned. Liu Yan, looking at the girl on the sofa, was also slightly taken aback. So familiar. Those round, startled doe eyes, clear and innocent like a frightened fawn. He was certain he had seen those eyes somewhere before. Suyu stood at the door, glancing between the petrified Lin Anran and the probing Liu Yan, scratching her head. Something was off about this atmosphere. Wasn't this supposed to be the heartwarming moment of an online romance, finally meeting in person, electrifying sparks, embracing, and tears of joy? Why did they look like 2 suspects caught red-handed, not moving a muscle? After exactly 10 seconds of system failure, Lin Anran's brain finally rebooted. Her survival instinct immediately analyzed her desperate situation. Running was impossible. Playing dead was out of the question. The only way out was to act. Keep acting. She was Ranran now, an introverted girl who had never met Liu Yan in person. She didn't know him. That was right, she didn't know him. Lin Anran forcibly tore her gaze away from Liu Yan's face. Her eyes slid past him and landed on Suyu behind him. Sister Suyue, who is this? The moment Suyu saw this reaction, it clicked instantly. Also, they hadn't shown each other photos yet. That explained it. These two had been inseparable in-game, yet here, they were acting like strangers. Once she figured that out, Suyu immediately flashed a mischievous grin. She cleared her throat, and like a matchmaker presenting a treasure, vigorously pushed Liu Yan forward. Ran, let me introduce you. She deliberately drew out her tone, mimicking Lin Anran's usual cutesy voice from the game, coquettishly saying, This is the big brother you're always going on about. Oh. I caught this wild guild master downstairs. How coincidental is that? I brought him right up for you. Won't you thank me? Lin Anran felt her back teeth nearly grinding to dust. She squeezed out a dry, stiff sentence through clenched teeth. Thank you. By then, Liu Yan, who had been silently observing her, finally spoke. His gaze rested on her, carrying a hint of curiosity, his voice low and gentle. Ran. The moment her name was called, Lin Anren's body involuntarily shivered. She felt exactly like a student caught daydreaming in class and suddenly called upon by the teacher. All her hairs stood on end. She forced herself to meet Lu Yan's gaze and stammered a response. Yes, it's me. Yuri, you're the big brother. For some reason, saying that title directly to Lu Yan's face was 10,000 times more humiliating than typing it across a screen. Her cheeks flushed red, instantly the warmth spreading all the way to her ears and neck. Hearing that familiar soft voice, the last trace of suspicion in Lu Yan's eyes finally dissolved. Yes, it was definitely that voice. The probing look in his eyes instantly softened into a gentle smile. Yes, it's me. But by then Lin Anren no longer knew what to say. An eerie silence fell over the private room. It was social butterfly Suyu who broke the deadlock. Watching Lin Anren's pheasant-like attempt to shrink into the sofa crack, she decided her sister's face had to be saved. Come on. Why are we standing? Boot it up. Suyu strode in, quickly dropped the cola on the table, and deftly powered on the computer beside Lin Anren for Lu Yan. While the computer started, she casually, but firmly guided Lu Yan toward the empty seat next to Lin Anren. Sit. Right next to your girlfriend. No need to be formal. We already paid for the internet time, so let's not waste it. Let's play a round of games first to get comfortable. Watching Suyu's seamless maneuvers, Lin Anren felt a surge of gratitude. In a critical moment, sisters really were the most reliable. But then she reconsidered. Who had created this disastrous situation single-handedly, if not her? That fleeting gratitude vanished in an instant, replaced by gnashing teeth. Lu Yan, however, made no objection and sat down beside Lin Anren. The moment he sat, Lin Anren went completely rigid. Too close. There was only a sofa armrest separating them. She could even smell the laundry detergent on him. That brand. He had used it since childhood, as she knew it all too well. Fortunately, Lu Yan made no inappropriate moves. He simply put on his headphones, logged into the game, and turned his head slightly, his voice just loud enough for her to hear. Let's get on the game. I'll help you clear a few more dungeons. His tone was calm, as though they were not internet friends meeting for the first time, but old acquaintances. That composure somehow calmed the bomb about to explode within Lin Anren's heart. She lowered her guard slightly and pumped herself up mentally. It was just playing a game together. So what was the big deal? Just play the game first and figure out the rest later. Anyway, as long as she didn't feel awkward, someone else would. She nodded, put on her headphones, and forced her attention onto the computer screen. Ready? I'm pulling aggro. Why yes, Gidge. Watching Lin Anren's nervous demeanor, Suyu giggled beside her, clearly amused by that soft, endearing tone in her voice. Lin Anren's face turned even redder, wishing the floor would swallow her whole. The game began. Lu Yan's sword venerable character charged ahead, diving straight into the horde of monsters. A gorgeous sweep of sword light flashed across the screen, followed by a cascade of stunning damage numbers. Lin Anren and Suyu along for the ride simply followed behind and occasionally tossed out a skill for show. Whoa, boss, you're insane. Suyu squealed through the voice chat, playing the role of hype squad. Lin Anren wanted to join in, but whatever she was about to say came out soft and breathy instead. Gidge, you're so amazing. She could barely stand herself, but there was no choice. No matter how flustered, she felt the persona had to hold. The dungeon battle proceeded smoothly. Lu Yan's mechanics were as sharp as ever. Precise positioning, seamless skill combos, single-handedly handling all the damage. Gradually, Lin Anren began to relax. Or perhaps she relaxed too much and her mind slipped back into the familiar rhythm of how things used to be between them before her body even registered it. When the final dungeon boss unleashed a screen-wide insta-kill skill, a massive red warning flashed across the display. Dodge? Lu Yan directed calmly through the voice chat. Lin Anren instinctively maneuvered her character into the safe zone behind his. Right at the moment the skill effects exploded and the boss entered its brief, vulnerable state, her excitement short-circuited her better judgment. Her right hand shot out, fast and light, and she tapped Lu Yan's forearm twice. Great work. Hit it now. The words tumbled out quick and sharp in her genuine voice. Bright and crisp, utterly unlike the soft, affected tone she'd been using. The moment the words left her mouth, Lin Anren froze in horror. Her right hand remained suspended in midair. She could clearly feel the muscle beneath her palm tense up instantly. Oh shit. What the hell did I just do? Lin Anren yanked her hand back as if burned, hiding it behind her fingertips, still trembling faintly. That gesture, that habit of tapping someone's forearm, was theirs. A reflex born from years of playing together. Whenever they pulled off an amazing combo or witnessed some godlike play, she'd always do that without thinking. It was her exclusive gesture, meant only for him. How could she have done it here right now? Lin Anren's heart was hammering so hard it felt like it might burst from her throat. She didn't even dare turn her head to look at Lu Yan's expression. She could only stare fixedly at her monitor, pretending nothing had happened. Finally, Lu Yan's voice came through the headset again. He sounded unchanged, calm as ever. Lin Anren stole a sideways glance and noticed he was still focused intently on the screen. He hadn't noticed. Of course not. It was just a reflexive little gesture. What could it possibly mean? There are plenty of people in the world with similar habits. He definitely wouldn't connect it to anything. Yes, that must be it. Lin Anren frantically reassured herself in her mind, and her taut nerves loosened just a fraction. Suyu glanced between the two of them, her eyes brimming with gossipy curiosity. She had seen everything clearly just now. That movement from Ran had been as natural as breathing. Nothing like something a girl who had just met this person would do. Still, she didn't dwell on it. She simply chalked it up to her reserved friend briefly losing composure in the heat of the moment. She cleared her throat and rallied the mood once more. Oh my god, that scared me. We were about to get wiped. Thank goodness our guild leader was here. With Suyu providing a diversion, Lin Anren exhaled a long sigh of relief. She silently warned herself to watch her hands and her mouth from now on. Absolutely no more slip-ups. However, some habits are carved so deeply into one's bones that the harder you try to suppress them, the more likely they are to break free. Soon the boss's health bar was nearly depleted. With Liu Yan's final strike, the massive boss collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a flood of golden loot spilled across the screen. We won. Suyu cheered excitedly. Lin Anren was equally thrilled. These new dungeons were notoriously difficult, and they had cleared them so effortlessly. But again, the overwhelming surge of joy clouded her judgment. Before she even realized what she was doing, her hand reached out once more. This time not a tap, but a playful, affectionate pinch on Liu Yan's firm shoulder. I knew it. With you here, there's no way we'd fail. The effortless certainty and shared pride in her tone was something no act could replicate. The moment she made that gesture, Lin Anren's smile froze on her face. Not again. Was her hand plotting against her on its own? Was it trying to get her killed? She reacted quickly this time, snatching her hand back immediately. But it was already too late. Liu Yan stopped looting slowly, turned his head, and looked directly at her. His gaze was deep and searching, something Lin Anren couldn't quite read, as though he were peering past her exterior straight into the depths of her soul. This time he didn't look away. He didn't say a word. Lin Anren's scalp prickled under his stare. She's dead. Completely dead. He's definitely suspicious now. The air in the private room turned thick and suffocating. What should she do? Just play dumb and deny everything. Just as Lin Anren was about to drive herself mad with panic, Liu Yan finally moved. He simply raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, then turned back around, and continued clicking his mouse, distributing the dungeon drops methodically. He said nothing. But his silence was somehow more terrifying than any words could have been. That quiet scrutiny hung over her like a blade poised to fall, its timing unpredictable. She sat rigidly in her seat, having completely forgotten the game. Her mind raced with nothing but does he suspect? He definitely suspects. How can I fix this? Hey Ranran, what's wrong? You're zoning out. Time to distribute loot. Suyu's voice broke through like a lifeline. Lin Anren snapped back to reality and urgently refocused on the screen. Liu Yan had assigned her all the best gear suitable for a Een master, along with the precious skill book, keeping only sword venerable appropriate items for himself. Thank you, Gidge. Lin Anren replied via text. She dared not speak aloud, any more terrified of accidentally exposing herself again. Liu Yan didn't reply. He simply sent a nod emoji in the party chat. For the remainder of the session, Lin Anren grew unusually quiet, communicating entirely through typing and craning her body as far toward the opposite end of the couch as possible, deliberately maintaining distance from Liu Yan. She resembled a startled rabbit jumping at every slight sound. Liu Yan seemed to sense her withdrawal and made no further attempts to initiate conversation, leaving an awkward tension hanging in the room. Only Suyu, blissfully carefree, remained excited about clearing the dungeon. After another round, Suyu finally sensed that something was off. What was going on with those two? Here they were. Their online relationship finally brought face to face, and they were sitting stiffly side by side, gaming in near silence. This simply wouldn't do. Where was the spark? Where was the romance? Her reputation as a seasoned wingwoman and love strategist was on the line. No, she had to do something. She had to create an opportunity for these two to actually connect. Suyu's eyes darted and a plan began to form. She stretched exaggeratedly and announced in a loud voice. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I've been gaming for so long that my eyes are going blind and my neck is sore. With that, she quit the game and stood up. Let's go. We should find another place to hang out. Staying in this internet cafe all the time is so boring. Upon hearing this, a warning bell rang in Lin Anren's heart. Change places. Where to? All she wanted right now was to go home immediately and bury herself under the covers. Huh, not playing anymore. I thought it was pretty fun. Lin Anren tried to resist. Fun what? Look at you, your face has turned pale from staying up so late. Girls need to treat themselves better. You can't stay up all night playing games every time. Without giving her a chance to refuse, Suyu pulled her up from the sofa. Lin Anren felt like crying, but had no tears left. Liu Yan also quit the game, watching them quietly, as if waiting for Suyu to continue. Suyu took out her phone and quickly tapped a few times before holding up the screen for both of them to see her smile, leaving no room for objection. Tada, look what I found. On the phone screen was a movie ticketing app showing a newly released romance film. Flipped 12,000 times, rated 9. 2. Everyone who's seen it says it's ridiculously sweet. Perfect for couples. And there's a promotion right now: buy one ticket, get one free. It's basically tailor-made for you too. Suyu spoke with great enthusiasm. Lin Anren looked at the pink movie poster and felt her eyes were about to be stung. Watch a movie. A romance. With Lu Yen. Have mercy. Lin Anren weakly wanted to refuse. Oh, if you don't like watching them, you can develop a taste for it. Suyu didn't give her any chance to refuse. She threw an arm around her shoulder and dragged her out like a female bandit. When you're tired, that's exactly when you need to watch something sweet to relax. The cinema seats are way more comfortable than those internet cafe chairs. You can even lean on your boyfriend's shoulder and fall asleep. As she spoke, she kept winking at Lu Yen, sending endless hints. Lin Anren wanted to die right there. She looked at Lu Yen, desperately hoping he would voice some objection. After all, Lu Yen wasn't the type who enjoyed romance movies. When they used to go to the cinema together, they always watched sci-fi action or mystery films. However, Lu Yen simply picked up his jacket, stood up, and said calmly, "Let's go." Lin Anren. It's over. This world is beyond saving. And so Lin Anren was escorted to the cinema like a cat being dragged by the scruff of its neck, helpless and unwilling. The weekend cinema was crowded with nearly everyone there being a couple. The air was thick with the cloying sweetness of popcorn and the sour stench of romance. Lin Anren felt dizzy and overwhelmed by the atmosphere, wishing she could put on a gas mask right then and there. Suyu excitedly ran to the ticket counter and used her buy one get one free coupon to purchase 3 tickets. When collecting them, she deliberately chose seats in the middle of the last row, calling it the prime viewing area. Lin Anren knew perfectly well that this wasn't some prime viewing area at all. It was the notorious couple's corner, the legendary dark little room. All right, tickets are bought. Suyu ran back like a child seeking praise, shoving the tickets into their hands. I'm going to grab some drinks. Wait for me here. Before they could even react, she darted off toward the concession stand. Soon the vast waiting area held only Lin Anren and Lu Yen. Lin Anren's palms were sweating from nerves. She kept her head down, pretending to study the seat numbers on her ticket, but dared not glance at Lu Yen. Lu Yen stood right beside her, doing nothing and saying nothing, yet his commanding presence made it hard for her to breathe. She could feel a barely perceptible gaze resting on her. Was Lu Yen looking at her? Was he still suspicious? Had he already seen through everything and was merely playing along? Countless speculations swirled wildly through Lin Anren's mind, making her already chaotic thoughts even more tangled. Just then Lu Yen suddenly spoke. What happened to your hand? His voice was low, filled with concern. Lin Anren paused, then instinctively looked up and followed his gaze to her own hand. Only then did she realize that in her nervousness, she had been unconsciously picking at her nails, and the edges had become slightly red from the friction. This was another old habit from her past life. Whenever she was nervous or deep in thought, she would absent-mindedly pick at her nails. This. Lin Anren looked at her reddened fingertips and couldn't think of any excuse. Great, another habit exposed. How were all the habits she'd cultivated over 20-plus years sprouting up like bamboo shoots after rain? She couldn't control them at all. Watching the girl in a panic like a hamster caught stealing food, with her eyes darting everywhere, a hint of amusement flickered in Lu Yan's eyes. He didn't press further, but softened his voice as if comforting a startled animal. Are you nervous? Lin Anren nodded blankly. How could she not be nervous? This was a real-life meetup from an online relationship, and the person was her brother of over 20 years. If her true identity was discovered, she was dead meat. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lu Yan's heart softened. He reached out and said naturally, "Let me see your hand." Before Lin Anren's mind could process it, her body instinctively extended her hand. When Lu Yan's large palm enveloped hers, she shuddered and froze completely. Lu Yan's hand was so big and warm. His dry palm covered the back of her hand, his fingers long and strong, gently resting on her wrist. She could clearly feel the thin calluses on his fingertips from years of typing and household chores. That sensation was like a faint electric current traveling from where their skin touched up her arm and straight to her heart. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Anren's heartbeat grew erratic. She had touched Lu Yan's hand before, not once, but many times. As a child crossing the street, he would hold her hand. When excited during gaming sessions, she would pat his arm. Even in winter, when her hands were cold, she would boldly stuff them into Lu Yan's pocket for warmth. But back then she was a boy and Lu Yan was her bro. Physical contact was as natural as anything. Like your left hand touching your right, stirring no emotion whatsoever. But now she was a girl named Lin Ranran, and Lu Yen was her boyfriend. The same touch felt completely different now. Lin Anren's cheeks flushed crimson, the heat spreading from her face to her ears and down her neck. She must be crazy. How could she feel? This touch wasn't bad at all. Lin Anren, wake up. This is your bro. You're deceiving him right now. This is emotional fraud. The little voice in her head screamed frantically, but her body stayed perfectly still, almost craving that warmth and reluctant to pull away. Lu Yen remained calm. Lowering his gaze, he carefully examined her reddened fingertips. You just picked at them too hard. You're not hurt. After saying that, he released her hand. The warmth vanished instantly, and Lin Anren felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She quickly pulled her hand back and hid it behind her back. Oh, okay. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Just then a gossip-laden voice sounded behind them. Hey, what good show did I miss? Lin Anren turned around and saw Suyu carrying 2 large buckets of popcorn and 3 cups of cola looking at them with a mischievous grin. That look was as if she'd uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Lin Anren's heart sank. It was over. She must have seen what just happened. Nothing. Lin Anren denied it desperately. Suyu winked at her expression clearly saying, I understand, I totally understand. She pressed the popcorn and cola into their hands, then urged them on like a worried mother. Hurry up, the movie's starting. Let's go in. With that, she led the way toward the screening room. Their seats were right in the middle of the last row. Suyu, in no surprise given her reputation as a social terror and master matchmaker, shoved Lin Anren into the middle seat and naturally took the spot on her other side. Oh, you 2 lovebirds should sit together. This third wheel will just be considerate and sit over here. Suyu said this with complete confidence. Lin Anren. She had no energy left to complain. The theater lights dimmed and the massive screen lit up with pre-show advertisements. Lin Anren was trapped between Lu Yin and Suyu, unable to move. To her left was Suyu's crunching popcorn and her restless gossipy glances. To her right sat Lu Yin silently watching the movie. He hadn't done anything, just sat there quietly, yet his overwhelming presence still made Lin Anren feel immense pressure. She sat completely rigid, her back straight, perched on only a tenth of the couch seat, trying hard to maintain a fist's width of safe distance from the man beside her. The movie began. Against a backdrop of cloyingly sweet music, a handsome man and beautiful woman appeared on screen. The female lead was a naive, innocent girl while the male lead was a domineering CEO. Within 5 minutes of the opening, they got to know each other through a comedic misunderstanding. Lin Anren rolled her eyes internally. Seriously, a plot formula from 10 years ago could still earn a 9.2 rating. Were audiences really that easy to fool these days? Under normal circumstances, she would have launched into full commentary mode by now. But right now she didn't dare say a word. So Lin Anren could only stare at the screen with a blank expression, mentally roasting the movie while forcing a wow how sweet smile onto her face. Lu Yin beside her watched with remarkable calm. Or rather, he wasn't watching at all. Lin Anren stole a glance from the corner of her eye and noticed his gaze wasn't on the screen. He was just leaning back in his seat, head slightly tilted, lost in thought about something. Was he finding it boring too? Fair enough. Expecting a straight-laced guy who only cared about plot logic and special effects to sit through this mindless romance was definitely a stretch. A flicker of guilt surfaced in Lin Anren's heart. But then she reasoned that letting him experience the agony of watching a terrible film with his girlfriend was part of the plan all along. With that thought, her guilt vanished, completely replaced by a hidden satisfaction. The plot advanced quickly and the leads had already entered that ambiguous stage of romance. To create romance, the male lead took the female lead to an abandoned amusement park. Accompanied by eerie music, they entered a pitch-black haunted house. Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat. No way. A horror sequence inserted into a romance film. Was this director really that wild? She instinctively shrank towards Suyu. Sensing her tension, Suyu assumed she was scared and leaned in quietly, whispering, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It's all fake. Lin Anren wanted to cry, but had no tears. I'm not scared of ghosts. I'm scared of the person next to me. Sure enough, the next moment, a white-clad female ghost with disheveled hair suddenly burst onto the screen. Oh. The theater erupted with screams from the female audience members. Lin Anren was startled by the sudden jump scare, her body jerking violently. But she wasn't frightened by the ghost on screen. In fact, her hand had uncontrollably reached out and firmly grabbed Lu Yan's forearm. Her fingernails had dug into the fabric of his shirt from the grip's intensity. By the time she registered what she'd done, it was too late. She could feel Lu Yan's arm muscles tense sharply the moment her fingers closed around him. Holy shit. Did her hand have a mind of its own? This was already the 3rd time today she'd physically targeted Lu Yan. Lin Anren was startled by her own habits. She stared fixedly at the screen while her mind raged against herself in a torrent of self-reproach. Oh, Lin Anren, are you out of your mind? It was one thing to grab Lu Yan's arm while gaming in the past, but now you're Ran, a delicate little girl. How could you just lunge and grab someone's forearm? What if he noticed something amiss? Wouldn't that be the end of everything? She stole a sideways glance at Lu Yan and noticed only a brief tension in his muscles before he went still. He didn't turn his head or say a word, simply letting her hold on. Lin Anren's heart pounded like drums, though reason told her that letting go now would seem even more suspicious. After all, wasn't it perfectly natural for a girlfriend to grab her boyfriend's arm when startled? There was nothing for it. She just had to steel herself and keep holding on. The film continued and Lin Anren and Suyu grew increasingly absorbed. On screen, the romance between the leads intensified rapidly with romance after romance, making Lin Anren wonder aloud whether modern love stories had become so bold. Lost in the movie, she suddenly sensed movement beside her. Lin Anren turned instinctively and found Lu Yan wasn't watching the screen at all. He was staring right at her. His gaze carried such depth as though peering through her facade to see the real her. Lin Anren's heart skipped a beat. She'd been so caught up in the film her eyes were already reddened, and now, under Lu Yan's intense stare, she nearly choked back her tears. Why is he looking at me? Could he have actually figured something out? Lin Anren screamed internally. She forced a smile, hoping to bluff her way through. Just as she was at a loss, a strange commotion erupted from the row ahead. Lin Anren risked a glance and spotted a couple completely lost in a passionate kiss. No way. Hey, this is a public place, show some restraint. Lin Anren raged silently. Even worse, she caught Lu Yin glancing at the kissing couple before his eyes drifted back to her. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Lu Yin, are you going to make a move too? We just met in person. Kiss on the first date. Ain't that moving too fast? I'm not ready for this at all. Wait. She never planned to kiss Lu Yin in the first place. But then she worried would refusing him raise his suspicions. After all, she was supposed to be his delicate girlfriend. Lin Anren closed her eyes, steeled her nerves, and went for it, leaning in to press a trembling kiss against Lu Yan's cheek. It was barely a brush of lips, swift and light. She immediately shrank back, muttering under her breath that it was too soon for a real kiss, so this would have to suffice for now. Lu Yan, whose face had just been kissed, found himself unusually at a loss for words. He touched the spot where her lips had brushed against him. Just for a moment, yet he could still feel the softness of them. Had he given any impression that he wanted to kiss her? Lu Yan questioned himself in silence. He'd only been pondering the similarities between Lin Anren and Lin Ranran. After all, he really had always harbored the illusion that Lin Ranran was actually Lin Anren. The moment she'd pulled away, Lin Anren's cheeks flushed bright red, the heat spreading from her face down to her ears and neck. She felt as though she were about to cook alive. I just kissed my bro. This friendship can never go back to normal. Her inner monologue was screaming in panic. Just then a strange sound came from beside her. Lin Anren turned to see Suyu with her mouth stuffed full of popcorn, her body shaking as she tried desperately to hold something back. Is she about to burst out laughing? Suyu swallowed her popcorn, fighting back her amusement. She'd witnessed everything just now. Her best friend's reaction was absolutely adorable, but she also noticed something off about Lu Yan's expression. Why wasn't he reacting at all? Suyu decided that for her sister's happiness, she had to fan the flames. Oh my, this movie is so touching. Suyu dramatically wiped at her eyes, then leaned close to Lin Anren's ear and whispered so only she could hear. Ranran, you were so brave just now. But I love it. That's exactly how it should be. You have to take the initiative if you want to win over the boss. Lin Anren's face turned even redder as she wished she could shut Suyu up. She stole a glance at Lu Yan and noticed he was still touching his cheek, his expression somewhat dazed. Could he be shaken by what I did? Lin Anren felt a pang of panic inside. The movie kept playing, but she couldn't focus on it at all. Her mind was in complete turmoil, alternating between Lu Yan's stunned expression after the kiss and Suyu's amused look as she watched the scene unfold. Finally, the movie ended. Let's go get something to eat. Lu Yan's voice came softly beside her, carrying a hint of huskiness. Lin Anren suddenly looked up and found Lu Yan already standing, gazing down at her. There was something in his eyes that she couldn't quite read. Huh. Oh, okay. Lin Anren stammered in response. Her legs felt strangely weak beneath her. Suyu, meanwhile, was full of energy and hooked her arm through Lin Anren's, grinning widely. Come on, let's go. I'm starving. Boss, what do you want to eat? My treat. Lu Yan glanced at Suyu, then turned to Lin Anren with a questioning look in his eyes. Lin Anren quickly shook her head. She had no appetite to eat at all. She just wanted to find somewhere quiet to compose herself. I'm not feeling well, I want to go home and rest. Lin Anren said quietly. Suyu immediately grew worried upon hearing this. What's wrong? Were you too tired from watching the movie? Or did something frighten you earlier? Lu Yan furrowed his brows and reached out to touch her forehead. His hand was cool, which brought Lin Anren some relief. No fever. Is it low blood sugar? Lu Yan asked. Lin Anren quickly nodded. Yeah, probably. Suyu chimed in immediately. Then let's hurry and get something to eat. Have some sweets. But Lu Yan replied differently. I'll take her home first, you go eat. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up instantly. She immediately understood and smiled knowingly. Suyu immediately understood and smiled knowingly. All right then. Take good care of Ranran, boss. I'll grab a bite first and wait for your news at home. With that, Suyu bolted off in a flash. Lin Anren watched Suyu's retreating figure, feeling both affection and exasperation toward her. Let's go, Lu Yan's voice came again. Lin Anren followed him out of the cinema, keeping her head down the entire way, afraid to meet his gaze. Where do you live? Lu Yan asked. Lin Anren gave him a false address, planning to take a taxi home on her own. But Lu Yan called a rideshare instead. In the car, Lin Anren sat in the back seat with Lu Yan beside her. The car was silent except for the sound of the air conditioning blowing. What exactly was he thinking about? Lin Anren stole a sideways glance at him from the corner of her eye. Lu Yan leaned back against the chair, his head slightly tilted, his gaze fixed on the street scenery flashing past outside the window. His handsome profile flickered in the light and shadow of the streetlights, revealing no trace of emotion. He wasn't looking at his phone, nor was he resting with his eyes closed. He simply sat there in silence. Lin Anren would stake her 20-plus years of brotherhood on it. Lu Yan in this state was absolutely not spacing out. His mind was definitely racing at full speed. He was suspicious. Absolutely suspicious. Ever since those out-of-control little gestures at the internet cafe, he had already begun to suspect. tapping his forearm, rubbing his shoulders, picking at his nails. These were all habits etched into Lin Anren's bones. After 20 years together, Lu Yin surely remembered them perfectly. One or two might be dismissed as coincidence, but when they happened repeatedly, only a fool wouldn't grow suspicious. It was over. Her performance today had been a complete disaster. Her carefully constructed persona lay in ruins, every disguise torn apart. Lu Yin must now find every aspect of Lin Ranran, utterly bizarre, screaming something is wrong from head to toe. What was he thinking? Just as she lost herself in frantic speculation, the phone on Lu Yan's leg lit up. He picked it up and glanced down at the screen. Immediately after, Lin Anren saw Lu Yan's fingers flying across the screen. The very next second, the phone in her own hand vibrated with a soft hum, and its screen illuminated. Lin Anren cast a quick glance. It was a message from Lu Yin on her primary account. In that instant, she felt as though her entire blood had frozen. She could clearly sense that almost the moment Lu Yin heard the notification sound, he turned his head, his gaze landing directly on her. Fuck! He had barely finished sending the message, and hers went off right after. Lin Anren sat rigid, daring not to move an inch. Aren't you going to see who messaged you? Lu Yan's voice broke the silence. His tone was calm, yet Lin Anren detected something unusual beneath it. He was testing her. Lin Anren forced a somewhat shy smile, and slowly unlocked her phone. She didn't unlock it right away. Instead, she pretended to casually glance at Lu Yin, then spoke in a soft, slightly complaining tone. It's probably Suyu. She messaged me earlier asking where I was. She's likely growing impatient. The excuse was nearly perfect. Lin Anren silently applauded her quick wit. Is that so? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more. He turned his gaze back, returning to his phone, as though patiently waiting for someone's reply. Seeing this, Lin Anren let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. She had somehow gotten away with it. She warned herself secretly to be extremely careful when replying. She absolutely couldn't make another mistake. She quietly shifted her body slightly to one side, using herself to block the phone screen before daring to open the WeChat chat that had made her heart race with dread. The message content made her pupils quake. Lu Yin, I'm coming to your place tonight to check on you. Lin Anren nearly crushed her phone to pieces. He was coming to her apartment. Right now. How could this be? This was practically killing her. For one, she was utterly overwhelmed and couldn't possibly manage everything at once. Even if she could sprout wings and fly home, immediately showing up in her current state would expose everything the moment they met. Wait. Lin Anren's mind raced. Actually, she was already finished. Lu Yin had clearly seen Lin Ranran's face. Previously, it had only been her voice, which she could have brushed off as merely someone who sounded similar. But now he had seen her face. Any attempt to sweep it under the rug was nothing short of fantasy. Exposure was only a matter of time. And yet, even though her rational mind knew all of this was irreversible, Lin Anren still couldn't accept dying so quickly. Every day delayed was a day gained, every minute stretched was a minute won. At the very least, let her and Lu Yin both prepare themselves a little better rather than being caught red-handed by him in such chaos. She took a deep breath, her fingertips flying across the keyboard as she replied to Lu Yin on her primary account. Lin Anren, no need. I'm going to sleep, please stop fussing. She sent a string of refusals complete with several kneeling and begging for mercy emoji stickers, hoping to dissuade Lu Yin from this idea. However, this time the usually understanding Lu Yin behaved completely out of character. Lu Yin, I'll just come take a look. It won't take long. His words carried an unquestionable firmness. Lin Anren's heart sank. It was over. He was absolutely determined to come. The more insistent he became, the heavier his suspicion grew. He would not rest tonight until he saw Lin Anren in person and verified his suspicions with his own eyes. What should she do? The car continued to glide smoothly along, the lights outside the window shimmering in dazzling colors, yet Lin Anren felt as though she were sitting in a prison van heading straight for the execution ground. She couldn't let him go. Absolutely not. A crazy idea suddenly surged through Lin Anren's mind. As long as she could prevent Lu Yin from coming to her apartment tonight, wouldn't that solve everything? Lin Anren gritted her teeth, steeled her resolve, and decided to take a desperate gamble. She suddenly lifted her head, her expression instantly shifting into one of pain and misery. One hand pressed to her forehead, her delicate brows knitted tightly together. Brother. Her voice trembled weakly, successfully capturing Lu Yan's attention. He turned his head, looking at her pale face, his own brow furrowing in concern. What's wrong? Still feeling dizzy? Lin Anren nodded weakly, then, as if remembering something, her expression grew even more troubled. I just got a message from my landlord. He said there's been an issue with the property management in our complex. Apparently the main water pipe burst, and they're making emergency repairs. Water and electricity will be cut off tonight, and probably won't be restored until tomorrow. She spoke carefully, cautiously observing Lu Yan's reaction the entire time. This lie was riddled with holes from top to bottom, but she couldn't be bothered anymore. She was throwing caution to the wind, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Lu Yan's brow deepened even further after hearing this. Water and electricity cut off. He fell silent for a few seconds as if pondering something. Lin Anren's heart pounded in her throat. Just as she feared he was about to see through her, Lu Yin finally spoke. That won't do, he said in a deep voice. How am I supposed to rest tonight without water and electricity? There was hope. Lin Anren's heart leaped with joy, and she pressed her advantage, looking at him with even more pitiful, helpless, and dependent eyes. Then let me send you to a hotel for the night. After a moment's thought, Lu Yin offered the most reliable solution. A hotel? How could that work? If she went to a hotel, Lu Yin would have the chance to turn around and rush straight to her apartment. By then, if he found no one home, she would be completely finished. She had to keep him occupied, prevent him from going anywhere tonight. Lin Anren's mind raced furiously, and a bolder plan began to take shape. She looked at Lu Yin, her eyes slightly reddening, clear apricot-colored eyes gathering a thin film of moisture like a startled fawn. Biting her lower lip, she spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, overflowing with endless shyness and longing. Can I stay at your place for the night, brother? The moment the words "stay for the night" left her mouth, Lin Anren felt her cheeks instantly burn like a branding iron. Gone insane. She had to be out of her mind. She had actually volunteered to spend the night at a man's place they had only just met that afternoon. Though he was her good brother of over 20 years, the dynamics had changed entirely. She was Lin Ranran, a newly official girlfriend who had only just confirmed her relationship with Lu Yin. Proposing to stay overnight at the guy's house on the very first meeting. Wasn't that a blatant invitation in anyone's eyes? Lin Anren, have you abandoned your persona? What happened to that pure, innocent girl image you cultivated? Her inner voice was screaming in wild panic. But the words were already spoken like water spilled, irreversible. All she could do was steel herself and continue gazing at Lu Yin with that shy, pitiful expression. The air inside the car froze at that moment. Lu Yin looked at the girl before him. She kept her head slightly bowed, her long eyelashes trembling delicately like butterfly wings. An abnormal flush colored her pale cheeks, and the way she bit her lip carried a vulnerability that made his heart tighten. She said she wanted to stay at his place for the night. Lu Yan's brows furrowed instinctively. Too fast. This progression was far too rapid. Today was their first time meeting in person. Though they had chatted extensively online and had already established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, real-world interaction was undoubtedly another matter entirely. As a responsible adult man, he instinctively felt this was inappropriate. He should refuse. He should follow his earlier suggestion. See her to a safe, comfortable hotel, then depart, with proper, gentlemanly decorum. That would have been the most correct, most rational approach. But when his gaze met the girl's wet amber eyes full of dependence and longing, those rational thoughts deflated like a punctured balloon. Words of refusal stuck in his throat, impossible to utter. She looked so small, so fragile, so desperately in need of protection. If he rejected her now and left her alone at a hotel, would she be afraid? Would she think him an irresponsible boyfriend? Lu Yan's heart softened in that instant. For over 20 years, he had grown accustomed to caring for Lin Anren, accustomed to cleaning up the various messes left by that lazy fellow. That instinct to care for others seemed carved into his very bones. And the Ranran before him resembled Lin Anren in so many ways. Especially that unguarded, wholehearted dependence on him. It was strikingly similar. It made him utterly incapable of hardening his heart to refuse. Fine. Lu Yin sighed softly in his heart. It was merely staying for one night. He had a spare room, and he would simply maintain proper distance. All right. Lin Anren froze. Lu Yin had actually agreed so readily. This defied all logic. Lu Yin was not that kind of person. Though he had always been kind to her, he was fundamentally a man of strong principles, even somewhat rigid. How could he so casually let a girl he had just met spend the night at his home? Lin Anren had originally planned to engage in prolonged negotiations and eventually win him over. But then she reconsidered. Perhaps this was fine after all, at least the situation was moving in a favorable direction for her. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Gidge. Lin Anren immediately dropped her tearful expression, her face blooming into a brilliant smile. Watching her mood shift so abruptly, a trace of a smile flickered across Lu Yan's eyes, something he had not even noticed himself. He took out his phone and right before Lin Anren's eyes opened his chat box with Lin Anren. Lin Anren's heart jumped once more. She watched Lu Yin methodically type out a message. Lu Yin, I have something coming up tonight, won't be able to make it. Get some rest early. Lin Anren read the message and breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was temporarily averted. She had successfully prevented Lu Yin from visiting her home tonight, avoiding the disaster of her identity being exposed on the spot. But then, just the thought of spending the night at Lu Yan's home made her scalp tingle with dread. Wasn't this escaping the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair? Under Lu Yan's direction, the car turned around and headed toward a direction Lin Anren knew intimately. She could navigate to Lu Yan's home with her eyes closed. Yet today that road felt interminably long and agonizing. The car finally stopped in the underground garage of an upscale residential complex. We're here. Lu Yin unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out first. Lin Anren followed sluggishly, her legs feeling somewhat weak. She trailed behind Lu Yin into the elevator, watching him press the button for the 18th floor. The polished mirrors inside clearly reflected the figures of two people. One tall, one short, one male, one female. They looked like an entirely ordinary couple. Lin Anren studied her reflection in the mirror, wearing an oversized hoodie, her face still carrying traces of panic and uncertainty, and then glanced at the upright, composed Lu Yin beside her. A profound sense of unreality enveloped her completely. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Lu Yin stepped out first, deftly retrieving his keys from his pocket and unlocking the door to room 1802. Come in. He stepped aside, opening the door to what felt like a tiger's den. Lin Anren drew a deep breath and walked inside with heavy footsteps. Greeting her was that familiar, clean, cool aura. It was the scent belonging to Lu Yan. The moment she stepped into Lu Yan's home, the entranceway sensor light activated automatically, casting soft, warm light upon the space before her, a space she knew better than her own. Spotlessly clean dark wood flooring, a floor-to-ceiling white shoe cabinet to the right, and a full-length mirror hanging on the wall to the left. Everything was exactly as she remembered. Slippers are on the second shelf of the cabinet. Lu Yan's voice came from above. He had already changed into his own slippers and was bending down to retrieve a pair for her. Lin Anren nodded stiffly, though her gaze involuntarily swept through the room. The living room layout embodied that minimalist style she knew best, black, white, and gray as the dominant tones, appearing sophisticated yet cold, much like Lu Yan himself. That enormous gray fabric sofa, they had picked it out together. She still remembered how she had stubbornly chosen the longest, softest model against all advice, simply to lie down more comfortably. The result was that 9 out of 10 visits, she would end up sleeping on it. On the carpet before the sofa, a faint stain from a spilled cola during her last gaming session still lingered. On the TV cabinet beside the game console and several controllers sat a Gundam model, that birthday gift she had given Lu Yan 1 year. He had complained it was childish, yet placed it right where it could be seen most prominently. And that open kitchen where she had sat at the bar countless times gaming while waiting for Lu Yan to feed her. Everything here was filled with traces of Lin Anren. And yet now she stood here under the identity of Lin Ranran. The feeling was profoundly strange. What's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Lu Yan had already placed a brand new pair of slippers by her feet. They were pink, fluffy bunny slippers, completely out of place with the rest of his home's aesthetic, clearly purchased new specifically for a female guest. Lin Anren looked at those pink bunnies, another wave of nameless frustration rising within her. Lu Yan quite thorough indeed. Tell me, for which younger sister were these slippers prepared? She roared internally, yet on her face, she could only squeeze out a shy smile. Noth ing. I just think your home is so clean and beautiful. Make yourself comfortable. Lu Yan pointed toward the living room sofa, then turned and walked toward the kitchen. Would you like something to drink? Water or juice? Water. Water is fine. She slipped into those pink bunny slippers, feeling their softness beneath her feet. She walked into the living room, but did not sit on that familiar sofa. Instead, she chose a single chair farthest from it, sitting primly and properly, like someone attending an interview. She did not dare sit on that sofa. She feared that once she did, she would lose control and collapse into it, exposing her lazy nature to the world. Lu Yan soon returned with a glass of warm water, setting it down on the coffee table before her. We don't keep anything chilled at home, he offered his explanation. I know, you old-fashioned health enthusiast who drinks only warm water throughout all 4 seasons. Thank you, Gidge. Warm is perfect. Lu Yan took a seat on the sofa opposite her. In the spacious living room, 2 people faced each other across a coffee table, the atmosphere growing awkward in that moment. Is your head still spinning? Lu Yan's voice suddenly cut through the silence. Lin Anren jolted, meeting his gaze. His expression was calm, just as it always was. Oh, yeah. It's much better now. Thanks for asking, brother. She quickly forced a shy smile. Faking it. All of it. Her head felt perfectly fine. Her heart, however, was weary. Good. Lu Yan nodded and stood up. Are you hungry? I'll make dinner. Dinner. Lin Anren's eyes lit up instantly. Lu Yan cooking with his own hands. Those were the culinary creations she had always dreamed of. Far better than anything from delivery. Back when they were just buddies, she could shamelessly drop by for meals any day. But now that she had become Ranran, she had assumed that privilege was gone. Never in her wildest dreams did happiness arrive so suddenly. Her inner cravings were already screaming wildly, yet on the surface, she had to maintain her facade. Oh, there's no need to go to all that trouble, brother. You must be tired too. I can just have something light or nothing at all. She waved her hands in protest, but her eyes betrayed her, glued relentlessly to Lu Yan. Lu Yan caught every one of her subtle movements, the corners of his lips curving ever so slightly. It's no trouble. He walked straight to the coat rack in the corner of the living room and took down a gray apron. He was tall and imposing, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, already striking in a simple shirt. Now with unhurried grace, he tied the apron around his back, sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing the toned, fluid lines of his arms. Every movement flowed like water, exuding an effortlessly domestic allure. Lin Anren found herself at a loss. When did he become this handsome, even in an apron? How had she never noticed before? Had her aesthetic sense been reshaped by this female body? Lu Yan, ignoring her dazed expression, turned and walked into the open kitchen. From her angle, Lin Anren had a perfect view of his busy silhouette in the kitchen. Warm orange light fell upon him, outlining a soft golden halo. He opened the refrigerator, took out the ingredients, and bent his head to wash and prepare them with focused care. Lin Anren had seen this scene countless times before, yet the same person, the same setting. Her state of mind was entirely different. A wave of warmth like gentle water slowly enveloped her heart. As she watched, she began to feel that simply sitting there idle seemed improper. Her boyfriend was working hard in the kitchen, while she, his girlfriend, just stood by doing nothing. Was that appropriate? Lin Anren rose from her chair and shuffled hesitantly toward the kitchen doorway. Is there anything I can help with? She peeked her head in and asked softly. Lu Yin, who was slicing tomatoes, paused mid-chop. He turned his head and saw the girl standing at the doorway, her expression brimming with eager anticipation, as if begging to be assigned a task. His first instinct was to say, no need, just go sit and wait. But gazing into those clear, almond-shaped eyes, his words took a different turn. After a moment's thought, he said, then help me get the Sichuan pepper oil. Afraid she wouldn't find it, he was about to add, it's in the cabinet to the left of the stove, the bottle hidden behind the star anise. But before he could finish, he saw Lin Anren nod knowingly, stride confidently to the stove, rise on her tiptoes, and accurately open the left cabinet door. She reached and rummaged among a collection of bottles and jars, and precisely pulled out the bottle of Sichuan pepper oil. She held up the bottle, turned around, and flashed him a triumphant, treasure-presenting smile. Brother, is this it? In the kitchen, only the hum of the range hood could be heard. Lu Yan's knife remained suspended in midair. Without glancing at the bottle, his gaze locked firmly onto Lin Anren's face. Under his intensely focused stare, her smile gradually stiffened, then vanished. What's wrong? Did I get the wrong one? Lu Yan slowly set down his knife, took the bottle from her hand, and examined it for a moment. It was indeed the correct one. He lifted his eyes and looked at her again, a barely perceptible smile blooming on his face. No, you got it right. He paused, his tone casual, as if making small talk. I'm just a bit surprised. How did you know it was here? She had slipped up again. I was guessing, she quickly improvised. I just randomly opened a cabinet and lucked out. Found it on the first try. Plus, my mom always puts rarely used seasonings in high cabinets. So I subconsciously reached for that cabinet too. The excuse was riddled with holes. She couldn't even convince herself. She watched Lu Yan nervously. However, he merely raised an eyebrow and did not press further. Is that so? Then you're quite lucky. He turned back to finish chopping his tomatoes. Close call. She had barely gotten away with it. But the atmosphere in the kitchen had grown strangely tense. Lin Anren stood rigidly aside like a misbehaving elementary school student, her hands not knowing where to place themselves. She was caught between leaving and staying. If she left, it would seem guilty. If she stayed, she feared making some other fatal mistake. Lu Yan, on the other hand, carried on as if nothing had happened, systematically preparing dinner. Chopping vegetables, marinating meat, heating oil in the wok. Each movement seamless and fluid, possessing a visually pleasing rhythm. Lin Anren stole glances at him, her heart soaring and sinking. What was he thinking? Had he really let that suspicious point slide? Impossible. Based on her understanding of Lu Yan, he was a walking detail obsessive. That move of hers had undoubtedly been logged in his mental notebook, awaiting some future reckoning. Just as she was lost in anxious speculation, Lu Yan suddenly spoke. Pass me the salt. Lin Anren jolted back to attention. Salt? Where was the salt? She remembered there were 2 salt containers in his kitchen, one on the right side of the stove containing regular table salt, and another on the bottom shelf of the spice rack, low-sodium salt, because Lu Yan cared about his health and preferred using that when cooking for himself. Which one should she hand him? As a brand new girlfriend who had just come to his place, she should not know this distinction and could grab either one. But what if this was also a trap? A spy thriller drama erupted in Lin Anren's mind. Picking the regular salt would fit her persona, but might not be what Lu Yan wanted. Picking the low-sodium salt would be exactly what he desired, but would immediately expose her overly intimate knowledge of his habits. This was a death-defying question. Ran. Lu Yan prompted, the oil in the wok beginning to smoke. Lin Anren steeled herself and made a decision. She dashed over, quickly grabbed both salt containers, and held them up before Lu Yan in an innocent, naive tone. Brother, which one do you want? There are 2 kinds. I'm a genius. This way she gave him the choice, appeared considerate, and perfectly avoided any risk of exposure. Lu Yan glanced at her, then at the tall and short salt containers in her hands, a flicker of complex, unreadable emotion crossing his eyes. After a moment of silence, he reached out and took the shorter, plump, low-sodium salt container. This one. After sprinkling the salt, he plated the dish and said not a single word more. Yet Lin Anren sharply sensed that the atmospheric pressure in the kitchen had dropped even further. Had she done something wrong again? The agonizing prep time finally came to an end. When the 3 dishes and 1 soup were placed on the dining table, Lin Anren's eyes went wide. Sweet and sour pork, tomato and egg, stir-fried garlic broccoli, and a bowl of corn and rib soup. Color, aroma, and taste. All impeccable, rivaling a 5-star restaurant. Even worse, every single one of these dishes was her absolute favorite. Especially the sweet and sour pork. Lu Yan's signature dish, a flavor no restaurant could ever replicate. Lin Anren sat at the table, drooling inwardly, yet striving to maintain a proper ladle-like posture. Try it, see if it suits your taste. Lu Yan served her a bowl of soup and set it before her. That familiar tone was exactly the same as when she used to come over for meals back in the day. Lin Anren lifted the bowl, breathing in the rich, intoxicating aroma. All her vigilance and defenses were on the verge of being conquered by appetite. Forget it, let her perish. Better to die under a peony bush than live without enjoying life. Eating Lu Yan's cooking. If she got caught now, it would still be worth it. She picked up her spoon and carefully scooped a mouthful of soup. The exquisite broth bloomed on her taste buds, the corn's natural sweetness and the rib's savory richness merging into perfect harmony. So delicious. She immediately reached for the tomato and egg stir-fry. The eggs were tender and silky, the tomatoes sweet and tangy, the heat precisely controlled. This was the exact flavor. Finally, her chopsticks drifted toward the glistening plate of sweet and sour pork, irresistible in its appearance. A piece of pork entered her mouth. The crust shattered crisp, the interior melted tender, the sweet and sour sauce coating every inch of her taste buds. It was so delicious she nearly swallowed her tongue. Well, Lu Yan asked, watching her eyes gleam with delight, his manner relaxed and unhurried. Lin Anren's mouth was stuffed full, and like a hamster hoarding food, she could only nod desperately, her words muffled. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Brother, you're practically a god sent down to earth. Between bites, she reached for another piece of pork. Lu Yan watched her devour the food with a softening gaze, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. I have a friend. He began lazily, who also really loves these dishes. Whenever she comes to my place, she specifically requests them. I've gotten used to making them. Lin Anren's chopsticks froze mid-air, holding a piece of pork. She quickly shoved it into her mouth and chewed frantically, playing dumb. Really? Your friend is so lucky. Great taste too. She blinked at Lu Yan, attempting to charm her way out of the situation. Lu Yan offered an inscrutable smile and dipped his own chopsticks into the dish. For a time, the only sound at the table was the gentle rustle of chewing. Seeing that he had not pressed further, Lin Anren grew bolder and threw herself wholeheartedly into tackling the feast before her. After the meal, Lin Anren ate to her heart's content, sprawled lazily across her chair at the dining table like a well-fed cat too comfortable to lift a single finger. Lu Yan deftly collected the dishes and carried them to the kitchen, where the water ran noisily as he cleaned up. Fully fed and satisfied, Lin Anren's lazy nature fully surfaced. Her gaze drifted unconsciously toward the towering glass liquor cabinet in the corner of the dining room. The bottles within shimmered enticingly under the warm glow of the lights. They were treasures Lu Yan had collected over the years. Whenever she came to share a meal in the past, she always helped herself to a little drink. Now the thought came to her again. While she stood lost in thought before the cabinet, Lu Yan had finished washing the dishes, dried his hands, and walked out. Following her gaze, he immediately saw through her little scheme. Would you like a glass? He asked softly. Lin Anren's eyes lit up instantly. Of course, she wouldn't refuse. Lu Yan approached the cabinet, opened the door, and retrieved a beautifully packaged bottle of fruit wine. He remembered this wine had a low alcohol content with a sweet, smooth taste, perfect for a woman. A crystal-clear goblet was placed before Lin Anren, and amber liquid poured slowly into it, releasing a faint, fruity fragrance. Lin Anren wasn't really a drinker, she simply had. Especially at Lu Yan's place, after enjoying good food, she would always want a glass and chat with him about everything and nothing. The feeling was simply exquisite. Even though she couldn't chat freely now, she had to try this fine wine. Lin Anren lifted the glass, gazing at the small amount of wine within. She had absolute confidence in her former drinking capacity. Legend said she could handle 1,000 cups. This little amount was merely a sip. So she boldly tilted her head back and drained it in one gulp. The sweet wine slid down her throat, carrying a gentle warmth of tipsiness. She exhaled contentedly. So delicious, but not quite enough. She licked her lips and looked pleadingly at Lu Yan, deciding to ask for another glass. Brother, this wine is so good. Can I have a little more? She deployed her signature coquettish tone, drawing out the syllables with wide, pitiful eyes. Lu Yan instinctively wanted to refuse. Drinking too much wasn't healthy, especially for a girl. But Lin Anren's pleading demeanor was simply too powerful to resist. Those clear almond eyes gazed at you, as if refusing would be some great sin. Lu Yan sighed inwardly, and ultimately couldn't hold out, pouring her another half glass. The last half glass, he emphasized. Thank you, brother. Lin Anren beamed with delight, eagerly accepting it, and downing it in one gulp. As the second glass slid down her throat, Lin Anren felt a pleasant warmth spreading through her body. She felt wonderful, her mind perfectly clear, no issues at all. However, 1 minute later, she felt the world before her eyes begin to spin. The chandelier on the ceiling multiplied into 2, then 4. Her head grew dizzy, and her consciousness began to blur gradually. Strange. She used to have such a good tolerance. This amount of wine couldn't possibly make her drunk. Could it be? Could it be because her body had become female? This was Lin Anren's final thought before her consciousness completely faded. While she was drinking, Lu Yan had gone to the guest room to prepare her bed. Knowing that girls were particular about cleanliness, he had specially replaced the bed sheets and pillowcases with brand new ones. He also rummaged through the storage room for an unused hot water bottle, intending to fill it for her. When he returned to the dining room with the filled bottle, all he saw was a completely knocked out little drunkard. Lin Anren had her head resting on her crossed arms, her cheek buried in the crook, motionless on the table. Only a few strands of hair trembled gently with her breath. Lu Yin recognized the pose immediately. She was drunk. He sighed helplessly, walked over, and placed the hot water bottle on the chair beside her. He knew he shouldn't have let her drink so much, but it was too late to regret anything. He bent down gently, patted her shoulder, and tentatively called out, "Anren, wake up, let's go to the room and sleep." The moment he drew near the prone Lin, Anren suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes were glazed and her cheeks carried a lovely pink flush from the alcohol. She first stared blankly at the opposite wall for a long while, as if studying an abstract painting hanging there. Then she slowly turned her head toward Lu Yin, who had paused mid-step. Squinting, she carefully scrutinized him for quite some time, processing his features. Finally, she seemed to confirm who stood before her. Lu Yin. She grinned foolishly and laughed aloud, her voice crisp and bright, completely different from her earlier coquettish tone. It was her natural clear voice. Lu Yin's body stiffened. She called him Lu Yin, not brother. Lin Anren, entirely unaware of his reaction, happily opened her arms after confirming it was him, eager to pounce and give him a bear hug. But she had completely forgotten she was still seated in the chair. With this sudden lunge, she lost her balance and fell straight toward the floor. Careful! Lu Yin reacted swiftly, stepping forward in one motion and catching her securely in his arms just before she hit the ground. Lin Anren crashed into a warm, solid chest, her nose filled with a comforting scent. Completely unaware she had nearly been hurt, she wrapped her arms around Lu Yin's neck after being held, then buried her face in the crook of his neck, nuzzling contentedly like a kitten that had found its owner. Soft hair brushed against his neck, creating a slightly ticklish sensation. The girl's warm breath washed over his skin, accompanied by a faint fruit wine fragrance. Lu Yin froze entirely, holding this warm, fragrant little drunkard in his arms. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He wanted to tear her away from himself. Reason told him this was far too intimate, completely inappropriate. But the girl in his arms held on even tighter, making soft whining sounds like a well-fed kitten snoozing peacefully. "Anren, stop fussing, let me go first," Lu Yin said, his voice slightly hoarse. Under the control of alcohol, Lin Anren couldn't comprehend the word let go at all. She only felt this embrace was comfortable, warm, and familiar. It reminded her of her old large body pillow. So not only did she not let go, she wrapped her legs around him, as well, clinging to Lu Yin like a koala, fitting perfectly against his body. Lu Yin. He took a deep breath. Lu Yin, my head is spinning. The person in his arms suddenly spoke, her voice mumbled and heavily nasal, sounding terribly aggrieved. "I know your head is spinning, let me help you to bed first," Lu Yin coaxed patiently. He tried to pry her off himself, but Lin Anren was as stubborn as a piece of tough candy, clinging fiercely. "No, carry me on your back." She began to throw a tantrum, her tone bold and unreasonable, carrying an imperious authority that brooked no refusal. Lu Yin tried once more to peel her off his body. The girl's softness was almost unreal. Even through the thin fabric, he could feel the astonishing sensation. He had only meant to remove her arms from around his neck, but his palm inevitably brushed against the softness of her chest. Lu Yin froze completely, as if struck by lightning, not daring to move a muscle. He swore it wasn't intentional. Yet that tender and elastic touch still shot through his palm, like an electric current surging through his entire body and leaving his mind a complete blank. Lin Anren in his arms seemed utterly unaware. In fact, because he had stopped moving, she let out a dissatisfied whimper and nuzzled closer into his chest. Lu Yin's breath hitched. He resigned himself to fate. At this rate, it was hard to say who would end up suffering more from all this tugging. He took a deep breath and gave up on the idea of prying her off. Then he bent down slightly, one hand firmly supporting her bottom, while the other slid under her knees. With a little effort, he lifted her up steadily in a child-carrying pose. Lin Anren instantly found a comfortable position, resting her head against his solid chest, her arms still tightly wrapped around his neck, and letting out a satisfied sigh. From the dining room to the guest room was only a distance of about 10 meters, but for Lu Yin it felt incredibly long. The person in his arms was light, far lighter than he had imagined. But she was drunk and extremely restless. Her head rubbed against his chest, her soft hair brushing his jaw and neck, sending waves of tingling shivers through him. Her warm breath sprayed against his skin one after another, making it impossible for him to ignore. What made it even worse was that she apparently felt the position wasn't stable enough. Her slender legs moved restlessly and her calves would occasionally brush against his waist and abdomen. Lu Yin felt every muscle in his body tense up. He was holding a hot potato, and every step was sheer torment. He didn't even dare to look down at her. He was afraid that if he lowered his head, he would see her flushed face from the alcohol, and those hazy apricot eyes, and the thoughts he had barely suppressed would flare up again. Finally, they reached the guest room. Lu Yin gently placed the person in his arms onto the soft, large bed. This was the room Lin Anren always slept in whenever she stayed over before. But almost everything inside had been replaced with new items. The sheets, quilt covers, and pillows were made of soft, skin-friendly cotton in a gentle off-white color. On the bedside table sat a small night light, its warm yellow glow gentle on the eyes. He had even prepared a new toothbrush, towel, and mouthwash cup, all placed in the guest room's private bathroom. He had thought he was thoroughly prepared. But now it was clear he had underestimated the destructive power of a drunken girl. Lin Anren was placed on the bed, but refused to let go, still clinging tightly to his neck and trying to climb onto him. Ran, let go. We're on the bed now. Lu Yin patiently coaxed her. No. The bed. The bed is spinning. She murmured vaguely, her eyes half open, half closed. It took Lu Yin considerable effort to finally free his neck from her grip and lay her flat on the bed. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief and was about to straighten up, he met Lin Anren's gaze. She lay on the white pillow, her slightly wavy hair spread out like seaweed. Her usually clear and bright apricot eyes were now veiled with a mist of moisture, looking at him with a hazy, innocent gaze. Her cheeks were a tempting shade of pink, and her lips were especially red from the alcohol. The wide collar of her sweatshirt had loosened from lying down, revealing a small patch of fair, delicate neck and exquisite collarbones. Lu Yan's breath stopped again. Uncontrollably, some impure images flashed through his mind. He shook his head violently, trying to fling those dirty pictures out of his brain. What was wrong with him tonight? Everything had gone beyond his expectations. He looked at the defenseless little drunkard on the bed and sighed inwardly. If she slept in her clothes like this, she would definitely feel uncomfortable tomorrow. Besides, she reeked of alcohol. How could she not take a shower? He still had to fulfill his responsibility. He cleared his throat, trying his best to make his voice sound normal, and coaxed her softly. Ran, get up and take a shower before sleeping, okay? Otherwise you'll have a headache tomorrow. Lin Anren blinked as if processing his words. Seeing her respond, Lu Yin pressed on and continued. The bathroom is right in the room, and I've already adjusted the hot water for you. The towel and toiletries are new, placed on the sink. There's also a hairdryer in the mirror cabinet. He described everything in meticulous detail, afraid she wouldn't find things. But after all that, the girl on the bed showed no reaction at all, merely staring straight at him. That gaze was so focused it was almost unsettling. Lu Yin grew a little uncomfortable under her stare and stopped talking. What's wrong? She still remained silent. Lu Yin felt uneasy. Could this girl have drunk herself stupid? Subconsciously, he extended a finger and waved it before her eyes, testing carefully. Ran, look at my finger. How many is this? It was a classic gesture to test if a drunk person was still conscious. Sure enough, Lin Anren's attention was successfully drawn to the wagging finger. Her gaze followed his finger as it moved back and forth, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. After staring for a long while, a sudden look of realization appeared on her face. Lu Yin felt a flicker of joy, thinking she had finally sobered up a bit. But the next second, Lin Anren did something that left him utterly dumbfounded. She abruptly raised her upper body, leaned and opened her mouth, and bit down on his finger that was suspended midair. A warm and soft sensation came from his finger. Lu Yin was completely petrified. He looked down at the girl holding his index finger in her mouth, and his brain crashed for a full 10 seconds. Fortunately, she seemed to retain a shred of reason and didn't bite down hard. Her teeth merely grazed his knuckles lightly, more like a little animal testing with its mouth than an actual bite. It didn't hurt much. But this posture, this action, was far too dangerous. Lu Yin could clearly feel her tongue flick across his fingertip, sending waves of numbing tingles through him. That sensation traveled up the nerve endings of his arm all the way to the top of his head. This was not something a newly acquainted couple should be doing. Most importantly, she was drunk right now. Lu Yan's principles and bottom line were being fiercely challenged in this moment. He would never take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Ran, let go. His voice came out several shades hoarser than before. He tried to pull his finger free. But Lin Anren, as if she had found some amusing toy, refused to let go. She even made whimpering sounds like a little dog guarding its food, clamping his finger even tighter. Lu Yin was speechless. He felt his temples throbbing. Using force was definitely out of the question. What if he hurt her? Coaxing her? In her current state, she probably wouldn't listen anyway. What should he do? Lu Yan's mind raced. He had to find a way to make her release his finger on her own. Got it. Looking at her dazed eyes, he decided to divert her attention with a topic she was absolutely interested in. Ran, let me ask you a question. He deliberately slowed his pace, making his voice sound as calm as possible. Lin Anren, who had been concentrating on biting his finger, indeed paused at his words. She lifted her eyelids and let out a vague as a response. This was working. Lu Yin then posed the question he had been holding in all night, the ultimate goal behind every test he had made this evening. He stared into her eyes and asked word by word. Do you know? A person named Lin Anren. Lin Anren. Lin Anren. That name sounded so familiar. It seemed like it was her own. She blinked blankly. Why was he asking if she knew herself? Her brain tried to analyze logically, but the alcohol had numbed her nerves, and she couldn't figure it out. Still, the question successfully made her forget about the toy in her mouth. Lu Yin felt her teeth loosen and immediately seized the chance to swiftly rescue his finger. He discreetly moved his hand behind his back and wiped it. Meanwhile, Lin Anren on the bed, after thinking for a few seconds, seemed to finally realize something. Her dazed apricot eyes widened instantly, and a bright, silly smile spread across her face. I know her. These 3 words were spoken by Lin Anren with unshakable resolve, her voice ringing out clearly. The instant Lu Yin heard her answer, his heart sank with a heavy thud. His expression remained as calm as ever, but inside him a storm was already churning. Did she really know Lin Anren? Then who was she? What exactly was her relationship with Lin Anren? He waited patiently for her to continue, his eyes locked on her, unwilling to miss even the subtlest expression on her face. After shouting that sentence, Lin Anren seemed to be immensely pleased with herself, just like a child who had answered a teacher's question correctly. She looked at Lu Yan with a silly smile, waiting to be praised. But she waited for a long time without receiving Lu Yan's compliment. Slightly confused, she tilted her head. Realizing she had no intention of saying more, Lu Yan had to take the lead. Oh, how do you know him? Lin Anren's eyes suddenly lit up. She lowered her voice and beckoned to Lu Yan, speaking mysteriously. Come closer. I'll tell you a secret. No one else can hear it. Seeing her put on such a serious act, Lu Yan did as she asked. He bent down and leaned in, curious to hear what earth-shattering secret she had in store. Lin Anren's warm breath, carrying a faint scent of fruit wine, brushed against his ear, leaving a soft tickle. Just as he was close enough, a sudden change occurred. Lin Anren, who had been lying in bed just a moment before, suddenly bolted upright. Her upper body lunged forward, her arms wrapped around his neck, and without the slightest hesitation, she pressed her soft, slightly flushed lips firmly against his. This was different from the earlier feather-like kiss on the cheek in the movie theater. This time it was mouth to mouth, solid and complete with no space between them. Lu Yan's eyes shot wide open. He felt a soft, warm pressure cover his lips, carrying a hint of sweet wine fragrance that overwhelmed all his senses. His entire body stiffened, leaving him frozen, as he had no choice but to endure the girl's sudden kiss. Lin Anren had no kissing experience whatsoever, and even less capacity for finesse now that she was utterly dead drunk. The only thing she knew was that people in TV shows did this. So following pure instinct, she clumsily rubbed her lips against his. Like a baby kitten just learning to explore the world with its mouth, she was utterly unmethodical, yet carried an irrepressible enthusiasm. After more than 10 seconds of blankness, Lu Yan finally snapped back to his senses. He felt the girl's clumsy nibbling and grinding against his lips, and alarm bells went off in his mind. No, she was drunk. He wanted to push her away at once. Reason told him he must immediately put an end to this absurd behavior. His hands pressed against her shoulders, and he wanted to push her away, but he was afraid that too much force might hurt her, so his movements were especially careful and restrained. But in the eyes of the drunken Lin Anren, his gentle resistance was no resistance at all. She even let out an unhappy whimper at his touch, as if protesting that he was ruining her fun. She felt very good. This kiss made her feel safe and deeply content. She still wanted to kiss for a little while longer. So instead of being pushed away, she pressed her advantage and twined herself around him entirely. Her arms encircled his neck more tightly, and her slender legs slid out from the blanket, coiling directly around his waist. By now she was like an octopus, clinging to Lu Yan with every limb. Lu Yan. Now he truly dared not move. With both hands braced on the bed, he supported his body through the strength of his arms, preventing himself from pressing fully down on Lin Anren. This posture was a severe test of both his core strength and his self-restraint. The girl's soft body pressed tightly against him, and through the thin fabric he could clearly feel the curves of her body and the astonishing heat radiating from it. The culprit, however, continued her invasion, completely oblivious to the consequences. And so this absurd kiss stretched on, lasting until Lin Anren herself grew tired of it. When their lips finally parted, a clear, intimate, wet sound echoed through the room. Lu Yan felt that his lips had gone slightly numb. And Lin Anren, after ending that long kiss, still seemed unsatisfied. She did not let go of him right away. Instead, she buried her face in the crook of his neck, nuzzled affectionately against him, and sniffed at his skin with the tip of her nose. Then in a soft, slurred voice, she murmured, "Lu Yan, I really like the way you smell." Those words brushed across Lu Yan's heart like a light feather. He had already been thrown off balance by that out-of-control kiss, and now hearing such an unguarded confession, Lu Yan felt as though he could barely hold himself together. Fortunately, after saying that, Lin Anren seemed to have finally exhausted all her strength. Her arms and legs loosened from around him, and she fell backward, limply landing back on the bed. Only then was Lu Yan able to free himself. He straightened up almost immediately and stepped back 2 paces, putting a safe distance between himself and the little drunkard on the bed. He raised his hand and lightly touched his still slightly swollen and hot lips with his fingertips, on which the girl's warmth and fragrance seemed to linger. After what she had just done, the answer to the question he had originally wanted to ask had long ago been cast to the back of his mind. Now his thoughts were filled with nothing but the feeling of Lin Anren kissing him. Soft, warm, clumsy, yet carrying an allure he could not resist. Just as Lu Yan's mind was drifting, Lin Anren, still lying on the bed, suddenly let out another strange cry. As if rising from the dead, she bolted upright from the bed, fumbled around for a while, and finally found her phone. She squinted at the phone screen, trying to make it out for a long time. After several attempts, she finally managed to unlock the screen. Then right in front of Lu Yan, she deftly opened WeChat. She found the familiar avatar and pressed and held the voice message button. "Tomorrow morning, I want to eat Wang Ji's Xylon Bao from the south of the city, the ones with the 3 delicacy filling, and their freshly ground soy milk. Hot, no sugar. Also, I want brown sugar steamed buns, the kind with the molten brown sugar in the middle. And get 2 more fried dough sticks fresh out of the oil and crispy. Oh right. Also 1 tea egg and 1 sweet corn. She rattled off a long list of food in one breath, her voice clear and her logic perfectly organized, completely unlike a drunk person. After reciting that huge breakfast order, Lynn Anren tossed her phone aside, like someone who had just completed an important task. With her head tilted to one side, she flopped straight back down, closed her eyes, and began breathing evenly. It seemed that she really had fallen asleep. Lu Yin stood by the bed watching the girl who had been raving drunk one second and dead to the world the next, and found himself not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had finally figured it out. Drunk Ran was a husky tearing up the house with shocking destructive power. He silently vowed that he would never let her drink this much again. Even if she did drink, he would have to be present and watch her the whole time. But on second thought, he felt that this version of Ran was actually quite endearing. He had been standing right beside her less than a meter away, so why couldn't she just say what she wanted directly? Why insist on going out of her way to send a voice message on WeChat? What a silly girl. He smiled helplessly, picked up his own phone, and opened WeChat. However, when he tapped the new message alert marked with a red dot, he froze completely. On the phone screen, the chat window that had just received a 30-second voice message was topped by an avatar he knew all too well. But the name below that avatar was not Ran. It was Lynn Anren. The person who had sent this message was not Ran's WeChat account. It was Lynn Anren's own WeChat. Lu Yan. The entire room was silent save for the girl's steady breathing. The smile on Lu Yan's face instantly froze. He stood by the bedside perfectly, still, his gaze locked onto his phone screen, as though trying to pierce through those 3 characters. Lynn Anren. The one who sent this message wasn't Ran's WeChat account. It was his childhood friend, his best brother of over 20 years, Lynn Anren himself. Lu Yan, unwilling to simply believe it, reached out and tapped the 30-second voice message. A familiar voice played. The very words Lynn Anren had spoken before collapsing. So that was how it was. That explained everything. He had always thought Ran and Lynn Anren looked alike, but now he understood. They weren't merely similar, they were the same person. Lu Yan slowly sat on the edge of the bed, looking down at the girl lying there fast asleep and completely unaware. So the first question arose. How had his good brother Lynn Anren, a man standing 1.78 meters tall, with an athletic build and undeniably masculine presence, transformed into the petite, delicate girl barely 1.60 meters in front of him? Gender reassignment surgery. No, which hospital offered such advanced technology that they could also shrink height and reshuffle facial features as a complementary package? A supernatural phenomenon. That sounded even more absurd. After pondering for a long time, Lu Yan realized this question had exceeded the bounds of his understanding. He decided to set it aside for now and personally interrogate the instigator once she woke up. Then came the second question. Why had Lynn Anren gone to such lengths to seduce him? What was she after? What did she want from him? Was it his gaming skills? His cooking? Or was it simply him? After a while, Lu Yan ultimately settled on the answer: Lynn Anren liked him. Otherwise, he truly couldn't think of another answer. Then came the most crucial third question. What about himself? How did he feel after learning this absurd truth? Did he still like Ran? The answer was affirmative. From that flutter of emotion during their gaming sessions to their real-life meeting, he had to admit he was drawn to this girl named Ran. Then did he like Lynn Anren? This question didn't even require thought. Over 20 years of friendship wasn't something to dismiss. Lynn Anren was someone important in his life, a family member, an irreplaceable friend. He had long grown accustomed to taking care of him and accepting everything about him. Now the two people he cared for had become one. Lu Yan looked down at the girl's peaceful sleeping face on the bed. Her beautiful features still held a faint blush. Long eyelashes cast small shadows beneath her eyes, and her lips were slightly parted, as if she were lost in a sweet dream. He reached out and gently traced her facial contours with his fingertips, from brows to eyes to the tip of her nose, and finally rested on her lips, slightly swollen from his kisses. His heartbeat remained quick, and his urge to pull her close hadn't diminished in the slightest despite knowing the truth. With that realization, Lu Yan exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Rather than disgust or betrayal, he felt a profound sense of relief, as though everything had finally settled into place. Mutual affection, wasn't that a good thing? As for Lynn Anren's deception, a mischievous glint flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. This matter couldn't be left unresolved. Tomorrow morning, once she woke up, he would properly teach her a lesson, making her understand that deceiving a boyfriend came with consequences. He stood up, ready to return to his room. But glancing down, he saw Lynn Anren still wearing that oversized hoodie and jeans curled up uncomfortably beneath the covers. Lu Yan sighed. Fine, he would play the gentleman to the very end. He bent down and began the most difficult task of his life, helping an unconscious, intoxicated girl change her clothes. He started with the outermost layer, the hoodie. He carefully helped her sit up slightly against him, then gripped the hem of her hoodie and pulled it upward. Her body was remarkably soft, impossibly so, and even through the fabric, he could feel its gentle texture. The hoodie got stuck around her shoulders and head, refusing to come off. Anren, be a dear and lift your arms, he coaxed softly. The half-conscious girl hummed in response, but remained completely still. With no other option, Lu Yin took matters into his own hands, gently, but firmly, guiding her arms free from the sleeves. The unavoidable physical contact made him sweat, his forehead dampening with effort. Finally freeing the hoodie, he set it aside and moved on to her jeans. He had to lift her slightly to pull the pants down. Her slender waist rested in his hands, and the warmth of her body seeped through the thin fabric, making him catch his breath. Do not look at what is improper, do not listen to what is improper. Lu Yin chanted the calming mantra in his mind, his movements becoming swift and practiced. Finally the socks. When he held her delicate ankles and removed those cotton socks, he felt as though he had ascended to heaven. He quickly wrapped her in the blanket like a cocoon, only then allowing himself to breathe easier. He turned and entered the en-suite bathroom, wringing out a warm towel, before carefully wiping her face and hands. Noticing a trace of dinner oil clinging to the corner of her mouth, his OCD kicked in once more. He retrieved the new toiletries he'd prepared for her, squeezed toothpaste onto a brush, and returned to the bedside with a cup of water. Anren, open up, let's brush your teeth. Good girl, open wide. Through a mixture of coaxing and gentle deception, he finally managed to clean her teeth. After tending to her, Lu Yin felt exhausted. He tidied everything up, fetched a glass of warm water from the kitchen, and placed it on the nightstand before finally preparing to leave. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the figure on the bed. In the warm yellow glow of the night light, her sleeping face was peaceful and beautiful, and Lu Yan's gaze softened of its own accord. He leaned down and pressed a gentle goodnight kiss to her smooth forehead. Then, moving silently, he slipped out of the room and closed the door behind him. The real show would begin tomorrow. Lin Anren slept restlessly. She felt as though she had been thrown into a giant industrial washing machine, the world spinning madly, her internal organs churning within. Her head felt stuffed with porridge, buzzing with noise. She had a very long dream. In the dream, she had reverted to that lazy office worker sprawled on Lu Yan's sofa, sipping ice-cold cola, while barking orders at Lu Yin to peel an apple for her. Lu Yin, wearing an apron and holding a fruit knife with an expression of utter helplessness, grumbled at her. Lin Anren, can't you have some ambition? What else can you do besides eating? She retorted indignantly. I can sleep too. Lu Yin laughed in exasperation, sliced the peeled apple into bite-sized pieces, speared them with a toothpick, and held them up to her lips. She opened her mouth and ate it with complete satisfaction. The dream scenes felt terrifyingly real. She could almost feel the apple's crisp sweetness and catch the pleasant scent of soap on Lu Yan's clothes. Then the scene shifted. She found herself transformed into a stunning beauty, wearing an elegant dress, being kissed by Lu Yin. What the? Even in the dream, she seemed confused, only registering that his lips were soft and warm and the kiss felt rather pleasant. The thought made her even more horrified. She and Lu Yin shared only a pure sibling bond. How could she be doing something so impure? She tried to push him away, but her body disobeyed her, instead wrapping around him like an octopus. The Lu Yin in the dream didn't resist, either, allowing her to act however she pleased. A distressed whine escaped her throat as Lin Anren violently tore herself free from the bizarre dream and woke. She was not fully awake. Her consciousness remained foggy, her head pounding, as if it might split open. Had she blacked out from drinking? She remembered eating dinner that Lu Yin had cooked, and then she seemed to have had some alcohol. Yes, fruit wine, sweet and delightfully smooth. She recalled pestering Lu Yin for another glass. Then what? Everything after that was nothing but a blur of vague colors. Lin Anren shook her heavy, dizzy head, struggling to open her eyelids, which felt as though lead weights had been tied to them. Her entire body was sticky and clammy, hot and uncomfortable. Where was this? She reached out instinctively, feeling her surroundings. Beneath her was a soft mattress, and she was covered with a skin-friendly duvet. It was a bed. Was this her own home? Lu Yin must have brought her back. As expected of a true brother, Lin Anren gave Lu Yin an internal thumbs up, but then the sticky discomfort became unbearable. She really wanted to take a shower. Once the thought surfaced, it could no longer be suppressed. She struggled to sit up from the bed, her body soft and weak, lacking any strength. Holding onto the bed frame, she stumbled to her feet and, guided by muscle memory, groped her way toward the bathroom. She assumed she was still in her own rented apartment. In that small bedroom, the distance from bed to bathroom was only 5 or 6 steps. With her eyes closed, she lurched forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Why wasn't she there yet? Puzzled, she cracked one eye open into the darkness. Only a faint glow seemed visible in the distance. Not overthinking it, she assumed she had simply forgotten to turn on the lights and continued forward by feel. Finally, her hand brushed against a cold door panel. Pushing it open, she found a bathroom inside, just as expected. Familiar with the routine, she found the switch on the wall and flipped it. The blinding light forced her to squint uncomfortably. Once her eyes adjusted, she realized this was an entirely unfamiliar bathroom. It was several times larger than her cramped home bathroom, featuring a wet and dry separation with minimalist upscale decor. On the vanity sat a brand new set of pink toiletries. Lin Anren's brain stuttered for half a second. Where was this? When had her home become so luxurious? But alcohol had dulled her thinking, and she only briefly pondered the question before quickly dismissing it. Never mind. Just shower first. In a few swift motions, she shed the last of her clothing, tossed it into the laundry basket, and staggered into the shower stall. She was too lazy to adjust the water temperature, and simply turned on the shower head. Warm water poured from above, instantly washing away the heat and stickiness on her body. Ah, comfortable. Lin Anren let out a satisfied sigh, letting the hot water cascade over her. With her eyes closed and her head resting against the cool tiles, her mind went completely blank. Lin Anren lingered in the bathroom for a long time until she felt as though she had scrubbed away a layer of skin before finally turning off the shower. After her bath, she felt thoroughly refreshed. But her head seemed even more dizzy. Stepping out of the shower, she grabbed a bath towel and roughly patted her body, not bothering to dry her hair. Water droplets dripped from her hair tips onto the floor. All she wanted now was to sleep. A good rest would fix everything. She would forget about everything once she woke up. She pushed open the bathroom door and returned to the dim room. The room was silent save for the soft sound of her bare feet on the floor. She groped her way back to the bedside, lifted the quilt, and was about to lie down. But the moment she moved, she sensed someone in the bed, a warm, solid, breathing, human-shaped presence.